To satisfy Sun Pongzi's curiosity, I had no choice but to stay an extra day in my hometown. That same day, Grandpa and third uncle busied themselves from dawn till dusk, making all the preparations for the dam to close its gates the next morning. Nothing noteworthy happened that night. The next morning at 8 by the time Sun Pongzi and I reached the riverside, the dam had already begun closing its sluice gates. As the river slowly narrowed half an hour later, the water was finally drained away, and the riverbed that had lain hidden beneath the current for years at last saw the sunlight. The banks flanking the riverbed were already crowded with clansmen of the Shen family. When the water completely ran dry, the river bottom, thick with moss-covered reefs, emerged along with fish and shrimp that had failed to escape, with the current leaping frantically in a few shallow puddles. Over 100 people jumped down onto the riverbed and began searching downstream along the channel. Barely a few minutes passed before there was a result. Someone shouted, "Got one, a gold ingot." Not far away, one of my distant cousins cried out, his voice cracking as he held up a gleaming gold syce in both hands. The people around him stared, and in an instant the whole crowd grew restless. With his find as a model, everyone else bent their backs and began a carpet-style search across the riverbed. Cries rose up one after another, "There's one over here." "I found one too." Someone shouted, "Dad, there are several more up ahead." "Damn, too bad they're silver." The number of ingots kept increasing, and everyone's nerves were stretched to the point of ecstatic excitement. I stood on the riverbank watching the scene before me, and an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. What unsettled me even more, however, was Sun Pongzi's abnormal behavior. Just like the night before, he showed no interest at all when he saw the ground covered in ingots. This was not the Sun Dashing I knew. "Dashing, aren't you going down to have a look?" I asked. I tried to coax him, but he just curled his lip and offered his reasoning. "If it were only the two of us down there, no matter what, I'd go pick up a few," he said. "But now there are over 100 people." Here Sun Pongzi paused, glanced at me, and continued, "Lotzi, no offense, but your grandpa is a shrewd one. He's already made it clear in advance, once the ingots are picked up, they'll be redistributed, and in the end, who knows whose they'll be. So why should I bother going down there? Forget about today. The other night was the real chance. Ingots all over the ground. And you didn't make a move then either," I said. He grimaced. "Don't remind me. It was all that old geezer Ouyang Pianzuo's fault. He scared me for fun," Sun Pongzi said as he took out a pack of cigarettes, handed me one, and lit one for himself. "Back at the Bureau of Civil Investigation, Ouyang Pianzuo told me all sorts of ways ghosts bewitch people. One of those stories was about vicious ghosts delivering gold and silver to people in the dead of night. But by dawn, the gold and silver ingots would all turn into paper offerings meant for the dead. The other night his ghost story came back to me, and I was afraid those ingots would turn to paper by morning." He sighed. "Such a pity. Even half of that haul would have been a fortune." As we chatted idly back and forth, something happened over on the riverbed. People continued picking up ingots as they moved downstream. At first the finds were scattered and sparse, but the farther they went, the more ingots they discovered, until they neared a large water-filled pit. Around that pit, the appearance of ingots reached a peak. Previously, one had to walk dozens of steps to spot a single ingot, but now clustered around this water hole, there were densely packed well over 1,000 of them. Almost all of them were gold syces, with only a few silver ones mixed in. The eyes of more than 100 people went glassy with desire. They felt they had struck it lucky, and that after dividing this wealth, they could spend the rest of their lives in idle luxury. There might have been many ingots, but there were just as many wolves. Within 10-odd minutes, all the ingots had been completely snatched up and divided. When they moved farther downstream, the ingots seemed to have vanished entirely. Not a single one could be found. Unwilling to give up, everyone paced back and forth along the riverbed several more times, but still came up empty-handed. In the end, they returned to the place where most of the gold ingots had been found, and gathered once more around the large water pit, hoping for another stroke of luck. The pit was roughly 10 meters across, its pooled water black and unfathomably deep. Suddenly someone in the crowd said, "Do you think there might be more gold down in that pit?" He was not the only one with that thought. Ever since they had picked up so many gold ingots here, some had even wondered whether the ingots had surfaced from this very pit. My father discussed it briefly with Grandpa, then called me over to bring a bamboo pole used for pushing boats. Sun Pongzi and I carried the bamboo pole over to them. My father took it in his own hands and extended one end into the large water pit before us, slowly easing it deeper and deeper. Even when only half a meter remained of the 7 or 8 meter long pole, he still hadn't reached the bottom of the pit. Wanting to test the pit's floor, my father then thrust the pole downward a few more times. Suddenly my father's body lurched sideways, and he was about to topple into the pit. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and grabbed him at the very instant his center of gravity slipped, hauling him back to safety. Grandpa stared at his still shaken eldest son. "Lada, what's wrong with you? Are you alright?" he asked. "There's something down there," my father replied, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. "It was trying to snatch the pole from me, and nearly dragged me into the water." Grandpa frowned. "What nonsense are you talking? Weren't you just standing unsteadily?" My father turned his 2 bloodied palms upward. "If nothing down there was tugging against me, how could my hands be scraped raw by the pole like this?" he said. "Where's that bamboo pole now?" Only then did everyone notice that logically the bamboo pole should have been floating in the pit with one end showing above the surface, yet the water was utterly empty. There was nothing at all. As more than 100 pairs of eyes fixed on the pit, there was suddenly a bubbling sound. From the bottom surged a great splash of water, and within the churning spray were 100 or so gold ingots. Immediately a second and a third splash burst forth, each wave of water rolling up a substantial number of gold ingots. There was gold in the water. The eyes of the crowd lit up once again. At that moment the splashes in the pit grew more frequent. Accompanied by a string of bubbling sounds, the water in the pit suddenly began rushing downward at an astonishing speed, as though a powerful pump beneath the surface were sucking it all away in an instant. Seeing the water disappear, people stepped forward and craned their necks to peer into the pit. The first to lean over was the old Taoist Xiao Hashang. The moment he stuck his head out, he shouted, "This is bad. Fall back." As he yelled, he pushed the people behind him backward. Those at his back had no idea what was happening and were startled by his outburst when suddenly a dense plume of black smoke surged up from the pit. Thanks to Xiao Hashang's warning, everyone was already on guard and no mishap occurred. "All of you back away. Quickly. Move back," he shouted several more times. The crowd retreated in haste. In the space of a few moments, 3 or 4 more plumes of black smoke erupted from the pit. After another 20 minutes or so, no further smoke emerged. "What on earth is down there?" Grandpa said, stepping forward to look into the pit, but my father and third uncle grabbed him at once. "Don't go making trouble," they said. After much persuasion, they finally convinced Grandpa to stay back. By the pit, the old Taoist Xiao Hashang had sat down heavily on the ground. His face was deathly pale, the front of his robe soaked with sweat. Head bowed, he panted for breath. Everyone around him shuffled backward, afraid to approach, yet reluctant to leave. Make way, Sun Pongzi," and I called as we pushed our way to the pit's edge and stood looking down. It was a black void with no bottom in sight. We could no longer hear the sound of running water within the pit. Perhaps the water there had been a branch of some underground stream that had flowed away with the drained river. Sun Pongzi looked from the bottom of the pit to me. "Lotzi, do you see anything?" he asked. I shook my head. "It looks normal enough. I can't see anything wrong. You two come over and help me." "I can't get up," Xiao Hashang groaned. Perhaps Sun Pongzi was simply born to clash with him. Seeing the Taoist gasping for breath, he couldn't help feeling a bit of schadenfreude. "Old Taoist, your legs have already gone weak. I was wondering how you managed to stick to the front line." "It's because you can't walk away," he quipped. Xiao Hashang shot him a glare, but could do nothing. Getting Sun Pongzi to help him was practically impossible. In the end, I went over and helped Xiao Hashang to his feet. "Old Xiao, what did you see down there just now?" I asked. "You weren't even this shaken when you were performing that ghost opera the other night. Don't tell me it was just a few wisps of black smoke." Xiao Hashang drew a deep breath. "Don't ask. What's down there are resentful dead souls," he said. When I pressed him further, he only shook his head, repeatedly refusing to utter another word. Just then Grandpa came over with a group of people and personally helped support Xiao Hashang. "Old Xiao, are you alright?" Grandpa asked. "I'm not dead yet," the Taoist replied with a bitter smile. "No time for chatter," he went on. "Hurry and notify the dam. Have them open the gates and release the water at once. We have made a grave mistake. The Qinghe River must not be drained dry like this." Grandpa wanted to ask more, but by now Xiao Hashang's anxiety had reached a fever pitch. "Save the talk for later. Old Shen, if we're late it won't just be your village. Even the township and the county will suffer," he cried. "If something truly happens and half the people don't die, I'll take your surname, Shen." Though no one yet understood what was truly happening, the look on Xiao Hashang's face alone made it clear this was no trivial. Grandpa told my father to phone the dam and tell them to open the floodgates. Once we had all returned to the bank to wait for the water to be released, my father finished his call, but the news he relayed was anything but good. Before they could open the gates, the dam's power distribution room had caught fire. Repairs were underway, but some parts had to be fetched from the county seat. Including the round trip and repair time, it would take at least a full day. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hashang seemed to deflate, staring blankly at the large pit on the riverbed. Sun Pongzi and I also kept our eyes on that pit. Aside from those few plumes of black smoke, it showed no obvious sign of anything amiss. At first we suspected the smoke might have been corpse gas, but we quickly dismissed that idea. Both Sun Pongzi and I had seen corpse fumes many times, and the black smoke just now was nothing like them. When we questioned Xiao Hashang again, he only shook his head over and over. If we pressed him too hard, he would mutter a single line, "Resentful dead souls." What's beneath is resentful dead souls. "Uncle Shen, are you finished here? I heard you've asked the dam to release water," the village chief said as he hurried over. When he heard about releasing water, he had rushed over, unable to imagine that the ingots on the riverbed could have been gathered up so quickly. He suspected some mishap. "Don't get me started. Something has happened," Grandpa said, pointing toward the large pit on the riverbed and recounting the events that had just transpired. "There's actually such a thing. And Xiao uncle says what's inside are resentful souls," the village chief exclaimed. Seeing that the expressions of those around him were perfectly serious, not at all as though they were lying, he scratched his head. "There really is trouble," then he muttered. "Is there no way to resolve this?" "Old Xiao has said," Grandpa replied, pointing at Xiao Hashang, who was still staring at the pit, "that we can only wait for the dam to release water again. Once the river fills that pit, things might return to normal." After hearing Grandpa's words, the village chief fell silent. He already knew about the malfunction at the dam's machinery. After a while, the chief came up with an idea. "Since it will take some time to repair the dam's machinery, anyway, here's what we'll do. Everyone go home and gather up whatever you picked from the river. I'll assign a few militia members to guard that spot and keep people away. Once the dam opens its gates and lets the water through, there should be no more problem, right? It was at least a workable plan. Grandpa coaxed and urged Xiao Hashang for a while, and with half-pushing half-guiding finally managed to escort the old Taoist back to Grandpa's house. On the way back, Sun Pongzi and I talked it over. Things in my hometown were already starting to spiral out of control, and we should report the situation to the Bureau of Civil Investigation. The phone call came at the worst possible time. All 6 directors at the bureau were away from home, and it was Pai Jun who answered. I went over everything with him, hoping he could track down Hao Wanming and report the situation. We returned to grandfather's house without delay and gathered all the gold ingots everyone had picked up from the riverbed. After deducting the share for the village and the clan, the remaining portion was distributed to the representative from each household who had come to pan for gold, just as Sun Pongzi had predicted. Each household ended up with roughly 9 gold pieces, 20 silver pieces, and 29 ingots. Once the shares were in their hands, the crowd scattered in a noisy rush. Grandfather stood behind them, repeating over and over that wealth must never be flaunted, and that under no circumstances should anyone outside the village be allowed to see it. From the moment we stepped into grandfather's house, Xiao Hashang had worn a constant frown, head lowered in brooding silence. He showed no interest even in the half bag of gold ingots he had picked up. A third uncle had to carry them out for him. Old Xiao, don't overthink it, grandfather said. Once they fix the machinery at the dam and open the sluice to let the water through, that big pit will be flooded and everything will be over. You're still the chairman of your Lingyun Guan Film and Entertainment Company. Now that you've got gold, go shoot a few TV episodes. Let's hire real stars. Whoever is famous will get them. As for those without fame, even if they line up at your door, it won't do them any good. Grandfather, who had been his friend for decades and knew well what this old rascal enjoyed most, kept trying to console him. To our surprise, Xiao Hashang only sighed again and again. In the past, as long as someone raised such a topic, he could talk on and on without end, and now it held no allure for him whatsoever. Grandfather was about to say more when the courtyard gate suddenly burst open. The captain of our village's militia squad rushed in. Grandpa. Almost all the young men surnamed Shen in the village called him that. Something terrible has happened. Our men failed to guard the place. Someone has gone down into the big pit. The misfortune lay with one of the men who had just received his share of the gold ingots. By seniority, I had to call him third cousin uncle, not too distant, my father's cousin within the 5th degree. When he reached home, his brother-in-law from the neighboring village happened to arrive to drink with him. In truth, he didn't need any alcohol. He had already been drunk from the moment the gold was divided. The moment he saw his brother-in-law, not a drop had passed his lips, yet his mouth was full of slurred boasts. Right in front of him, this third cousin uncle dumped all his day's earnings onto the table. Your brother-in-law is rich now, he proclaimed. Faced with a table piled high with gold and silver ingots, his brother-in-law was stunned, bombarding him with questions. With my third cousin aunt chiming in on the side, my third cousin uncle held nothing back. He recounted in full how they had found the ingots on the riverbed, and even embellished the tale at the end. Don't think the gold in the river is gone. There's a deep pit in the river, and it's full of gold ingots. I saw it clearly, so many I couldn't even count them. Once his brother-in-law heard this, he lost all interest in drinking. He threw on his clothes, hurried back to his home in the neighboring village, rounded up 7 or 8 young men he was close to, and led them toward the river with tools in hand. Their village lay downstream. Following the river upstream, they soon spotted the great pit. From afar they could see 2 militia guards posted there. The 7 or 8 young men did not bother with pleasantries and charged straight toward the pit. The militia guards tried to stop them, but each only had a wooden stick in hand. Faced with 7 or 8 strapping lads, they were quickly beaten to the ground. The 2 guards managed to shout a warning or two. Don't go down. There's a monster in that pit. But by then no one was. The young men secured a rope, and one bold fellow took a flashlight and slid down first. Before long his voice echoed back up. It's all gold down here. Come down. Everyone come down and take some. With that one shout, the remaining young men slid down the rope one after another. Not a single one came back up. The 2 guards at the top realized something was very wrong. Supporting each other, they struggled to their feet and went to report to the village chief and my grandfather. It was truly a case of fearing exactly what would come to pass. Grandfather felt his head swell as he shouted to my father, tell the people at the dam that even if the machinery is fixed, they must not release the water. He threw on his coat and rushed out, but at the doorway he remembered that Xiao Hashang was still inside. He turned back and called out, Old Xiao, aren't you going to take a look? Unexpectedly at this moment, Xiao Laodao suddenly became calm. The trace of panic that had lingered on his face vanished without a trace. You go ahead, he said. I'm going back to the temple to fetch a few things. Xiao Lotzi and Director Sun, come with me and lend a hand. Grandfather no longer had the time to worry about him. Then be quick about it, he said, turning and running toward the river. Watching grandfather grow smaller in the distance, Xiao Hashang finally rose to his feet. Let's go, he said. Come with me to fetch some things. Fetch things. Old Taoist, you're not planning to slip away, are you? Sun Pongzi asked with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Xiao Hashang didn't take offense. He merely looked slowly from me to Sun Pongzi, and after a long moment suddenly asked, Who's in charge over at your place now? Is it Gao Liang or Xiao Sanda? His question gave both Sun Pongzi and me a jolt. Sun Pongzi blinked and asked, Who is Xiao Sanda? Xiao Laodao glanced at Sun Pongzi, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. You don't know who Xiao Sanda is? Then it seems Gao Liang is the one calling the shots now. Right, it shouldn't still be called the Special Case Handling Office, should it? Back then Gao Liang insisted on changing the name. As he spoke, Xiao Hashang allowed himself a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as though savoring memories from long ago. I had known this scruffy old Taoist since childhood and had nearly become his disciple. It was he who taught me to wash my head with black dog's blood to veil my heavenly eye. All along I had taken him for nothing more than a shabby old priest obsessed with money and women. I had never imagined he might have deep ties to the Investigation Bureau. I said, it's now called the Bureau of Folk Affairs Investigation and Research. Dashing and I are both in the first division. Heh, Xiao Hashang chuckled softly. I knew you two weren't some grand directors or chiefs. Still the same old ways from the special office days. I never saw Gao Liang come up with any brilliant ideas. Xiao Hashang showed no intention of speeding up. Seeing that grandfather had already reached the riverbed, I grew restless. If you want to know what Gao Liang is thinking, go ask him yourself later, I said. What exactly did you see in that pit? You can tell us now, can't you? At last Xiao Hashang pulled himself out of his nostalgic reverie. He looked at me and smiled again. You'll know what's in that pit soon enough, he said. Enough talk. Come with me and fetch the gear. With that he stopped paying us any more attention, lifted his feet, and left grandfather's courtyard. Sun Pongzi and I exchanged a glance. This old Taoist and those bureau directors shared the same bad habit. Once they finished speaking they turned and walked off without caring whether anyone could keep up. We had no choice but to follow behind him. Lotzi, Sun Pongzi asked me, who would have thought this rascal of a Taoist wasn't so simple? What is this special case handling office he mentioned? And that Xiao Sanda, have you ever heard of him? Hao Wenming had once told us about the Bureau's history, but Sun Pongzi hadn't been interested and had never bothered to remember it. I, however, had always been intrigued by the Bureau's origins. The Special Case Handling Office seems to have been the predecessor of the Bureau, I said. The name Bureau of Folk Affairs Investigation and Research was adopted sometime in the late 80s. As for this Xiao Sanda, I've never heard of such a person. He was probably one of the old hands back in the Special Case Handling. Xiao Hashang's Lingyun Guan Film and Entertainment Company stood on the edge of the village. I had played there a few times as a child. Now, aside from the signboard in front of the temple having changed, everything looked much the same. Xiao Hashang led us straight into the main hall, and beneath the statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan pulled out a large leather trunk. He did not bother to hide anything from us, and opened it right there before our eyes. The contents looked familiar to both me and Sun Pongzi, all sorts of old-style identification documents, several thousand jin worth of nationwide grain coupons. No cash, suggesting that Xiao Hashang had long since spent it, and a black lacquered dagger. There were several oilcloth packets holding pistol parts and bullets, as well as a few bundles of talismans. Xiao Laodao deftly assembled the pistol and tucked it into the back of his waistband. I could see clearly that it was a military-issue Type 54 pistol, its body engraved with the same runes etched onto the sidearm at my own waist. In the end, Xiao Laodao stuffed every useful item from the trunk into his robe. Suddenly he turned to me and said, if you had taken me as your master back then, all of this would belong to you. Sun Pongzi, eyes gleaming, pawed through the national grain coupons in the trunk. Lotzi, you've really lost out, he said, waggling his eyebrows. Think how many pairs of gloves this could buy. By the time we reached the riverbank, the area around the pit was already packed with people. Not only our Qinghe village, but people from several downstream villages had come as well. Within such a short time, word had spread through all the villages that the big pit was full of gold ingots, and that Qinghe villagers had posted militia to keep outsiders from collecting them. The other villages would not accept this and had sent men over. By the time grandfather arrived, hundreds of people had formed ring after ring around the pit. The situation was already slipping out of control. Several village chiefs had begun shoving each other. On the outer edge, villagers from neighboring villages had taken up their tools, shovels, pickaxe handles, sled runners raised high. It looked ready to erupt into a full-scale brawl. Grandfather argued and threatened by turns until his face flushed red, but aside from our own villagers, no one on the scene was willing to listen. On any ordinary day, a single word from grandfather would have been enough to make these people stand down. But now that they'd heard there was gold beneath the pit, not to mention grandfather, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, he might not be able to quell them. Just then a gunshot cracked through the air, and the crowd flinched in fright. Director Xiong arrived with several police officers and members of the joint defense team from the local station. By the time Xiong Ba arrived, fighting had already broken out on the outer ring, and his men couldn't pull them apart. As the situation threatened to spiral, Director Xiong had no choice but to fire a warning shot. Xiong Ba, how dare you fire your gun? You're clearly taking Xiao Qinghe's side. The chiefs of the downstream villages shouted in protest. It was no secret that Director Xiong and our village chief were as close as brothers. Aside from their wives, they shared almost everything. Otherwise, the other night, a few words from our village chief would never have persuaded Director Xiong to leave, who just said I was siding with Xiao Qinghe village. Xiong Ba asked with a clenched grin. Coming from a small-town background, his style was simple and rough. If words didn't agree, he would start swinging. Yet in a place like my hometown, this way of working was oddly effective. At the very least, no one dared answer him now. Director Xiong swept his glare around the circle, though anyone who met his eyes quickly lowered their head. Seeing no one step forward, Director Xiong walked over to grandfather. Old Shen, he said, what trouble have you stirred up this time? You won't rest until you've run me to death, will you? Grandfather gave a bitter chuckle and whispered the recent events into Director Xiong's ear. When he reached the part about people having already gone down into the pit, Xiongba's eyes widened. When did this happen? He demanded. Have any of them come back up? Our village chief standing nearby murmured, Old Xiong, there are too many people. Keep your voice down. Director Xiong ignored the plea and glared at him. Then he turned to the gathered crowd and shouted, Disperse, disperse. You village chiefs stay. The rest of you here just to watch the excitement clear out. The people were still clinging to thoughts of the gold ingots in the pit and loath to leave. Finally Xiongba lost his temper and roared, If you don't leave now it will count as disturbing public order. My station hasn't met its quota for the year yet. Who wants to help make up the numbers? His roar cracked like thunder on a clear day, enough to make the timid shudder. No one dared cross Director Xiong. Grumbling and reluctant, the villagers hefted their tools and withdrew from the riverbank. Once the outer ring had dispersed, Sun Pongzi Xiao Hashang and I were finally able to walk right up to the edge of the pit. Seeing more people approach, Xiongba turned with a glare ready and opened his mouth to curse, then recognized the three of us. He gave an embarrassed little laugh. Leaders, he said to the two of us, I didn't expect to trouble you. We've run into a minor situation here. A few villages are disputing over water rights. It's all sorted now. Sun Pongzi glanced around at the bare riverbed. You call this a dispute over water? Why not call it a dispute of— Xiao Laodao gave a small chuckle. Old Xiong, let it go, he said. These two leaders already know what's going on. You won't be able to hide it. Director Xiong's expression was somewhat displeased as I smiled nonchalantly. Just now both Director Sun and I saw it. It's alright, you handled it appropriately. It was just a warning shot, nothing serious. Both Director Sun and I are witnesses. Leaders, let's address our matter first. My brother-in-law and his 5 companions have been down in the pit for over half an hour now, and there's no sign of life or death. Have you sent someone down to check? My third cousin approached. Sanpao, my third cousin's nickname. How can you even show your face here? It's all your fault. Grandpa kicked at his cousin angrily. Third cousin dodged and ran far away, saying, They wanted to come here, it's not my business. Third cousin shouted as he ran. Grandpa still wasn't satisfied and threw his shoe at the back of his head, saying, If you hadn't said anything, who would know? My father, along with my second and third uncles, held him back, clearly siding against Grandpa. The waiting village leaders tried to mediate and pulled Grandpa away. One of the village leaders approached and said to Grandpa, Old Uncle Shen, Sanpao has a point. Regardless of what's down there, those people have been silent for too long. We should go down and take a look. Go down. It's too late. Monk Xiao coldly interjected. He had been standing by the pit's edge while Grandpa chased after Sanpao, and upon hearing that someone wanted to go down, he remarked coldly. The few people in the pit were neighbors of that village leader, one of whom was even his nephew. Hearing Monk Xiao's words, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Monk Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean it's too late? Wanna see? Fine, no need to go down. Monk Xiao said, pulling out a piece of burning paper from his pocket, changing his position, and taking out a talisman, placing it inside the burning paper. He extended the burning paper towards the pit, and it ignited. The paper seemed damp, producing a thick smoke. Though the smoke was thick, it wasn't suffocating. Suddenly the village leader pointed at the smoke and shouted, Wang Qing Wang Mao. 2 figures emerged from the smoke, one with bulging eyes and a protruding tongue, the other pallid as death. Neither looked alive. Following that, more faces appeared in the smoke, and it was clear at a glance that they were no longer alive. The village leader sat down abruptly, looking at the indifferent Monk Xiao. Are they really dead? Monk Xiao nodded. Didn't you see it all? This is their fate. It was meant to be, and no one can escape. After a pause, Monk Xiao turned to Grandpa and said, Old fellow, I've shared a bond with you for a lifetime. I had hoped to spend more years with you, but alas, this is my destiny. Xiao Lotzi, Director's son, I'll need you to go down with me soon. Hopefully everything will be fine. Before he could finish, Grandpa interrupted, Can't you go alone? Grandpa's response left Monk Xiao speechless. After decades of friendship, he found that he couldn't compare to his own grandson. Grandpa felt wronged as well. The Shen family had only produced one director in many generations. There was no need to accompany you into the pit to die. Later, Grandpa revealed his true thoughts. He actually wanted Director's son to accompany Monk Xiao down together. After decades of friendship, can you not lend me your grandson for a bit? Besides, with me here, what's there to worry about? Monk Xiao huffed. Grandpa blushed. With you here, you've already spoken your last words. What use is that? I was just being polite. Who knew you'd be so impolite? As Grandpa became increasingly agitated, he insisted on going down with Monk Xiao. The people around were stunned. Fat Sun chimed in with poor timing. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. The 2 old brothers descend into the pit and shall not return. I kicked that fat idiot hard from behind, furious. Finally, Monk Xiao swore to the heavens, stating that there was nothing down in the pit, that he could handle it alone, and that he merely wanted to borrow my celestial, while Fat Sun wanted to leverage his official power. Only then did Grandpa agree to let us go down. Initially, third uncle volunteered to go down with us, but Monk Xiao shook his head. Your fate is too turbulent. Going down would be detrimental to both you and us. Let's skip it. But it can't just be the 3 of you going down. It's too unsafe. Upon hearing we were going down to the pit, Director Xiong shook his head repeatedly. Having 2 leaders get into trouble on his watch was a responsibility he couldn't bear. Yes, it does seem inappropriate for just the 3 of us to go down. Monk Xiao stared intently at Director Xiong, causing him to feel uneasy. Old Taoist, just say what you mean and stop looking at me like that. Monk Xiao pulled Director Xiong aside. Old Xiong, you see, it's indeed not suitable for the two leaders to go down with me. How about you come down with us instead? For one, having you with us would be reassuring, and old Shen above would also feel at ease. Moreover, when County Head Gone arrives and hears that the two leaders went into the pit, what do you think he would think of you, the police chief, just waiting above? What are you still going to be, the police chief? Director Xiong frowned upon hearing this. Old Taoist, you need to come clean. Oh, what exactly is down there? Did those kids down there really die, eh? Monk Xiao blinked and said, to be honest, I don't know if they are dead. That was just a little trick to prevent the village leader from pestering us constantly. Those little ghosts might have had a scuffle down there over the spoils. Director Xiong hesitated, looking at the pit, and finally gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll go down. Old Taoist, if you dare to deceive me, I'll squeeze your life out down there. Monk Xiao smiled stiffly. How could that be? Aren't I going down too? Your paranoia is quite heavy. By the way, old Xiong, besides your 64 type gun, bring some— Why are you asking this? What's down there? Be clear about it. Director Xiong asked. Haven't I told you everything? I'm not sure. I'm just worried that if there's a snake or wild beast down there, your 64 type gun won't be much use, right? Better safe than sorry. Director Xiong thought for a moment, and finding no objections, made a call to have some personnel left behind at the police station to send over 2 hunting rifles and dozens of shotgun shells, which villagers had surrendered last month. With all preparations complete, it was finally time to descend into the pit. Grandpa arranged for some stakes to be placed at the pit's edge, dismantled the pulley from the village wall, tied it to the stakes, and twisted several hemp ropes together to secure it to the pulley, adding a willow basket to the rope. After third uncle tested it and confirmed it was safe, he pointed at the willow basket and asked, who will go down first? As soon as he finished speaking, 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on Monk Xiao. Why are you all looking at me? Monk Xiao spat. I'm over 60, almost 70. You young men are too shy to let me go down first. Old Taoist, you look only in your 40s, you're still in your prime. Besides, you've opened your film and entertainment company, so your life's ambitions have mostly been fulfilled. You should go first, and I see no problem with that, Fat Son cheerfully suggested. Seeing Monk Xiao's expression, I felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was the one who raised me. At nearly 70 years old, could we really send him down first? Just as I was about to say I would go first, Grandpa suddenly coughed weirdly. Looking at him, I saw he was signaling me. He's still worried about me, his eldest grandson. In my moment of confusion, Director Xiong spoke up. I'll go down first. You guys stay alert. If anything goes wrong, pull the rope immediately. Hey, you hand me the flashlight. With that, Director Xiong squatted into the willow basket, securing the flashlight to the hunting rifle, gripping the gun with one hand and the rope with the other, saying, Alright, let's go down slowly. 6 young men at the pit's edge gradually lowered the rope, sending Director Xiong into the pit. At first, we could still hear Director Xiong shouting, slow down. Why are you all in such a hurry? Slow down a bit. If you let go too fast, I'll get dizzy. However, his voice grew fainter until it was inaudible at the pit's edge. After about 5 minutes, Director Xiong finally reached the bottom. Send down another person. The second one is me. The process is the same as Director Xiong, so I won't elaborate. Once I reached the bottom of the pit, I felt a bone-chilling cold breeze blow past. Old Xiong was standing at the edge of the pit, shivering in place. Director, Shen, it's freezing down here. I moved my limbs and said, it's probably because it's under the river. I then shouted upwards a few times, asking them to bring down some thicker clothes. Using the flashlight to illuminate the surroundings, I saw that both the walls and ground were pitch black. There was no sight of any golden ingots. I couldn't see the few boys who had gone down earlier either. Ahead there was a large hole, and it seemed like there was a path inside. The third to come down was Fat Son, who brought a few pieces of clothing, but unfortunately they were all thin. They had been stripped from people above. Having some was better than none. Old Xiong and I draped a few pieces on ourselves, feeling slightly better. Monk Xiao was the fourth to descend, trembling as he came down from the willow basket carrying a hunting rifle, originally Fat Son's, but he snatched it, saying it could serve as a walking stick down there. Fat Son rubbed his hands together in the cold, his breath visible in white mist. Old Taoist, why is it so cold here? Monk Xiao replied, it's the yin energy. Monk Xiao walked around the bottom of the pit and turned to me, asking, Little Lotzi, can you sense anything? I shook my head and said, I feel nothing. You say it's yin energy, but it doesn't seem like it. When I performed ghost plays, the yin energy condensed into mist, and I could see it. But here there's nothing, just cold. What makes you say there's yin energy? Monk Xiao rubbed his hands together and explained, the yin energy you saw during ghost plays is the energy of spirits, which is tangible. The current yin energy is emitted from the extreme yin lands of nature and is intangible. Even with your celestial eye fully open, you can only feel it, you won't see a trace of it. Director Xiong, listening nearby, grew increasingly confused. Old Taoist, what are you talking about? What yin energy and spirits are you hiding from me? Seeing Director Xiong getting agitated, Monk Xiao smiled. We're discussing why it's so cold here. You also said I'm an old Taoist, so of course my speech will include some yin-yang 5 elements and worldly spirits. Don't overthink it. Just before I came down, County Head Gon had arrived at the scene, asking who was in charge here. I immediately pointed to you, Director Xiong, and when he heard that some people were missing, he personally came down to rescue them. County Head Gon praised you endlessly upon hearing that. Sounds like a real story. I don't know what's true or false, but I suspect you're just trying to fool me. Though Director Xiong outwardly claimed disbelief, his expression showed he was about 80% convinced. Old Taoist, what do we do now? Move forward. There's a big hole ahead. Monk Xiao replied. What's the hurry? There's a small procedure to complete first before we go. While speaking, Monk Xiao slowly rummaged through his robe. He produced a small wine cup, several copper coins, and a 3-inch long incense stick. In front of us, Monk Xiao used the flashlight to illuminate the ground, drawing a circle. Outside the circle, he neatly placed 4 copper coins surrounding each with several crooked spells. Finally, he placed the short incense stick in the center of the circle. I recognized it, saying, Old Xiao, is this the 4 directions array? Are you also following the etiquette before violence? Isn't it too late for that? I remember it's supposed to be set up above, or will it still work down here? Monk Xiao snorted coldly, laughing. For directions array. Etiquette. Did Gao Liang teach you that? The old Taoist has never followed such practices. Watch and learn. This is called the chilling yin array, specifically used to dispel yin energy. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger, glanced at me, hesitated for a moment, but still hid the dagger behind him, turning to Fat Sun and saying, Little Fatty, come here and help me with something. To my surprise, Fat Sun looked at him and said, Pa, do you think I'm blind? You clearly want to draw my blood and use it as a catalyst to set up the array. I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Many have played this trick in the polling bureau. Monk Xiao sighed. If you won't help little Lotzi, why are you avoiding? Just a little blood is enough. You young men are not bothered by that bit of blood. Seeing me evade as well, Monk Xiao looked back at Director Xiong. Just as he was about to speak, Director Xiong glared at him, and Monk Xiao dared not continue, swallowing his words. With no other choice, Monk Xiao had to turn to himself. He pricked his thumb with the dagger, squeezing several drops of blood into the wine cup. Then he placed the cup in front of the incense, and finally took out a lighter to ignite the incense. Once the incense was lit, a strange scene unfolded. Monk Xiao casually waved the slowly rising smoke. The smoke not only did not disperse, but also changed direction, no longer rising, but instead floating horizontally towards the opening of the hole. After 2 or 3 minutes, the white smoke floated back from the cave. Upon its return, the white smoke seemed to possess a spirit, first circling around each of us before moving to Xiao the monk, who used his bleeding thumb to guide the smoke to the formation he had set up. The white smoke ignored the 4 copper coins and directly drifted into the wine cup. I watched closely as the few drops of blood from Xiao the monk in the cup dwindled, and just as it seemed that all the blood would disappear, he suddenly flipped the wine cup onto the ground, causing the white smoke to dissipate instantly. The wine cup trembled incessantly on the ground, and Xiao the monk pressed it down, placing the copper coins around the formation one by one at the bottom of the wine cup. At first the cup still trembled slightly, but once the 4th copper coin was placed, it finally settled completely. Having seen too many similar scenes in the polling bureau, I had begun to feel numb to such formations. However, Director Xiong could not accept it at all, saying, Xiao the monk, what kind of magic trick is this? Just consider it a magic trick, Xiao replied. Xiao the monk grinned. This trick is something most people can't witness, right, leaders? Both Sun the Fatty and I let out a hum. Xiao the monk's formation should be a variant of the 4 directions formation, but I wondered why he had to flip the wine cup at the end. What exactly was he suppressing inside it? Even with my celestial eye, I couldn't see what was mixed in the white smoke. Watching Xiao the monk's self-satisfied expression, it seemed he was waiting for Sun the Fatty and me to ask him. Ask him. I scoffed inwardly. With hundreds of thousands of documents in the polling bureau, why would I bother to ask Ouyang Pianzuo? Sun the Fatty never seemed interested in formations. Old Dao, are we done yet? If we're done, then let's move on. Don't you want to know what just happened? The performance had been a success, yet it did not elicit any applause from the audience, and now Xiao the monk was in a state of inner conflict. Not interested. I said, Old Xiao, are we going or not? I frowned at him. Seeing his somewhat disappointed look, I secretly laughed, serving him right for not taking the initiative. Director Xiong, however, was very interested in the recent trick, saying, Old Dao, how did you do that just now? Teach me a couple of tricks so I can entertain the kids at home. Xiao the monk shot him an annoyed glance. Are you here to learn magic tricks or to save people? Can't you tell the difference? Stop dawdling and move forward. He then stood up and disregarded everyone as he walked ahead. Director Xiong was stunned by Xiao the monk's abruptness. Has the old man gone mad? He was fine just a moment ago. What's gotten into him? The only way forward was through the cave entrance, and as the 4 of us exited, we found ourselves on a corridor. The further we went, the colder it became. Suddenly, Sun the Fatty, walking beside me, said, Doesn't this look familiar? His abrupt statement caught me off guard. What do you mean familiar? Sun the Fatty explained the path we took the first time we met inside the water curtain cave. Doesn't it look like this one? He was referring to the path between entering the water curtain cave and the ghost face wall. After his reminder, I realized there was indeed some resemblance. It's pretty similar. Underground paths tend to have the same characteristics. Sun the Fatty wanted to say something else, but suddenly Xiao the monk walking ahead halted. Sun the Fatty nearly bumped you. Sun the Fatty was about to curse, but then saw the beam of Xiao the monk's flashlight illuminating the scene ahead, revealing a spacious inner cave scattered with piles of ingots and several people lying in different corners of the cave. A ridiculously tall man sat in the center of the cave, and as Xiao the monk's flashlight shone on his face, I could clearly see that his pupils had turned cloudy, clearly indicating he had been dead for quite some time. Seeing the man's face, Xiao the monk's flashlight began to tremble ice. Ice big corpse. What military? Sun the fatty didn't catch it. Old Dao stopped shaking. It's making me dizzy. As he spoke, Sun the fatty stepped past Xiao the monk to get a closer look. However, Xiao the monk blocked him. Don't go over there. Come back quickly. Saying this, he pulled Sun the fatty back. Old Dao, what are you doing? I just want to take a look. The gold on the ground is all yours, right? Sun the fatty was quite dissatisfied with Xiao the monk. Do you think I'm in the mood to think about gold? Xiao the monk mumbled, but his eyes were fixed on the giant corpse. I also approached. The lack of flashlight light didn't matter much to me. I looked around carefully, and aside from the giant corpse, I didn't see anything unclean. Old Xiao, I didn't see anything wrong. What is going on? I asked. At that moment, Xiao the monk turned to look at me. Little spicy, didn't you see anything at all? He pointed at the giant corpse and said in surprise, can't you see anything unusual about this corpse? I looked again. It's just ridiculously large, nothing else. Director Xiong also came over, shining his flashlight on it for a while. Is this even human? Sitting it's this tall, when standing it must be 3 or 4 meters, right? Do you think it's still a person? Xiao the monk's mouth twitched, ignoring Director Xiong, and turning to me, do you really not see anything? Can't you see it yourself? Do you think everyone is like you, having a natural celestial eye? I brought you down here to save time. After saying this, Xiao the monk fixed his gaze on the giant corpse. After a while he let out a long breath, muttering to himself, really nothing at all. This is truly strange. Is this really ice big corpse? Sun the fatty, confused, asked, Old Dao, what exactly is this ice big corpse? I haven't heard anything about it in the polling bureau. Spicy, what about you? Have you seen any information about this ice big corpse in the archives? No, I shook my head. Wait a minute, what department is this polling bureau you're talking about? I've never heard of such a division in the public security system. Director Xiong noted something was off. However, Sun the fatty completely disregarded this. Little director, there are plenty of departments in the public security system you've never heard of. What business is it of yours as a little director? Old Dao, tell us what this ice big corpse is all about. Ice big corpse is the amalgamation of countless dead bodies and vengeful spirits. It is not considered a living being, it is dead the moment it appears. This is a type of dark sorcery from the Goryeo dynasty, where countless frozen corpses were placed at an extremely mean location after being enchanted, with their souls trapped, preventing them from leaving their bodies. Finally, a devouring technique is used on them, causing them to devour each other. Usually one corpse would completely, then they would seek out other corpses to consume, and in the end, only one corpse would survive. At this point, its body would grow immensely, exuding a chilling aura of death from within to without. This is what the ice big corpse is. After hearing Xiao the monk explain the origins of the ice big corpse, I still felt something was off. You said this ice big corpse emits a death aura. Why can't I feel it? Great sage, what do you say? Sun the fatty rolled his eyes at me. Spicy, who are you cursing? When have you seen me use a celestial eye? Xiao the monk kept his head down, frowning, occasionally glancing at the ice big corpse. It can't be. This is definitely ice big corpse. How can I not see any of its death aura? Director Xiong couldn't hold back anymore. He had come down the earliest, and was now completely frozen, stamping his feet in place. Old Dao, can we go in or not? Just give a straight answer. If we can go in, let's check out what those reckless bastards are up to. If not, just say so, and we'll turn back and figure out what to do later. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Xiao the monk no longer hesitated, stamping his foot. This is a one-time deal. You 3 go in and take a look. Sun the fatty laughed in anger. Huh? Old Dao, you're good at making calculations. A one-time deal, and we go in. What do you understand? Xiao the monk scolded while rummaging through his clothes for a few items: a small bagua mirror, a copper coin, a bundle of red rope, a small incense stick, and several talismans. Without me, you would be walking into a death trap. He set up a formation with these items, positioning the mirror towards the ice big corpse. You all go in, and he'll guard the formation. If anything unusual happens, he'll bring you back for safety. Sun the fatty looked half convinced, glancing at Xiao the monk. Is this for real? If something happens, you won't be the first to run away, right? Am I that kind of person? How would I know? I'm not familiar with you. I pulled Sun the fatty over, fearing that if he continued talking it would go on indefinitely. Director Xiong followed us, completely disbelieving Xiao the monk's words. He was just a charlatan, and what's this ice big corpse? Isn't it just a corpse? He held back from reprimanding us out of respect for me and Sun the fatty. The 3 of us entered the inner cave, but did not dare to approach the ice big corpse too closely. Inside the cave, I saw that the few people lying on the ground were indeed the 6 who had previously gone down the pit. They had long since died, their faces reflecting the expressions Xiao the monk revealed while burning paper at the pit. I intentionally stepped a few steps closer to the ice big corpse, but even at this distance I still felt nothing unusual. Just as we prepared to carry the 6 bodies out, the cave suddenly started to tremble violently. At first I thought the ice big corpse had stirred, but then I saw Xiao the monk rolling and scrambling into the cave. Its collapse. Suddenly a pile of large rocks fell from the cave entrance, completely blocking the exit. Fortunately, Xiao the monk was vigilant enough to sense something was off and rushed into the cave. Damn, I'm lucky to have survived this. Everyone come help move the rocks. We can't stay here, let's get out. Xiao the monk shouted. Sun the fatty looked at the chaotic pile of rocks at the cave entrance. Old Dao, what have you done? How did you manage to bring the rocks down without getting hit? Heaven has no eyes. As I was walking toward the cave entrance, I suddenly felt a strong sensation, as if someone was watching us from the shadows. At that moment, Director Xiong turned to speak to me. but suddenly froze pointing at something behind me and unable to speak. I turned around and saw the expression on the ice big corpse's face had changed. It was smiling at us. In an instant a wave of deathly energy spread through the cave. It smiled. Director Shen pointed at the ice big corpse, not knowing what to say. I pulled him over. I saw it. Old Xiao, what do we do now? Xiao the monk responded with action, grabbing the shotgun from his back and firing 2 shots at the ice big corpse. Bang! Bang! The ice big corpse swayed slightly, then found its target. Roar! It lunged at Xiao the monk, baring its teeth. Sun the fatty and I pulled out our handguns and fired several shots at the ice big corpse's head. The bullets had little effect, only causing a faint white smoke to rise from the spell inscribed on its head. The ice big corpse seemed to feel no pain at all, completely ignoring us as it relentlessly pursued Xiao the monk. Despite being nearly 70, Xiao the monk was still remarkably agile, far surpassing an average young man in his. He used the terrain of the cave to his advantage, dodging and weaving, keeping the ice big corpse at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, unable to catch him. Xiao the monk gasped, shouting, "Don't just stand there. Do something." Director Xiong, having never seen such a scene, finally reacted to Xiao the monk's words, grabbing the shotgun from his back and taking a few steps to fire at the ice big corpse's head. Bang! At close range, this shot caused the ice big corpse to tilt to one side, and as it turned to look at Director Xiong, the second shot rang out. This shot hit the ice big corpse right in the face, causing it to stagger back a few steps. The 2 shots ignited a fire within the ice big corpse. It paused for a moment, fixating its gaze on Director Xiong. Just as Director Xiong was opening the gun barrel to change the bullet, the ice big corpse suddenly opened its mouth, spraying a white gas towards him. Director Xiong never anticipated that the ice corpse would resort to such a tactic. By the time he tried to evade, it was already too late. A white gas sprayed over him, enveloping him in a cloud of white mist. Immediately the mist penetrated through the pores of Director Xiong's body. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. "Old Xiao, what's wrong with old Xiong? Is there any way to save him?" I shouted loudly at Monk Xiao. Taking advantage of the brief moment that Director Xiong bought him, Monk Xiao had already run to the other end of the cave. "Old Xiong has been struck by the death aura of the ice corpse. We need to take it down quickly. If we hurry, old Xiong might still have a chance to be saved." "It's easy for you to say. If we could take it down sooner, we would have done it already," said Fatty Sun. "It's useless. The skin of the ice corpse is an ice shell. Your bullets can't penetrate it. Think of another way." Old Daoist Xiao had already reloaded his hunting rifle bullets, but he was still shaken from the earlier scene. He hesitated, still not daring to provoke the ice corpse easily. I tried shooting a few bullets at the same spot on the ice corpse's face, but its body was harder than I had imagined. The impact from several shots still couldn't penetrate its outer skin. Fortunately, it seemed that the death aura it had just expelled had drained some of its energy, and it hadn't regained its composure yet. In the blink of an eye, my magazine was empty. While changing the magazine, I felt the short sword that my third uncle had given me a few days ago. Suddenly a scene my third uncle had described flashed in my mind, where Wu Rendi sliced open the monster's body. With a firm resolve, I pulled out the short sword. Fatty Sun next to me was startled. "Lotsie, what are you planning to do? Are you going to stab it? Bullets don't work. What? Don't mess around. Oh, I'm counting on you." I didn't have time to banter with Fatty Sun. Taking advantage of the ice corpse's momentary weakness, I wanted to see if I could land a cut on it. I didn't dare to hope for a deep stab. Even a small cut would allow my bullets to hit inside. I crouched and took a few steps forward. Just as I was about to make my next move, the ice corpse suddenly turned its head toward me, its murky pupils fixated on the short sword in my hand. It abruptly opened its mouth and sprayed another wave of death aura at me. The distance was too close. There was no way to avoid this blast of death aura. "It's over." I felt my whole body go cold and my hands instinctively raised to shield my head. An unexpected scene occurred. The blade of the short sword in my hand actually split the death aura in half, and the 2 streams of death aura dissipated instantly. Everyone on the scene, including me, Fatty Sun, and old Daoist Xiao, was stunned. The ice corpse retreated a few steps, suddenly inhaling sharply, and the death aura that had entered Director Xiong's body emerged again, being absorbed back into the ice corpse. "Lotsie, wait for an opportunity and stab it." Fatty Sun noticed the situation and shouted at me. "Little Lotsie, keep an eye on it, and don't let it move. I'm going to check on old Xiong." Monk Xiao hurriedly dashed over to Director Xiong's side, checked his pulse, and immediately began performing CPR. I don't know where he learned this, but his chest compressions were quite impressive. However, after going through this process, there was still no sign of Director Xiong awakening. Finally, Monk Xiao gritted his teeth and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with Director Xiong. I glanced at Director Xiong's condition and said to Monk Xiao, "Is old Xiong going to be okay?" Monk Xiao replied during a brief pause in the mouth-to-mouth, "You don't need to worry about old Xiong's life or death. Just focus on dealing with the ice corpse." The ice corpse was extremely wary of the short sword in my hand. Even when I was talking to Monk Xiao, it didn't dare to sneak. It merely kept retreating until it backed into a corner of the cave. It didn't charge at me, and I didn't dare to easily approach it with a knife. We were about 7 or 8 meters apart, maintaining a tense standoff. Old Xiong suddenly groaned weakly. "Damn, what just happened? Old Dao, why did you kiss me?" Hearing that Director Xiong had awakened, I involuntarily glanced in his direction. In that moment of distraction, perhaps sensing that Director Xiong's awakening was not a good sign for it, the ice corpse moved. Just like that, the ice corpse still didn't dare to charge at me, but instead lunged toward Fatty Sun with a growl. I was too late to stop it, and without time to think, I flung the short sword toward the ice corpse's back. Although throwing daggers wasn't my strong suit, the target was so large and so close that I had no reason to miss. Unfortunately, some things often turn out contrary to expectations. At the moment I threw the short sword, the ice corpse seemed to have sensed it. It suddenly leaped upward. Despite its massive size, its movements were remarkably quick. The short sword glided past its feet and flew toward Fatty Sun. Fatty Sun let out a yelp, and before I could see if he was hit, the ice corpse had already landed. Its weight of nearly 1,000 pounds crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the ground beneath it to collapse and reveal a large hole with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters into which the ice corpse fell. Shenlatsi, are you taking revenge on me for that time in the desert? Fatty Sun's face turned pale. He had reacted quickly, and when the ice corpse leaped, he saw a flash of white light flying toward him. He didn't have time to think, he just turned his head, and the short sword grazed his double chin, embedding itself in the pile of ingots behind him. Fatty Sun was unharmed, and I finally felt relieved. Seeing his panicked expression, I couldn't help but tease him a bit. If I wanted to take revenge, I would have done it long ago. No need to wait until today. Alright, we're even now. As I spoke, I searched in the direction where the short sword had fallen. After rummaging through the pile of ingots for a while, I finally found the short sword on the ground over 10 meters behind the ingot pile. The short sword had actually pierced through the pile of ingots, facing no resistance from the thousands of ingots. When I looked at the blade, it was still as shiny as a pool of water without a single scratch. I put away the short sword and walked over to Monk Xiao. Old Xiao, is Director Xiong okay? By this time, Director Xiong had already stood up, gripping Monk Xiao's collar and cursing. Although he had just awakened, he looked vigorous. With someone like Old Daoist Xiao around, he could easily take down 30 or 50 foes. Old Daoist Xiao explained seriously to Director Xiong, but it seemed he couldn't get through, saying, "Does he look like he's in trouble?" Old Xiong let go. "Didn't I say I was saving you, not taking advantage of you?" Alright, let's talk about this outside. The way back is blocked. We need to figure out what to do. If the water behind the dam fills up, there won't even be a need to open the sluice. It will flood in, and no one will be able to escape then. What else can we do? Just move the stones aside, Fatty Sun said with an annoyed look as he approached. This seems to be the only way out now. Director Xiong finally let go of Old Daoist Xiao, and the four of us began to clear the fallen stones from the passage. After moving just a few stones, we suddenly saw an absurdly large rat emerge from the pile of stones. I was puzzled. How did this fat rat survive when the falling stones didn't hit it? What was even stranger was that this fat rat didn't seem afraid of people. It looked particularly fond of Fatty Sun, waddling over to his feet, seemingly intent on climbing up his pants. When it reached the pants leg, Fatty Sun finally noticed a rat. He jumped a few times on the ground and knocked the fat rat to the ground. "Lotsie, help me kill it." Rats were Fatty Sun's Achilles heel. According to him, he trembled at the mere sight of one. "Don't kill it," Monk Xiao said, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the fat rat. "That's a fortune rat. Haha, with this treasure, this trip will not be in vain," Old Daoist Xiao said, lifting the fat rat by the rolls of fat. However, the fat rat resisted Old Daoist Xiao, quite fiercely twisting its head and struggling continuously. Fatty Sun, still wary of the rat, took a step back, fearing it might escape Old Daoist Xiao and run towards him. "Old Dao, what are you showing off with a rat for? Be careful of getting infected with the plague or Black Death." "I'm just saying, why not just kill it?" "I'd rather kill you than it," Old Daoist Xiao replied with a chuckle, looking at the fat rat in his hand. "This treasure is far rarer than the ice corpse." Director Xiong glanced at the big rat. "What kind of rat is that?" "Let me tell you, this is called a chinchilla. My niece used to have one just like this." Monk Xiao rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, "A chinchilla? Does the one you're talking about have a golden ingot mark on it?" As he spoke, he parted the brown fur on the fat rat's forehead. Indeed, there was a yellow ingot mark on the flesh of its forehead that looked like a birthmark or a scar. I found it fascinating and reached out to touch the forehead of the so-called fortune rat, but unexpectedly it suddenly went into a frenzy. It twisted its body violently, baring its two rat teeth and squeaking loudly. It seemed that if I dared to touch it, it would bite me. The fat rat twisted vigorously, and Old Daoist Xiao missed his grip. It broke free from his hands, rolled on the ground, got back up, and scampered into the other pile of ingots. The fortune rat appeared particularly excited as it dashed around in the ingot pile, occasionally poking its head out and shaking toward Fatty Sun. It looked as if it were trying to curry favor, much like the way a pet might greet its owner, its expression full of eagerness. I smiled and said, "Big Sage, it's trying to be cute for you. Why is it so fond of you? You two must have been a couple in your past lives. Today, it has come to find its husband." Fatty Sun was also surprised, but after hearing my tease, he retorted, "Don't start, it's you who has a fateful bond with it. You two can live happily ever after in this life." He turned to Monk Xiao, saying, "This fortune rat is here for these gold ingots, right? I'm just saying, can you stop being Monk Xiao looked at Fatty Sun, who was laughing, and smiled. Old Daoist Xiao chuckled and said, "You're not wrong. The fortune rat, also known as the golden rat, is scarce and has a pathological obsession with gold and jade. It is born with a keen sense of smell and can detect gold veins 500 meters underground. The records in your Civil Survey Bureau should have this documented. Before the Yuan dynasty, capturing a fortune rat was considered an auspicious omen for tribute to the court. The Song law recorded that those who privately concealed auspicious omens without reporting would receive 60 strokes and be exiled 3,000 miles. The Yuan law divided it into several levels. Southern people privately concealing auspicious omens would be executed. Yuan people would confiscate their property and exile them 3,000 miles. However, even so, by the time of the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were hardly 1 or 2 left. In the Republic of China after liberation, there were no reports of fortune rats anywhere, so I never expected to encounter one today. As he spoke, Monk Xiao felt an urge to burst out laughing, but was stifled by Fatty Sun, who said, "Who says you encountered it? It's clearly come to seek refuge with me. It was obviously I who discovered it. Just a moment ago you wanted to kill it, and now it's seeking refuge with you." Fatty Sun shrugged. "Then call it, and see if it responds to you." Monk Xiao was left speechless in anger, and Fatty Sun made a face at him. "You won't call it? Then I will call it." With that, Fatty Sun squatted down and extended his right hand in a feeding gesture. "Come here, little one, come here. Oh wait, I forgot you're a rat. Little thing, come here, I have something good for you, come here to Big Brother." The fortune rat first poked its little head out from the pile of ingots and squeaked happily at Fatty Sun. Seeing Fatty Sun squatting down, it slowly crawled out from the pile of ingots. If what Monk Xiao said was true, and the fortune rat really had a pathological obsession with gold, and Jade, its attitude toward Fatty Sun had already surpassed its obsession with gold, making its way toward Fatty Sun. Fatty Sun, suppressing his panic toward the rodent, allowed the fortune rat to rub against his feet. Eventually the fortune rat crawled up Fatty Sun's pants leg and settled on his shoulder, squeaking non-stop, as though it had something to say to him. Monk Xiao was also surprised by the bond between the man and the rat. He was about to say something when I stopped him. "Old Xiao, let's not worry about the chinchilla or the fortune rat for now, we need to get out first. Once we're outside, I'll help you get that fortune rat back. For now, let's let Sun Dushing enjoy this moment, who I'll help you after we—" Monk Xiao had no other choice, and could only nod. Before I could call Fatty Sun over, he trembled, and said to me, "Lotzi, help me get it down, I can't take it anymore." I reached out to grab the fortune rat, but unexpectedly it suddenly turned hostile upon seeing my hand baring its teeth. "Big Sage, I can't help you, your wife is pure as jade, and won't let other men touch you. You're so lucky." Fatty Sun was helpless as well. Originally Monk Xiao suggested he would temporarily keep the fortune rat until we got outside, then return it to Fatty Sun. Fatty Sun flatly refused and had to grit his teeth and endure it. In the end, I thought of a way to lure the fortune rat into Fatty Sun's jacket pocket with a few gold ingots. Fatty Sun's uniform pocket was quite spacious. Even after the fortune rat crawled in, its little head still peeked out, occasionally squeaking, as if reminding Fatty Sun of its presence. We returned to the cave entrance and started moving the stones again. The more stones we moved, the more it seemed there were, but felt endless. For every few stones we moved, a few more fell from above, quickly filling in the gaps we had just cleared. After more than half an hour of effort, we hadn't even cleared a 5-meter stretch of the passage. "Let's stop, it's useless." Fatty Sun sat on the ground in the inner cave, panting heavily. No matter how much we move, stones keep falling from above. We barely moved a few stones, and we almost got hit by the falling rocks. Fatty Sun was right, we all understood that. Director Xiong wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Then we have to wait for the people outside to find a way in." Old Daoist Xiao shook his head, and said, "Relying on the people outside. They have to come down from the pit too. When we came in there was at least a path. Now, we don't even know how the path has collapsed. It's possible that even the pit entrance has collapsed." As soon as Old Xiao finished speaking, everyone in the cave fell silent. The sound during the caveat was not small, and it was likely that the degree of collapse outside was indeed as Old Xiao described. A sudden thought struck me as I said there might be another exit in this cave. "Where?" Elder Xiao began to look around. "That pit where the ice corpse jumped down," said Fatty Sun, glancing at me. I approached the edge of the pit, and said, "When the ice corpse jumped down earlier, I clearly heard it running down. There's a path below, which should be a waterway. Moreover, when we discovered that big pit earlier, it was filled with water, which must have flowed away through that waterway. As long as we follow the waterway, we should reach the downstream exit." Hearing this, Fatty Sun came over and peered into the pit, asking La Zi, "Are you sure? The ice corpse could be waiting down there." I said, "Based on what we saw earlier, even if we encounter it, it should be that ice corpse that ran. He'll lead the way, it should be fine." Director Xiong and Elder Xiao also approached. They hesitated, but didn't oppose. Director Xiong even argued with me about going first, but I firmly rejected him as the director. Fatty Sun found a piece of rope among the corpses and used it to tie his flashlight. He circled the cave a few times, not spotting any signs of the ice corpse lying in ambush. I then pulled out my dagger and jumped into the cave. After descending, I used my heavenly eye to see clearly in the dark. Below was a narrow path over a meter wide, surrounded by water stains. Just as I had guessed, this was likely the waterway for draining the accumulated water in the pit. "Come down, it's safe," I shouted up. Fatty Sun jumped down first, followed by Elder Xiao, and finally Director Xiong also jumped down. I took the lead and headed towards the lower ground. Since there was still a potential danger, the four of us kept silent, walking cautiously forward. After about 5 minutes, a flickering light suddenly appeared ahead. Director Xiong excitedly shouted, "There's light. We've reached the exit, we're getting out." However, only he was excited. EY Fatty Sun and Elder Xiao remained silent, coldly staring ahead. Director Xiong sensed something was off. "What's wrong?" "What do you see?" He asked, raising his shotgun, but finding no target to shoot at. I could see clearly that the flickering wasn't sunlight, it was several lit oil lamps. Who lit the oil lamps in this ghostly place? The oil lamps weren't the only concern. When we first came down it was alright, but now as we got closer to the lamps I felt the walls around us gradually seep with strands of eerie energy. I couldn't sense anything else, and dared not proceed recklessly. I turned back to glance at the three of them. Should we go back? Fatty Sun started to hesitate. Unexpectedly Elder Shao was fixated on the light of those oil lamps, his eyes wide. Suddenly Elder Shao dashed towards the flickering oil lamps without warning. Despite being nearly 70, he ran with surprising agility. As he passed by me I couldn't stop him. Old Shao, what are you doing? I shouted after him, but Elder Shao seemed not to hear, continuing to sprint forward. With Elder Shao in front we could only follow closely behind. Not long after we saw 2 rows of oil lamps hanging on both sides of the walls, the lamps growing denser as we moved deeper. Finally Elder Shao stopped running. In front of him was a dead end, the walls lined densely with oil lamps illuminating the area as bright as day. We had run quite a distance. I and Director Xiong were fine, but Fatty Sun was exhausted, gasping for breath. I say, old Dao, if you see something can't you give us a heads up? Unexpectedly Elder Shao completely ignored him. Elder Shao approached the end and started fiddling with the bases of the oil lamps on the wall. I noticed something and asked Old Shao, is there a mechanism on the lamps? What kind of mechanism? Let me help you find it. I reached for the nearest oil lamp. Don't touch. Elder Shao suddenly shouted, startling me. This isn't an ordinary lamp, it's a soul lantern. The flame is a yin fire meant to illuminate the dead. If you extinguish one, the vengeful spirits, unable to return to the underworld, will come after you. You can forget about leaving standing. Hearing this I quickly withdrew my hand and looked at Elder Shao, who was still searching for the mechanism. I asked Old Shao, if I can't touch it, what are you doing? Elder Shao shot me a sideways glance. What do you know? This soul array was specially crafted by us. I've had acquaintances. As he spoke, Elder Shao found something on one of the oil lamp bases and carefully took it down. I could see clearly from the side, it was a brass plate engraved with a complex set of symbols. Elder Shao wasn't interested in the symbols. He flipped it over, revealing a character written in vermilion on the back. Upon seeing this character, Elder Shao's hand trembled slightly. He suddenly shouted into the air, Sanda, Shao Sanda. Is that you? Shao Sanda. I had heard Elder Shao mention this name before, and had asked who was in charge of the Civil Investigation Bureau, whether it was Gao Liang or this Shao Sanda. Based on the timeline, Elder Shao, Gao Liang, and this Shao Sanda should have all been members of the Special Case Handling Office in the Civil Investigation Bureau. At one point, at the very least, they were familiar with each other, and Shao Sanda even had the strength to contend with Gao Laoda for the position of bureau chief. After calling out several times with no response, Elder Shao appeared a bit disheartened, staring blankly at the soul lanterns on the wall. I and Fatty Sun flanked him, afraid he would accidentally knock over one of the soul lanterns. Forget it, Elder Shao sighed. It seems we won't meet in this lifetime. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash was heard. I was startled, thinking it was the ice corpse nearby. Just as I was about to move, a door about a person's size appeared on the wall 20 meters away from us. Elder Shao saw the entrance and got emotional again. Shao Sanda, was it you who did this? Did you let us in? Elder Shao shouted again, but there was still no response. He wanted to continue calling out Shao Sanda, but Director Xiong, and I stopped him. Old Shao, calm down for a moment. That Shao Sanda left the door open for you. He wants us to go in. We can talk inside. Fatty Sun chimed in. Exactly. I'm not saying this, but you're expecting a grand procession to invite you in. Just being shown away is already quite good. Oh, what are you waiting for? As he spoke, a little money rat poked its head out of Fatty Sun's pocket and squeaked excitedly towards the door. This money rat doesn't even care about Fatty Sun anymore. It seems whatever is inside is more attractive to it. Elder Shao nodded. Let's go in. Hopefully an old friend is waiting for me inside. As we reached the door, Director Xiong had already gone ahead of us. He held his shotgun and was craning his neck to peer in. Director Xiong, I approached him and asked, do you see anything? Director Xiong shook his head and then nodded, saying, just now, when I came over, it felt like there was a person inside looking at me. When you all came over, I lost that feeling. Director Xiong's warning made me look inside a few times, but I couldn't spot anything. Elder Shao didn't hesitate and was the first to step inside. I didn't have time to look around, following closely behind him with Fatty Sun and Director Xiong. Inside was still a path different from the 2 paths outside. This path wasn't long, and at the entrance there was a small Bawa mirror identical to the one Elder Shao used to observe the ice corpse. Seeing it, Elder Shao appeared more confident. As we reached the end of this path, there were actually 2 exits in front of us, surprising all 4 of us. Given the earlier door opening on its own, it seemed meant for us to enter. Now with 2 additional exits, logically one should be a safe exit, and the other a deadly one, yet there were no hints. What did Shao Sanda truly want from us? Let's just ask the person involved. Old Shao, did you have any signs or codes with your Shao Sanda before? Elder Shao walked back and forth around the 2 exits a few times, pondering for a while, before pointing to the left, stating, men to the left, women to the right. According to Shao Sanda's temperament, we should take this door. He started to walk in. Wait, it's not this door. Fatty Sun suddenly blocked Elder Shao at the entrance. Elder Shao was taken aback. Little Fatty, what makes you say that? Fatty Sun gave him a reasonable answer. I just feel it should be the right exit. I chimed in from the side. Old Shao, you should trust Sun Dishing. He has never been wrong with his choices. Elder Xiao dismissed Fatty Sun's luck and was adamant about choosing the left exit, while Fatty Sun adamantly refused to go in. In the end, we split into two groups. I and Fatty Sun took one path, while Director Xiong and Elder Xiao took the other, heading towards the left and right exits respectively. Great Saint, can you really be relied upon this time? After entering, I looked at the winding path and asked Fatty Sun. Fatty Sun rolled his eyes. La Z, have I ever let you down? Just occasionally, once or twice. I laughed. Not long after we walked, Fatty Sun's expression began to worsen. After a while he held his stomach and said, La Z, wait for me a moment. Ayo, I need to take care of something. Just don't go too far, I'm not feeling secure. I waited anxiously for Fatty Sun. After more than 10 minutes, he finally came out adjusting his pants. Although I intentionally walked over 20 meters away, this area was still enclosed, and a strong smell of ammonia filled the entire path. Great Saint, what did you eat? Stir-fried leeks and radishes with yellow beans. I covered my nose. Fatty Sun grinned, why are you overreacting? Besides, we ate the same thing. Whatever you ate, I ate too. Just take it easy. Eating, drinking, and other natural processes are part of life. I held my breath, wanting to chat a bit more, but then noticed his pocket was motionless. Great Saint, where's your wife? Not moving. Did she run off with someone? It's just the two of us here. Running off means running off with you. Fatty Sun said, pulling the money rat out of his pocket. This little guy seemed a bit listless, likely having been knocked out by the smell. After getting some fresh air, the little money rat felt better, but upon seeing Fatty Sun again, no longer showed the previous affection, baring its teeth and squeaking at him. Great Saint, even your wife can't stand you anymore. Did the honeymoon phase end so quickly? I said with a hint of schadenfreude, noticing the increasingly irritable money rat. It's alright, it might have just been suffocating in my pocket, a bit oxygen deprived. Fatty Sun played with the money rat for a while, seeing that it wasn't as listless as before, and tossed it back into his pocket. Suddenly I looked at Fatty Sun and felt increasingly uneasy. I sensed something was off with him, but I couldn't pinpoint. As we walked side by side, Fatty Sun was still his usual self, occasionally spouting nonsense. I responded verbally, but inside I still felt something was wrong with Fatty Sun. At that moment the little money rat began to stir in Fatty Sun's pocket, scratching and biting inside. Fatty Sun screamed in surprise, opening his pocket and grabbing the money rat by the fat on its neck, pulling it out. What's wrong with you, little thing? Ah, it bit me and drew blood. When did Fatty Sun ever dare to grab a rat? I suddenly realized that he had just handled the money rat himself. Oh, I should have noticed. Fatty Sun had a fear of rats. He wouldn't even dare to touch it, knowing it was a money rat. How could he grab one just a short while after? Great Saint, I'll hold your wife, but you check the wound first. I remained calm, still smiling. Fatty Sun handed the money rat to me, which was much quieter in my hands, stretching its little paws towards Fatty Sun while squeaking. It seemed to be trying to tell me something. Fatty Sun lifted his shirt to look at the marks the money rat had left on him. Wow, it bit through several places. Did I hitting is affection, scolding is love. This is a show of affection. By the way, Great Saint, do you remember our Captain Old Wong from when we first met? Originally the last sentence was just to scare him, serving a purpose akin to the phrase, have you eaten? Unexpectedly, upon hearing my words, Sun Fatty's smile grew wider. Alright, go ahead and shoot, let's see if I have another chance. Hurry up, you've shot at me before. I know this person. In my memory there's only one person who could survive being shot, and I lowered my gun, looking at him as I said, Yang Xiao. Good to say. Sun Fatty's muscles began to tremble incessantly. Within a few seconds all his fat had shaken off, and he grew nearly 10 centimeters taller, his face transforming into that of the little policeman Yang Xiao I encountered a few days ago in Qilin City. I reattached the handgun to my waist, though it was specially made by the Bureau of Public Opinion in front of Yang Xiao. It was merely a decoration. Wu Rendi let you go, and you still dare to come at us. Director Wu knows, do you think you have another chance? Mentioning Wu Rendi, Yang Xiao's expression became somewhat unnatural. He sneered, relax, I have no interest in harming you, or that fatty. Oh, I just need to borrow the two of you for a bit to exchange something with Director Wu. Once that item is in hand, we go our separate ways and neither of you will lose a single hair. After he finished speaking, I could only smile helplessly. You think too highly of us. Do you really believe that with Wu Rendi's nature, he would yield for the two of us? With his temperament, he would wait until you tore up the contract before coming to take you out. Avenging us too is precisely the kind of temperament Director Wu possesses. While I spoke, Yang Xiao laughed beside me, and after I finished he said, don't underestimate yourself. Oh, as for that fatty, I can't say, but if you're in my hands, Director Wu will definitely trade what I want for you. Why should he? He isn't my son, and I'm not his. Why should he trade for me? Yang Xiao, you'd better stop dreaming. Where did you hide Sun Fatty? Hurry, and bring him back. You can rest assured, I will pretend this never happened, and won't mention it to Director Wu. Also, I'll take care of your wife's matter, ensuring that you two rekindle your romance 20 years later. How about that? Yang Xiao, old Yang, you need to think this through. Yang Xiao looked at me, and once I finished speaking he said, I told you Wu Rendi will bring something to exchange for you. Looking at my skeptical expression, he finally got to the point, because you, me, and Wu Rendi all share the same constitution. I didn't understand what he meant by the same constitution. I couldn't see any similarities between myself and these two monsters, so I said, don't flatter me, what similarities could I possibly have with you? Saying that is too much flattery for me. Yang Xiao laughed again, believe it or not. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Rendi will come looking for people with our constitution will not be overlooked by him. We'll talk about what comes next later. Old Yang, have you revealed where Sun Dashing is? Since it's already like this, what does it matter if he's one person short? Yang Xiao nodded, and said nothing, pointing toward where Sun Fatty had been murmuring a string of difficult syllables. Suddenly in the air, Sun Fatty appeared out of nowhere, wearing only a large pair of shorts, with his eyes tightly shut, squatting on the ground, as if he were asleep. Yang Xiao looked at him and laughed again. He stopped pretending. The spell was cast by me whether he's awake or not. I naturally. As soon as Yang Xiao finished speaking, Sun Fatty opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yang Xiao, he froze for a moment. It seemed he hadn't seen Yang Xiao when he was knocked out. Yang Xiao, do you dare to come again? Before he could finish, Yang Xiao waved his hand to interrupt him. Shut up. Shenla just mentioned it. You don't need to bring up Wu Ren. It was evident that Yang Xiao was frustrated, saying this Wu Rendi was his Achilles heel, and he didn't even want to hear it. Dashin, come here. I had just started speaking when I felt my hand empty. As soon as Sun Fatty appeared, the treasure mouse became particularly excited. Now upon hearing Sun Fatty's voice, the big rat couldn't wait any longer, breaking free from my hand and rushing to Sun Fatty, climbing up his thigh and onto his shoulder. Poor Sun Fatty trembled all over, trying to get the treasure mouse down, but unwilling to part with its luck. Seeing Sun Fatty's terrified appearance, Yang Xiao understood. Are you afraid of rats? Sun Fatty glanced at him. Is it a crime to be afraid of rats? Everyone has something they fear in their life. Lazi, stop staring. Get it down for me, gently, don't scare it, or whether it eats dry or drinks thin in the next life depends on this. Yang Xiao threw the director's uniform at Sun Fatty and changed into his own clothes. As he put on his clothes, I helped put the treasure mouse back into Sun Fatty's jacket pocket. Let's go. After Sun Fatty changed into his clothes, Yang Xiao said. Where to go? Sun Fatty asked. Yang Xiao replied, we start the same way we came in. The road above has been blocked off, aside from the road ahead, there is no other way to go. After he said this, I suddenly remembered something. Old Yang, this trap wasn't set by you, was it? You spent so many spirit stones just to lure us in here. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiao said, set a trap. I don't have that kind of leisure time. However, the person who set this trap is not simple. When I came in, he tested me. If I hadn't had some skills, I would have fallen for his tricks. Tested you? I recalled that when the four of us entered, we encountered an ice corpse. Monk Xiao had mentioned the rarity of ice corpses. This shouldn't be considered a test. In the end, he even pointed us to a path. It seemed that he did so out of respect for Monk Xiao. Coupled with that signed soul lamp, the person who set this trap should be that Xiao Sand. After Sun Fatty regained his freedom, he said little. After listening for a while, he blinked at Yang Xiao. How did you know we would choose this road? This is a road of life and death. If you can't even see that, then you too are of no use to me. At the very least, Wu Rendi wouldn't waste that item to trade for you. Indeed, it is a road of life and death. Sun Fatty and I exchanged glances, and Monk Xiao and Director Xiong were in a precarious situation, unable to just stand by. Almost simultaneously, we both ran back to the entrance. It's too late. With so much time passed, those two have probably died several times already. Yang Xiao, seeing our intention, said leisurely. Ignoring him, Sun Fatty and I continued running toward the entrance when we saw two people panting as they came in. The ones who entered were indeed Monk Xiao and Director Xiong, who had supposedly died several times. They had lost their hunting rifles, with Director Xiong holding his sidearm and Monk Xiao carrying the 5.4 I had seen before. Little La Z, is everything alright here? I thought I was the only one left. Before Monk Xiao could finish, he noticed Yang Xiao looked at them, entering safely, equally perplexed, but said nothing, his head tilted as he pondered something. He can be considered an acquaintance of ours who I heard that Sun Dasheng and I fell into a pit. Fearing something would happen to us, he came down to check. I forced myself to concoct a reason for Yang Xiao's presence. That doesn't make sense. Director Xiong, being an old policeman, immediately caught the flaw in my words. The way up is blocked by stones. How did your acquaintance get down? Old Xiong, why bother? Monk Xiao, who had been around long enough, could tell Yang Xiao was no ordinary person, turned and told Director Xiong, I said he's an acquaintance. What are you still nagging about? Old Xiao, what happened to you two? While Director Xiong was still processing, I quickly changed the subject. Don't mention it. I misjudged the situation. We chose a dead end when we first entered. Everything seemed fine, but after just a few minutes the path changed and became increasingly unclear. As an experienced Taoist, I recognized at a glance that the path had transformed into the ghostly road leading straight to the underworld. Fortunately, we discovered it early. When I and Old Xiong tried to run back, evil spirits emerged to block our way. The hunting rifles were useless, and it was thanks to this old fellow that I made it out. Speaking of which, Monk Xiao weighed the 5.4 in his hand and continued. After firing a few shots, I managed to bring Oh, come off it. Director Xiong scoffed at the notion that Monk Xiao brought him out in the end. I was the one carrying you out, oi. At that time, it was true you fired shots, and I admit your handgun is extraordinary how it could pierce through several ghosts, but it couldn't withstand the sheer number of them. Once you ran out of bullets, I just noticed that his smoothbore handgun was wide open, revealing an empty magazine. Those ghosts surged forward, and I heard someone shouting something at the end of the road, and those ghosts charged at you. You were paralyzed with fear. It was during that moment that I was able to carry you out. Someone shouted something. Yang Xiao perked up. What did they say? Did you catch it? Director Xiong shook his head. I couldn't make it out, but it didn't sound like human speech. Oh. Yang Xiao nodded, falling silent. Seeing Monk Xiao still shaken, I asked Old Xiao, what do we do now? Who knows what else? Should we continue forward, or go back? You decide. Monk Xiao hesitated, no longer as eager to press on as before. It seemed walking halfway down this dead end had really frightened him. Does anyone have a cigarette? Give me one, of my pack ran off earlier. Monk Xiao said. After receiving the Zhongnanhai handed to him by Director Xiong, Monk Xiao lit it and took a few deep puffs before saying, since we've come this far we should keep going. Besides, this path leads to life, but we should be fine getting out. Even if we go back, the exit is blocked, and whether we can get out is still uncertain. Monk Xiao does have a point. Since we've come this far, the exit may be ahead. Even if there are people ahead, they're likely to be Xiao Sand, and given Monk Xiao's connections, he wouldn't make things difficult for us. With that thought, it seemed more beneficial to continue forward. We rested for a moment, and then got up to continue walking. As we moved forward, Yang Xiao kept his head down in silence, quietly following at the back. Initially, Monk Xiao tried to strike up a conversation, but Yang Xiao responded with the same few phrases, oh, I don't know, to brush him off. And after a few exchanges, Monk Xiao had nothing more to say to Yang Xiao. After walking the path of life for over 20 minutes, just when we felt the road might be endless, a glimmer of light. This time, even Director Xiong fell silent, pulling out his handgun and nervously staring at the light ahead. As we drew closer, the light grew brighter. After 3 minutes, the exit finally appeared before us. Upon seeing the exit, we five instead walked slower, ultimately stopping more than 10 meters away from it. I was about to say I would go check it out, when suddenly someone outside the exit said, just come in when you reach the door. I'm not going to ask you to come out, am I? Monk Xiao trembled at the sound of that voice. Is that Sanda? Is it Xiao Sand? His voice cracked, unable to control his emotions. Alas, the person sighed, and when he spoke again there was a hint of melancholy. Who else could it be but Xiao Sand? Monk, you've done well to find your way here. Outside the exit was a stone cave about 20 meters long, where a nearly naked bearded man was sitting in. Monk Xiao froze for a moment upon seeing him, but the bearded man laughed heartily. Monk, it's been 30 years, you don't recognize Xiao Sand anymore. Master Xiao rushed over and embraced the bearded man, tears mingling with laughter as he said, Sanda, it's been 30 years, and I haven't heard from you at all. I thought. The bearded Xiao Sanda laughed heartily. I can't die that easily. The two old friends talked and laughed, tears flowing, stirring deep emotions in those who watched. I circled the stone cave, noticing dozens of ropes tied to the walls, all densely hung with dried fish. Without sunlight, the cave was damp, and most of the fish had rotted, filling the air with a foul stench. Aside from these dried fish, there was nothing else edible in the cave. It seemed that Xiao Sanda had survived on these dried fish for over 30 years. At that moment, the money rat in Fatty Sun's pocket stirred and flipped out, scampering to the ground and climbing towards the... Once it reached the wall, it raised its two front paws and scratched at the wall. Hee, this little creature has some skills. A money rat is indeed a money rat. Xiao Sanda also noticed the money rat's actions and chuckled. He approached and fumbled along the wall for a while, not noticing he had triggered any mechanism, when suddenly a series of creaking sounds echoed and 3 stone walls in the cave rose simultaneously. The dozens of ropes that were originally nailed to the wall lost their tension and fell, scattering the dried fish all over the ground. However, at that moment no one cared about a few stinky dried fish. As the stone walls rose, they revealed a mass of gold ingots hidden inside. The space behind the walls was several hundred meters, and this cave was effectively a treasury. Sanda, have you been guarding these gold ingots for 30 years? Over the past few days I observed coldly, and Master Xiao seemed to be a person who loved wealth, but when he said this his tone was filled with surprise. Do you think I wanted to? Xiao Sanda sighed, and quickly changed the subject. What about these little friends you brought? Why not introduce them? Master Xiao nodded with a smile. Director Xiong briefly introduced me and Fatty Sun as members of the polling bureau. Xiao Sanda was not particularly surprised and chuckled. I suppose I can be considered half a senior of yours. By the way, is your bureau chief Gao Yang? That old thing is still alive, right? I imitated his tone and replied with a smile, he should still be alive. It seems he's doing quite well. He is broad-minded and plump, able to eat and sleep, even fatter than I am, Fatty Sun chimed in. Xiao Sanda chuckled, but did not inquire further about Gao Yang or the polling bureau. When it came to introducing Yang Xiao, Master Xiao was at a loss, because he had no idea who Yang Xiao was. It was Yang Xiao who proactively said, Yang Xiao, just a gopher serving a few leaders. Xiao Sanda looked at him deeply, but remained silent. He turned back to Master Xiao and said, Monk, I initially wanted to live out my remaining years here. Since you came personally, I'll give you this face, and I'll go up with you. Let's go enjoy some sunlight. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiao swayed and blocked his path, coldly saying, don't rush to leave. I can't break the restriction here. You've been trapped for 30 years, so you should know better than I do. Restriction. I thought for a moment I had seen these two words in the data room. It referred to a confinement array. However, in my impression, restrictions were not particularly formidable formations. As long as one had a basic understanding of Daoist techniques, breaking a restriction shouldn't be too challenging. Nevertheless, hearing Yang Xiao say he couldn't break this restriction left me somewhat puzzled. The muscles at the corner of Xiao Sanda's eyes twitched slightly as he asked, what was your name again? Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao. Which Xiao? Xiao Sanda stared at Yang Xiao for a while before asking. Yang Xiao coldly replied, the Xiao of freedom. Xiao Sanda glanced at Yang Xiao again, seemingly relieved, but did not speak further. Master Xiao, who had initially been excited, was now stunned. Restriction. Sando, is it a one-person array? Xiao Sanda's smile vanished completely, and without paying attention to Master Xiao he coldly stared at Yang Xiao. Up there, was it you who opposed me? Yang Xiao sneered a few times and said, I don't know if you underestimated me, or if I overestimated you. That little trick was not difficult. His words were extremely arrogant, somewhat reminiscent of Wu Rin's demeanor. While they were speaking, Master Xiao bit his left index finger, flinging the blood towards the cave entrance. Just as a few drops of fresh blood were about to fly out of the cave, they abruptly changed direction in midair, as if the gravitational pull on the ground had suddenly intensified, causing the blood to fall onto the ground before the cave entrance. It truly is a one-person array. Master Xiao's voice had already broken. A one-person array is a variant formation within the confinement arrays. It was originally an array within ancient imperial tombs. After an emperor's death, a Taoist or monk would remain in the tomb to guide the emperor's soul back to the Ziwei star. It's akin to a Taoist or monk who accompanies the emperor in burial. To prevent this Taoist or monk from escaping the tomb or destroying the burial items, a confinement array would be set within their range of movement. This formation targets Taoists and monks. No matter how formidable one's spells are, they cannot escape this confinement array, as it only confines one person, hence the name, one-person array. The one-person array was indeed documented in the polling bureau's archives, and I had seen that there was no recorded method for breaking it. Suddenly I thought of a question. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem like a one-person array. A one-person array can only confine one person. We have so many people here, so how does that work? Yang Xiao listened to my words, sneered coldly, and pointed his chin towards Xiao Sanda, saying, it's indeed a one-person array, but he has added a variation inside it. Yang Xiao paused for a moment, and continued, he has some skills. He changed the one-person array's characteristic of not allowing entry or exit into one, where as long as one person acts as a bait, the rest can come and go freely. However, it seems that after so many years we are the first group of people to come in. At this moment, Fatty Sun had already approached, his pockets stuffed full of gold ingots. He understood Yang Xiao's words, so we came in. Who did Xiao Sanda turn into that bait? Yang Xiao pointed to his own nose. Me. Xiao Sanda was indeed careless and had mistaken Yang Xiao for merely a ghost. He secretly placed a restriction on Yang Xiao as the bait which others couldn't sense, but Yang Xiao felt the restriction placed on him, and being exceptionally clever understood immediately what was going on. There's a misunderstanding here, right, Sanda? Master Xiao came over to mediate. Xiao Sanda continued to coldly stare at Yang Xiao, remaining silent. He was also secretly distressed. Many years ago he learned from the files of the Special Cases Office that before the Jin dynasty was destroyed by the Mongols, the last emperor of Jin, Wanyan Qinglin, realized the fate of the nation was sealed and ordered all the gold and silver in the treasury to be hidden in a secret place. The map to the hidden treasure was drawn on a silk scarf stored by the crown prince to be used for restoration after the fall of the Jin dynasty. Unfortunately, later Jin Jing was breached, and Wanyan Qinglin and the crown prince both perished in the chaos, and the scarf disappeared without a trace. This treasure had always lingered in his mind, and later, after a fallout with Master Xiao and Gao Liang, Xiao Sanda left the Special Cases Office in anger. Originally, he planned to leave the continent like this and develop in Hong Kong or Southeast Asia. With his abilities, he could find a decent living anywhere. Just as he boarded a ship to start his illegal crossing, perhaps feeling the vibrant world was within reach, his guard was down. Someone on the same ship took out a silk cloth, looking at it while chuckling. Xiao Sanda glanced over and immediately recognized that it depicted a map with the text recording the map's location written in Jin script from 800 years ago. In the lower left corner was a red seal. Xiao Sanda could see clearly that this seal belonged to the emperor of the Jin dynasty. A premonition surged in Xiao Sanda's throat, and he cast a spell to stun that person, snatching the map and examining it carefully. It was indeed the treasure map depicting the Jin dynasty's treasure from 800 years ago. Xiao Sanda was overjoyed and immediately demanded the smuggler to return. After being refused, he simply killed all 63 people on the ship and disposed of the bodies in the sea to feed the sharks. He left only the captain, sending him back to the continent. The first thing he did upon landing was to silence the captain. Following the instructions on the map, Xiao Sanda arrived at the riverside of my hometown to Qinghe. Back then, after the Jin people buried their gold and silver, they diverted the river upstream to flow over the treasure, and only then did the Qinghe come to be. Xiao Sanda truly had skills. Equipped with tools, he dove to the riverbed and reached the bottom of the large pit. According to the records on the silk scarf, he found the mechanism and smoothly entered the second layer beneath the pit. When he emerged from the entrance, seeing the inner chamber filled with gold and silver, Xiao Sanda became somewhat complacent, not examining much, and just entering the inner chamber. The moment he stepped into the inner chamber, the formation of the one-person array was activated. By the time Xiao Sanda realized what was happening, he found that he couldn't escape no matter what. 5 months later, Xiao Sanda had reached the limit of fasting and starving. He began preparing for a protracted battle. Although he couldn't escape, he still employed the technique of controlling ghosts. Additionally, he made some modifications using the mechanisms and formations left behind by the Jin people. He first altered the water flow direction in the pit through the original mechanisms, and then he cast a spell to control the evil spirits within the dead door, using them to fish to alleviate his hunger after fasting. Thus, Xiao Sanda stayed underwater for 30 years. A few years ago, he accidentally discovered a small flaw in the one-person array. While breaking the array was impossible, he could slightly modify the formation. He could lure people from outside to replace himself in guarding this one-person array. As long as there was one person inside, no matter who it was, the one-person array wouldn't be able to differentiate. Unfortunately, he had a plan, but couldn't implement it. While summoning ghosts in the dead door, he accidentally summoned. Xiao Sanda was quite troubled by this ice zombie, but fortunately the ice zombie was also quite cautious of him, so they coexisted as neighbors without disturbing each other. A few days ago, Xiao Sanda sensed that there was a crowd on the riverbank. Feeling that the opportunity had come, he dispatched over 100 ghosts to create disturbances on the riverbank. However, at that time he still did not know that his old friend Master Xiao from 30 years ago was also present. What followed was a series of deaths during the performance. To be honest, the 3 people who died had no connection to Xiao Sanda. It was those evil spirits who were jealous of the living and caused trouble on their own. Unexpectedly, due to a series of errors under Master Xiao's instigation, the ghostly play began. This time Xiao Sanda seized the opportunity, sending ghosts to throw a large amount of gold and silver onto the boat, enticing greed. The subsequent events unfolded just as Xiao Sanda had calculated. The dam was closed, and the crowd rushed to the riverbed to collect gold and silver. He led everyone to the edge of the large pit, activated the mechanism, and drained the accumulated water in the pit. When the black mist in the pit dissipated, Xiao Sanda used his soul to spy on everyone, only to unexpectedly bump into Master Xiao. Master Xiao, astonished, lost his composure, thinking that Xiao Sanda had died, and his soul had come to report his death. When the 6 people from the neighboring village descended into the pit, unexpectedly, the ice zombie sensed the scent of the living and emerged from underground, killing those 6 who valued money over their lives. Upon learning this on the surface, Xiao Sanda was furious. Later, the 4 of us descended into the pit, and Xiao Sanda also recognized Master Xiao. At that time, he desperately suppressed the ice zombie, which is why it initially behaved so obediently. Unfortunately, later the ice zombie went mad again, but was forced back underground by my short knife. Master Xiao and Director Shen were also saved by Xiao Sanda's ghost controlling technique during the dead door. Everything he did almost developed as he had anticipated. He just didn't expect that the last person, Yang Xiao, would disrupt his entire plan. Xiao Sanda had been in the one-person array for 30 years, and had already reached his limit. Now, just as he was about to break free, the last step was blocked by someone. Xiao Sanda was naturally gloomy, belonging to the type of person who conceals his emotions, clearly wanting to carve Yang Xiao into pieces in his heart, yet not showing a hint of it on his face. Xiao Sanda was uncertain about Yang Xiao's strength. However, Yang Xiao could instantly discern that the one-person array had been tampered with, and just this insight made Xiao Sanda quite wary. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sanda finally spoke first. He looked at Yang Xiao and said, "You say I turned you into the bait for the formation, so why don't you try to leave? If you can go out, it means you miscalculated. Whatever needs to be said, we can talk about it upstairs." Sanda, I tried, and it's clearly just one person. Xiao Hashang had only spoken halfway, when Xiao Sanda cut him off with a sharp reprimand. Shut up. You're mistaken. That's the solitary Yang forbidden array meant to prevent restless spirits from the death formation from causing havoc. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Xiao Hashang was stunned by his words, his face paling slightly as he stared blankly at Xiao Sanda, unable to utter a single word. It's better if you keep quiet. Yang Xiao said coldly, you do have some skill. In just this short time you dismantled my array core and transferred it to. He tilted his chin toward me. His body. Damn it, I broke out in a cold sweat. From Yang Xiao's implication, whoever bore the array core would be trapped in this cave for a lifetime. A lifetime. This was no joke. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Old Yang, is that true? Is the array core really on me? Seeing him fix his gaze unblinkingly on Xiao Sanda, I turned to Xiao Lao Dao and said, Old Xiao, aren't you going to do something? At that moment, Sun Fatty also approached, having understood Yang Xiao's words. Lotzi, don't worry. They'll bring you food and drink. You just watch over this gold here. At most 2 or 3 months. They'll head up and arrange a truck. No, a container truck would be safer. Sun Fatty, you bastard, 2 or 3 months. I started mid-sentence, then suddenly drew my pistol. Sun Fatty seemed to share a telepathic connection with me, pulling out his gun almost simultaneously. Both pistols aimed at Xiao Sanda's head, as we said in unison, remove the array core from me. Him. Xiao Hashang hurried over and blocked my gun barrel, saying, Little Lotzi, put the guns away. No matter what Xiao Sanda was once. He's nothing. I retorted, Old Xiao, are you going blind? Those 2 rows of soul-guiding lamps outside the life and death gate, they manipulate ghosts, don't they? I've never seen them before, but I know the principle. Wherever the lamp spout points, the ghosts go. Look, are the lamp spouts pointing inward or outward? A few days ago during the boat opera, why did yin energy suddenly form fog out of nowhere? And why did so many people die one after another? If it wasn't him, who else could it be? After my few words, Xiao Heshang's face turned even paler. He had already sensed something amiss upon seeing the soul-guiding lamps earlier, but hadn't dared to think along those lines. Now hearing my words, Xiao Hashang fell silent. He glanced at Xiao Sanda, hesitated, and still managed to ask, Sanda, was it you who did those things up above? Xiao Sanda had been expressionlessly staring at Yang Xiao, unflinching even with 2 pistols aimed at his head. But at Xiao Heshang's question, his face instantly changed. He turned to Xiao Hashang and said coldly, I've harmed gods and ghosts, but have I ever harmed you? If it weren't for me, how many times would you have died in the Special Affairs office? You'd have no chance to be here. Sun Fatty and I both thought he was about to curse, but midway through his words Xiao Sanda suddenly spun around and spat a fireball at Yang Xiao. The scene looked familiar. Sun Fatty and I had just done the same thing. It was almost becoming a signature move of the Civil Affairs Bureau Special Affairs Office. If it had been Sun Fatty or me at such close range, and with the fireball coming so fiercely, would have been done for. But Yang Xiao was Yang Xiao. Back on the 15th floor of the Qilin building, Sun Fatty and I had failed to ambush him with 2 pistols. He seemed perpetually on guard against sneak attacks. As the fireball flew toward his face, he struck out with a fist, as if he had calculated it, punching the fireball. It shattered into dozens of smaller flames that rolled on the ground for a while before extinguishing into ash. Is that all you've got? I'm a bit disappointed. Yang Xiao sneered. The words sounded familiar, as if I'd heard someone say something similar before. Dashing, have you heard anyone say that before? Lotzi, can't you tell who said it? Sun Fatty glanced at me and said decisively, Wu Rin Di. Those two were like peas in a pod. Disappointed. Xiao Sanda smirked slightly. That was just an appetizer. Here comes the main course. Come out, Ice Corpse. With Xiao Sanda's roar, an absurdly tall person rushed into the cave from outside. It immediately grabbed Yang Xiao, lifting him up, one hand on his arm and the other on his leg, as if intending to Who else could this person be but the Ice Corpse we had seen earlier? Seeing Yang Xiao subdued by the Ice Corpse, Xiao Sanda let out a strange laugh. You all take your time playing. He'll be off now, ha. While stalling with Yang Xiao, Xiao Sanda had used his ghost-controlling art to locate the Ice Corpse, then expended his own vital energy to lure it here. Fearing Yang Xiao might hear the Ice Corpse's approach, he even spat a fireball to create a distraction. In the end, Yang Xiao was caught off guard by the Ice Corpse's strike. You're laughing too soon. Leave. Stay right here. I said, about to pull the trigger when Sun Fatty shouted from behind, don't hit a vital spot. Aim for the leg. I understood Sun Fatty's intent. If I killed Xiao Sanda with one shot, the array core on me might never be undone and I'd truly be stuck here forever. Bang! The bullet struck Xiao Sanda's leg squarely. To my surprise, he only staggered slightly, gritted his teeth, and dashed out of the cave, disappearing into the life passage without looking back. I was about to fire a second shot, but Yang Xiao, still held aloft by the Ice Corpse, shouted, forget him. Come over here first and help me down. In that moment of hesitation, Xiao Sanda was gone. I chased to the cave entrance, but before I could step out, an invisible wall blocked me, confirming I couldn't escape. Yang Xiao spoke again. Don't bother chasing, it's useless even if you catch him. Come over and help me kill this thing. The Ice Corpse had lifted him, intending to tear him apart. But Yang Xiao's body was unnaturally tough, and the Ice Corpse couldn't budge him. Sun Fatty and I exchanged glances. Rescuing him was no problem. But his goal was to kidnap us. If both he and the Ice Corpse were crippled, that would be the best outcome for Sun Fatty and me. Only if I get down can I lead you out. Hurry. Yang Xiao played his trump card. With no choice, I took a deep breath and walked toward the Ice Corpse from behind, drawing my short sword. The Ice Corpse's eyes were fixed on the short sword in my hand. Seeing me approach, it suddenly hurled Yang Xiao at me. I swiftly dodged aside. Yang Xiao fared worse. His body crashed into a pile of gold ingots, rolling before he could stand up again. I advanced toward the Ice Corpse with the short sword. It stared at the blade, its face contorting with fear, letting out a howl. Stay back. I don't need your help for this. Yang Xiao approached with a cold expression, glanced at my short sword and sneered. Not bad, you've got some decent stuff. He shoved me aside and stood before the Ice Corpse. It was clear Yang Xiao was annoyed that I hadn't helped him earlier. But given our opposing positions, and the fact that Sun Fatty and I still held some value for him, he couldn't do much for now. The Ice Corpse, however, was different. Controlled by Xiao Sanda, it had ambushed and subdued Yang Xiao. As an expert in ghost manipulation himself, Yang Xiao considered being caught off guard by a mere corpse a profound humiliation. Even if Xiao Sanda escaped today, Yang Xiao was determined to annihilate the Ice Corpse utterly. The Ice Corpse sensed Yang Xiao's hostility, but since the dreaded short sword was no longer in sight, it felt temporarily safe. This Yang Xiao before it seemed like a fightable opponent. The Ice Corpse growled low at Yang Xiao. Before it could act, Yang Xiao had already moved. He made a grasping motion in the air with his right hand, and with a flash of sparks, 5 palm-sized fireballs emerged. He flicked one with his left index finger, launching it toward the Ice Corpse's body. The space was too cramped for the Ice Corpse to leap aside as before, and the fireball was too fast, striking its left shoulder directly. Contrary to my expectations, Yang Xiao's fireballs were tiny and flickered, as if they could be blown out with a breath. The fireball burrowed into the Ice Corpse's flesh, burning a transparent hole through its left shoulder in an instant. And that wasn't all. The hole was ringed with flames that spread outward. The Ice Corpse screamed, staggered back, and desperately slapped at the wound to extinguish the fire. Strangely, the more it slapped, the fiercer the flames grew, until its entire left arm was burned off at the root, and only then did the fire slowly die out. The Ice Corpse's nightmare had just begun. Yang Xiao immediately launched a second fireball, then a third and fourth in rapid succession. Each fireball struck one of the Ice Corpse's remaining limbs. Seconds later, only its massive cyan head remained attached to the body. Watching from behind, I broke out in a cold sweat, recalling how I had fired shots at Yang Xiao on the rooftop of the 15th floor building. Just thinking about it now sent chills down my spine. In Wu Ren Dis shadow, Yang Xiao seemed insignificant. I'd even deluded myself into thinking that with Wu Ren Dis short sword in hand I might stand a chance against Yang Xiao. Now I realized I was a frog at the bottom of a well. It was a mercy Yang Xiao hadn't retaliated that day. The ice corpse lay on the ground, its lone head swaying as it screamed incessantly. Yang Xiao watched it coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, barely perceptible smile. His morbid taste was hard for me to stomach. Finally Sun Fatty spoke up. Well, you might as well finish it off. It's giving me the creeps. Not to mention, aren't you forgetting about Xiao Sanda? If you don't bring him back, Lotzi will be stuck here forever. Your plan to blackmail Wu Ren Dis delivery point will have to be set here. At Sun Fatty's words, Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he launched the final fireball at the ice corpse's head. Leaving it to burn, he turned and dashed out of the cave, chasing after the direction Xiao Sanda had fled. Chief Xiong had been stunned by the spectacle since entering. Only when Yang Xiao's figure vanished into the darkness did he recover, turning to Xiao Hashang to ask, "Old Xiao, what the hell is going on?" Xiao Hashang sighed and said, "Don't ask. Knowing too much is a sickness." I looked at the dazed Xiao Hashang and said, "Old Xiao, what about me? If Xiao Sanda is never caught, am I stuck here forever?" No sooner had I spoken than a cold laugh came from within the walls amid the pile of ingots. "Catch me. Dream on." I turned my head. Who else could it be but Xiao Sanda? All four of us in the cave shuddered. Xiao Hashang was the first to react. "Sanda, was that an illusion just now?" Xiao Sanda gave him a cold glance, the joy of their reunion after 30 years gone replaced by a faint trace. "Illusion?" Xiao Sanda sneered with a forced smile. "You wasted those decades in the Special Affairs Office. Can't you tell if it's an illusion or not?" Xiao Hashang was about to retort when Sun Fatty and I pulled him back a few steps. I gripped my pistol and said coldly, "Xiao Sanda, why are you back now? Had a change of heart. Want to remove the array core from me?" Sun Fatty chimed in. "If you're going to remove it, hurry up. Not to mention Yang Xiao will be back once he can't find you outside. Remove it quickly to earn some goodwill." Before Sun Fatty could finish, Xiao Sanda burst into wild laughter, cutting him off. "Yang Xiao, let him survive first. You think the exit is a path to life?" Xiao Hashang suddenly realized. "You reversed the paths of life and death. How did you manage that?" Xiao Sanda nodded with a smile. "Only now you see. Why do you think the one-person array was set up here? Did you think it was just to guard the gold?" Xiao Sanda then dug a mummified corpse out from the pile of gold ingots. "Come meet him. This is the first guardian of the one-person array, also the last national master of the great Jin dynasty, Wang Huai, a renegade disciple of the Chuanjin sect. He was the true keeper of the surrounding formations. He tossed the corpse before us. You might not believe it, but when I first entered, this one-person array was dormant. This 800-year-old corpse still had vital signs, and on it was a silk scroll. It was densely covered with Wang Huai's insights on Taoist arts and metaphysics, as well as his research on formations. The life and death path outside was originally set up by Wang Huai. Altering its route wasn't all that complicated. As Xiao Sanda spoke confidently, a sense of foreboding crept over me. Though I didn't believe Yang Xiao was finished, my fingers instinctively flicked off the safety on my pistol. I stole a glance at Sun Fatty. He had already drawn his pistol behind his back. "These are trivial." In the scroll, I found an even more interesting technique. Nourishing the living with living souls. At this, Xiao Sanda paused and swept his gaze over the four of us, finally settling on Xiongba. "They all have some connection to me one way or another. You seem to be the only outsider. No need for further consideration. Let's start with you." Chief Xiong hadn't earned his position for nothing. Though he didn't know exactly what this bearded old man intended, the cave had been a parade of bizarre events since they descended, and he had even accompanied Xiao Hashang halfway along the death path. Hearing Xiao Sanda's words, Chief Xiong understood. He was likely about to have his living soul extracted to nourish this man. There was no room for negotiation. Chief Xiong drew his Type 64 pistol and without warning fired a full magazine into Xiao Sanda's head. When the bullets ran out, Xiao Sanda had already collapsed to the ground, bright red blood mingling with a pool of white matter oozing out. Xiao Sanda was dead. This was almost absurd. All four of us were baffled by the situation. I had expected Xiao Sanda to exhibit some extraordinary ability like invulnerability to weapons. After all, as a veteran of the Special Affairs Office, he shouldn't have been without tricks. Even as Xiongba fired, I had a fleeting premonition that something would happen to him, that he was walking into a tragic end. But now Xiao Sanda lay dead on the ground. What was he trying to do? Suicide. Sun Fatty was equally perplexed, and asked Xiao Hashang, "Old Dao, what's his game here?" Not to mention had already escaped, but he came back just to die again. Has he gone stupid after 30 years in this? Xiao Hashang's eyes had reddened, but at Sun Fatty's words he froze. "Little Fatty, what did you say?" "Say it again." Sun Fatty thought Xiao Hashang was upset over his old friend's death, and tried to console him. "Old Dao, take it easy. It's already happened. Not to mention..." "Wait. Let me speak." Xiao Hashang suddenly roared, startling Sun Fatty. He grabbed Sun Fatty by the collar and demanded, "Repeat what you just said." "What did I say?" Sun Fatty struggled to recall. Had already escaped, but he came back just to die again. Has he gone stupid after 30 years in this place? That's it. Came back just to die again. Xiao Hashang suddenly understood everything. He spun around and shouted at Chief Xiong, "Xiongba, get away from there. Come here quick." In his panic, Xiao Heshang's words weren't very clear. Chief Xiong frowned. Old Xiao slowed down. He only got halfway through his sentence when several small holes appeared on his face and forehead. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chief Xiong collapsed heavily, convulsed a few times on the ground, and then died. I was stunned by the sight. From my experience, Chief Xiong had been killed by gunfire, but the bullets seemed to have come from inside him. It didn't make sense. Xiao Sanda, get up. Stop playing dead. Xiao Heshang said weakly to Xiao Sanda's corpse. No need for tricks. I was part of that incident in 75 too. If you keep this up, it'll make sure you die for real this time. Giggle giggle. The corpse of Xiao Sanda on the ground suddenly emitted a laugh that didn't sound human. Then the corpse moved, rising from the ground. The bullet holes on its face had vanished completely, and his once graying beard had darkened noticeably. He looked at Xiao Heshang with a strange smile. I forgot, you were involved in that back then too. I thought ID pulled it off without anyone noticing. You were the one in charge of that case back then. Given your nature, it's no surprise you learned those skills. Xiao Heshang's voice was slow but unwavering. But you shouldn't have used them to kill. You've already crossed the point of no return. With that, Xiao Heshang turned to me and Sun Pongzi and said, be careful. Xiao Sanda is no longer human. He's now a subject for your Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Xiao Sanda did not refute him. He merely continued to let out a strange, grating chuckle. I had a hunch what Xiao Heshang was about to say, but I asked anyway, so what do we do now? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Heshang declared firmly, kill him. Remember, there's only one way to finish him, cut off. Haha. Xiao Sanda let out another eerie laugh. He said nothing, just stared at the three of us with that sinister grin. I exchanged a glance with Sun Pongzi, and we flanked Xiao Heshang as he stood behind. We formed a triangular formation blocking Xiao Sanda's path. After a moment, seeing that neither Sun Pongzi nor I made a move, Xiao Heshang barked, lad, are you just posing? Get to it. I pursed my lips and retorted, old Xiao, haven't you heard, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. And no one's stopping you. You go first, oh great sage. As the last word left my mouth, my gun was already aimed at Xiao Sanda's head. Beside me, Sun Pongzi mirrored my action as if we had rehearsed it countless times. Bang 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 bang. Both pistols fired simultaneously. At this close range, even Sun Pongzi's aim would be flawless, let alone mine. The moment we pulled the triggers, Xiao Sanda's body twisted unnaturally. It wasn't until the gunfire ceased that his form returned to normal. Seeing Xiao Sanda still standing there unscathed, I began to doubt myself. Had any of those dozen or so bullets from Sun Pongzi and me actually hit him? Since my first shot in the military, I had never questioned my aim like this. Useless. Bullets are useless against him. He designed the prototype for your ammunition. He knows how to dodge it. Xiao Heshang finally reacted, shouting from behind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Furious, I tossed aside my pistol, drew my baton, and swung it at Xiao Sanda's head. The ambush quickly devolved into a brawl. Sun Pongzi holstered his gun, pulled out his own baton, and charged in, not forgetting to yell at Xiao Heshang, old Dao, you only shout after the bullets are spent. Whose side are you on? Xiao Heshang also drew a black rod from his back, its material not unlike the baton Sun Pongzi and I wielded. He hesitated, still afraid to join the fray, and merely shouted from behind, his head is the weak spot. Aim for the head. As if that were easy. I was seething inside. Xiao Sanda seemed to be surrounded by a magnetic field that repelled my baton. Every time I was about to land a blow, the weapon would inexplicably bounce away. Sun Pongzi fared no better, his attacks were equally futile. Xiao Sanda made no move to retaliate, just watched us with that mocking grin, as if we were two monkeys performing a circus act. I gritted my teeth and feinted with the baton in my right hand, then drove my left fist straight into Xiao Sanda's nose. 2 streams of dark red blood immediately trickled down. Xiao Sanda didn't even flinch, as if the blow had landed on someone else. I hesitated, ready to throw another punch, but his indifferent expression gave me pause. Just then Xiao Sanda finally spoke. Wiping the blood with the back of his hand, he looked at me and said, too weak. The Special Affairs Office really has declined with each generation. Oh, it's called the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs now. No sooner had he finished than he suddenly swung his palm toward my head. I instinctively blocked with my arm, but the force still sent me flying, crashing into a pile of treasure nearby. I managed to shout, Desheng, retreat. As I hit the ground, I saw Sun Pongzi already by Xiao Heshang's side, both seemingly ready to flee. It suddenly dawned on me they could run, but I was the formation's anchor. What about me? Xiao Sanda watched me sprawled on the ground, a strange expression flickering across his face. He turned to Xiao Heshang, who was at the cave entrance, and said, Monk, doesn't this remind you of Daling Mountain back in 70? I was knocked down by the Crimson Fiend, and you and Fatty Gao were about to escape. If it weren't for Big Guy and the others showing up, I'd have been done for back then. He paused, then continued. Now it's almost the same. You're still you, and there's another fat man with some reckless kid lying on the ground. Only now I've become the Crimson Fiend. How ridiculous, haha, how ridiculous. Sanda, Xiao Heshang stepped forward, turned back. Let's go find Gao Yang. He's run the Bureau for years. He must have a way to change you back. Shut up. You just said it yourself. I can't turn back. Remember who first proposed exterminate all demons on sight? It was me. What a joke. I'm supposed to exterminate myself. How absurd. And why would I want to turn back? I've worked so hard. Xiao Sanda grew more agitated. Looking at me, still feigning death on the ground, he said, Kid, stop pretending. I used to do the same lying there playing dead, but the Crimson Fiend saw through it. Back then someone saved me. Who will save you now? Forget it. Better to die early and reincarnate quickly. With that, Xiao Sanda raised his right foot and stomped toward my head. The instant his foot descended, I flipped up abruptly, a gleaming short sword in my hand, its tip aimed at the sole of Xiao Sanda's descending foot. Silently, and without resistance, the sword tip pierced straight through Xiao Sanda's foot. Astonished by how easily it went through, I pressed forward, driving the blade through and splitting his foot open. It all happened in a flash. A second later, dark red blood erupted in a burst. Xiao Sanda stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to the pain. He hadn't expected me to wield such a divine weapon. His face turned ashen, and after a few more seconds his body swayed before he finally collapsed to the ground. In an instant the tables had turned. I stood up while Xiao Sanda lay on the ground, clutching his foot and trembling. Yet he was stubborn, gritting his teeth without uttering a sound despite the severe injury. I looked at Xiao Sanda on the ground, still shaken. Turning around, I yelled at Sun Pongzi, "Fatty son, do you have to do this every time? If you're going to run, at least give a signal. You always leave me as the sacrificial lamb. Do you think you just have to outrun me?" Before I could finish my rant, I saw Sun Pongzi and Xiao Heshang's expressions change. Sun Pongzi pointed behind me and said, "Behind you, Xiao Sanda." At that moment, I sensed something at my back. Without turning, I slashed backward with the short sword. Seizing the opportunity, I glanced back and saw that Xiao Sanda, who had been writhing on the ground, was now standing. To call it standing wasn't quite accurate. His feet were off the ground, hovering in midair behind me. Blood still dripped from his right foot, but there was no trace of pain on his face. He stared at me with a lifeless gaze. "Not bad, kid. Any last words?" "Monk," he called to Xiao Heshang. "This kid's not bad. Fulfill his last wish for him." "He can fulfill his own wishes," a cold voice replied. Then two figures entered the cave, one after the other. One dressed in red, one in white, both familiar faces. The one in red was Yang Xiao, who had chased after Xiao Sanda earlier. He had been wearing gray sportswear, but now he was drenched in blood from head to toe, reeking of it. It looked as though he was wearing a red outfit. The one in white was the speaker, clad entirely in white from head to toe. His aloof aura was so intimidating I dared not meet his gaze. Wu Rendi, director of the 6th Division of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Wu Rendi ignored Sun Pongzi and Xiao Heshang. He glanced at Xiao Sanda, but his attention quickly shifted to the short sword in my hand. "I didn't expect you to be so fortunate," he said. Wu Rendi ignored Sun Pongzi and Xiao Heshang. He glanced at Xiao Sanda, but his attention quickly shifted to the short sword in my hand. "I didn't expect—" His face and clothes were splattered with blood, making him look ferocious. He said nothing, just stared at Xiao Sanda with a cold smirk. But Xiao Sanda no longer paid him any attention, his eyes fixed on Wu Rendi. Director Wu frowned and said coldly, "You probably haven't seen me before." Knowing escape was hopeless, Xiao Sanda decided to be bold. "Even if I haven't seen you, I've heard of your white hair. You're Wu Mian, right? Did Gao Liang send you to kill me?" Wu Rendi let out a cold snort. "My name is now Wu Rendi. And remember, I don't like people who think they know everything. Stop your little tricks." Wu Rendi suddenly showed a look of disgust and snapped at Xiao Sanda. "If you think you can ambush me, go ahead and try. Otherwise, stay put." Beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from Xiao Sanda. With a clang, a black short-handled Vajra pestle fell to the ground more than 10 meters behind him. Wu Rendi smiled contemptuously. "I'm just here to relay a message. Xiao Sanda, you were the one who proposed exterminate all demons on sight. You know what you need to do." Xiao Sanda's face turned ashen. Wu Rendi glanced at him and asked, "Anything else?" Xiao Sanda was confused. "What do you mean?" Wu Rendi tilted his chin toward him. "If not, then go. No need to see you out." "You're letting me go?" Oh. Xiao Sanda was stunned. Not just him. All of us were taken aback. Intimidated by Director Wu's usual tyranny, Sun Pongzi, and I dared not speak up. Yang Xiao feared Wu Rendi like a mouse fears a cat. Since the cat had spoken, the mouse had no objection. Xiao Heshang seemed about to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Granted a sudden reprieve, Xiao Sanda turned and limped toward the cave entrance. As he passed Yang Xiao lifted his eyelids and sized him up. "Next time we meet, we'll settle our accounts properly." Xiao Sanda pretended not to hear and hobbled out of the cave. "You just let him go like that?" Sun Pongzi turned to Wu Rendi after watching Xiao Sanda leave. "Not satisfied? Go after him then." Wu Rendi shot Sun Pongzi a glance, and that one sentence left him speechless. Xiao Heshang, however, seemed unimpressed by Wu Rendi's disappearance. He barely looked at Wu Rendi, especially after Xiao Sanda left, even turning his head away to avoid his direction. Suddenly a thought struck me. No, the path of life and death outside has been reversed. If Xiao Sanda goes out now, he'll be walking the path of death. My voice trailed off with uncertainty. I looked at Wu Rendi, who narrowed his eyes, a faint, barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Heshang whirled around and glared at Wu Rendi. "If you want him dead, you could do it with a flick of your finger. There's no need to push him out to walk the path of death again." Wu Rendi raised his eyelids to look at him. "I only promised Gao Liang I'd spare Xiao Sanda once. I won't kill him, but whether he lives or dies on his own is none of my concern." With that, he turned his head away, ignoring Xiao Heshang. I realized something. The white-haired Wu Rendi had known Xiao Heshang before. Although he had never met Xiao Sanda, they had heard of each other. I recalled how Wen Ming once telling me about the Bureau's history. Wu Rendi was brought back from Jiangxi by Gao Liang in the 80s. By then Xiao Hashang and Xiao Sanda had already parted ways with Gao Yang. How did he and Wu Rendi know each other? Before I could dwell on it, Yang Xiao spoke up, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. What about me? If you're letting me go, I'd rather walk the path of death again. This was clearly directed at Wu Rendi. No, Director Wu replied without any room for negotiation. Yang Xiao let out a long sigh. Whatever. I've lived a few extra days anyway. Will you do it yourself? Make it quick. You want me to do it, so I should. Who do you think I am? Wu Rendi's tone remained as sharp and caustic as ever, but now it sounded almost endearing. I had always thought his temper matched his abilities. So what do you mean? Yang Xiao grew tense again. Death he might not fear, but who knew what Wu Rendi was capable of? Yang Xiao knew no fewer than 100 methods to extract a soul from a living body, imprison it, and prevent reincarnation. That was what truly terrified him. Cold sweat dripped from Yang Xiao. Wu Rendi sneered at him before finally saying, October 22nd. What? Not just Yang Xiao, but all of us were baffled by Wu Rendi's cryptic remark. October 22nd. You don't want me to say it a third time, do you? Wu Rendi rolled his eyes. Yang Xiao finally seemed to understand. His face flushed from pale, and he muttered incessantly, October 22nd, October 22nd. Seeing his near-manic state, Sun Pengzi felt a pang of pity. Old Yang, take it easy. It's not the end of the world. In 20 years you'll be. I realized what he was about to say, and quickly covered his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? October 22nd. Is the day Yang Xiao's wife reincarnates, Director Wu. Obviously, Wu Rendi still showed no kindness. He turned to the still-stunned Yang Xiao. Your wife's soul can reincarnate, but it's inherently weak. Whether she'll survive to adulthood is uncertain. Every 99 days you'll need to reforge her soul until she turns 16. Let me make it clear, I don't have the time to look after her. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded with joy. Most of what he had done in Qilin City was to save his wife. Now even if it meant swapping his life for hers, I believed, he wouldn't hesitate. Hearing Director Wu mention a flaw in his wife's soul, Yang Xiao grew anxious again. What do we do? Wu Mian. Director Wu, your bureau is full of capable people. You won't let my wife's soul dissipate, will you? Wu Rendi snorted and turned away. Yang Xiao grew desperate. Director Wu, you can't just stand by and let her die. Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Pengzi leaned in and whispered in Yang Xiao's ear. Are you dense? If others can't do it, what about you? Yang Xiao snapped out of it and looked at Wu Rendi. You want me to reforge my wife's soul myself? Wu Rendi raised his eyelids. Don't wanna. I do. Yang Xiao practically shouted the word. Standing next to him, I was startled by the intensity of his longing for redemption. Wu Rendi gave a half-smile. Hey, race your path, join the bureau. Your wife's affairs are your own responsibility. But his tone turned icy. From now on, regardless of your intentions, you must not use dark arts to harm anyone. If you do, you die, and your wife is left to fend for herself. Before Yang Xiao could declare his resolve, the ever-observant monk, Xiao, coldly said, Are you done speaking? Before Wu Rendi could respond, I suddenly realized I was the array core. Wu Rendi had let Xiao Sandai go, but my issue remained unresolved. What should I do? Am I really supposed to stay here for a lifetime? With this thought, I dejectedly said, It seems you all have forgotten something. I am the array core, and I cannot leave. Array core. Wu Rendi glanced at me and coldly snorted, So what? Did I ever say you can't leave? One-person array. Can this even be called an array? Saying this, he grabbed my left hand with one hand and continuously drew circles in the air with the other, then strode towards the cave's exit. Being dragged by him, I made it to the cave entrance where Wu Rendi was the first to step out, pulling me along with another tug. I felt as if a plastic-like substance was enveloping my body. With Wu Rendi's assistance, I broke free from the cave's constraints and emerged effortlessly. The array that Yang Xiao and Xiao Sandai could not break through was treated playfully by Wu Rendi as he led me out. Was the gap in their strengths really that vast? The world outside was vastly different from when we entered, and the air was laced with a pungent smell. The gas stung my eyes, causing them to water, let alone using my heavenly eye. I couldn't even see normally. I squinted, barely able to see some objects around me. Its malevolent energy. Wu Rendi stood beside me, seemingly unaffected by the sharp, acrid aura. Yang Xiao, Sun Pengzi, and Monk Xiao also emerged from the cave one after another. While Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao were unaffected by the malevolent energy, I could still understand that. But when Monk Xiao and Sun Pengzi came out, both were wide-eyed and looking around. I couldn't tell how the malevolent energy was affecting them. Little spicy, you should close your eyes. Monk Xiao came over to me and said, You are born with a heavenly eye, too sensitive to the malevolent energy here is too intense. It will harm your eyes and senses. Listening to Monk Xiao, I closed my eyes and continued walking forward, supported by Sun Pengzi. After walking for a short while, I heard Sun Pengzi shout, What's that ahead? Can you see if it's a person? I instinctively opened my eyes. By now they had somewhat adjusted to the malevolent energy in the air, and the initial stinging sensation had faded. Following the direction Sun Pengzi pointed, I saw a white figure collapsed on the ground. It was a person, but their head was already missing. The figure wore nothing but a tattered pair of shorts, and one foot was split in half. Who else could it be but Xiao Sandai? Xiao Sandai. Monk Xiao broke down in tears upon seeing the headless corpse. Wu Rendi also stepped over to take a look, remaining silent as he stood there, seemingly unfazed by the sight of the body. After crying for a while, Monk Xiao removed his oversized robe and wrapped Xiao Sandai's corpse in it. Without needing my or Sun Pangzi's help, he slung it over his back and said, Sandai, it's time to go home. Before we could move forward, Yang Xiao called out, wait a moment, I'm going to set up an array to cover our yang energy. As he spoke, he pulled out a red rope from behind his waist, tying it into a dead knot. It seemed he intended to ensnare all of us in this rope. Wu Rendi shot him a glance. If you want to hang yourself, go ahead, don't drag me into it. Yang Xiao wanted to say more, but hesitated on how to address Wu Rendi. Wu Director, this method of concealing yang energy is still somewhat effective. Ghosts cannot see yang people. Without waiting for him to finish, Wu Rendi let out a cold laugh. Humph. Ghosts cannot see yang people. Are you too ashamed to face people? Have the guts to come? Do you think I, Wu Rendi, cannot handle it? The last word of Director Wu was shouted out. With his shout, the previously sharp and stinging malevolent energy dissipated without a trace, and the vague shadows that had been appearing vanished instantly. I even experienced an illusion that this dark path began to brighten. Yang Xiao was also taken aback by Wu Rendi's shout. His face paling. The shock in his heart was tenfold greater than what showed on his face. Earlier he had been outsmarted by Xiao Sandai, wandering back and forth on a dead end. Initially he had relied on his ghost control technique, managing to deal with dozens of ghosts, but the number of evil spirits on this dead end was increasing, creating a feeling of endless slaughter. In the end, Yang Xiao didn't even have time to use his ghost control technique before being overwhelmed by the multitude of ghosts. It was also due to his profound skills that he managed to break through a bloody path after great difficulty. In a moment of urgency, he pulled out the red rope to employ the method of concealing yang energy, allowing him to escape. He hadn't run far when he encountered Wu Rendi, who casually pulled him back into the cave where Xiao Sandai was. We moved forward, exiting the dead end without encountering any apparitions. Sun Pangzi and I were fine. We had long grown accustomed to Director Wu's way of doing things. Even if he were to poke a hole in the sky, I would think that was his duty. On the contrary, Monk Xiao, who had always been dissatisfied with Wu Rendi, now wore a slightly pale expression and no longer dared to look Wu Rendi in the eye. As for Yang Xiao, there was no need to mention. He lowered his head, following closely behind Wu Rendi, not leaving a step. If one didn't consider their age and appearance, one might think Yang Xiao was Wu Rendi's son, the kind who was particularly filial. Upon exiting the dead, the numerous guiding soul lamps that had been hanging on the walls were shattered everywhere. Looking at Wu Rendi's calm demeanor, it was clear that he had been the one to break them. After walking for a short while, Wu Rendi suddenly stopped saying nothing and aimed a kick at the wall. With a loud crash, a large hole appeared in the wall. We were all startled, and Sun Pangzi had already run over 30 meters away. What was going on? If you were going to do something, at least let us know, so we could prepare ourselves. I silently grumbled. Wu Rendi turned to glance at us. I'm just opening a path. What do you think is happening? As he spoke, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, hinting at a mocking smile. You should have said something earlier. I almost ran back into the dead end. Sun Pangzi mumbled. Wu Rendi seemed not to have heard, stepping forward and first entering the large hole. After following Wu Rendi for a short while, we finally saw a bright light ahead. The further we walked, the brighter it became. After 5 or 6 minutes, the scene before us opened up, and we finally emerged. We were still on the riverbed of the Daqing River, not far from our village. We had wandered below for less than 4 or 5. It appeared that this exit was the outlet connecting the entire underground river. A few people were already standing sparsely at the exit, led by none other than the head of the Civil Survey Bureau, Director Gao Liang. Seeing us emerge, the stout Gao Liang led his team over. Monk Xiao was fine not looking at Gao Liang, but upon seeing him, he was instantly filled with rage, throwing Xiao Sandai's corpse at Gao Liang. How dare you show your face here? Are you here to see him, or to look at my corpse? Gao Liang remained silent, merely nodding at the people behind him. Let's begin. Be extra cautious. Watching the group of investigators file into the place we had just exited, only then did he glance at the headless corpse on the Director Gao scanned Wu Rendi, who slightly nodded, but did not speak. Monk, it's been over 30 years since we last met. You still have that temper. Whatever you have to say, take your time. Don't be so agitated. With our friendship, what can't we discuss? Gao Liang said to Monk Xiao, enunciating each word. You should talk to him about it. Monk Xiao pointed at Xiao Sandai's corpse, his voice trembling slightly. If you hadn't forced Xiao Sandai away back, then we wouldn't be in this situation now, and Sandai wouldn't have fallen into madness, ending up like this. Gao Liang listened silently to Monk Xiao's words without arguing. Once he finished speaking, he said, Xiao Sandai's fall into madness was his own choice. Blaming me for this is too unjust. Did I force him back then? That decision was not made by me. Think about it. If that decision had been reversed back, then what would— Monk Xiao lowered his head, not looking at Gao Liang, suddenly feeling something was off. I just discovered that Xiao Sandai had fallen into madness. How did you know? Gao Liang chuckled self-deprecatingly. I originally didn't know. 2 years ago, Ouyang Pianzhou was sorting through the files left by the special office and discovered that the files from the incident in 75 had gone missing. Back then, the main people involved were the 3 of us. I didn't take them. You took them, but it wouldn't have mattered, leaving only Xiao Sandai. I still remember what Xiao Sandai said back then. If it fell into his hands with Xiao Sandai's temperament, I don't need to continue, do I? Gao Liang sighed and continued, moreover, I never denied him an opportunity. I asked Director Wu to let him off the hook. Staying silent on this topic was better for Gao Liang, but Monk Xiao was already somewhat deflated. Hearing this made him angrier. Wu Rendi let Xiao Sandai off the hook only to drive him into a dead end. Yes, Xiao Sandai was left to fend for himself, and it had nothing to do with you. Gao Liang's brows furrowed. Wu Rendi interjected, I charged through the dead, and your people won't encounter any issues. Sun Pongzi nodded slightly, then said to Monk, Xiao, the Civil Survey Bureau has records of dead ends across various regions. There shouldn't be a dead end here. Who set it up? Monk Xiao was at a loss for words. The dead end was something Xiao Sandai had created by shifting positions. Alas, Xiao Sandai had brought this calamity upon himself. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The financial mouse in Sun Pengzi's pocket was making noise. Since we exited the inner cave, the financial mouse had been motionless in Sun Pengzi's pocket, even urinating while we were in the dead end. Sun Pengzi caught a whiff of the urine smell and realized that the puddle of water wasn't his cold sweat. Is it the Gao Liang glanced at him just in time to see the financial mouse's head peeking out. Duh, Sheng, you have a financial mouse in your pocket, right? Let me see it. What financial mouse? Director Gao, you must have seen it wrong. I found a chinchilla down there and was planning to take it back to raise. Our dormitory doesn't have a rule against keeping mice, right? Sun Pengzi spoke, evasively attempting to divert Gao Liang's attention. I noticed that Gao Liang didn't intend to covet Sun Pengzi's chinchilla. He merely used it to ease the tension and gave Monk Xiao a way out. Monk Xiao was not foolish. He let out a sigh. Xiao Sandai's death was not unjust. Let's leave it at that. Gao Liang, please take care of arranging a burial for him. Wake up, it's time to get up. I slowly opened my eyes, groggy, facing a bald head. Who is this? Why does he look so What kind of look is that? Senda, are you still half asleep? There's water inside. Go wash your face first. Senda. He called me Senda. Why can't I remember anything? I shook my head trying to recall, but my mind was still blank. Let's focus on the present. Where? I looked around. This is a cave, and the bald man who just called me Senda is squatting at the cave entrance, pulling out a few flags stuck in the ground. Inside the cave, there is a vague figure with his back to me. I can't see his face clearly, just that he is looking up, staring blankly at several drawings on the cave wall. The wall is adorned with drawings of creatures that are neither human nor ghostly, not particularly detailed, just a bit better than children's doodles. I felt as if my mind was stuffed with cotton, still unable to remember who I am or where this place is. This feeling made my heart race. Who are you? Who am I? My voice was not loud, but enough for the two men to hear. The bald man and the one inside the cave turned to look at me. Now I could see clearly that the person inside the cave is a fat man about the same age as the bald man, with a pair of small eyes shining brightly. However, it seems that my relationship with the bald man is clearly better than with the fat man. The bald man finished putting away the flags and walked over directly. Send, are you okay? Huh. I didn't notice before, but why does your face look so ashen? Why are you sweating so much? Your clothes are soaked. I stared blankly, still unable to remember who he is. However, deep down, I felt a connection with this bald man, as if we were like brothers. As for the fat man inside, my feelings were quite the opposite. He felt like a thorn in my heart. I wanted to pull it out, but felt powerless. The bald man frowned as he touched my forehead, then turned to the fat man and shouted, Gao Liang, Sanda has a fever, he's burning up. It seems he's confused. What should we do? Should we take him down the mountain? Anyway, their big guys should be coming soon too. Let's go down early. The fat man, named Gao Liang, also frowned and came over to check my forehead. He squinted his small eyes and thought for a moment, then said, No, Qi Shao is nearby. Oh, if we let it out, it will be a disaster. If it runs away this time, finding it again will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The bald man became a bit anxious. What should we do then? Now Sanda is already spouting nonsense. If we delay treatment, even if he survives, he might be left foolish. He is my brother. I won't care about this Qi Shao nonsense. Saving him is the priority. As he spoke, he picked me up and headed for the cave exit. Wait. Gao Liang stopped the bald man. If you encounter Qi Shao outside, it will be death, and death will come in pairs. Monk, do you want to save Xiao Sanda, or harm him? Hearing Gao Liang say this, the bald man immediately wilted, looking at Gao Liang anxiously. Then what should we do? We can't just watch Sanda die in front of us. Gao Liang hesitated for a moment, then said, You stay in the cave and watch, or I'll take Xiao Sanda down. The monk didn't react right away, stunned for a moment. Aren't you and I the same? Gao Liang glanced at him. I am really not the same as you. Saying this, he moved me from the monk's back to his. Once I go out, I'll seal the cave entrance. Remember, unless you see the big guys coming, even if the cave collapses, you cannot go out. You can only die in the cave. Gao Liang said the last sentence word by word, and just listening to it sent chills down my spine. After finishing instructions with the monk, Gao Liang carried me out of the cave. Outside is a primitive forest, and he walked down the mountain with me on his back. The mountain wind blew against my head, making me a bit clearer, but I was still groggy, unable to remember who I really am. I leaned on Gao Liang's back and asked, Who exactly am I? And you? Who is that bald man? Gao Liang initially didn't plan to answer me, but when I pressed him, he finally replied, You're a big fool. The bald man is your father, and I am your grandfather. Although I was still dizzy, I could still detect his mockery. You're big. Go back. Hurry, the bald man is in trouble. Suddenly my heart tightened, and the first image that came to mind was the bald man from earlier. I couldn't help but exclaim loudly. I had a strong feeling that he was in trouble. What nonsense are you talking? How can you know if something happened to the monk? Do you have clairvoyance? Gao Liang completely disregarded my words. This ominous feeling grew stronger. It was as if I was on the verge of witnessing the monk lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, I disregarded everything and suddenly leaped off Gao Liang's back. I was a bit too forceful and almost knocked Gao Liang over. I got up from the ground and stumbled toward the cave. Gao Liang became a bit anxious. Have you had enough of living? Qi Xiao is nearby, who do you want? Gao Liang only got halfway through his sentence when his expression changed. The air pressure around us suddenly dropped, making it hard to breathe. But the center of this low pressure wasn't us. It seemed to be near the cave we just came from. Damn it. Xiao Senda, it seems you really guessed right. Gao Liang pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his waist, chambered around, and turned to me. Stay here. Qi Xiao's target is Monk Xiao. It won't come here. If you see the big guys, tell them the cave's location and have them come quickly. After saying that, Gao Liang dashed toward the cave. Watching his chubby figure weaving through the trees, I didn't find it funny at all. The feeling of panic in my heart showed no sign of easing, and instead it was intensifying. This feeling was unbearable. It seemed that even if Gao Liang rushed over, he would likely become collateral damage. I sat on the ground feeling a sense of despair, as if waiting for death. I couldn't wait here any longer. There was something hard on my waist belt that I hadn't paid attention to before. Now I took it out. It was a Type 54 pistol, the same model Gao Liang had. Having a weapon in hand, my heart felt slightly more at ease. I unlocked the safety and began to stumble toward the cave. I could see the cave from afar, but I didn't see Gao Liang's figure. He must have already entered the cave. There was no movement inside. Why hadn't that Qi Xiao come yet? Just as I was about to go in, several gunshots echoed from inside the cave. My heart sank. Something had happened inside. If I was outside the cave, there might still be a chance to survive, but inside the cave the space was too confined. The possibility of Gao Liang and the bald man coming out was almost zero. Strangely, after the few gunshots, the cave fell into a deathly silence. There were no cries or screams, nor any other sounds. After a few more minutes, the cave was still silent. I couldn't contain myself any longer. I didn't care about that fat guy Gao Liang. If he died, then so be it. But the monk must not die. I started to have some vague fragments of memory. It seemed I didn't have many friends. If the monk also passed away, I would truly be left all alone. No matter what, I should take a look inside. I carefully walked to the cave entrance, hiding behind a large tree. Peering inside, I saw a person, all red from head to toe, standing inside the cave. It was a bit better than what I had imagined. Gao Liang and the bald monk hadn't encountered any trouble yet, and were holding their ground against the red person. The red person was standing at the perimeter of the cave, as if an invisible glass wall was blocking its way. It was pacing back and forth, but couldn't take a step forward. The red person couldn't enter, but the two inside were also struggling. The monk was frantically changing the positions of several small flags planted in the ground, while Gao Liang looked stern, aiming his gun at the red person. From his demeanor, it seemed the monk couldn't hold out for long. If there was a mistake, the red person might break through the barrier and come in, and Gao Liang would immediately fire. I watched for a while, and then the incident happened. The small flag in the monk's hand paused briefly while changing positions, and the external barrier showed a flaw. The red person let out a howl, breaking through the invisible glass wall and charging toward the two inside. Almost at the same time, the monk mispositioned the flag. Gao Liang's gun went off, targeting the red person's eyes. Gao Liang's marksmanship was not bad, but unfortunately the red person's eyelids were already closed. I don't know how its eyelids grew. Even after being hit by 4 or 5 bullets, it retreated a few steps, but wasn't harmed at all. The red person retreated to the cave's perimeter, giving the monk time to reposition several flags, and the invisible wall reappeared in front of the red person. The two of them were drinking poison to quench their thirst. Gao Liang's bullets would eventually run out. If something similar to what just happened occurred again, they would be very close to death. The red person seemed to realize this too. It was pacing back and forth, waiting for Gao Liang to run out of bullets so it could rush in for the two's remaining lives. At that moment, Gao Liang saw me as if he had seen a savior. He didn't dare make a sound, but stopped staring intently at the red person and occasionally glanced at the green backpacks he had placed at the entrance. Gao Liang kept making subtle gestures toward the green backpacks. Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand that there was something inside. If it weren't for the fact that the red person still hadn't opened its eyes, Gao Liang probably wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Taking advantage of the red person's closed eyes, I picked up a branch and boldly walked to the cave entrance. Gao Liang was indeed cooperating, occasionally making some noise to distract the red person's attention. I used the branch to poke one of the backpacks before slowly retreating. Once I confirmed I hadn't drawn the red person's attention, I carefully opened the backpack, not daring to make a sound. While it was filled with grenades. Originally I was already burning up, and now I felt dizzy again. What on earth are you all doing? I didn't have time to think anymore. Another round of gunfire erupted from inside the cave. Gao Liang shouted from inside, "That's enough. I'm almost out of bullets." I realized he was urging me. They should be unable to hold on much longer. My mind went into a frenzy, and I couldn't care about anything else. I gritted my teeth, grabbed a grenade, twisted open the back cover, hooked the pin on my pinky, and grabbed the backpack filled with grenades. I took a few steps toward the cave entrance. At this point, Gao Liang was no longer the same as before. Sweat streamed down his face in several lines, and a few strands of hair were stuck to his forehead. The situation was worse for the monk. The flags in his hand had become tattered, and it seemed they would break in just a few more. My actions this time were too conspicuous. When the red person heard my footsteps and turned to look at me, I realized that not only its body, but even its eyes were completely red. Seeing me, the red person didn't seem too surprised. Instead, it grinned at me. As it opened its mouth, I saw its teeth red like coral and agate. There was no time to describe its face. I shoved the grenade I was holding into the backpack, yanked it up to pull out the pin through the backpack filled with grenades next to the red person, and then ran out of the cave. Bang! The backpack filled with grenades exploded inside the cave. I vaguely heard Gao Liang's voice mixed in with the explosion. Not that bag. The power of the grenades was far greater than I had imagined. The violent explosion collapsed the cave entrance, scattering rocks that nearly buried it. I looked at the cave entrance and regret flooded in. They wouldn't just be buried alive, would they? Stand up. A voice called out from inside the cave. It was the monk's voice, and it didn't sound like he was hurt. A heavy stone in my heart lifted as I squeezed through the pile of rubble outside the cave. The light inside the cave was not very good, and with dust swirling around, I couldn't see the monk and Gao Liang. Over here. A hand waved at me from the darkness. Then two figures walked out of the shadows, one in front of the other. Xiao Senda, do you want to blow us all up together? If it weren't for the monk's quick reaction, changing the 9-prison formation at the last moment, we would have become your cannon fodder. Gao Liang shouted at me. Both he and the monk looked disheveled. How did they escape from a backpack full of grenades? Aren't you supposed to be dead? I still had no good feelings towards Gao Liang. Besides, didn't you signal me to use a grenade to blow it up? Who said anything about grenades? I was hinting that there's a flare gun in the backpack below. Just shoot it to lure the big guys. You, on the other hand, had 4 grenades in a bag, not wasting a single one. How am I supposed to explain this when I get back? I suddenly remembered the backpack below. From the shape of the indentation in the backpack, it seemed like there really was a handgun or something. Forget it. Since I had a good relationship with the monk, he didn't turn against me. Gao Liang isn't it fine now? Sanda's high fever hadn't subsided, and he couldn't remember who he was, let alone know which was the grenade, and which was the— Let's just leave it at that. Qi Xiao has been sacrificed. Let's meet up with the big guys as soon as possible. I don't want to stay in this cave for another second. Saying this, he pulled Gao Liang along as they walked out over the pile of rubble. I followed behind them, and when we reached the rubble pile formed by the collapsing stones from the explosion, I suddenly stopped in my tracks, wondering if there was anything else I needed to take care of. This seemed like a big deal, and if I didn't complete it, it wouldn't be good for any of us. What was it? As I lowered my head and pondered, a blood-red hand suddenly reached out from the rubble, grabbing my ankle. Startled, I struggled with all my might, but couldn't break free. Once I realized what was happening, I pulled out the handgun from my lower back and shot at the arm 5 or 6 times. Gao Liang and the bald man were just about to exit the cave when they were startled by the gunshots and turned back in shock. The two of them rushed over at the same time. Gao Liang pulled out his handgun and fired, while the monk, not knowing where his gun had gone, simply picked up a large stone and smashed it down towards the red arm. Our resistance had no effect. The red arm showed no intention of loosening its grip and tightened its hold. Gao Liang suddenly shouted, "Monk, get out of the way." Saying this, he pulled out a steel needle from somewhere. The needle was old and rusty. Gao Liang raised the steel needle and stabbed it down towards the arm. This needle had an effect. The red hand recoiled in pain and released my ankle. "Run!" Gao Liang shouted, but it was a bit too late. The stones in the rubble pile began to shift, and then a red figure crawled out from inside. "Run!" The exit was right in front of us. Gao Liang, the bald monk, and I turned and ran towards the cave entrance, but the red figure was faster. To me, it appeared as a red shadow, and in a blink it was already behind us, ready to grab our collars with a mere outstretched hand. We 3 couldn't all die here. That's it. I steal my heart, or it had to be today. I suddenly turned around, embraced the red figure, and shouted, "You all hurry and go." Gao Liang and the monk turned back at the same time. The monk was horrified and wanted to come back to help me, but Gao Liang stopped him. "Senda doesn't want us to die together. Hurry up, Senda can't hold on much longer." The monk hesitated for a moment, but was still pulled out by Gao Liang. The red figure didn't seem too interested in me. Its target was probably the monk. For some unknown reason, the monk attracted it. I exerted all my strength, but I couldn't stop its advance. I merely slowed its pace. However, this was enough time for the monk and Gao Liang to escape from the cave. Seeing its target had disappeared, the red figure shifted its focus to me. It grabbed my shoulders and lifted me up, then threw me against the wall. Bang! I crashed solidly against the wall. At that moment, I felt all the bones in my body scatter, and stars swirled before my eyes. Seeing the red figure was still coming for me, I quickly rolled on the ground, got up, and tried to run outside. Unfortunately, I was still a moment too late. The red figure grabbed my neck from behind, and I heard the joints in my neck cracking. If it applied just a bit more force, However, the red figure didn't seem to want to kill me so easily. It turned me around to face it, and opened its mouth, inhaling deeply towards my facial features. As it inhaled, I felt my vision starting to blur, the surroundings beginning to fade, and my consciousness waning. It felt as though I was leaving my body and drifting towards the red figure's mouth. Just as I was about to be sucked into the red figure's mouth, I suddenly heard someone shout nearby, "Shut up." This jolted me. Before the red figure could close its wide-open mouth, a sharp blade pierced through its back of the head, with the tip protruding from its mouth, by nearly a foot, just a few inches away from destroying my face. Even so, the red figure didn't die. Blood flowed straight from its mouth, but it continued to screech. The person behind turned the blade half a circle and sliced horizontally along the red figure's mouth effectively. Blood sprayed from the red figure's mouth as it fell backward, finally dead. I glanced over to see a giant over 2 meters tall holding a gleaming sword looking at me with concern. Now that the red figure was dead, I had lost my support. With a fever over 40 degrees I guessed as I hadn't measured plus the impact from earlier, and nearly being choked to death, I truly couldn't hold on any longer. My vision darkened, and I collapsed to the ground. I don't know how long it had been, but then I heard someone calling me, "Wake up, we're almost on the ground, the plane is about to land." I opened my eyes to see a fat man. I was momentarily dazed and said, "Who am I?" The fat man touched my forehead. "Are you okay? You have a bit of a fever. Are you confused? You can't remember who you are." Looking at your bewildered expression, he said seriously, "Your name is Sun Lime Sun Dishing you are my." Before he could finish, I recognized the shifty-eyed fat man, and quickly interjected, "I'm your uncle." After coming out of the riverbed cave, I felt a bit unwell, but at the time I didn't pay much attention to it. After all the chaos was resolved, I fell asleep on the return flight still in a daze, and even had a nightmare as if I was inside it. A few side comments after we came out: people from the county also arrived, led by the county head Gon Day. When County Head Gon heard that 6 people were missing, and that the missing persons had been summoned by Monk Shao's soul, he immediately became anxious. The informant had seen it with his own eyes, and spoke with conviction. The boat river drama was personally organized and hosted by County Head Gon. However, once the show started, disasters struck one after another. People were dying every day. Although deemed coincidental accidents, County Head Gon was still on edge. His right eyelid had been twitching for several days, fearing something would happen in our village again. Later it was said that the theater troupe he hired had also encountered trouble. The troupe leader suffered a stroke, and the actors rushed him back to the provincial capital overnight. The theater troupe left. County Head Gon sighed in relief, and decided to stop the river drama. Just a few days later there were more deaths in Xiaking village, and this time there were 6. County Head Gon couldn't take it anymore, and rushed over with the heads of the county police department. However, when he arrived, the exit had already been sealed off by the people from the polling bureau. County Head Gon's secretary negotiated several times, but was turned away each time. There were no extra words, just the display of the National Security Agency's credentials. "What happens inside involves national security. All unauthorized personnel, please leave." The county's chief secretary wanted to argue a few points, but was yanked back by County Head Gon. "Are you an idiot? The National Security Agency is inside. Why stir up trouble?" Moreover, with the National Security Agency taking charge, it meant County Head Gon was cleared of responsibility. This was the best outcome. Now the word is withdrawal. County Head Gon didn't want to stay a moment longer, and returned to the county with his team. I and Fatty Sun were called aside by an investigator named Shimin Lian from the second office to take a detailed statement. Afterward, an investigator named Yun Feiyang, who was a subordinate of Ouyang Pianzuo, set up a tent on the spot to conduct a physical examination for me and Fatty Sun. After confirming that we weren't possessed by any evil spirits, they ignored us and let me and Fatty Sun start moving freely. I called my grandfather. Hearing my voice, my grandfather was so excited he couldn't speak for a long time. Once his emotions settled, in such a short time, several versions had emerged in the village. Some said that after such a long time underground, we must have been completely wiped out. Others speculated that we must have seen treasures more valuable than gold ingots down there, and we fought over the loot. This version sounded quite convincing, suggesting that Monk Shao was killed by Xiong Ba, I killed Xiong Ba, and in the end Fatty Sun and I perished together. Now that my safety was confirmed, my grandfather inquired about the other situations. I fabricated a story that we found the 6 treasure hunters down there, but on the way out we encountered a cavian, and the 6 were crushed to death on the spot. Director Xiong died in the line of duty while trying to protect Fatty Sun. In the end, only I, Fatty Sun, and Monk Shao escaped from another exit. When we came out, we just happened to cross paths with comrades from the National Security Agency. When my grandfather heard that Director Xiong was dead, his tone turned somber, and he wanted to ask me for more details. Fearing I would slip up, I said there were National Security Agency comrades looking for me to get the situation, and hung up. At this time, there were also results from Gao Yang's side. The cave had been cleared, and except for the remaining personnel, all other investigators took the earliest flight back to the capital. The polling bureau's private plane was under major repairs. Surprisingly, Monk Shao was persuaded by Gao Yang to return to the polling bureau as an advisor. As the plane took off, I started to feel drowsy, not knowing when I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a time travel version of Monk Shao. I was drenched in sweat, my underwear soaked through. I asked a flight attendant for a glass of ice water, and after drinking it, the cabin was filled with people from the polling bureau, and seeing them calmed my heart significantly. I saw Monk Shao sitting right behind me, so I switched seats with a colleague behind me. This guy, old in age but young at heart, was almost 70, and was handing out his business cards as the general manager of Lingyun View Film and Entertainment Company, saying, "Miss, you are very suitable to be the leading actress in my next movie. Shall we set a time to try out? Our film's director is the international master Akira Kurosawa. This is a rare opportunity. Hey, don't leave, let's talk." The people from the polling bureau were left behind, and everyone around was looking around, pretending not to know him. I began to regret switching seats to sit next to him. Old Shao Akira Kurosawa has been dead for over 20 years. Can you chill out? You're being a bit of a creep. In a bit the captain will come out and tie you to the wing, letting you float in the sky. Monk Shao shot me a sideways glance. Do you think I've never been on a plane? Tied to the wing. Why don't you have the captain open the emergency exit and try it? After chatting nonsense for a while we got down to business. Old Xiao, what did Xiao Sanda say about Qi Xiao in the cave? He also mentioned Director Gao. What's going on? Tell me about it. Monk Xiao glanced at me warily. Kid, don't ask around, knowing too much is dangerous. I changed my tone and lowered my voice saying, when Xiao Sanda threw the grenade, didn't he warn you? Monk Xiao jumped up from his seat pointing at me. Who told you that? Everyone around was startled by Monk Xiao. The flight attendant who had been teased by him hesitated for a moment, but still approached, and said to the old monk, Sir, please sit down and fasten your seatbelt. The plane is about to land, what you're doing is very dangerous. Ignoring his potential leading lady, Monk Xiao looked at me with a tremor in his voice. How do you know? Did Gao Liang tell you? Director Gao, sitting in the front row, turned back when he heard his name looking at him. Monk, if you have something to say it while sitting down. Don't make things difficult for the flight attendant. After giving Gao Liang a glare, Monk Xiao sat back down. Gao Liang was puzzled by his glare, but still couldn't do anything about Monk Xiao. What else did that fat Gao say to you? Monk Xiao's tone was not friendly anymore. I smiled bitterly and replied, only a bastard would want to know. Monk Xiao tilted his head and looked at me. Wait a minute, little spicy, why do I feel like you're insulting me? Just don't nitpick. My speech sped up a bit and Monk Xiao sensed something was off, asking, really, it wasn't Gao Fatty who— Then how did you find out? Just consider it a dream entrusted to me by Xiao Sanda. I recounted what I had seen and heard in the dream to Monk Xiao, without holding back. The more Monk Xiao listened, the more astonished his expression became. Finally, when I mentioned a giant splitting Qi Xiao's head with a sword, Monk Xiao's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit 5 eggs. You saw Pu did good too? Yes. I nodded. At that time I heard you all talking about the giant. I really didn't know his surname was Pu, but after seeing him I fainted. When I opened my eyes again, I was awake. Let me think for a moment. Monk Xiao kept blinking. After a couple of minutes he took a deep breath and said, I remember now. After Pu Degu killed Qi Xiao in the cave, Xiao Sanda indeed fainted. We carried him down the mountain, and he stayed in the county hospital for half a month before he finally recovered. Was it really a dream you had? Of course. I huffed. Old Xiao, I've known you since I was a child. You know what kind of person I am, don't you? When have I ever lied to you? Old Xiao, as a senior, let me ask you a serious question. Is there any way to add one's thoughts or memories into someone else's dream? Have you been watching too many movies? Do you think this is Inception or Harry Potter? Monk Xiao suddenly thought of something. It's not impossible. At least one person might be able to do it. Who is it? I stared at him wide-eyed. Him. Monk Xiao pointed in the direction of a white-haired man sitting nearby. It has been over a month since the ghost theater incident, and I can say I have been living quite comfortably. During this month, Hao Wenming often went missing, and the daily work of our office was basically handled by Pei Jun, though there wasn't much to do. Every day after reporting to the office with Sun Fatty, we would sneak out driving into the city to wander around, and whenever we found a decent restaurant we would indulge ourselves. As long as we could make it back before finishing time, it was fine. Strangely enough, almost every time we went out we would run into Monk Xiao at the entrance. He held the title of advisor at the polling bureau, which meant that no one could control him. He didn't manage anyone else, either spending his days idly roaming around the bureau. Originally, according to Sun Fatty's wishes, he didn't want to bring him along. A man in his 60s nearing 70, bringing him along meant that many exciting places would be off limits. According to Sun Fatty's itinerary, that night our destination was the heaven on earth. Just as I was about to find an excuse to decline him, he started scolding me right on the spot. Little Chili, who taught you to use black dog blood to cover the sky eye back then? The effect may not have been that good, but I did watch you grow up. You were 4 years old when you secretly watched Zhang Xiaohua take a shower, and I didn't tell your grandfather about it. I quickly covered his mouth, fearing someone would hear, and whispered, Ancestor, you tricked me into going over there. I was only 4 years old, what did I know? The more I feared someone would hear, the more likely it was that someone would. Someone had already peeked at us, and Sun Fatty was laughing so hard, he could hardly stand Chili. Heroes emerge from youth, 4 years old. You did well. He laughed as he spoke, giving me a thumbs up. I replied with exasperation, you did well. Your whole family did well. Sun Fatty's expression changed slightly. Chili, that's a bit too much. You know my family's situation. I looked at Sun Fatty with a pained expression. I was wrong, brother Sun, would you come and lend a hand? Just this once, but next time it's not allowed. Sun Fatty, not holding a grudge, helped me support Monk Xiao, directly escorting him to the parking lot. We found our office's assigned vehicle and shoved him into the car. Old Xiao, what do you want? I glared at him in the car. It's not that I don't respect the elderly, but I could already guess what kind of rumors would arise in the polling bureau tomorrow, and no matter what, they would last for months. Unless another unfortunate soul showed up immediately. Old Xiao looked at me and said, I haven't been to the capital in over 30 years, the changes are too great. Being unfamiliar with the place, you all must take me along so I can get reacquainted with the capital's environment. No. Before I could speak, Sun Fatty shook his head. First, the place we're going is not suitable for you. We're going to heaven on earth. As he spoke, he bared his teeth at Monk Xiao. Upon hearing the words heaven on earth, Monk Xiao's eyes lit up. Take me with you. We really weren't prepared mentally to take a nearly 70-year-old man directly to heaven on earth. In the end, reluctantly, we drove Monk Xiao to the clay pot restaurant, where we feasted on stewed, awful 9-turn intestines and clay pot white meat just to get through with him. Yet Monk Xiao still looked unwilling. You two are just fooling around. When has heaven on earth opened a branch called Clay Pot Restaurant and started selling pig offal? He complained, yet it didn't affect his speed in eating. I watched the speed at which the dishes went down was simply too fast, so I ordered a few more dishes and 9 sesame cakes, and even then it barely sufficed for Monk Xiao. Sun Fatty frowned him, not saying anything, just eat. If there's food, you don't have to pay. He said this very reluctantly, not because he cared about the money, but because his mind was already elsewhere. Sun Fatty and I exchanged glances, and after we got Monk Xiao settled we planned to head to heaven on earth. Unexpectedly, Monk Xiao stuck to us like a piece of gum, unwilling to let go. He stayed with us until the early hours of the morning, showing no signs of wanting to go home. As dawn approached, Sun Fatty and I lost our enthusiasm for going to heaven on earth, and finally drove Monk Xiao back to the polling bureau. Taking advantage of the dawn light breaking on the eastern horizon, Sun Fatty and I returned to the dormitory and took a short nap. This happened several times. Whenever Sun Fatty and I prepared to sneak out of the polling bureau, we would always be blocked by Monk Xiao at the entrance. In the end, Sun Fatty and I got used to it, no longer mentioning heaven on earth. As soon as we saw him, we would lead him to the clay pot restaurant, which seemed to have become our trio's base. Over time, it was unexpected that Monk Xiao and Sun Fatty actually became familiar with each other, and the mutual dislike they had for each other disappeared. Once, after drinking too much, they even wanted to become sworn brothers, pulling me in and calling me their third brother. For a moment, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, quickly pulling Sun Fatty aside. Great sage, if you swear brotherhood with him, you would be on the same level as my grandfather. How can I bear that? I took Sun Fatty to the restroom, and after he vomited and regained some clarity, when we returned to the dining table, a middle-aged man in designer clothes blocked our way. He recognized the inebriated Sun Fatty and excitedly shouted, "Great sage, it's you, isn't it? How much have you drunk? You don't even recognize me." The middle-aged man patted Sun Fatty's shoulder. "Su Jianjun, we met last month at the wedding of your third brother. Still not remembering? A while ago I tried to contact you and called you, but you seemed to be in Teeling, and we agreed you would find me when you returned. Still not remembering? A while ago I tried to contact you and called you, but you seemed to be in Teeling, and we agreed you would find me when you returned. How have you wait a moment, I'll be right back." After saying that, Sun Fatty stumbled back to the restroom. 3 minutes later, when he came out, although the smell of alcohol hadn't dissipated, the drunkenness on his face was mostly gone. "Jianjun, I thought you looked familiar." Sun Fatty pretended to shake his hand with him. This Su Jianjun glanced at me. "Friend, I need to discuss something private with the great sage. Do you mind?" I nodded in understanding. "You guys talk. Great sage, he'll be over there waiting for you with old Xiao." Sun Fatty grinned at me. "You pay the bill first, he'll come over in a bit." Their conversation really didn't take long. I returned to my seat and hadn't spoken a few words with Monk Xiao when Sun Fatty came back looking all smiles. Monk Xiao burped. "Fatty, what good news do you have?" Sun Fatty chuckled, glancing at Monk Xiao. "Old Xiao, there's some good news for you." Monk Xiao was already readied from drinking. "What good news?" "You two brothers have good news, and can still think of this old guy." I felt quite uncomfortable hearing this. "Old Xiao, don't include me in your words. I don't know what the great sage just discussed." Sun Fatty picked up a chopstick of kidney and put it in his mouth, chewing, as he said, "You two listen to me first. The guy just now is a Hong Kong tycoon's follower in the mainland. Recently his boss seems to have run into some trouble and started seeing ghosts in his own home. After that, whether in Hong Kong or the mainland, he's been having a terrible time, buildings collapsing and any company he invests in going bankrupt. He went to Macau to play a few rounds and lost while everyone else in the casino won. Everyone regarded him as a beacon. As long as you bet against him, you were sure to win." Monk Xiao's eyes began to narrow. "He wants to find someone to take a look." "No, Fatty, there are plenty of capable people in Hong Kong. When I was with the Special Bureau, I knew a few. Even if they all died out, they must have descendants or disciples, right?" Sun Fatty waved his hand. "They've consulted all the famous and obscure feng shui masters and fortune tellers in Hong Kong, more than 30 or 50 in total, but unfortunately not a single one could see anything. So now he's seeking capable people in the mainland to help him out. That friend earlier knew I had a wide network and wanted to see if I could find a few masters for him. They said that as long as the matter gets resolved, a few 100,000 won't be a problem." "Who knew I'd almost become half a man? Old Xiao, since you're here today, it counts as having a fate with this matter. What do you think? Are you in?" Monk Xiao remained squinting, not saying anything, as if calculating something. Sun Fatty became a bit anxious. "Old Xiao, they are still waiting for a response. Will you go or not? Just give a clear answer. If not, it's just me and Chili going, so don't be jealous. It's fine to go, but let's be clear on how the payment will work." Sun Fatty grinned. "You want lose out 1/3 for you." Su Jianjun arranged for the meeting with the Hong Kong tycoon to be the day after tomorrow. Sun Fatty and I originally wanted to bring Pajun in as well, but Pajun still had to watch over the office, and simply. However, Pajun told us about a very interesting rule in the polling bureau. Calling it a rule is better described as an. There is no explicit prohibition against investigators using their work time to do some private work. Instead, there is an unwritten rule that any investigator who takes on private work outside must give 50% of their earnings to the polling bureau, calling it a construction fund for the bureau. I found it hard to believe my ears. Is this allowed? And they take a cut. Sun Fatty wasn't satisfied either. He thought the 50% fee was too high. What kind of construction fund for the polling bureau? Just call it a commission fee. Do you think working at the polling bureau is easy? Pajun sighed and explained the difficulties of the polling bureau. Ever since the polling bureau was renamed, it has become a standard government agency. Hardly anyone knows about this unit, and its main economic source is government funding, which can only cover salaries and basic maintenance costs. As for the costs of developing and producing equipment for the polling bureau and handling unexpected events, they are resolved internally within the bureau. So after the polling bureau was established, Gao Liang turned a blind eye tacitly, allowing his investigators to do private work. But while they could do it, half of their earnings had to go to the polling bureau, which was the primary source of motivation for the bureau. Once the money was handed over to the polling bureau, half would be distributed among the various offices. The most obvious example was that the polling bureau actually had its own plane, just the fuel maintenance and airport rental fees were astronomical. Overall, being able to do private work openly was also good news. By the third day, Sun Fatty, Monk Xiao and I arrived at the hotel designated by Su Jianjun just after 9 in the morning. For this, Monk Xiao even specially dressed up a white stand collar Zhongshan suit, white pants, and a pair of white shoes. If it weren't for his bald head, given his age, and with such a head of white hair, I didn't dare to think further. In short, he looked like a transcendent being. When we arrived, Su Jianjun was already waiting in the lobby. After a few pleasantries, he took us up to the presidential suite on the 8th floor. The entire floor had been booked by that person, and 5 or 6 burly men in black were patrolling the corridor. Su Jianjun brought us into the presidential suite, and upon seeing the main character, both Sun Fatty and I were stunned. The world is indeed small. That unfortunate fellow turned out to be Ma Xiaolin, who bought 3 luminous pearls. Ma Xiaolin was also taken aback, and after a few seconds reacted, Shen Sheng Sun Sheng, it seems we are indeed fated. Seeing him, Sun Fatty didn't hold back, plopping down on the sofa. Old Ma, why do you look so bad after just a few days? You look like a ghost. Your eye bags are sagging, and your eyes are full of bloodshot veins. Ma Xiaolin forced a smile. Sun Sheng, please don't make fun of me. He then redirected the topic to me. Shen Sheng, what is the name of the old gentleman beside you? Before I could introduce him, Monk Xiao was already cupping his fist towards Ma Xiaolin. There is no need to be polite, boss Ma. I am the 40th generation master of Lingyun Temple with the title Hishang. This set of words was prepared in advance in the polling bureau, and I followed Monk Xiao's lead. Master Hishang is a senior of mine and Sun Dishing. He was personally invited by the head of Baiyun Temple to preach at Baiyun Temple. Having completed the rituals yesterday, he was originally supposed to return to Lingyun Temple in a few days. Upon hearing that a Hong Kong businessman had encountered a ghostly calamity, he came along to take a look. Ma Xiaolin nodded repeatedly. No wonder I thought that the silver obtained from the luminous pearls couldn't be ordinary. Sun Fatty chuckled. Old Ma, I heard you've been having a rough time. But looking at you now, it seems alright. Staying in a presidential suite is nothing, and you've booked this whole floor right. Not cheap, I bet. Ma Xiaolin almost cried when he heard this. Sun Sheng, do you think I want this? I've almost been blacklisted at hotels across Asia. Do you believe it? As long as the hotel I've stayed at hasn't caught fire, it's been washed down. In half a month I've stayed at 5 hotels, and all 5 had incidents. 3 caught fire, and 2 had to wash down. The boss of this hotel is an old friend of mine, yet even so I couldn't rent a room. In the end I had to rent a whole floor, which they reluctantly leased to me. It's 120,000 a day. This isn't renting a room, this is burning money. When Ma Xiaolin mentioned the 120,000 a day, the muscles on Monk Xiao's face twitched. Since Sun Fatty had seen and eaten this before along with a financial rat following him, he smiled slightly. Old Ma, tell us about your matter. Well, definitely help if we can. Yes. Ma Xiaolin's expression became serious. It's about the luminous pearls you sold me. Old Ma, don't say unnecessary things, get to the main point. When he mentioned the sale of the luminous pearls, Monk Xiao suddenly shot a glance at me and Sun Fatty that was half smiling, and I quickly changed the subject. When he mentioned the sale of the luminous pearls, Monk Xiao suddenly shot a glance at me and Sun Fatty that was half smiling, and I quickly changed the subject. That night Ma Xiaolin, as usual, stayed in his secret chamber until the early hours before coming out. Just as he was about to go to bed, he saw a white figure standing at the head of his bed. Ma Xiaolin was severely nearsighted. At first he thought it was an illusion, mistaking a clothes rack for a human figure, but he quickly realized. He had always slept naked, leaving his pajamas on the bed, and there was no clothes rack in the bedroom. Moreover, the white figure had already started to move, circling around him. At that moment Ma Xiaolin was trembling, wanting to call for help, but his voice got stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single. I thought that when dawn broke everything would be over, but little did I know that this was just the beginning. The next morning, as the stock market opened, stocks plummeted, with only the few shares purchased by Ma Xiaolin glowing red, making his expression reflect the state of his investments. Just a few minutes earlier, at the worst point of his stock's decline, Ma Xiaolin received a phone call. The call was from his real estate company, informing him that a new property they were set to launch in 3 days had suddenly come. Fortunately, there were not many people on site, and no casualties occurred. However, the property was now considered a failure, having collapsed before anyone could move in. Who would dare to buy such a house? Ma Xiaolin was so distressed, he could have spat blood. After dealing with the property crisis, he was already overwhelmed. Hearing that gambling could change his luck, Ma Xiaolin went to Macau hoping to turn his fortune around, but he became a legendary figure in the casino. All the gamblers in the casino followed him, assured that betting alongside him would guarantee profits. Eventually, the casino owner intervened, refunding all of Ma Xiaolin's losses, pleading for him to leave. No sooner had Ma Xiaolin left than the casino placed him on their blacklist, declaring him an unwelcome person, forever barred from entering the casino again. Ma Xiaolin became the first person in history to be blacklisted for bringing good fortune to others at the casino. From then on, bad luck seemed to follow him. Fortunately, he had a solid financial foundation, so he wasn't in danger of losing everything right away, but over time that could change. Ma Xiaolin suspected that the mysterious white figure he encountered that night had altered his fate completely. Thus he began visiting masters of the metaphysical in Hong Kong. After several consulted him, they examined his fortune, but could not provide any concrete answers. Initially, Ma Xiaolin thought the problem lay with the newly purchased luminous pearls, so he invited Hong Kong's most famous metaphysical master to examine the 3 pearls. Contrary to Ma Xiaolin's suspicions, the master was captivated by the 3 luminous pearls, claiming they emanated a peaceful aura and possessed the power to guide souls towards heavenly paths. The master immediately expressed a desire to purchase one of the pearls. Ma Xiaolin, of course, was reluctant to part with it easily, and claiming to sell on behalf of a friend quoted an exorbitant price of over 100 million, which frightened the master away. Realizing the pearls were not the source of his troubles, Ma Xiaolin became even more fearful and decided to leave Hong Kong, sending his family to Europe. He himself went to the mainland hoping to find a master who could change his fortune. Xiao the monk furrowed his brow and listened until Ma Xiaolin finished speaking before saying, "Boss Ma, from what you've described, your misfortune seems to have begun after that night you encountered the supernatural. So the ghostly encounter occurred in Hong Kong or on the mainland?" Ma Xiaolin looked at Xiao and replied, "It was in Hong Kong at my house on the hillside, where I've lived for over 30 years. It can't be a problem. Moreover, after that incident, I consulted several feng shui masters who all assured me there was no issue. Whether there is a problem or not is not determined by what those feng shui masters say." Xiao snorted and continued, "Feng shui is merely a branch of our Taoist teachings on yin-yang and the 5 elements. A malevolent spirit during a home usually has little effect on the feng shui of the house unless yin energy is intentionally released. When the wind doesn't blow and the water remains still, yin and yang do not interfere with each other. Feng shui practitioners simply cannot detect it." Ma Xiaolin felt there was genuine insight here, and disregarding all else, he noted that this old man's appearance and manner of speaking indicated he was an adept unlike the so-called masters in Hong Kong. "Old sir," Ma Xiaolin said with a smile, "what should I do then? Should I demolish that house?" "Demolish the house?" Xiao's face broke into a strange smile. "It's too late. Boss Ma, come here, let me take a look at your fortune." Old Xiao can read fortunes too. Son, the chubby one whispered in my ear. "Yeah." I nodded slightly, and replied in the same tone, "I watched him read fortunes when I was a kid, and it was said he was quite accurate, though he hasn't done it in years. He switched to bone reading lately." "Bone reading?" Son paused for a moment, but quickly reacted with a chuckle, "That old guy." On the other side, Ma Xiaolin had already taken a seat opposite Xiao. Xiao glanced at his facial features, and said, "Boss Ma, your features don't seem quite right." Halfway through, he suddenly reached out with lightning speed, and grabbed something from behind Ma Xiaolin's head. A sound like a woman's shrill scream echoed as Xiao seemed to grasp something. Meanwhile, he pulled an ancient coin from his pocket, slowly bringing his hands together and rubbing them. After just a minute or two, Xiao opened his hands to reveal only that ancient coin. Strangely, the coin trembled incessantly in the palm of his hand. "Oh!" Ma Xiaolin screamed, his legs going weak as he slipped off the sofa onto the floor. Xiao frowned and looked at him. "It's just a ghost you saw. Is it really that serious?" Ma Xiaolin pointed at the trembling coin in Xiao's palm and exclaimed, "Is this what latched onto my head? Is it the cause of my bad luck all this time?" Xiao ignored him and took out a piece of red cloth from his pocket, placing the coin in the center. Remarkably, the moment the coin touched the cloth, it stopped trembling and lay obediently on it. Xiao folded the red cloth several times before placing it in his pocket. "Old sir, master, esteemed one." Ma Xiaolin was a bit agitated, unsure how to address Xiao. He pointed to the red cloth in Xiao's pocket. "Is this what I saw, that white figure? Is this what caused my misfortune?" He thought he had found the culprit, and that by resolving this ghostly issue his nightmare would end. Unexpectedly, Xiao shook his head. "I can't be sure it's it, but it wouldn't have attached to you for more than 5 days. By time calculations, it shouldn't be it." Son was fine treating it like a magic show. I stood there dumbfounded, thinking it couldn't. I had observed Ma Xiaolin closely when I entered, and saw nothing unusual about him. How could Xiao have caught a ghost in just a few minutes? Xiao continued, speaking to Ma Xiaolin, "Boss Ma, consider yourself lucky I came today. If I had arrived a few days later." He pretended to shake his head. Ma Xiaolin, pale-faced, nodded repeatedly as Xiao spoke. Yes, it was the master who saved my life. How fortunate. I will surely repay you heavily, but master, what kind of monster is this? How did I attract it?" Xiao replied, "To put it simply, what I caught earlier is neither a demon nor a ghost. Calling it an aberrant beast would be more accurate. Its scientific name is parasitic. Like a parasite, it specifically targets those with poor fortune to latch onto. Those afflicted by the parasite feel no immediate effects, but gradually find their vitality diminishing. First, they suffer from minor illnesses like colds and fevers, and soon thereafter it may develop into a terminal disease. Generally, those affected by the parasite do not survive beyond 6 months." As Xiao concluded, Ma Xiaolin sighed, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "However, this parasitic issue is merely a minor ailment for you, Boss Ma. The real danger should still be inside your..." Ma Xiaolin broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Master, I..." Before he could finish, Xiao waved his hand. "Don't worry. I will see this through for you. I still have a few days. After resolving your issues, I will return to my Lingyun temple. I silently added in my heart a film and entertainment company. Ma Xiaolin originally intended to head straight to the airport, taking the earliest flight back to Hong Kong. However, Xiao insisted on returning to prepare some talismans, so they set the time for the following noon. Ma Xiaolin handed Xiao a cash check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars, stating that this was merely a deposit with the remainder to be paid after the matter was resolved. In the end, Ma Xiaolin expressed his profound gratitude as he escorted the three of us out of the hotel personally, seeing us off to the car. As the vehicle started moving, I eagerly asked Xiao, "Old Xiao, what's the deal with the parasite? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Xiao pulled out the check, examining it multiple times under the sunlight. Upon hearing my question, he reluctantly tucked it into his pocket. "There are many things you've never heard of." He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Sun. "Old Xiao, the check is temporarily in your possession, but don't forget 3 times 7 is 21. You won't be shorted your share. You two combined don't even match my age, or do you think I can be greedy for your money?" Sun was about to say something more, but I stopped him. "Great sage, focus on driving, but we can talk more back at the agency." Sun glanced at me in the rearview mirror, but I ignored him and continued speaking to Xiao. "Old Xiao, please go on." Perhaps because he was carrying $1 million check, Xiao's mood improved, and he cheerfully replied, "The parasite isn't a hoax, it truly attaches itself to people. I may have exaggerated a bit. It does drain the host's energy, but it is far from lethal and causes almost no harm to the host." Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered something. "Why can't my divine I see the parasite?" Before Xiao could respond, Sun interjected, "Because there's nothing behind Ma Xiaolin's neck, right? Old Xiao, when you reached for him, you had already grasped the parasite. This wasn't exorcism, it was merely a change of tricks." Xiao looked at Sun, slightly taken aback. "I didn't expect you to see that. Your eyes may not be big, but they are sharp." After a few dozen minutes, we arrived at the agency, where Xiao began preparing for the next day's tasks. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, when we reached the airport, Ma Xiaolin had been waiting there for a long time. However, there was a bit of a hiccup during security checks. Neither Sun's gun nor baton caused any issues, and Ouyang had provided a special firearm permit applicable to secondary regulated areas, including the cabin of the aircraft. The problem arose with Sun, who unexpectedly brought along a pet mouse concealed in his pocket. During the security check, it was discovered. No amount of pleading from Sun could change the outcome, and ultimately, it was Ma Xiaolin who used his VIP privileges at the airport to get both the man and his beast onto the plane. Once aboard, I asked Sun, "Did you think we were just out for fun? Why did you bring it along?" To my surprise, Sun also had a belly full of grievances. "Do you think I wanted to?" He pulled the mouse from his pocket and tossed it onto the empty seat beside him. Having spent over a month together, Sun's fear of rodents had mostly dissipated. "I fed it this morning, and it was fine. It was my own fault for mentioning I was going to Hong Kong." Honestly, that comment was more for the air than anything else. Unexpectedly, it darted over and burrowed into my pocket, refusing to come out, and when I tried to grab it, it bit me. "Look at this bite mark." He stretched out his finger for me to see. I shot him a glance. "That's what you get for trying to be cute." Several hours later, the plane landed at Hong Kong International Airport. Ma Xiaolin had arranged for 2 Mercedes to take us to his mansion located in the hillside area. Before we arrived at Ma Xiaolin's mansion, we noticed several police cars passing by in succession. "Old Ma, did something happen at your house?" Sun asked Ma Xiaolin. "No way." Ma Xiaolin frowned, clearly displeased with Sun's comment. If it weren't for needing us to help him, he probably would have already lost his temper. "Sun, you really have a way with jokes. The hillside is an affluent area, and any disturbance attracts police attention. There's nothing we can do, we are taxpayers, ha." Ma Xiaolin chuckled, but this smile quickly froze on his face. We soon spotted a large villa a short distance ahead, surrounded by 5 or 6 police cars with several reporters taking photos inside. As the car came to a stop, Ma Xiaolin couldn't care less about us. He jumped out of the car and hurried towards an officer in charge. "Sir, what happened here?" "Officer, what happened inside?" Sun translated Ma Xiaolin's conversation with the police for me and Xiao. Just a few hours earlier, someone Ma Xiaolin had arranged to show the house had called the police, reporting that 2 individuals had died in Ma Xiaolin's mansion. The person showing the house had contacted Ma Xiaolin, but he had turned off his phone while boarding the plane, and upon landing was in a hurry to get home and forgot to turn it back on. The delay led the individual to fear responsibility, prompting the call to the police. Now the forensic examination inside had concluded preliminarily, and based on surface evidence, it appeared that these 2 were thieves who had entered to steal. For some unknown reason, both thieves had simultaneously suffered from myocardial infarction, scarcely putting up a struggle before they both succumbed. Myocardial infarction. I'm not saying anything, but if your heart is weak, you shouldn't steal. Not only did they fail to steal anything, but they also lost their lives in someone else's house. Isn't that just adding trouble for others? After hearing their account, Sun began to voice his opinion. Xiao snorted softly, taking over Sun's line of thought. Myocardial infarction. They were scared to death. He squinted at the villa before them. It seems there's something indeed sinister going on inside. Xiao's words startled me as well. Old Xiao, are the 3 of us really capable of handling this? If not, just say so early. We can easily bring more people from the agency. I just don't want us 3 to get dragged into this in the end. Sun chimed in. "Yeah, Old Xiao, if you have any doubts, please say so early. Now is not the time for bravado." "Bravado?" Xiao chuckled at their concerns. "I am genuinely skilled. Today you will witness what a true master. Just as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaolin had concluded his discussion with the police and walked over 3 gentlemen. As you can see, there's been another incident today and there are dead bodies everywhere. Before he could finish his lament, Xiao interrupted Boss Ma. First, let's not discuss the unnecessary. Oh, what is happening inside? When can we go in? Ma Xiaolin, somewhat helpless, replied, it has already been ruled out as homicide. However, as per protocol, the scene must be preserved for 3 days. 3 days. Xiao furrowed his brow. I need to return to Lingyun Temple tomorrow. Boss Ma, it seems your issues may not be resolved in time. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolin's expression changed. Ma Xiaolin wanted to say something more, but he was taken away by the officer who had just spoken to him, stating that he needed to go to the police station to give a statement. Before leaving, he called for his butler. His butler in his 50s spoke standard Mandarin. He was not in Hong Kong during the incident, as he was in Macau handling Ma Xiaolin's properties there. He hurried back only after hearing about the incident at the mansion. However, compared to Ma Xiaolin, his butler showed evident distrust towards the 3 of us. Although he did not express any disrespect in words, his subtle demeanor revealed his wariness. Before leaving, Ma Xiaolin also called for a lawyer who was now negotiating with the remaining police officers, citing legal precedents to prove that preventing us from entering was wrong, illegal, and intolerable. Although I couldn't understand what this guy was saying, the police officer he was negotiating with was already sweating profusely, ultimately left with no choice but to consult his superior. The lawyer was busy on his phone looking for connections at the police station. After about 10 minutes, the police station relayed the message that we were allowed to enter the crime scene with the remaining officers' accompaniment under the condition that we do not tamper with any evidence. What does it mean to enter the crime scene with restrictions under the premise of not tampering with evidence? It's not like we're going to watch an adult film. There's no need for so many restrictions. Sun Fatty was not satisfied with this statement. I patted his shoulder and teased, so we can go in, but how do you know the process of watching adult films? You seem to be quite familiar with it. Great sage, aren't you going to explain? Xiao Monk also chimed in. Are there any good Accompanied by the police, the butler led us through a series of twists and turns to the crime scene, where the 2 thieves had died in Ma Xiaolin's secret vault with a hidden lock. It was unclear how the 2 thieves got in, as there were no signs of forced entry on either the visible or hidden locks. Professionals are truly professionals. Upon entering the hidden room, I immediately saw 2 chalk outlines of bodies drawn on the floor. The hidden room was not small, and was well designed with rows of shelves where Ma Xiaolin had categorized his collection of antique treasures by type. Sun Fatty and Xiao Monk's eyes gleamed with greed. If not for the police and the butler watching, they might have stuffed some. Gentlemen, Mr. Ma instructed me to prepare anything you might need, the butler said politely. I nodded at the butler. Let's take a look first, and ask you if we need anything later. Spicy stuff, Xiao Monk hinted at me. I understood his meaning and shook my head, saying, I don't see anything amiss. Let's keep looking. Under the butler's watchful gaze, we inspected the hidden room inside and out several more times, but unfortunately, we still couldn't find anything wrong. We didn't notice anything suspicious in the hidden room, so the butler took us to Ma Xiaolin's master bedroom, just around the corner from the hidden room, which was also where he first encountered the ghost. After circling around here a few times, I couldn't discern any issues either. Xiao Monk stared blankly at the ground, not saying. Although the butler's attitude remained unchanged, after a while the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a barely noticeable smirk. It seemed he regarded the 3 of us as frauds. I walked back and forth between the hidden room and the bedroom several times, using my divine sense to check every nook and cranny. I couldn't even find a hint of the white shadow Ma Xiaolin saw, nor any place with slightly heavier yin energy. I took a deep breath and said to Xiao Monk, Old Xiao, this house has an overwhelming amount of yang energy. Ooh, I can't find even a ghostly shadow. If it weren't for the fact that someone just died here, I wouldn't believe this place could be a haunted house. Old Xiao seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at the butler, saying, We need to discuss something. Can we have a moment? The butler discreetly closed the bedroom door, not within the crime scene's range, and the remaining police did not question. Old Xiao, just say it. Is there any point in keeping us in suspense? Before I could respond, Old Xiao, just say it. Is there any point in keeping us in suspense? Before I could respond, Sun Fatty jumped in. Among the 3 of us, in terms of divine sensibility, Sun Fatty was the weakest, making him essentially a decoration in this situation. Hearing Xiao Monk's hint that he seemed to have noticed something, Sun Fatty grew impatient when he wouldn't reveal it all at once. Ignoring Sun Fatty, Xiao Monk continued to speak to me. Don't you think this house is too clean? It could even be said to be excessively clean. I suddenly understood. Old Xiao, I see your point. No matter what kind of house it is, or how the feng shui is arranged, there should be some presence of yin energy and flaws, right? But in this house I can't even sense a trace of yin energy. Is that what you mean? Xiao Monk nodded. Exactly. Moreover, someone just died here. Logically, there should be a gathering of yin and killing energy, yet right now it feels like a hall dedicated to the Sun Buddha in esoteric Buddhism. Everywhere is sunlight with not a hint of darkness. I thought for a moment it truly was as Xiao Monk said. Old Xiao, what should we do now? After a moment of silence, Xiao Monk said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know. Old Xiao, I'm not saying this, but if there's something you don't know, next time think it through before speaking. Don't leave a button undone that you can't fasten yourself. Sun Fatty said with a forced smile. Xiao Monk snorted, ignoring him. I sighed and tried to mediate. Old Xiao, what should we do now? Ma Xiaolin must do something before he returns. He did pay a deposit. Xiao Monk scratched his head. Let's keep looking, or it might not be anything serious. It could just be that extremes lead to opposites and the yang is too strong, allowing that little ghost to take advantage of the situation. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Seeing Xiao Monk's expression, I shook my head. It seemed he had already grasped the highest realm of deception. If you want to trick others, you must first deceive yourself. Let's just take it step by step. Oh, maybe it really is as Xiao Monk thinks. I opened the bedroom door, and just as I was about to call for the butler, I suddenly felt a shiver. I sensed a trace of killing energy in the corridor. If I encountered this trace of killing energy on the street, I wouldn't have paid it any mind, but given the current situation, it was impossible to ignore. Perhaps it was as Xiao Monk said, the yang energy in this large house was truly overwhelming. I had been in the bed. With the overwhelming yang energy everywhere, the sudden appearance of a trace of killing energy was very noticeable. Great sage, old Xiao. I called out, and they rushed over from behind. This time not only Xiao Monk, but even Sun Fatty truly felt it. Spicy, there's killing energy. I shot him a glare. Thanks, I know. The butler stood outside the door seeing that I had opened it, yet they all gathered at the door and didn't come out. He paused for a moment and said, Gentlemen, do you need anything? Don't speak for now, we have something to discuss, just a moment. I gestured for the butler to be quiet, and when I wanted to find the source of the killing energy, I discovered that it had suddenly vanished without a trace. Just a moment of distraction, and the killing energy disappeared. Great sage, forget it. Old Xiao, where did the killing energy go? Why can't I feel it anymore? I first looked at Sun Fatty, but quickly shifted my gaze to Xiao Monk. Xiao Monk's eyes widened. It just suddenly vanished in an instant. Spicy, try again. I shook my head. No, it's gone. Oh, I can't find it. Sun Fatty looked at me somewhat unconvinced. Spicy, what do you mean by great sage, forget it? Why don't you ask and see if I know where that killing energy went? I shot him a sideways glance. Do you know? I don't know, Sun Fatty argued back, but you should at least show some interest, right? I sighed. Where are you running off to? At that moment, Sun Fatty's pet mouse suddenly jumped out of his pocket and dashed towards an oil painting on the bedroom wall. Mouse? The butler screamed, hesitating for a moment, then picked up a decorative candlestick from the corner and ran towards the mouse. It seemed he intended to kill the mouse with the candlestick. No worries, Sun Fatty blocked the butler. Listen to me, it's not just any mouse, it's a 5 elements mouse, a sacred beast used to track the thing that brings your boss bad luck. Do you understand, police dog? The butler was skeptical. Ma Shaolin had instructed him to listen to Master He Shang for everything. He glanced at. Unexpectedly, Xiao Monk spoke first. He pointed at the oil painting on the wall and asked, What's behind that painting? Upon hearing Xiao Monk's question, the butler hesitated. It's just a painting, what could be behind it? It's just a wall. It's just a wall. Xiao Monk narrowed his eyes at the butler. Are you sure there's nothing else? Sun Fatty went over to grab the mouse. After hearing Xiao Monk's words, he intended to lift the oil painting to see what was behind it. Unexpectedly, the butler moved over and deliberately pressed down on the oil painting. The butler insisted, the painting is hanging on the wall. What else could be behind it, if not the wall? Xiao Monk sneered. If it's just a wall, then let's go, little spicy great sage. This matter is beyond our handling. Staying here is pointless. He turned back to the butler and said, When Ma Shaolin returns, tell him that the 3 of us have no fate with him. We cannot bear the burden of his affairs. As he spoke, he grabbed my and Sun Fatty's shoulders and dragged us outside. Master He Shang, there are things we can discuss. Oh, please wait a moment. Whatever you have to say, wait until Mr. Ma returns to say it. The butler, while pleading frantically, blocked Xiao Monk's path. Not long after leaving the bedroom, the butler was stopped by Xiao Monk. Sun Fatty noticed Xiao Monk's intention. The two exchanged glances, and Sun Fatty took on the role of the bad cop, saying, Old Xiao, don't be hasty. Even if we leave, we should understand things clearly. Looking at the two of them, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If we're going to act, we might as well do it thoroughly. I added, Yes, old Xiao, listen to the great sage. Let's hear what the butler has to say, just to give us both a favor. Xiao Monk sighed. Fine, you can talk. If you want to deceive me again, go ahead. Even if Ma Shaolin kneels down and begs. The butler looked somewhat dejected. Under pressure, he revealed the secret behind the oil painting. Behind the oil painting was a smart safe containing all of Ma Shaolin's fortune, including unregistered bonds from various European countries, signed documents for all contracts worth over 100 million, land deeds from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, and some precious metals and gems, including the 3 luminous pearls Sun Fatty and I sold to him. Steel wire. Sun Fatty chuckled dismissively. Lotsy, you're just an outsider. The more advanced the item, the more likely it is to have flaws. The type of safe you mentioned earlier has a simple principle for cracking. Just cut off its recognition circuit and re-enter the program, and any fingerprint or pupil inserted will be recognized. This fellow is different, Sun Fatty said, pointing at the safe behind him. It looks simple, but attempting to open it through unconventional means is basically impossible. Its encoding lock has an internal mute device added, so even with professional sound amplification equipment, you can't hear the sound of the encoding lock operating from the outside. Some technical thieves get stuck here. Additionally, this 12-layer positive and negative pressure lock has internal pressures, whether it's iron wire or steel wire or professional lockpicking tools. If the corresponding key isn't inserted, the internal pressure will instantly snap it. Moreover, the upper end of the keyhole contains 10 milliliters of liquid lead which will flow into the keyhole and solidify within half a minute, blocking it. At that point, if you want to open the lock, you'll have to call a professional technician from the safe factory. I and Monk Xiao were left speechless while the butler remained silent, but his expression was somewhat unnatural as he looked at Sun Fatty. It was evident that he couldn't understand how Sun Fatty knew about the lore of such a safe. Suddenly I thought of a possibility. Dashing saint, what if Ma Xiaolin forgets the safe's password? Sun Fatty's eyebrows twitched, revealing a sly smile. Then he should prepare to suffer a small loss. After 3 incorrect password attempts, the internal password settings will be automatically scrambled. To unlock it again, you'll have to wait for the manufacturers to send someone. Their maintenance fee isn't too high, 75,000 in US dollars. Monk Xiao stared at the safe for a long time before glancing at the butler and asking, when can Boss Ma return? The butler helplessly spread his hands. That's up to the sir at the police station to release him. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from outside the bedroom. He's already released. It was Boss Ma Xiaolin speaking. He went to the police station just to file a report confirming that he was not at the scene during the incident and was still on a plane. The matter was quite simple and did not involve any legal details. Ma Xiaolin didn't even disturb his lawyer. After finishing the report, he drove back immediately. Seeing his boss return, the butler hurriedly stepped forward to take Boss Ma's outerwear. He then stood silently by waiting for his master's orders. Having nearly gotten into legal trouble right at his own doorstep, Ma Xiaolin was not in a good mood. Looking weary, he addressed the 3 of us. Gentlemen, this is not a place for idle chatter. Let's go sit in the living room. Monk Xiao looked at him and said, there's no rush for conversation. Boss Ma, we just took a round from the scene of the recent death and the bedroom where you've mentioned seeing ghosts. We inspected everything, but found nothing unusual. Upon hearing this, a look of dejection appeared on Ma Xiaolin's face. After taking a deep breath, he said, Master, if you can't see anything, Before he could finish, Monk Xiao, feeling quite helpless, interjected, let me finish my words first. He pointed at the safe that was already partially exposed. Boss Ma, would you mind opening this safe for me to take a look? Rest assured, I just want to have a glance. Ma Xiaolin remained silent, first glancing at his butler. The butler immediately lowered his head, afraid to make eye contact. Ma Xiaolin forced a smile. It's just some documents inside, nothing worth seeing. Sun Fatty leaned in. Old Ma, what you keep inside is none of our business, but whether you can live until the end of the year could be related to the things inside. Ma Xiaolin unconsciously took a step back as he looked at the safe. Sun Sheng, are you saying that the thing that could harm me is inside this safe? It might be or it might not be. Sun Fatty spoke ambiguously. Just a glance will reveal everything. If you're afraid, just take out the key and we can have Master Qinghe open it himself. Monk Xiao shot a furious glare at Sun Fatty. Ma Xiaolin hesitated for a long while before saying, don't have the key. Moi. What do you mean, Boss Ma? You don't think we want to look at what's inside, do you? Sun Fatty's expression changed slightly. He thought Ma Xiaolin was afraid we would be tempted by what we saw inside. Monk Xiao, however, remained silent and began to prepare to leave. If the client wouldn't cooperate, he wouldn't have to refund. Moreover, the deposit wasn't a fee, so he didn't have to give half of it to the police department. All we would lose at most would be 3 return flight tickets. Sun Sheng, you're misunderstanding, Ma Xiaolin repeatedly clarified. 2 years ago, he was also reckless, taking a group of young models on a boat trip, and it was at that time that Ma Xiaolin, having drunk too much on the boat, accidentally dropped the safe key into the sea. With no other choice, Boss Ma reported it to the safe company. A day later, an engineer from Germany arrived, and after charging Ma Xiaolin 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, he opened the safe. That was just the beginning. If another key were to be made, it would require significant alterations to the internal structure of the safe, with costs not less than 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. On the spot, Boss Ma declined the engineer's suggestion about making a key. What if the key got lost again? Another 130,000. What if the safe has no key? Could I not lock it? Thus, Ma Xiaolin had been playing a game of empty city strategy in his own bedroom for over 2 years, and even the butler did not know that the safe behind the oil painting hadn't been locked at all during that time. Sun Sheng, if you don't believe it, you can try. Just twist the handle randomly, and the safe will open. Ma Xiaolin initially wanted to open the safe himself, but hesitated and dared not approach it. Sun Fatty was somewhat skeptical. He didn't seem to believe that Ma Xiaolin had the guts to do it. He stepped forward and twisted the handle. The safe opened silently, and indeed it was not locked. Inside the safe were 4 layers, with the top layer holding several bags of various sizes, including the luminous pearl he sold to Ma Xiaolin last time. The next 4 layers consisted of various documents, and on the bottom stack of papers lay a small ornament made of gold and jade, which seemed to serve as a paperweight. Squeak. The financial mouse in Sun Fatty's pocket poked its head out, baring its teeth at the gold and jade ornament. If Sun Fatty hadn't been blocking it, I believe the financial mouse would have jumped into the safe and started rolling around with that gold and jade piece. We 3 didn't touch anything, just looked around the safe several times, yet still couldn't spot any problems. Lotsie, something's not right. It was Sun Fatty who spoke. The financial mouse in his pocket suddenly changed, its demeanor lying still in the pocket. After a while, this little creature even emitted slight tremors. Oh, what did it see? I looked again, but still could it be that gold and jade ornament? I reached out to pick it up, and Ma Xiaolin didn't mind. He used it as a paperweight. Monk Xiao called out, little Lotsie, don't touch it with your hands. That's a jade plug. Jade? Plug. I threw the gold and jade ornament back into the safe, feeling a wave of nausea. I only learned the term jade plug after entering the police department. Jade plugs originated in the Han Dynasty, also known as nine orifice jade, used to seal the 9 orifices of the dead eye's nostrils, ear holes, mouth, reproductive organs, and anus, which seems to be called a chrysanthemum now. Generally, it was a privilege for high-ranking officials after death. If a minor official used it without permission, it would be considered a violation. Ancient Taoists held a belief when gold and jade are in the 9 voids, the dead become immortal. This is consistent with the notion that jade clothing can preserve the body. In ancient China, there existed an almost superstitious reverence for jade, believed to ensure the safety of the living and the immortality of the dead. The piece of gold and jade I just picked up was about the size and shape of chopsticks, although it had edges and corners, and didn't seem like a jade plug if Monk Xiao was right. Its length and thickness could only serve to plug reproductive organs and the anus. Taking advantage of Ma Xiaolin and his butler's inattention, I vigorously wiped my hands on his bed cover. Ma Xiaolin picked up the gold and jade piece and glanced at it. Jade plug. Impossible, master. I've played with antiques for a few days. Oh, what is a jade plug? I can distinguish it. Distinguish it? Monk Xiao sneered. Then tell me, if this isn't a jade plug, then what is it? Ma Xiaolin was momentarily at a loss for words. He initially didn't recognize what this gold and jade piece was, and thought its material and design were good, so he used it as a paperweight. Even after using it for several years, he never found anything wrong. Even during this incident, he hadn't considered the gold and jade piece. It wouldn't really be a jade plug, would it? Ma Xiaolin also seemed uncertain. Not just any jade plug. Monk Xiao turned to me and said, "Little Lotzi, teach you a trick. Give me a bullet." "What do you need a bullet for?" I didn't understand his intentions, but I still unloaded a bullet from the spare magazine and handed it to him. "Do you still have a gun?" Ma Xiaolin's smile grew somewhat stiff. Sun Fatty grinned and said, "Don't worry, it's not for dealing with you. If we wanted to kidnap you, we would have already torn the ticket." Monk Xiao asked the butler for a tissue, picked up the jade plug with the tissue, and placed it on the coffee table, saying, "Watch closely. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us." After saying this, he slowly brought the bullet's tip closer to the jade plug. The distance between the bullet and the jade plug shrank, and when it was less than 10 centimeters away, the jade plug began to move slowly. The closer the bullet got, the more violently the jade plug shook. When it was about 5 centimeters away, the jade plug suddenly started spinning in place, moving rapidly, as if it were electrified. As if that wasn't enough, a sharp sound emanated from the jade plug, sounding like a woman who had suffered immense stimulation, crying out in despair. Ma Xiaolin, who had been standing beside us, jumped up in fright upon hearing that sound. "That's the sound. It's the same sound I heard the night I saw the ghost." Monk Xiao coldly observed the still spinning jade plug, showing none of his usual unserious demeanor. He removed the bullet, and the jade plug gradually ceased its spinning. "Old Xiao, master, what exactly is this jade plug?" Sun Fatty stared at the jade plug. When it was spinning, he had taken a few steps back. Now that it had stopped moving, and the wailing was no longer audible, he approached again. Monk Xiao returned the bullet to me. "This jade plug, besides being nine orifice jade, should also be a container. You mean to say that this thing can not only be plugged in the chrysanthemum anus, but also can hold something inside?" Monk Xiao, using a tissue, picked up the jade plug and examined it under the bedroom lights, then said to Ma Xiaolin, "Boss Ma, there should still be some patterns drawn on it. Why can't we see them now?" Yes, there are some patterns. Master, you didn't mention it, but I hadn't noticed where those patterns went." Ma Xiaolin also scratched his head. For this answer, Monk Xiao seemed not surprised. After thinking for a moment, he put down the jade plug and walked back to the front of the safe, inspecting it again. "What is this? Boss Ma, you really have some good stuff here." As he spoke, he took out a luminous pearl from the safe, one of the ones I sold to him at a bargain price. Monk Xiao continued, "Indeed, it's a luminous pearl. You have more than one, Boss Ma. You must have spent quite a bit for these 3 pearls, right?" While he spoke, Sun Fatty and I turned pale, watching Ma Xiaolin with significant intent. Ma Xiaolin looked embarrassed. "They're all friends, but didn't cost much, just a little bit for face value." Though I knew I had sold them too cheaply, I was still curious about how much these 3 pearls were worth. "Old Xiao, master, how much are these 3 luminous pearls actually worth?" 8 million, is that a bit low? Do you think this is selling cabbage? There are only about 20 of these quality luminous pearls in the world combined. Monk Xiao looked at me helplessly. "Don't think that just because I've been hiding in the mountains all these years, I'm not aware of this item's market value. The purchase price for Boss Ma is at least 100 million for one. 100 million for 3. As I felt an impulse to pull out my gun and directly shoot Ma Xiaolin in the head. Sun Fatty piped up, "Lotzi, why do I suddenly feel a heartache? And it's getting worse." Ma Xiaolin chuckled awkwardly. "All the sellers are friends who I bought them at a slightly lower price, but I'll repay them later." Sun Fatty gritted his teeth. "You better keep your word." Monk Xiao seemed somewhat confused. "What does this have to do with you?" Suddenly, he recalled the scene when we met with Ma Xiaolin. It was obvious that Sun Fatty and I had known Ma Xiaolin before. He glanced at Sun Fatty beside him, puzzled. 8 million. That big-head person wouldn't be you two, would it? That's a matter for another time. Ma Xiaolin started to change the subject. "Let's settle my matters first, the others can be discussed." "Old Xiao, you start by explaining the jade plug thing." Sun Fatty unusually did not continue to press, but turned to Monk Xiao. Master Xiao nodded. "There was indeed something inside the jade seal, but it seems that whatever was inside escaped." "Impossible." I found something off in his words. Although my heavenly eye didn't reveal anything, the jade seal turned in such a way, and with the ghostly wails from within, it seemed there was definitely something inside, right? Master Shao nodded at me and said, "That was a resonance produced by your bullets. This jade seal is no ordinary object. Although the patterns of the talismans on the outside are no longer visible, I suspect its interior is a formation used to store souls. These souls are meant to be used by the master of the jade seal as slaves after death. Originally there should have been 9 sets, but somehow one has ended up in Boss Ma's hands. Because the talismans used to seal spirits were inscribed on the jade seal, Boss Ma has kept it safe for so many years without incident. But the trouble arose with those 3 luminous pearls." Boss Ma seemed confused. "Didn't you say it has nothing to do with the luminous pearls?" Master Shao said, "These 3 luminous pearls are also not ordinary items. Their emitted light inherently has the effect of dispelling evil. However, Boss Ma placed them incorrectly alongside the jade seal. Just like earlier with the bullets, a resonance occurred between the jade seal and the luminous pearls. The powers of the jade seal and the luminous pearls are not the same, and they even suppress one another. When the 2 energies clashed, the inscriptions on the jade seal might have fallen off at that moment. Once the runes disappeared, the things inside the jade seal were no longer restrained, and fearing the light emitted by the luminous pearls, they escaped. Coincidentally, they encountered Boss Ma, who was awake at night. No further explanation is needed." "What about the things inside?" Fatty Sun asked. "Looking at how unlucky old Ma has been lately, the things should still be lurking in this big house, right?" Master Shao nodded. "It probably hasn't gone far, but it's likely still within this house. Perhaps we overlooked something earlier." "Overlooked?" "Since Master Shao has spoken, we can only take another look." Fortunately, the police left on guard received a call from the station, and the autopsy results of the 2 thieves had come in. Aside from myocardial infarction, no other cause of death was found. This means they no longer needed to stay on guard, so the police had already returned to the station. We re-entered the dark room, this time examining more carefully, but after 5 or 6 rounds nothing was found. However, Master Shao became interested in the metal tubes on the shelf. When we came last time, there were police guarding them, making it inconvenient to open those metal tubes. "Boss Ma, these are painting tubes, right? Is it convenient to open one and take a look?" Master Shao turned to look at Ma Xiaolin. Had no objections. He spoke very politely. "Feel free to take a look. They aren't any famous paintings. As you know, there are too many fakes in calligraphy and painting. I just collect them for fun." The butler brought over a ladder and handed down the painting tubes one by one. Master Shao opened one tube, pulled out a scroll, and slowly unfolded it. It was not a calligraphy painting, but a rubbing of a mural. Master Shao stared at the rubbing with wide eyes. "Wu Daiatzi's Heavenly Palace painting. Boss Wang, this counts as a national treasure, right?" Ma Xiaolin chuckled. "It's just a rubbing, but it's not that exaggerated." Master Shao then looked at a few more of Ma Xiaolin's collected paintings. These were several levels below Wu Daiatzi's Heavenly Palace painting, but they were still works by renowned artists. When Master Shao opened the 5th painting scroll and had just unfolded half of it, he instinctively began to praise it. "This one is also not bad. Look at this painting style." He had just spoken halfway when he suddenly froze as if a current had passed through him. "Ma Xiaolin, what is this? Who painted it? From what era?" Master Shao was already trembling as he spoke, dropping the honorific and calling him by his name. "Master Shao, what did you see? Did it scare you this much?" Fatty Sun came over and took the scroll from Master Shao's hands. After just one glance, he cursed out loud, "Damn it! The vengeful spirit won't disperse. Why is it everywhere?" I glanced at the scroll, which depicted a full-body portrait. The person in the painting wore a white Taoist robe. It was hard to tell their age. They looked to be in their 20s, but they had a head of snow-white hair and a somewhat provocative smile. Who else could it be but Wu Rendai? Seeing Master Shao getting anxious, Ma Xiaolin also became a bit flustered. "This was collected by me 5 or 6 years ago. The artist is not a big name, just a court painter from the Qing dynasty during the Qinghe period. I collected it because it had the private seal of Emperor Qinghe. Master, is this painting unclean? Is it the reason I have been unlucky?" Master Shao's voice was tinged with sorrow. "It can't harm you. The one who is unlucky is me." Ma Xiaolin wanted to ask something, but upon seeing Master Shao staring blankly at the portrait, he swallowed his words. He turned his attention back to me. I still remembered how the 3 pearls had been swindled, and I had no intention of engaging with him. I turned my head to the side and pretended not to see. In resignation, Boss Ma said to Fatty Sun, "Son, what exactly happened? Can you explain it a bit?" Fatty Sun frowned and looked at him. "Old Ma, you've messed up big time stirring up trouble on the ground while provoking things. Do you see that white-haired figure?" He pointed at the portrait of Wu Rendai and said, "This is the white-haired ghost king. He has been sealed in this painting by a powerful figure, and now he has escaped. Why did you choose to collect this ghostly painting?" Fatty Sun said this while casting a meaningful glance at me. I saw the opportunity and turned back to say, "Old Ma, you should just pray for your own fortune. Well, eat what you want, drink what you want, indulge in gambling, do whatever you like. It's already like this, whether to avoid certain things is no longer relevant. Just go ahead and enjoy it. After all, it's only a matter of days now." At this point I paused and glanced at Fatty Sun, who cooperatively sighed with me. Alas. Boss Ma almost cried. "I can't possibly die this early." Master Feng Yun calculated my fate and said I have another 40 years to live. There's no reason for me to die now. This is a calamity unrelated to longevity. You must have heard of unavoidable calamities, right? Old Ma think positively. Oh, life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are in the heavens. 20 years later, you'll still be a hero. I wore a frown, but inside I was overjoyed. I had managed to swindle 3 luminous pearls for a price akin to cabbage. Just scaring you like this is already quite lenient. When I was about to add more fuel to the fire, Master Xiao, who had been silent, spoke up. Actually, there's still a chance, Boss Ma. I can risk shortening my life by 10 years to give it a try, but... Upon hearing these words from Master Xiao, Ma Xiaolin felt like he had found a lifeline. I know, Master, I understand. As long as you can save me, I will give this big house to the Master. Fearing that Master Xiao might not understand the market, Boss Ma added, a few days ago, I called in a real estate agent for an appraisal. This house is worth about 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Fatty Sun scoffed from the side. Not only him, but I also understood Ma Xiaolin's intentions. He was trying to turn waste into treasure. The haunting in his house was probably already common knowledge, and now 2 more people had died, making his situation even worse. Within 50 years this villa will be impossible to sell, let alone 100 million. Whether it can even sell for 1/10 of that is still debatable. Even at this point, Ma Xiaolin still prioritizes wealth over his life. Master Xiao shook his head. Boss Ma, we don't need the house. He had only spoken halfway when the pressure in the dark room suddenly dropped significantly, and a dark, damp aura surged like a tsunami into every corner of the dark room. It was not just us, even Ma Xiaolin and his butler felt it. Ma Xiaolin's voice trembled. Master, it feels just like the last time I saw a ghost. Shut up. Master Xiao coldly said, looking at Ma Xiaolin. To be precise, he was looking at something behind Boss Ma. At some point a white figure had appeared behind Ma Xiaolin. This figure swayed as if it were drunk. Ma Xiaolin was completely unaware that there was a person behind him. However, his butler sensed something odd from Master Xiao's eyes, and following his gaze nearly fell to the ground. Boss, behind you. The butler's eyes flicked towards the back of Ma Xiaolin. Ma Xiaolin's body had already stiffened. He guessed that something was behind him, and shouted, Master, help. As soon as I saw the white figure, my right hand reached behind my waist, gripping the gun handle. If I weren't afraid of Ma Xiaolin acting rashly, I would have fired my gun long ago. Now that Boss Ma had lost the ability to act recklessly, I no longer hesitated. I drew my pistol and aimed for the white figure's head, firing a shot. At the same time I drew my gun, Master Xiao shouted, don't shoot. He was a beat too slow. Just as he yelled, my gun went off with a bang, and the bullet unhesitatingly pierced through the white figure's head. However, contrary to my expectations, the shot, while it hit, had no effect. The white figure continued to float in place, completely unfazed by being shot. Didn't I tell you not to shoot? Master Xiao was a bit annoyed. He was also staring at the white shadow, but his words were direct. Fatty Sun had already drawn his gun, but seeing my shot had no effect, he simply put his gun away and pulled out a baton to aim at the white figure. Both of you put your weapons away. Your weapons are useless against it, and don't provoke it now. Master Xiao whispered to me and Fatty Sun. In this situation, holding something in hand still gave a sense of security. Neither Fatty Sun nor I listened to Master Xiao. We both aimed our gun and baton at the white figure. Master Xiao grew anxious. Put your weapons away, or it's not a ghost, it's a deity, a plague deity. A deity. Old Xiao, are you saying it's a deity? I didn't hear clearly what kind of deity it was, but seeing Fatty Sun take several steps back to the corner of the wall, I sensed something was wrong, and also took a few steps back. Fatty Sun said behind me, Spicy, where's your family heirloom knife? I didn't dare turn my head, staring at the white figure, and said, I didn't bring it. Who knew it would actually come in handy? Old Xiao, what kind of deity were you talking about earlier? Master Xiao replied coldly, plague deity, the plague of plague, the deity of deities. Little Spicy, who told you to act so quickly earlier? Daring to strike a deity, you can forget about having a good life this lifetime and the next. Plague deity. The one who spreads disease. My hand gripping the gun trembled a bit. If facing a deity for the first time, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, I seemed to have just shot at it. God is God. The plague deity is right in front of us. Master Xiao didn't dare to act recklessly. It is a plague deity, not a disease deity. The disease deity is the one who spreads disease. The plague deity is what common people refer to as the star of misfortune, which in the south is called the deity of decline. Boss Ma's recent misfortunes seem to be the result of the plague deity's influence. But I still don't understand, how did Ma Xiaolin offend a deity? Furthermore, didn't we just say that the trouble was most likely caused by the thing inside the jade seal? That thing inside the jade seal can't possibly be this plague deity, right? I felt embarrassed to say the next part, which hole was the jade seal sealed in. Who was so unlucky, having died, and still ended up with a plague deity stuck in their backside? That's truly a lifetime of bad luck. My words reminded Master Xiao, who blinked and said, Gods and ghosts fear filth. It seems that the jade seal is not only a nynoriphous jade, but also a container used to seal deities and ghosts. Who knows who was so audacious as to seal the plague deity inside the jade seal, especially in such a place? Even if the plague deity were killed, it wouldn't escape from there. I really don't know how long the plague deity has been imprisoned. Boss Ma is truly unfortunate. Not only did he collect this jade seal, but he also released the plague deity. Old Xiao, can you guess who has such a twisted sense of humor to seal the plague deity in the jade seal? Ma Xiaolin could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, repeatedly muttering, Master, save me, Master, save me. His butler was not much better off. The butler leaned against the wall to avoid falling. His body had stiffened, and he wanted to come over to us, but could not move his feet. The white shadow was strange, merely circling around Ma Xiaolin. We were all in the same room, practically within arm's reach. We had just fired a shot at it, yet the white shadow showed no interest in us, not even the slightest inclination to move toward us. It seems something is off, Monk Xiao muttered. He had been holding the portrait of Wu Rendi, constantly wary of the white shadow. Now seeing that the white shadow showed no intention of coming closer, he remembered to put away the scroll, but when he moved his arm too abruptly, it knocked against the stand with a loud clang. That sound startled the white shadow. It suddenly took a step toward us, but immediately retreated. From its demeanor, it seemed it wanted to approach, but was wary of something. Old Xiao, I'm not saying anything, but can you be a little quieter? Sun Fatty said from behind him. If this dark room hadn't been sealed with only one door and no back doors or windows, Sun Fatty would have jumped out the window long ago. Monk Xiao ignored him. Seeing the white shadow hesitating and not coming closer, it seemed old Xiao could sense something. He turned around, picked up the portrait of Wu Rendi that had been on the stand, and said to me, "Little Spicy, come help me out, help me What time is it? And you still have the mood for this? Old Xiao, you've already seen the person. If you want to see, go see the real person." My palms were already sweating around the gun. I had no intention of helping Monk Xiao. Haven't you two figured it out yet? Monk Xiao slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing Wu Rendi's entire figure. Upon seeing Wu Rendi's portrait, the white shadow displayed an unnatural reaction. It lowered its head, seemingly afraid to look at Wu Rendi's image. "You two hurry up and help." Monk Xiao shouted at me. Without hesitation, Sun Fatty and I hurried over, taking the scroll from Monk Xiao's hands, each holding a side, directing the portrait toward the white shadow. At this point, the white shadow began to show signs of agitation, pacing back and forth in place. "Go forward," Monk Xiao urged from behind. Sun Fatty glanced back at him. "Old Xiao, it's just a painting. What if this plague god can't be subdued? Do you think what it fears is this painting?" Monk Xiao snorted. His tone had changed, becoming somewhat reluctant. "What it fears is the person in the painting. I don't know who the unscrupulous individual was that painted it. Even if it's a portrait, it captured its spirit and essence. Could that be? That was a deity. Even if Wu Rendi had great abilities, could a mere portrait truly scare away a god?" Sun Fatty and I still hesitated. Monk Xiao waited for a moment. Seeing we were not moving, he suddenly sprang forward from behind, snatching the side that Sun Fatty was holding, using Wu Rendi's portrait as a shield, and slowly walked toward the position of the white shadow. I passively held the other side of the portrait, walking alongside Monk Xiao. Most of the painting was shielded behind Monk Xiao, so I could only try to stay a little back. If the wind changed direction, I would retreat immediately. As Monk Xiao and I approached the white shadow, which was getting closer, Sun Fatty reminded me from behind, "Spicy, be careful. If it doesn't work out, come back immediately. Old Xiao is in front and can take a hit for you." In terms of relationship, Sun Fatty still stood closer to me, naturally brushing Monk Xiao aside when he said this. Monk Xiao seemed to ignore it, still slowly moving toward the white shadow. As the portrait drew nearer to the white shadow, the latter became increasingly panicked, and the atmospheric pressure in the darkroom dropped. I even started to feel a little breathless. When there were only 2 or 3 meters left, the white shadow could no longer hold out. At this distance, even if Monk Xiao threw Wu Rendi's portrait, the white shadow would likely not be able to dodge. Just as I thought Monk Xiao was going to press the portrait against the white shadow, it suddenly let out a shrill scream, filled with unwillingness. With its scream, the white shadow's body began to fade. At the moment the scream ceased, the white shadow vanished as well, and the entire darkroom no longer felt its unique, dark, and damp aura. Old Xiao, where did it go? I still couldn't believe it could be so simple to drive away the plague god. Monk Xiao first coughed. It should still be hiding in some corner of this room, possibly concealed within one of Boss Ma's clothes. Searching for a needle in a haystack, there's no way to find it. As he spoke, Monk Xiao weakly sighed. Was it still in this dark room? But why couldn't I feel any trace of the plague god? Looking at the grinning Sun Fatty, I suddenly realized, following Monk Xiao's words I said earlier, I sensed that the plague god was still in the dark room. If it was hiding among these collections, it would indeed be impossible to find. If it were a ghost, I still had a few tricks, but now searching for a plague god, I was powerless. Master 3 masters, then there's no need for me to write anything. You can take everything, consider it a good deed on my part. Seeing the plague god disappear, Ma Xiaolin had just begun to recover a little when he heard me and Monk Xiao bantering again, and his heart rose to his throat. Boss Ma, what joke are you making? Do you think him after these trivial possessions? Monk Xiao's expression changed immediately. If one didn't know him, they might think this old fellow truly regarded wealth as dirt, and was an unpretentious recluse. Master, I misunderstood. These items have already been tainted by the plague god's bad luck, and only your supreme power can cleanse that bad luck. Besides, I believe in fate. These treasures have already run their course with me. Rather than falling into the hands of commoners, it would be better for you, Master, to become their destined owner. Ma Xiaolin's words were sincere, by the looks of it. If Monk Xiao refused these treasures, Boss Ma would have knelt down right. Sigh. Monk Xiao sighed. If you put it that way, I'll reluctantly accept them, but it's not for me. I'll find them a destined owner. As he spoke, he shook his head continuously, looking extremely unwilling. Ma Xiaolin was once again overflowing with gratitude, and his butler had already helped him up. Boss Ma wanted to write a check for 3 million as a reward, but this time, Monk Xiao firmly refused, saying that he and Boss Ma were fated and could not accept money. After a brief argument, Ma Xiaolin gave up. Afterward we wandered around Ma Xiaolan's villa a bit more. By this time the yin and yang energies in the house had nearly balanced out, no longer the overwhelming yang force as when we entered. I privately asked Monk Xiao. He explained that although the plague god was primarily associated with yin energy and was not a righteous deity, it could not allow other yin energies to thrive, where it passed akin to the saying that when the Grand Duke is present all other gods retreat. Monk Xiao was seriously setting up a peace formation in the villa's courtyard. Sun Fatty, watching Monk Xiao busy at work, smiled at me and said this counts as after-sale service. After a flurry of activity, the sky had turned dark long past meal time. Ma Xiaolan had originally arranged to dine at his private club, but unexpectedly Monk Xiao, behaving unusually, insisted he needed to maintain the formation for 6 hours for it to be effective. For the past few days he had been eating with me and Sun Fatty, without showing any courtesy. In truth, he was reluctant to part with the treasures in the dark room, fearing that after we left Ma Xiaolan would instruct the butler to replace the treasures with fakes. Originally Ma Xiaolan wanted to order a takeout of the finest abalone. To his surprise, Monk Xiao still refused, saying that outsiders coming in would disrupt his formation, causing Sun Fatty to roll his eyes nearby. There was no way around it. We could only make do with a meal in the villa. Not being able to have abalone, I and Sun Fatty were annoyed with Monk Xiao claiming we were hungry and went to the kitchen to look for food. The butler initially wanted to follow, but Sun Fatty said they needed manpower at Monk Xiao's side, so he should stay there to help. Fortunately, the kitchen was well equipped with tools. Although there weren't many fresh vegetables, Sun Fatty didn't treat himself as an outsider and rummaged through the fridge, finding a few small cans and some mushroom-like things. Old Ma really is good stuff. Spicy, stop looking for instant noodles. Come over and try some Western delicacies. Sun Fatty said, holding up the cans and mushrooms. What good stuff? Sun Fatty grinned mischievously. Caviar and truffles. Caviar is acceptable, but this truffle is quite rare. I took a look at the grayish mushrooms in his hand, frowning, and saying, I'm starting to doubt your taste. They look unappetizing. Where's the rarity in that? Sun Fatty looked at me disdainfully, not to say, but you should broaden your horizons. This thing is called truffle. It's an aphrodisiac. The next morning the three of us took the earliest flight back to the capital. Ma Xiaolan, using his VIP status, had that large pile of treasures go through the inspection process, directly boarding the plane. Monk Xiao only boarded after personally watching those treasures get on. However, it wasn't until the plane was in the air that the serious expression on Monk Xiao's face eased a bit. Sun Fatty, seeing Monk Xiao's demeanor, suddenly laughed. Old Master Xiao, the stuff is on the plane. Are you still worried it will run away? How about this? Tell the flight attendant that it's stuffy here. You want to go to the cargo hold to get some air and smoke a cigarette. Maybe if the flight attendant finds you annoying, they might actually let you go to the cargo hold. Monk Xiao shot Sun Fatty a glare. Little fatty, who am I watching over? You don't want these things. Sun Fatty hurriedly responded. Old Xiao, we agreed on a division of spoils. Don't think of backing out. Now you're thinking about dividing spoils. Monk Xiao snorted, continuing, last night, when you two were sneaking good food, why didn't you think of me? Caviar and truffles, you ate well. Spicy, you have a big mouth. Sun Fatty glared at me with dissatisfaction. Great sage, what are you looking at me for? Do you think I'm the one who said that? I exchanged a few words with Sun Fatty, then looked at Monk Xiao. Old Xiao, how did you know? Did you see us eating? Do you still need to see? After eating, you didn't wipe your mouth. I could smell the gas from the truffles from afar. Sun Fatty, you're even more outrageous. You ate caviar and fed it to the pet rat, letting it have a mouthful of fishy taste. You'd rather feed the rat caviar than give me a taste. As he spoke, Monk Xiao glared at Sun Fatty. Sun Fatty chuckled awkwardly. Those two things are all stimulating foods. Older people shouldn't eat them. We were afraid you'd lose control if you saw them, so we didn't let you see. Besides, what caviar and truffles? They're nothing special. One is fishy and salty. The other one tastes worse, a strong garlic earthy taste mixed with a gas smell. Old Xiao, luckily you didn't eat, otherwise you would have thrown up on the spot. Monk Xiao finally couldn't be bothered to speak anymore, closing his eyes and dozing off. Taking advantage of him not being asleep yet, I said a few words. Old Xiao, listening to you, it seems you've eaten and seen quite a bit. I didn't expect that. I remember when you were at Lingyun Temple in winter, it was just radishes and cabbages, and you seemed quite satisfied. I didn't expect that you've even had caviar and truffles. You really are a hidden person. Monk Xiao, with his eyes closed, spoke as if dreaming. You don't know many things. When it comes to eating, it has to be Gao Fatty and Xiao San. He realized he had said too much halfway through, sighed, and fell silent as if he had truly fallen asleep. A few hours later we got off the plane. Pajun was already waiting at the airport. He brought a customs exemption certificate. Half an hour later we returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau along with the goods. It was rare to see Director Hao Wenming at the entrance. He had been elusive recently. For a while I thought Hao Wenming had either been seriously injured or was beyond recovery. Unexpectedly, Director Hao still recognized Monk Xiao and was quite familiar with him. Xiao Ku, I'm not saying I heard you were back and was thinking of seeing you. Didn't expect to run into you here. Who are you? Monk Xiao blinked, trying to recall, but unfortunately he still couldn't remember. Director Hao felt a bit embarrassed. It's me, the small Hao from Director Gao's office, a member of the investigation team. Now I'm the director of that office. Oh. Monk Xiao tilted his head, seemingly still not recalling. Director Hao was extremely embarrassed, finding a way out. Xiao Ku, Director Gao is looking for me. I'll go ahead. If I have time we can talk later. Xiao Hishang sneered. How Wenming, the little follower who once trailed behind the chubby Gao, is always saying it's not me saying this, it's not me saying that. Even if he turned to ashes I could recognize his bones. Then why pretend not to know him? Old Xiao, you can't just rely on your— That's a mild way to put it, Sun Pongzi said with a grin. Is there anyone good around the chubby Gao? Xiao Hishang replied a bit. Never mind. I quickly changed the subject, fearing that Xiao Hishang would start criticizing Gao Liang at the entrance. Let's handle the serious business first. With so many things we need to find a place to put them. Everything is ready. Sun Pongzi continued. Last night, I contacted Ouyang Pianzhou, who reserved a warehouse for us on the second underground floor to store the items. I'll find a buyer soon and hope to sell them quickly. Are you really going to sell them? They're all national treasures, don't you plan to keep— I looked at the several large boxes and felt a bit regretful. I thought about keeping a few so that our old Shen family would have some air. Keeping these things is not beneficial. This time both Sun Pongzi and Xiao Hishang surprisingly agreed, deciding to dispose of these treasures quickly. Sun Pongzi said, Lotzi, keeping them is too risky. As you said, they are all national treasures. It's not that we fear thieves, but rather that they covet them. The two thieves at Ma Xiaolan's house are a prime example. Guarding these things all day would be crazy. Xiao Hishang nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, let's handle it early. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can relax. After placing Ma Xiaolan's collection in the warehouse on the second underground floor, Xiao Hishang had nothing to do, so he stayed in the warehouse counting the gains from this trip to Hong Kong. Sun Pongzi and I waited in a room until Hao Wenming came out of Gao Liang's office. It wasn't a big deal, he was just inquiring about the details of the trip to Hong Kong. Other than the supplies that Ma Xiaolan donated to Ling Yun Temple, Sun Pongzi and I told Hao Wenming everything else, including the portraits of the Plague God and Wu Rendi. Not that I'm saying it, but I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck for you two. You entered the polling bureau just a few days ago and already got to see the Plague God. Hao Wenming said this with a sigh, not sure if he was envious or mocking our bad luck. How to? Not that I'm saying it, but if you are really envious, go find Director Wu from the 6th office. He seems able to fulfill that wish of yours. Sun Pongzi said with a chuckle, how many times have I told you? Don't mimic my speech. Hao Wenming seemed a bit anxious, but I could see from the side that he couldn't find a response to refute Sun Pongzi. Mentioning Wu Rendi made Hao Wenming— he wanted to argue a bit, but didn't want to mention Wu Rendi, so Director Wu decided to extinguish the fire. I found it amusing and suddenly had an idea. At the polling bureau, it seemed Wu Rendi had no friends, the only person he could talk to was the chubby Director Gao. Sun Pongzi, I've realized we can't get on the same page. Forget it, I want to chat with you. Not that I'm saying it, but since there's nothing to do, you two shouldn't waste time here. Just go back and— if you have time in the next few days, remember to find the finance department and hand in the construction fund. Don't forget. I began to suspect that Gao Liang had called Hao Wenming over just to remind us of this. As we exited the room, Sun Pongzi made a phone call. After almost 100 calls, unexpectedly news came right away. A friend of a friend had indeed found a channel to sell this batch of treasures. Desheng, is there any guarantee? Don't let yourself get scammed again. I felt a bit uneasy. Finding a buyer so quickly seemed a bit unreliable. Sun Pongzi curled his lip. Lotzi, not that I'm saying it, but no one can scam me. They haven't been born yet. I was still a bit unsettled and said, I'll go with you. Forget it, not that I'm saying it, Lotzi, you can handle a gun or a knife, but when it comes to business you are way off the mark. After Sun Pongzi finished speaking, I suggested, why not take Xiao Hishang with you? Sun Pongzi didn't object, and Xiao Hishang immediately agreed without hesitation. In matters like these, their instincts and awareness were remarkably similar. This kind of thing is better done sooner rather than later. Sun Pongzi contacted the buyer and arranged to meet the next day. If there were no issues with that batch of items, the other party would pay the full amount within a week. Originally, I wanted to follow them to take a look, but they both stubbornly disagreed, saying that having too many people would rather lead to trouble, and it was just fine for the two of them to go. Early the next morning, Sun Pongzi and Xiao Hishang took all the antique calligraphy and paintings. I couldn't understand this route. Those two explained that to avoid long nights filled with dreams, it was better to solve everything at once to the agreed place. They hadn't returned by dinner time. At first I thought positively. After all, they were national treasures, and verifying each item would take quite a while. However, several hours later I realized that I had thought too optimistically about this world. At around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by a phone call. It was the secretary of Director Gao. Report to the conference room within 20 minutes. He hung up before I could even ask what the meeting was about. While I was getting dressed, Pajun also called inquiring about the meeting. He was also confused, saying that unless there was a major emergency, there rarely would be a meeting at such a late hour. Clearly something serious had occurred. When Pajun and I hurried to the conference room, we met at the entrance. We found that there were almost no outsiders present aside from Hao Wenming. It was just Director Gao Liang sitting in the host's seat. Standing below were two people, Sun Pongzi and Xiao Hishang. When did Sun Pongzi and Xiao Hishang come back? They returned without coming to find me first. After all, I was one of the shareholders of the Hong Kong trip. However, judging by their expressions, they didn't seem to have just earned a fortune. Sun Pongzi had his hands in his pockets, glancing at the ground with a sidelong eye. Xiao Hishang was crossing his arms, rolling his eyes toward the sky. The two of them looked dumbfounded and disoriented. Everyone is here, Director. How? Please go ahead. It was Sun Pongzi who spoke. His expression revealed nothing of what had happened. In contrast, Hao Wenming's expression was quite interesting. Director Hao's face was stern, with his upper teeth biting his lower lip and his chin slightly trembling. It looked as if he was desperately holding back laughter. Cough. At midnight last night, the Capitol Police Bureau contacted Director Gao stating that they had apprehended 2 suspects in a major smuggling case involving cultural relics that they had just cracked. According to these 2 suspects, they are investigators and consultants from the Bureau of Folk Affairs Research. Sun Pengzi seemed fine. He was still staring at the ground, as if he hadn't heard what Hao Wenming said. However, the person beside him couldn't stay calm. Xiao Hishang suddenly turned around acting superior, and said to Hao Wenming, can you speak properly? What do you mean by suspects? You are the suspect. Your entire family are suspects. Xiao consultant, please calm down. Not that I'm saying it, I'm just stating the facts. Hao Wenming looked at Xiao Hishang innocently, clearly showing that he didn't dare to offend Xiao Hishang, and was being thoroughly suppressed by him. From the tone alone, the positions of the 2 had completely reversed. Xiao Hishang wanted to say something to Hao Wenming. I could see he wanted to shift the blame onto Hao Wenming, but was stopped in time by Director Gao. Monk, did Director Hao say anything wrong? If I didn't have some face in the police department, you and Sun Dishing would have to stay in the detention center for a while. Do you know how many years you can be sentenced for trafficking national-level cultural relics? You are almost 70 now. Do you want to spend the rest of your days in prison? Think carefully about your issues. As he spoke, Gao Liang turned to Sun Pengzi, saying, Sun Dishing, now you tell us about your problems. I was wrong. Sun Pengzi said, still with his hands in his pockets looking down. I made an unforgivable mistake, and this mistake is due to my usual laxity in maintaining strict standards for myself. These seemingly self-reflective words came out of Sun Pengzi's mouth, like a chant spoken in a flat tone from start to finish, devoid of any inflection, pauses, or emotion. Alright, Sun Dishing, you can stop now. Gao Liang frowned at what he heard. Sun Pengzi and I were personally summoned by him to the polling bureau, and he naturally knew Sun Pengzi's background well. This fat man was notorious for being a troublemaker in the narcotics division. I don't know if this was related to him later being sent to do undercover work, and his self-criticism had become formulaic. You 2 tell me where those antiques and paintings came from. Gao Liang changed tactics, shifting the focus onto those treasures. Found them. Passed down from ancestors. Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang gave 2 answers. They exchanged a glance, providing an upgraded 2-0 answer. Sun Pengzi explained those items were passed down through my ancestors, but got lost later. Xiao Hishang chimed in, I inadvertently found them. Gao Liang's eye muscles twitched incessantly. You 2 better be. Later I learned that the friend of a friend of a friend that Sun Pengzi had contacted was an undercover from his former workplace, the police department. Given Sun Pengzi's sharp eyes, he could have easily seen through that person's identity. However, as the saying goes, when you're not concerned, you become confused. With a huge sum of money seemingly within reach, so much money that I couldn't even describe it, Sun Pengzi remained excited about becoming rich and hadn't thought in that direction at all. Just as 2 items of the antiques and paintings were being verified, the police brought in an expert in antique appraisal who signaled the signal. Police officers ambushed outside rushed in, pointing guns at the foreheads of Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang. After bringing Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang to the police station, once the experts cleared the criminal evidence, everyone was shocked. Almost every item was a national treasure, and most were documented stolen goods. This could already qualify for the top 10 smuggling cases of cultural relics since the founding of the country. What kind of people were these 2? Both the old and the young looked like slippery characters. Could they be the legendary Wu Laosan of the tomb-robbing world and his nephew? Due to the severe nature of the case, during the interrogation the police used a bit of pressure, mainly focusing on Sun Pengzi, since Xiao Hishang was older. Without even using serious means, just a few threats were enough, but Sun Pengzi stubbornly refused to yield, bringing up the head of the polling bureau. When Gao Liang arrived, the old and the young were handcuffed to the radiator. Sun Pengzi was still shouting, comrades, you've misunderstood. I'm one of your own. I used to be in the narcotics division, just ask around about Sun Pengzi, and everyone knows him. I'm still not far from you. Decades ago, I was also under the police department. We are family. Seeing Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang in such a state, Director Gao Liang was angry, but ultimately, they were his subordinates. Moreover, he had known Xiao Hishang for decades. He had to find a way to get them out. Fortunately, the police chief had heard some rumors about the polling bureau. Although he had never dealt with Gao Liang, he didn't want to in the police force who hasn't encountered some shady business. Who dares to guarantee that they won't bring trouble to this Bureau of Folk Affairs Research later? However, even so, the police chief still didn't believe Director Gao's statement that comrades Sun Dishing and Xiao Hishang were using these antiques as bait to uncover a major smuggling ring. In the end, Director Gao had no choice but to call the minister of the police department in the middle of the night. After saying a few words, the minister reluctantly ordered the police chief to release them and not to keep any records. As an aside, the TV station caught wind of the news and came to interview about this major cultural relic smuggling case. As a result, Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang had already left with Director Gao. In desperation, the police department sent 2 officers changed into plain clothes and wore masks to impersonate Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang, the 2 suspects. This meeting ended in a muddle. Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang received a major internal reprimand, no announcement, no record. I couldn't understand, is this even considered a punishment? As they exited the conference room, both Sun Pengzi and Xiao Hishang had changed their demeanor. Aside from the fatigue visible on their faces, both also displayed expressions of anger. Xiao Hishang glared and said, in the end, I was still taken advantage of by Ma Xiaolin. Even at death's door he still had this scheme calculated so precisely. That old man really values money over his life. Compared to Xiao Hishang's Sun Pengzi was more action-oriented. He snorted and said Ma Xiaolin knew full well that his collection was stolen goods, yet he dared to give it to us. Is he crazy? No way I'm going back to Hong Kong again. If he doesn't clarify things he'll have his gallbladder squeezed out. Watching their righteous indignation, I chimed in forget it old Xiao Deshang. Those items can't be counted as something Ma Xiaolin actively gave, at most they were passive. Besides whether or not they are stolen goods he as a Hong Kong person can't clarify. Not counting it. Are you really going to Hong Kong to find Ma Xiaolin? Just let it be, money doesn't come through haste. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn it in the future. That may be for you too, Xiao Hishang replied, but what about me? How many days do I have left to live? I need to save some retirement money. What if I can't move when I grow old? I chuckled saying, old, Xiao, doesn't your film company still have a bag of gold ingots? That should be enough for your latter half of life. Xiao Hishang glanced at me muttering something I couldn't hear clearly. However, it seemed he also accepted his misfortune. A few days later I began to slowly forget about that incident. One morning, I went to the director's office to deliver the quarterly summary for our department. At the elevator entrance I ran into Xiao He, who was idly doing nothing. With nothing better to do, he joined me in looking for Gao Pengzi. It wasn't until we entered the office that we discovered an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s sitting inside. Seeing me enter, the old woman stood up and said to Gao Liang, I'm counting on you for this matter. I really hope you can send strong and capable men over. Is that you, monk? Xiao He became speechless, his mouth agape as though turned to stone. After a long while he finally said, Mo, Yin, it's been over 30 years since we last met, yet you haven't changed. While he spoke I noticed that the expressions on the faces of Xiao He, the old woman, named Mo Yin, and Gao Liang were all extremely unnatural. I seemed to understand a bit the relationships among these three people were rather complicated. My curiosity flared up, but was quickly snuffed out. Gao Liang cleared his throat, glanced at me, and then looked at the door. With the director's intentions being so clear, I had no choice but to hand over the documents, and then exit Gao Liang's office, closing the door behind me. The next time I saw Xiao He was over an hour later. He and Gao Pengzi had just sent the elderly woman to the entrance of the polling bureau where a Lexus was parked. The three of them chatted for a while at the entrance before the old woman reluctantly got into the car. Sun Pengzi and I leaned on the windowsill watching this sunset trio below. The more Sun Pengzi watched, the more expressive his face became until the Lexus was completely out of sight. Xiao He and Gao Liang remained staring in the direction the car had vanished, and I could clearly see that both of their eyes were red. Together they were nearly 140 years old, looking like two young men who had just experienced heartbreak. Sun Pengzi could no longer hold back and burst into wild laughter. Xiao He and Gao Liang both looked up at us at the same time. Sun Pengzi abruptly leaned back, leaving me perched on the wall. Shenla, what are you laughing at? Gao Liang shouted at me. I could tell his tone was not very pleasant. I was already spouting nonsense. Sun Pengzi squatted beside me, covering his mouth and laughing. I kicked him in anger. Xiao He glanced at me, seemingly having figured something out. Little spicy, is it just you? What about Sun Pengzi? Who knows where he ran off to? I replied huffily. Well, go find Sun Dishing and bring him along to the meeting room. By the way, run by the 6 investigation rooms and gather everyone who's free to the meeting room. Gao Liang shouted a few instructions to me. When he mentioned Sun Dishing, his tone subtly intensified. After saying that, he and Xiao He entered the building one after the other. Sun Pengzi, squatting on the ground, seemed to sense it and lowered his voice, saying, why do I feel like Gao has figured it out? I shot him a glare, annoyed. You can go ask him yourself. I wandered around the polling bureau, gathering the idle ones together, the idlers mainly being Hao Wanming and Pejun. When I saw them, they were discussing dinner for the night. Coincidentally, there were still 7 or 8 people in the second room who hadn't gone out, so Sun Pengzi and I dragged them all to the meeting room. Upon entering, I saw a few people were already seated inside. In addition to the investigators from the remaining rooms, the directors Nicholas Hugo and Ouyang Pianzhou, who had not made an appearance for a while, were also present. Moreover, unlike before, each seat had been equipped with a tablet, as if the purpose of this meeting had already been inputted. Seeing that these were about all the attendees, Gao Liang turned to Xiao He and asked, should I say it, or will you? You're the leader. If you want to speak, then you speak. If not, I'll take over. At the polling bureau, it seemed there was really no one who could hold their own against Xiao He. Even Gao Pengzi was left bitter. Then I suppose I'll speak, Gao Liang said, not caring about Xiao He's attitude. They had known each other for decades, and ever since their falling out over 3 decades ago, Xiao He had never given him a warm reception. The bureau has just received a case of a missing person, which isn't significant, but it's causing quite a stir due to the high social status of the individual involved. Therefore, I've prioritized this case. Does anyone have any objections? After Gao Liang finished, no one below voiced dissent, but some began to murmur. Ever since the bureau was established, it had always operated according to regulations. Unless it's a major event, there won't be any such prioritization. There's an unwritten rule in the polling bureau that cases classified as priority are almost always tough nuts to crack, handled mainly by the 6-room directors and a few elite investigators. Now that the mention of a priority case has arisen, everyone seems to be hesitating. Director Gao for the priority case. In the end, it was the international friend Nicholas Hugo, who couldn't hold back anymore. His fluent Mandarin made Ouyang Pianzhou beside him feel a bit embarrassed. Hugo continued, if it's convenient, could you please introduce the details of the case? Gao Pengzi nodded and said, have you all heard of Qinghe Women's Academy? Yes, that's the largest private academy in the country. Starting last month, students began going missing from Qinghe Women's Academy. At first we thought it was just students skipping classes, but after searching both the campus and surrounding areas we found nothing. The missing person case has yet to be resolved, and on the 1st of this month another student went missing from the academy. As Gao Liang spoke, everyone in the meeting room was looking at the information about Qinghe Academy on their tablets. Seizing the opportunity, while Gao Liang took a breath, Hao Wenming said, Director Gao, no offense, but this seems like an ordinary missing person case. It's hard to see how it relates to our polling bureau. Shouldn't it be under the police department's jurisdiction? Gao Liang shot him a glance. Wait until I finish speaking before you. After the first person went missing, Qinghe Women's Academy installed surveillance cameras both inside and out. After the second person went missing, the academy leadership and police reviewed the footage countless times, but found no trace of the missing individuals. Director Gao took a breath and continued, due to the immense influence of Qinghe Women's Academy and the deep backgrounds of its students, to prevent any rumors, we've negotiated with the academy. You will enter the academy as students and teachers to investigate. Director Gao, aren't you mistaken? Sun Pengzi had been silent, and after Gao Liang finished he finally spoke, that's a women's academy. I know that at Qinghe Women's Academy from top to bottom, even the maintenance staff and security are female. How are we supposed to get in as a bunch of men? That was the case before. Gao Liang smiled slightly. Starting today, Qinghe Women's Academy has been renamed Qinghe. They will temporarily admit male students and staff until the incident is resolved. Understand? With 1,800 female students, you 20 or so male students and teachers will be quite a rarity. The last few words Gao Liang emphasized deliberately had a clear effect. Regardless of whether they were married or not, everyone's face showed an inexplicable excitement. Alright, now I will announce the personnel list and their corresponding identities and positions for entering Qinghe Business Academy. Hao Wenming, Geography Teacher. Nicholas Hugo, English Teacher. Ouyang Pianzuo, History Teacher. After arranging the directors, he was about to announce the assignments for our investigators. At that moment the meeting room door opened, and someone walked in. After seeing the newcomer, the room fell silent, with almost every gaze on that person tinged with a hint of wariness. Especially the people from the second room. Upon seeing this person, looked as if they could gnash their teeth in anger. Yang Xiao, what are you doing here? Gao Liang was also somewhat surprised to see him. According to Pajun, Director Wu from the 6th room never attended such meetings, and since Yang Xiao came to the polling bureau, he hadn't been seen in the meeting room. Yang Xiao still wore the cautious demeanor he had when he was a junior officer in Qilin City. If not for the fact that everyone in the meeting room knew his background, no one would associate him with the mastermind behind the haunting of the 15-story building in Qilin years ago. Yang Xiao knew that many people here were not welcoming to him. He lowered his head and walked behind Gao Liang, whispering something in his ear. After Yang Xiao finished speaking, Gao Liang looked stunned for a moment, seeming not to comprehend what Yang Xiao had said, and asked again, are you saying Wu Rendi is going to the women's school? Yang Xiao nodded, wearing an expression of a lowly clerk. Otherwise, why don't you ask Director Wu personally? Gao Liang's expression became somewhat strange. He couldn't think of any reason Wu Rendi would go to Qinghe Women's School. However, Gao Liang usually wouldn't easily offend Wu Rendi. After thinking for a moment, he said, Wu Rendi, physical education teacher. Yang Xiao nodded, not saying anything, and turned to leave the meeting room, apparently having come just to relay a message from Director Wu. Alright, the remaining investigators will disguise themselves as university students except for Sun Dishing. After Gao Liang finished announcing the last batch of personnel, I glanced around, and these people were all relatively young or had baby faces. At this point Sun Pengzi grew anxious. Director Gao, what about me? What should I do? Gao Liang glanced at Sun Pengzi. Sun Dishing, you tell me, is it more suitable for you to be a teacher or a student? Gao Liang's words weren't without reason. Although Sun Pengzi was also in his 20s, he looked mature, and anyone would say he seemed to be over 35 or 36. Having him be a student seemed too old, and as a teacher he showed no semblance of a mentor. Sun Pengzi blinked for a long time. Surely there's something I can do. Gao Liang looked at him and said, it can't be said that there's nothing. Qinghe Business Academy is still in need of a male janitor. Are you interested? Director Gao, did I hear you right? Sun Pengzi exaggeratedly perked up his ears. Aren't they all teachers or students? Why do you want me to be the janitor? Gao Liang raised his chin. Well, do you want to do it or not? In the end, Sun Pengzi glanced at a student's resume on the computer, gritted his teeth. Fine. Qinghe Women's Academy is the largest women's academy in the country, and its predecessor was Qinghe City Business Academy. In the 1990s, it was transformed into the only women's exclusive academy in the country. Qinghe Women's Academy is divided into elementary, middle, and university departments, and basically anyone who enters Qinghe Women's Academy in elementary school stays there for 16 years. It is called the only one because Qinghe Women's Academy is a true women's academy. It goes without saying that all the students are female, and even the faculty and staff are entirely a female force. In short, Qinghe Women's Academy has no other male animals apart from mice. From the very beginning of Qinghe Women's Academy, it adhered to the philosophy that all elite women who are both beautiful and intelligent emerge from Qinghe Academy. To achieve this goal, they strictly screened during admissions, requiring not only interviews and written tests, but also an investigation into the family history spanning 3 generations. If any direct relatives have a criminal history or mental illness, they are excluded from Qinghe Academy's admissions. The effect of this approach was that for a considerable period many high-ranking officials and private entrepreneurs in the country took pride in their daughters being able to enter Qinghe Women's Academy. The old woman I encountered in the director's office, surnamed Su and named Mo Yin, is the principal of Qinghe Women's Academy. It is rumored that she is an old acquaintance of Gao Liang. There are also claims that she was Xiao He's old flame. Many years ago when Principal Su met Director Gao or Xiao He, there had been rumors about the polling bureau, but at that time Director Gao or Xiao He had given ambiguous answers without any specifics. Only recently, after several bizarre missing person cases occurred at the academy, did Principal Su recall her old. She approached Gao Liang and explained her reasons. Gao Pengzi immediately recognized that the missing person case fell within work jurisdiction, readily agreed, and even took the opportunity to send a large team, somewhat increasing his standing in Principal Su's eyes. After packing their belongings, Director Gao and Xiao He personally led the team along with Principal Su to board the polling bureau's private plane to Qinghe City. Upon exiting the airport, 2 buses were already waiting for us. Contrary to my expectations, the buses did not head straight to the Women's Academy, but first went to Liyuan Hotel in Qinghe City. They booked half of the top floor near the center. It seemed that Gao Liang intended to use this place as a base. After a brief rest, Gao Pengzi gathered us in one of the suites, first distributing a set of uniforms to each investigator, even giving Sun Pengzi a janitor's uniform, and then explaining the rules at the Women's Academy. Actually, there was nothing particularly special, just one thing: no physical contact with the female students. Xiao He made a particularly appropriate remark: "Whatever part of you touches her, I'll cut it off." However, he said it without much conviction, as if it were directed at Su Mo Yin, who in the polling bureau didn't. Boss Xiao from Lingyun Film and Television Entertainment Company would most likely hand out business cards to any woman he found reasonably attractive, inviting them to audition. After changing into our uniforms, we boarded the bus again, and 20 minutes later the vehicle stopped at Qinghe Women's Academy. The academy had already been notified and arranged a welcome ceremony for the new students. Hundreds of youthful and beautiful female students were lined up in 2 rows along the entrance, clapping in unison. The polling bureau had no female investigators, and with an excess of yang energy, seeing over 100 young beautiful girls at their peak of development, all clapping and smiling at them, any man would find himself at a loss. Finally making it out of the crowd of welcoming students, a girl who seemed to be the student council president approached us, leading us to the academy's auditorium. On the other side, Principal Su personally brought Gao Pengzi in through a different passage, going straight to the podium. Sun Pengzi originally wanted to enter the auditorium with us, but was stopped by a female student. "Janitors don't need to attend the welcome ceremony. Just go find Sister Xia, the janitor supervisor. Later someone will need to unclog the toilets in the main building area. It will depend on you." Sun Pengzi couldn't swallow that. "Are you sending a janitor to unclog the toilets? Why rely on me?" The female student glanced at him. "Our rule is that men from outside the academy aren't allowed in. If there's something to be done, we either ask female professionals or our own janitors to handle it." In the past, similar tasks were all managed by our academy's janitors. As Fatty Sun was reluctantly led away, we had already been seated in the front row beneath the rostrum. Gao Liang, Xiao Hashang, Hao Wenming, and the others had taken their places before the stage. Behind us, the seats were filled with students from the former women's college. Just as the welcome ceremony was about to begin, Principal Su picked up the microphone and was preparing to speak when a woman in her 30s rushed frantically into the auditorium. The moment she entered, she dashed straight toward the rostrum. Principal Su frowned at the woman's disheveled appearance and was about to reprimand her when the woman climbed onto the stage. Leaning over the podium, she whispered a few words to Principal Su in a low voice. Principal Su's microphone was already on, so the entire auditorium heard the woman's words. "Someone else has gone missing. It's a senior." Only after speaking did she realize the whole hall had heard her, but it was too late to stop. The once silent auditorium exploded into chaos. Principal Su immediately turned off the microphone, but the murmuring from the audience rained down like a torrent, impossible to quell. Gao Liang could no longer sit still. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the directors before settling on Wu Renqi's face. "Hold the fort here. Wu, come with me to check it out." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Wu Renqi made no move to stand. He replied with just 2 words: "Not going," leaving Gao Liang hanging in awkward silence. Since joining the bureau, I had always known that Wu Renqi only heeded Director Gao's orders. Usually if Gao said the word, Wu would brave any danger to get things done. But now Wu Renqi had flatly refused Gao Liang's request. Even the directors had never witnessed such a thing, let alone. Seeing Gao Liang's embarrassment, Hao Wenming and Ouyang Pianzhou both rose to their feet simultaneously to rescue him. "Gao, let's all go together." Before the director could respond, Wu Renqi addressed Yang Xiao from below the stage. "Yang Xiao, go with them." Just as Wu only listened to Gao, Yang Xiao only obeyed Wu. No one in the bureau had ever heard of anyone besides Wu Renqi giving orders to Yang Xiao, not even Gao Liang. Unlike Wu, however, Yang Xiao dared not refuse Wu's command. He stood up without a word and silently followed Gao Liang, led by the teacher, out of the auditorium. Now no one had the heart to continue the welcome ceremony. Not only the students, but even some teachers gathered in small groups discussing the recent inexplicable disappearance. Finally, the dean of students, a woman in her 40s, rose from her seat and turned to shout a few reprimands at the crowd behind her, barely managing to restore some order. Director Gao had not given us permission to leave before he went. It seemed his intention was for us to ensure the safety of the teachers and students in the auditorium. Behind us, Shimin Lian and Yun Feiyang had already begun scanning their surroundings. I had no desire to wade into this mess. Besides, with Director Wu Rinxi here, why were they all so tense for no reason? Bored, I pulled a tablet from my backpack. There was no Wi-Fi in the auditorium, so I could only browse the school's internal information to pass the time. When I scrolled to the list of senior high school students, a name caught my eye: Xiao Yi. I paused. The name seemed familiar, as if I had heard or seen it somewhere before, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't read. I clicked on the entry and a photo of the name's owner appeared. The picture showed a 16 or 17-year-old girl with a ponytail. Her youth made her look fairly pretty. But there was something off about her gaze, a look of disdain for everything tinged with arrogance. Why did she seem so? Suddenly an image of white hair flashed through my mind. Her name was Xiao Yi. It hit me. Wu Rinxi had once given me an address and 2 names, tasking Fatty's son and me with delivering his share of the pearl sale proceeds to them. And one of them was indeed Xiao Yi. I began to understand why Wu Rinxi had been so eager to come to this women's college. Even when Gao Liang called him to investigate earlier, Director Wu had refused to oblige. So this was the root of it. When I looked at Wu Rinxi again, his gaze was subtly drifting toward the area behind and to my right. I stood up and stretched, pretending to be stiff from sitting too long and needing to loosen up. I stole a glance in the direction of Wu Rinxi's gaze. Amid the hundreds of chattering girls in that section, I spotted the girl named Xiao Yi at once. She was so easy to find because she stood out so starkly from her classmates. With their teachers too distracted to care, the girls around her were all chattering away. Only Xiao Yi ignored everyone, sitting lazily in her chair with a slight furrow in her brow, as if enduring the tedious chatter of her peers. The resemblance was uncanny. Forget the face. That aloof, indifferent expression was a female version of Wu Rinxi. Just as I tried to observe more closely, a chill ran through my heart, followed by a wave of cold that flooded my entire body. It felt as if I had fallen into an ice pit. Shivering, I traced the source of the cold, and saw Wu Rinxi looking at me with a faint, knowing smile. I gave him a stupid grin and turned back to my seat. Was it really that serious? Couldn't I even take a look? Nothing is worse than having something on your mind. I still wanted to get a clearer look at the woman Wu Rinxi was protecting, but he had me in his sights. The moment I turned my head, even slightly, a wave of cold would wash over me. Just as I was squirming in my seat, Gao Liang and his group returned from outside the auditorium. Nearly everyone stood up, craning their necks to see the incoming figures. Following Gao Liang was a girl of 17 or 18 who trailed meekly behind him. The female teacher who had earlier reported the disappearance wore an awkward, flushed expression as she walked at the very back. Everyone, students and teachers, please sit down. Principal Su returned to the rostrum, unable to hide his irritation at the chaotic crowd before him. Once the teachers and students had settled back into their seats, Principal Su spoke into the microphone again. There was a minor incident just now, but it has been confirmed as a misunderstanding. Once the teachers and students had settled back into their seats, Principal Su spoke into the microphone again. There was a minor incident just now, but it has been confirmed as a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding has now been resolved. There is no need for further speculation. As the murmurs gradually subsided, Principal Su continued. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's move on to the main event. Let's give a warm welcome to our new teachers and students. What followed was the introduction of newcomers, a standard procedure for such assemblies not worth detailing. There was just one minor incident. When the new physical education teacher was introduced, Teacher Wu Rinxi reluctantly stood up, and with an icy demeanor, gave a slight bow to the audience, barely a nod. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the audience erupted with exclamations. Wow, white hair, so cool. How is he so pale? Does he wear makeup? Called it. Don't get any ideas, he's mine now. Amid such chatter, applause finally began. A youthful voice from the middle school section shouted, Teacher Wu, smile. The entire auditorium burst into laughter, with Xiao Hashang, Hao Wenming, and the other directors laughing the loudest on stage. To my surprise, Teacher Wu did not lose his temper. Instead, he curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, something that should have been nearly impossible for him. This gesture left everyone from the bureau utterly baffled. Even Hao Wenming and Xiao Hashang, who had been laughing the hardest, froze mid-law, their expressions frozen in an awkward grimace. I sensed something was up. Seizing the moment while Teacher Wu wasn't watching me, I quickly turned to look toward the high school section. Sure enough, Xiao Yi was covering her mouth, stifling a laugh. Before Teacher Wu could notice me, I quickly turned back and sat down properly. By chance, I caught Yang Xiao's eye. His attention was not on Wu Rinxi. Yang Xiao's gaze was fixed on Wu Furong, the girl who had fainted from low blood sugar. Could he be following Wu Rinxi's lead and taken a liking to this young girl? After the introductions, the welcome ceremony came to an abrupt end, and we were assigned to a separate dormitory deep within the campus. After the introductions, the welcome ceremony came to an abrupt end, and we were assigned to a separate dormitory deep. With so few people in such a large building, we were given a room for 2. When I opened the door, I saw a pile of pale flesh lying on the left bed. Hearing me enter, a head emerged from the pile of flesh. Lotsie, why are you guys so late? I finished unclogging the drains in my building and still got back before you. It was Fatty Sun lounging lazily on the bed in just his underwear looking at me with a languid expression. I couldn't find the words to describe his state. Dashing, it's broad daylight. Why are you so stripped down? Hurry up and put some clothes on. Someone might walk in. Come on, Lotsie, this is a boys' dorm. Even if someone comes in, it'll be the guys from the bureau. Who doesn't know who's who? Fatty Sun put on a dismissive air. Not that I'm saying, but during the day, I still have some discretion. At night though, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm used to sleeping naked. Don't blame me if I scare you. I chuckled. Let me give you a heads up too. I have a habit of sleepwalking and cutting things with scissors. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're ruthless. Fatty Sun got up and pulled on a large vest and an even larger pair of shorts. I looked at him and said, by the way, Dashing, let me tell you something serious. Before I could start, Fatty Sun waved his hand. You mean the thing about Senior Wu Furong going missing and being found? You don't need to say it. I heard about it when I was cleaning the auditorium earlier. It's not that, I said, waving my hand in imitation of him. Remember the pearl deal last time? Wu Rinchi asked us to give half the money to a pair of beauties surnamed Xiao. One of those beauties is now in this school. Really? Fatty Sun was still skeptical. She's on campus. You'll see her sooner or later. As I spoke, I noticed 2 lockers with combination locks standing in the corner. This women's college really splurged. Dashing, you're the expert. What do you think of these cabinets? They're just average. What do you expect from school lockers? They're not bank vaults. A pro could pop them open with a wire. It seemed Fatty Sun had already fiddled with the lockers and wasn't impressed with the 2 big boxes. I locked my pistol and spare magazines inside one of the lockers, but a nagging unease lingered. I turned to Fatty Sun and asked, is it safe to keep the gear in here? No problem. The lock may not be great, but an ordinary person can't open it, Fatty Sun said nonchalantly. After all, this is a school. Besides me, no one here has the skills. After a brief rest in the dorm, Fatty Sun and I gathered with the other investigators as planned back at the bureau. We first divided the Vermilion Women's College into 3 zones, then split ourselves into 3 groups to sweep each area. Sweeping the suspicious areas shouldn't have been a big deal, but I hadn't expected the college to be this vast. After half an hour, we still hadn't covered our assigned zone. Left with no choice, we split into 2 smaller groups. Mine included Fatty Sun, Yun Feiyong, Shimin Lian, and a guy named Xiongwani. Our zone was the site of the second disappearance. According to Principal Su, the missing student was Zhang Yuan from around 6 in the evening that day. She and a few classmates were walking along this very path toward the cafeteria. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zhang Yuan let out a yelp, startling everyone around her. She looked around with a bewildered expression. Did you guys hear someone call my name? It was nearly dark by then, and they were just a bunch of junior high girls. Zhang Yuan's question sent a chill, but Zhang Yuan herself seemed unfazed. She pricked up her ears and listened for a while longer, but the voice called, probably just an auditory hallucination, she said, brushing it off. Then she continued walking with her classmates. A few minutes later, one of the girls suddenly shouted, Zhang Yuan, someone's calling you. Zhang Yuan. Where's... It was only then that they realized with a jolt that Zhang Yuan, who had been walking with them, had vanished without a trace. I can't see anything wrong here either. Sun Fatty, could it be that the girl and the pretty boy eloped and staged a show? The one speaking is the investigator from the second office, Xiongwani. He has a good relationship with Sun Fatty, and one could say they are kindred spirits, often drinking together until late at night. Not to put too fine a point on it, Xiong, if you were to elope with the pretty boy, wouldn't it just be hand in hand, without all this theatric? Sun Fatty looked at Xiongwani and said, Sun Fatty, could you straighten your tongue before speaking? My name is Xiongwani, as in 10,000 and perseverance. You insisted on calling me Xiong instead of my proper name, Xiongwani protested. However, Sun Fatty completely ignored his words. Xiong, it's all the same. A name is just a code, why take it so seriously? Besides, you call me Sun Fatty every day, who should I complain to? Alright, let's get serious. Since we can't find any clues here, let's move on. The dining hall is ahead, and it's just about meal. It's really time to fill our stomachs. Sun Fatty's words were quite reasonable. The sky had already darkened roughly the same time as when Zhang Yuan went missing. We had scrutinized the area, finding nothing like Zhang Yuan's soul, only a slightly suspicious spot, probably due to the gathering of women here for years. The yin energy within the girls' school was somewhat stronger than usual. However, considering the large number of women here, this level of yin energy wasn't significant at all. Seeing that Xiongwani was still a bit unhappy, I tried to lighten the mood. Old Xiong, it's getting late, and we won't discover anything further by lingering here. Listen to the great sage, let's go to the dining hall and eat first. I turned to Yun Feiyong and Shimin Lian, who both readily agreed to fill their stomachs first. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the dining hall. Upon entering, I realized that perhaps because this was a women's academy, the food in the dining hall was much more exquisite than elsewhere and looked more appetizing. By this time, it was mealtime, and the dining hall was bustling with female students who were eating. We were the first group of male students to enter, immediately catching the attention of the girls. Sun Fatty, unfazed, approached a reasonably attractive female student and struck up a conversation. Classmate, what dish is this? Is it delicious? What flavor is it? Sweet, salty, sour, or spicy? Is there anyone sitting next to you? Do you mind if I sit here? The female student shot him an annoyed glance and continued to focus on her food. Sun Fatty felt a bit embarrassed. We behind him had to exert great effort to suppress our laughter. Just as we got our trays ready to eat, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the dining hall, and we saw Wu Rendi walk in dressed in white from head to toe. The moment Wu Rendi entered the dining hall, he attracted over 95% of the gazes in the room. We five were the surviving 5%. A bunch of little girls never seen a decent man. What's so good about white hair? That's called white hair disease. Look closely, he has age spots on his face too. Sun Fatty muttered under his breath. Xiongwani beside him chimed in. Exactly, getting dull in school. What's so great about the pretty boy? But then again, Fatty, does he really have age spots on his face? I didn't see any. Sun Fatty glanced at him and replied, he'll have them sooner or later. They whispered to each other, their faces already showing a mischievous grin. I turned to them and said, if you're so brave, why not speak a little louder? Sun Fatty realized and immediately shut up, pretending to browse the food area, starting to pick out dishes. Xiongwani had never cooperated with him before, so he had no chemistry with me. He stood with his back to Wu Rendi and exaggeratedly said, spicy, he's so far away, do you think he might? Wu teacher Wu Yu came to eat personally. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Rendi was already behind him. Fortunately, Xiongwani saw the look I gave him in time and abruptly changed the subject. Came to eat. Teacher Wu spoke without a hint of warmth, but that didn't mean he wouldn't catch people off guard. I also came to check how my white hair disease and age spots are doing. Teacher Wu, when did you come in? Sun Fatty approached holding his tray, looking astonished. We were just talking about you, saying you're looking younger and younger. Wu Rendi snorted, ignoring us casually, took a tray and filled it with some chicken, fish, and vegetables, then walked. Teacher Wu had a clear objective. He ignored the female students who were trying to make space for him and directly sat down at a table on the right without asking if anyone was there. On the opposite side of the table sat two female students, one of whom was Xiao Yi, who had some kind of relationship with. However, it seemed Xiao Yi didn't recognize Teacher Wu. She frowned and said to Wu Rendi, teacher, someone is already sitting here. She'll be here shortly. No one. Teacher Wu, please sit down. The classmate sitting next to Xiao Yi quickly denied her statement, infuriating Xiao Yi, who rolled her eyes. Bianchi Su Miao Miao are coming. Where will you let them sit? Teacher Wu ignored her. To be precise, he ignored everyone. Upon sitting down, he lowered his head and began eating, completely treating the two girls across from him as air. He ate quickly, and within a few minutes his tray was cleared. After finishing, Teacher Wu stood up silently and turned to leave the dining hall. Everyone in the dining hall looked at his back, feeling a bit of an indescribable awkwardness. The five of us had already found an empty table to sit down, and Xiongwani spoke first. What's old Wu doing here? Shiman Lian added, looks like he came to eat. Only Sun Fatty and I knew a bit of the backstory, and could guess about 80 to 90% of it. Sun Fatty glanced at me, then scanned the bewildered Xiao Yi again. He found a reason to change the topic. I heard the welcome meeting for you guys almost fell through. A woman went missing, then was found later. What exactly happened? Xiong, tell us about it. What Xiong, call me brother Shi. Though Xiongwani was displeased, he recounted what happened in the hall. In fact, Sun Fatty had heard this from me before. He was merely trying to steer the conversation away, listening without much interest, and Xiongwani spoke too long. Helplessly, I took over from Xiongwani and summarized the incident in a few sentences. While we ate, the other groups gradually arrived. From their expressions, it was clear they had found nothing either. We exchanged information, and indeed there were no special discoveries. Staying in the dining hall was no longer interesting, so we left and retraced our steps. By now the sky had turned completely dark, and under the lamplight the surroundings appeared dim and eerie. We returned to the location where Zhang Yuan went missing and searched again, hoping to find some clue once it was fully. Unfortunately, after a round, we still found nothing. With no new discoveries, we could only return to the dormitory and wait for the director's instructions. Just as we were walking back to the dormitory, suddenly, I heard a woman's voice faintly calling my name, Shen. La, Shen, La, something's wrong. I shivered and stopped, asking, did someone call my name? Did you hear it? Immediately Sun Fatty and the others surrounded me, and we used our divine sense to scan the surroundings, still finding nothing. Sun Fatty said, who else heard it? Xiongwani and the others shook their heads. Sun Fatty then asked, La, what did she say to you? She just called my name. It was a woman, as if she had something to say to me. I perked my ears. The voice that had just called me suddenly vanished, as if no one had ever shouted. We waited a while longer, but the voice did not reappear. I said, the voice is gone. I can't hear it anymore. Xiongwani frowned. If we go by what Zhang Yuan said, after a while we will hear someone calling your name, and at that moment you will suddenly disappear. I snorted, does anyone have a gun? Let me borrow one. The four around me shook their heads. At that moment I began to. I had been too presumptuous. I was worried that carrying a gun would expose my identity, so I had left the handgun in the storage locker. The short knife my uncle gave me was also in the bureau, and not brought out, thinking that with Wu Rendi here, there wouldn't be any surprises. I should have known to carry my gun with me. Borrowing the phrases of Hao Wenming and Sun Fatty, not to put too fine a point on it in this situation, if I had a handgun in my hand, I wouldn't fear a few vengeful spirits. The 15-story building is a prime example. Surrounded by Sun Fatty and the others, we all took out our batons, ready to wait for that voice to call me a second time. Here it comes. The voice sounded again. Shen La, is that you? This time we all heard it, and I could feel the hands and feet of the four around me start to stiffen. Sun Fatty shouted, to the left. As his voice fell, we almost simultaneously swung our batons in the wind, the batons cutting through the air, glistening with dark luster under the lamplight. Shenla, is that you? It came again. Huh. Why does it sound so familiar? It's as if it belongs to someone I know well. Not to put too fine a point on it, what are you five doing standing here? As the voice approached, Hao Wenming appeared from the direction of the dining hall. How is that you calling? Sun Fatty couldn't hold back any longer. Hao Wenming could be considered a director-level figure, and now that he spoke up we felt a bit steadier. Did anyone else call it? Hao Wenming looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. Not to put too fine a point on it, what did I said? Just now a woman's voice was calling my name, but only I could hear it, the great sage, and the others didn't hear anything. What happened earlier was quite similar to the experience when Zhang Yuan went missing at the academy. Hao Wenming nodded, taking out a small compass-like device from his pocket. After examining it for a while he said, not to put too fine a point on it, there should have been something earlier, but it was too far away for you to feel it. Only lost divine sense is strong enough to barely sense a bit of movement. How, what should we do now? After hearing Hao Wenming's words, the atmosphere was less tense than before. Hao Wenming, put away the compass. I'll inform Director Gao to seal off this section of the road. You all head back to the dormitory for now. As he spoke he waved us off. Now that we finally had a clue with the support of the bureau, it seemed that we wouldn't have to wait long before we could graduate. On the way back to the dormitory there were no more strange sounds. Once inside the room the first thing I did was retrieve the handgun from the storage locker. With the gun in my hand, I felt fearless. However, it seemed Sun Fatty was hiding something from me. He wasn't in a hurry to open the storage locker, and it appeared his gun wasn't in there. Sun Fatty explained that his gun was not in the storage locker, but where it was he refused to disclose. The next morning we officially began our student life at Qinghe Business Academy, except for Sun Fatty. We were distributed into various classes above the high school level. In my class were Xiong Wani and Shimin Lian. Coincidentally, Xiao Yi turned out to be our classmate. The first class was mathematics, which caused me the most headaches, but I was a bit comforted that this math teacher was a standard beauty. Whoever said there are no beautiful women in science subjects, at least this teacher broke that myth. I couldn't understand anything the teacher was saying at the podium. Glancing over at the two boys next to me, Xiong Wani had already fallen asleep on his desk, while Shimin the gentleman was chatting animatedly with the female classmate beside him. This female classmate was the one who was with Xiao Yi last night. I think her name was Bianchi or something. My attention was quickly drawn to Xiao Yi, who could be considered the most ambitious student in the class. She raised her hand eagerly to answer every question posed by the beautiful teacher and took detailed notes on what the teacher wrote on the blackboard. From what I could see, she was the epitome of an outstanding student. Just as I was about to give up, the class finally came to an end. Xiong Wani had not woken up by the end of class, while I was quite impressed with Shimin, who had already exchanged phone numbers with Bianchi and made plans to have lunch together in the dining hall. How did he manage that in just 45 minutes of class? Looking around the classroom, there were hardly any students left. I initially wanted to sneak out to find Sun Fatty and ditch the remaining classes. Unexpectedly, just as I stood up, someone poked me in the back with a hard object. Hey, I need to talk to you. Xiao Yi stood behind me holding a ballpoint pen. Do you know that white-haired guy? I glanced at her. Just say what you need to say directly, and also if you have something to say, don't poke me with that pen. Xiao Yi's face turned a bit red. It seemed like she wanted to scold me for something, but ultimately held back. You tell that white-haired guy to stop bothering me. I am not suitable for him. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and I had to strain to hear the last few words. For a moment, I couldn't believe my ears. What's going on? Wu Rendi is also being rejected. He has his day too. No, wait. Wu Rendi seemed to have known Xiao Yi and her mother for a long time. Last time, he forced me and Sun Fatty to give half of the money earned from selling pearls to them, and it didn't seem to be the first time he had sent money. Wu Rendi seemed to have known Xiao Yi and her mother for a long time. Last time, he forced me and Sun Fatty to give half of the money earned from selling pearls to them, and it didn't seem to be the even if you aren't very familiar, could you at least pass along a message? Her last sentence was half pleading, half pouting. If I hadn't known Wu Rendi's background, I might have softened and agreed on the spot. I said awkwardly, as for your matters, you should handle them yourselves. Besides, I really don't know him well. I only exchanged a few words with him on the bus here. It's not sufficient to do you this favor. Stop stalling. Are you a man or not? Xiao Yi was getting impatient. She pulled out another small purple pouch and thrust it into my hand. At first I thought it was a thank you gift for delivering a message, but her next words startled me. He gave this to me yesterday. Return it to him for me. And tell him I don't like his type. How did this happen? In an instant I felt like I was sitting on a volcano. My mind hadn't caught up, and I blurted out, then what type do you like? Classmate Xiao Yi looked at me, then slapped my shoulder with a bold air. Not your type anyway. You wouldn't understand. As she spoke, ahead with a short crew cut poked into the classroom doorway. Are you done? If you don't hurry up, we're leaving. That guy was a woman. If I hadn't heard her voice, I would have taken her for a man with that buzzed head. Hearing that voice, Xiao Yi ignored me and just tossed out a final remark. I'm done with this. It's your problem now. Tell him to stop bothering me. With that, she bounded over to that woman. Right before my eyes, they kissed on the lips, then left the classroom hand in hand. I was petrified. What a waste. By the time their figures vanished, I realized I'd taken something from Xiao Yi that was apparently a gift from Wu Rendi. Now I was truly stuck. I stared blankly at the small pouch in my hand, unsure what to do. Hand it to Wu Rendi. What if he got furious and took it out on me? Forget it. Let me first see what's inside. It felt heavy. Could it be gold? I opened the pouch and poured out a small white jade token. Back in the army, my squad leader Wang Donghui's family ran an antique shop and had taught me how to appraise jade. Though I'd mostly forgotten, I could still tell this jade was of the lowest quality. It lacked translucence, was full of impurities, and poorly carved. The token bore a strange beast, neither tiger nor leopard. Calling it jade was an overstatement. It was just a stone. Even someone clueless about jade could see it was worthless. No wonder Xiao Yi refused to keep it. Since it wasn't valuable, I felt relieved. It seemed Wu Rendi didn't care. I lost the mood to find Sun Pongzi. Instead, I turned on the computer, logged into the Academy's homepage, and checked Wu Rendi's. Whoever arranged this schedule had given teacher Wu not a single class for over a week. Even Xiao Hashang had a lesson on modern Chinese history. What was Wu Rendi even doing at Vermilion Bird Academy? Though I couldn't find the main target, the 6th office had an investigator besides the director. I'd dealt with him a few times. Before class started, I headed to the next classroom. Just before the door, I saw Yang Xiao sneaking out with his backpack, clearly planning to skip class. Yang Xiao was startled to see me. His face flushed slightly as if he was avoiding something. Before I could speak, a female student ran up behind him. She lowered her head, handed him a letter, and dashed off. I clearly saw a red heart pattern on the envelope. What was with these two from the 6th office? The director was like this, and now the investigator too. Yang Xiao looked awkward. You looking for me? I pretended not to notice the scene. After all, Yang Xiao was not someone to provoke. Few in the bureau could handle him. If it came to a fight, only Wu Rendi had him under control. Even the other directors might need to team up to deal with him. I smiled. Nothing major. A fan of your boss Wu asked me to pass along a little trinket. I couldn't find teacher Wu, so I thought you could help. I handed him the small pouch. But Yang Xiao refused to take it. You got yourself into this. Handle it yourself. He seemed to sense my intention and eyed me with distrust. I really can't find your boss Wu. Do me this favor, and I'll owe you one. Anytime you need me, just say the word. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I didn't want to wade into Wu Rendi's muddy waters. If Yang Xiao wouldn't help, I'd have to turn to Sun Pongzi. That guy played dumb, but was sharper than anyone. Given his experience from his undercover days, I never thought I could hide anything from him. Luckily, Yang Xiao seemed... He hesitated. What is it? If it's too bizarre, I'm not getting involved. Yang Xiao had finally softened. I had to seize the chance. Just a small jade token. I poured the token from the pouch into my hand and offered it to Yang Xiao. The moment he saw it, his face changed, flushed red and sweaty. When I handed it to him, he didn't dare take it. It's just this little jade token. The second time I offered it, he finally reached. I noticed his hand trembling slightly as he took it. Who gave this to you? A girl in my class. What's wrong? I studied his expression. He seemed to have recognized something. Yang Xiao stared at the token, his voice icy. Who gave it to you? Don't make me ask a third time. His tone turned sinister, his face cold enough to freeze. In an instant, he became the demon who had thrown Qilin City into chaos. It really was from a girl in my class. Your boss Wu gave it to her first, and she didn't want it. She asked me to return it. Seeing Yang Xiao genuinely angry, I recounted the whole story, holding nothing back. Yang Xiao looked from the token to me, as if calculating something. After a long pause, he said slowly, "What's that girl's name?" I hesitated. I actually don't know. I've only had one class with her. There are so many people. Oh, does the token have special meaning? Yang Xiao shot me a glance and flashed a trademark Wu Rendi smile. Wanna know? He handed the token back. Ask him yourself. If I could do that, why would I need you? I fumed inwardly but didn't show it. Forget it. It's not gold or silver. It's Director Wu's stuff anyway. Just make sure he gets it. I shoved the pouch into Yang Xiao's hand. Old Yang, it's yours. Don't bother me about it. Just talk to Director Wu. Afraid he'd change his mind, I exchanged a few pleasantries, claimed Sun Pongzi was waiting for me, and hurried away. Yang Xiao didn't try to stop me. His mind was on the token. He toyed with it, ignoring me entirely. That hot potato was no longer my worry. A weight lifted off my shoulders. I had no desire to continue class. With Xiong Wani and Shimin Dagwingren still in the classroom, my absence wouldn't matter. Besides, it was broad daylight, nothing could go wrong. ID thought of finding Sun Pongzi, but he was nowhere to be seen. I decided to sneak back to the dorm for a nap. Morning self-study started too early, and I wasn't used to it. A little extra sleep would do me good. Waking up around lunchtime, I went down to the 4th floor. There 5 or 6 female students stood outside the restroom, tiptoeing and calling in, "Are you done yet? Hurry up and come out. We need to go in." A familiar voice echoed from inside. "I'm not stopping you. Come on in if you want. I don't mind." The girl who had shouted retorted, "Nonsense. A man's in there unclogging the toilet. What are we supposed to do? Can you hurry up? We're running out of patience." It was Sun Pongzi flirting with the girls. But wasn't there another restroom on the 2nd floor? Why were these girls making such a fuss? Were they sharing one bathroom to be eco-friendly? I cleared my throat, unable to stand it anymore. Isn't there another restroom on the 2nd floor? You girls. Embarrassed by my intervention, the girl who had shouted replied, "If we could use it, don't you think we would? This building has only 2 restrooms. They were both for women, but we gave one to you guys. Now this one's all we have, and that fat guy's hogging it. Fatty, are you done or not? If you don't come out, I'm coming in. You'll regret it." Her face was bright red, and she stomped her feet in frustration. She was clearly the most desperate. "All right, come on in." The door opened, and the fat guy emerged holding a plunger. "Fatty, we'll settle this later. The shouting girl was the first to rush in. The others urged her, hurry up. It's old Liu's class. If you're late you'll get scolded again. I was taken aback. Another E. Sun Pengzi grinned slyly. Hey Lotzi, what are you doing here? This is the women's restroom, isn't it? I rolled my eyes. I'm here looking for you in the women's restroom. Heard you were having a battle of wits with the ladies. Thought I'd learn a trick or two. Standing in front of the women's restroom was awkward, so Sun Pengzi pulled me aside. You mean E? That silly girl. I'm not gonna stoop to her level. If I really wanted to I wouldn't have come out until she wet her pants. Confused I asked, who is this E? What did she do to you? It's not that serious. She's a student council officer. Yesterday when I checked in at the school maintenance office she was there. I told the boss ID just arrived and asked for a day to adjust before starting work. The boss didn't say anything, but that little girl flew off the handle. She lectured me like I was her son, saying my work attitude was wrong. She said with an attitude like mine ID never meet market standards and would be phased out. Lotzi, tell me am I wronged? A perfectly good civil servant, and with one word from the boss I'm a janitor. Fine, I'm a janitor, but one about to be phased out. And I have to take crap from a little girl. Can I swallow that? Something didn't add up. I remembered Sun Pengzi getting back to the dorm earlier than me yesterday. He couldn't have spent all that time unclogging drains. I asked Dashing, did you actually do the work? He shot me a look. Of course not. That little girl isn't even from the maintenance office. Who is she to boss me around? Even if she were telling me what to do. Dream on. No sooner had he spoken than the dreamy girl came out of the restroom. She glared at Sun Pengzi. Fatty, we'll see about that. Afraid of being late for class, the girl named E dropped that threat and dragged her friend upstairs at a run. Lotzi, what did you need me for? Sun Pengzi finally asked. This E was not the same as the other E. But what kind of students were in this school? So far ID barely interacted with two E's, and both were odd. One didn't like men, and the other was too manly. Sun Pengzi wasn't much better. The fat guy had degraded to the point of tormenting a 16-year-old girl, and he had the nerve to ask what I wanted. I hesitated about whether to tell him about Wu Rendi giving the jade token to Xiao Yi. Knowing Sun Pengzi, he had plenty of tricks, but often went off track. If I told him now, he'd probably lead me astray. Forget it. ID already pawned the token off on Yang Xiao. I made up an excuse. Nothing much. I couldn't stand being in the classroom. The lectures were making my head spin. I graduated high school and joined the army. If I were good at studying, I'd have gone to military academy. I just needed some air. Sun Pengzi curled his lip. What more do you want? Want to switch? You be the janitor unclogging drains, and he'll be the student. Not that I'm complaining, but I've unclogged a lifetime's worth of drains in 2 days. Want to give it a try? I ignored him. Curious about that E's attitude, I asked, Dashing, did you take out your frustrations on that girl named E? You think I'm a mad dog biting whoever I see? Sun Pengzi's expression shifted, and he raised an eyebrow. That girl's surname is Ma. Ma Yi. What do I care if her surname is Ma or Donkey? I sensed he was hinting at something, but his deliberate vagueness got under my skin. Sun Pengzi grinned slyly again. Still don't get it. Ma is in Ma Xiaolan's Ma. Are you saying Ma Yi is Ma Xiaolan's daughter? I still couldn't believe it. With that perfect Beijing accent of hers, how could she be Ma Xiaolan's daughter? Fatty Sun gave a sly, insincere grin. No mistake about it. You think that bastard Ma got away with screwing me over? After that incident, I dug into Ma Xiaolan's background. He has a daughter in this women's academy from elementary all the way through senior year. She's been speaking human language for over a decade, long since lost any trace of that bird talk. He paused, then continued. I thought it was a lost cause, but then the academy's principal came to me himself. You think I'm slaving away as a janitor here for nothing? It was fate. On my first day, this Ma Yi chewed me out. Today I'm just collecting interest. Great sage Ma Xiaolan is Ma Xiaolan. His daughter hasn't wronged you. You're not thinking of making the daughter pay for the father's sins, are you? I watched Fatty Sun getting more and more excited, and a sense of unease began to creep into my heart. What do you take me for? Do I look like a man with no class? Fatty Sun shot me a rather impolite glance. I stared back, thinking to myself, you think you're not. My first official day at Vermilion Bird Commercial Academy began with me and Fatty Sun skipping class and work. In the days that followed, aside from inexplicably hearing someone call my name on the first day, there were no other suspicious occurrences. The directors had set up various formations across the academy, but after all this time, there was no reaction. I asked Hao Wenming a few times, but he couldn't explain it either. However, a theory emerged among the investigators: the previous disappearances at this women's academy were merely isolated incidents with no apparent connection, and it wasn't certain that anyone else would abnormally vanish. The Bureau of Civil Affairs couldn't remain leaderless. Gao Liang's phone never stopped ringing while he stayed at the academy. On the 4th day, intelligence came in about a sudden incident in the South China Sea. Qiu Bineo, who had been left to guard the bureau, had already rushed there, leaving only Wang Zihang, the deputy director of the 2nd Division, in charge. Director Gao could no longer sit still. He took directors Hao Wenming and Ouyang Pianzhou along with a large number of investigators and hurried to the South China Sea, leaving Director Hugo to oversee the bureau. Before leaving, Director Gao had a long talk with Director Wu. It seemed his original intention was to take Wu Rinchi along. Though I never learned the content of their conversation, the result was unexpected. Teacher Wu Rinchi did not leave, but remained at Vermilion Bird Commercial Academy to continue his never-taught physical education classes. Xiao Hashang didn't need to go, but Gao Liang couldn't bear to let the old master stay by Dean Su's side. After much persuasion, he finally convinced Xiao Hashang to leave the academy with the main group. Though I didn't know what was happening in the South China Sea, a clue could be gleaned from a sentence Director Gao left behind. You stay. After 3 days, if there are no more anomalies, report to Fuzhou. Gao Liang and his team's departure had little impact, as long as Yang Xiao and Wu Rinqi stayed behind. Even if the rest of us left entirely, the female students wouldn't care. Another day passed with no anomalies. The formations set by the directors showed no activity. We had already started preparing to leave the Women's Academy for the South China Sea. With 1 day left until Director Gao's deadline, I found myself quite rarely sitting in the classroom watching the extraordinarily beautiful math teacher give what I believed would be my last lesson. I had already learned over the past few days that this math teacher was named Zhao Minmin, but unfortunately, she was already taken. Her boyfriend came to the academy gate almost every day, and the two would chat for hours. Teacher Zhao lived in the school dormitory. I had seen them several times when I went out to buy cigarettes. Each time I saw them, I sighed. He had gotten there before me. Just as I was lamenting meeting teacher Zhao too late, my heart suddenly tightened. The air pressure around me plummeted, and a wave of unease washed over me. Immediately after, I sensed the formations outside had activated. Without a second thought, I shoved my desk aside, and under the stunned gazes of everyone rushed into the hallway. It's finally here. Xiong Wani and the others followed me out, while from the next classroom Yang Xiao and an investigator named Mi Rongheng also burst out. We all stared in one direction, at a solitary building over 200 meters away. What is that place? Yang Xiao asked, pointing at the building. Vermilion Bird Academy was enormous. There were many places we hadn't visited. When Yang Xiao suddenly asked, no one could answer. A teacher from the next classroom poked their head out to look at us, then quickly retreated. What are you doing skipping class? Teacher Zhao also stepped out of the classroom. Our actions had startled her, and by the time she reacted, we were no longer inside. After a moment of hesitation, Teacher Zhao still chased after us. Yang Xiao, however, paid her no mind. Without even looking at her, he kept his eyes fixed on the solitary building and asked, what building is that over there? His tone was clearly directed at Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao glanced at him, but didn't answer. Her brows were knit into a knot. Clearly, she was deeply disappointed in these students who refused to attend to their studies. Yang Xiao grew impatient. He finally turned and glared at Zhao Minmin, shouting, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Teacher Zhao trembling with anger, I felt a pang of pity and said softly, Teacher, you should know he has a rage disorder. Don't provoke him. Just tell him and be done with it. Teacher Zhao looked at me, let out a heavy sigh, and said, that's the old school building. It's a warehouse now. With that, she ignored us, turned back into the classroom, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Let's go down. By the time Yang Xiao spoke, he was already at the stairwell. The teaching building had no elevator, so we raced down the stairs. As we burst out of the main entrance, we saw Fatty Sun running toward us from a distance. Pointing at the solitary building, he shouted as he ran, there's something wrong in that building. Even he could sense the anomaly. I know, I replied. Isn't that why we're all here? In just that short time, we had already reached the entrance of the solitary building. The door was wide open, as if welcoming our arrival. Fatty Sun looked at our small group, still uneasy. Why hasn't Director Wu come? Let's wait for him. After a few rubs, the metal piece was ground into a small pile of powder. Yang Xiao flicked it into the air, and the metallic powder, he pulled a metal piece the size of a 5-cent coin from his pocket and began rubbing it between his hands. The force in Yang Xiao's hands was astonishing. He rubbed with one hand, while catching the residue with the other. After a few rubs, the metal piece was ground into a small pile of powder. Yang Xiao flicked it into the air, and the metallic powder ignited with a crack, forming a massive fireball. Strangely, though the fireball looked fearsome with its eerie blue flames, it emitted no heat. The fireball rose and drifted toward the open door of the solitary building. None of us understood Yang Xiao's method. The fireball seemed guided by an invisible hand. Shortly after entering the door, a series of a dozen or so bangs echoed, and the large fireball split into dozens of fist-sized smaller fireballs. These smaller fireballs drifted toward different parts of the building. After 2 or 3 minutes, Yang Xiao's eyes widened, and he spat out a harsh guttural syllable. A series of explosions rang out from inside the building like firecrackers during the New Year. Then from every corner of the building, thick brown smoke billowed out. Seeing the smoke, Yang Xiao finally let out a breath, his expression relaxing slightly. He turned back to look at us and said, let's go in. Remember, stay together, don't separate. As long as you're within my line of sight, no one can harm you. Fatty Sun peered inside. Are you sure we don't need to wait for Director Wu? Then you stay here and wait for him. Yang Xiao snorted, turned, and was the first to enter the building. Mi Rongheng followed second, then Xiong Wani, Yun Feiyang, and Shi Menlian all went in. Let's see, they have enough people. Let's wait here for Wu Rinqi. Fatty Sun looked at me with pleading eyes. I shook my head. Great sage, you wait here. With that, I quickened my pace and fell in behind the others. Behind me, Fatty Sun gritted his teeth and said, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. With that, he was the last to enter the building. The building was old and dilapidated. The former classrooms were now being used as storage. As soon as we entered, that earlier feeling of unease intensified. This was it. This building was the center of the abnormal air pressure. Yang Xiao glanced back at us. He'll say it again, no matter what, we must not separate. His tone brooked no argument. Hearing Yang Xiao's words, we all grew tense. By then, except for Yang Xiao, the rest of us had drawn our collapsible batons, snapping them straight. With a flick, our pistols were left in the dormitory lockers. After only a few steps, Yang Xiao stopped. He looked up at the ceiling and murmured, "It's above." Then he turned back and made a follow gesture before heading straight up the stairs. We followed him up to the second floor. It was a large warehouse for storing sports equipment. At the far end, one of the small fireballs Yang Xiao had sent and was floating in midair, burning steadily. Beneath the fireball was another patch of flames. Unlike Yang Xiao's blue fire, these flames gave off a pale yellow outer edge and burned in a strange direction, downward. Yang Xiao stared at the flames on the ground, momentarily stunned. He seemed unable to identify their origin either. The flames on the ground appeared harmless. They burned weakly, flickering in and out, as if a few stomps could extinguish. We all gathered around. Yang Xiao didn't stop us this time. He stood closest to the flames, staring intently, trying to discern their nature. Just then the flames flickered without any wind. At first we thought they were about to go out, but instead they surged 7 feet high in an instant, leaping to the height of a man. The yellow outer flames rolled outward, roaring toward the ceiling. The sudden burst startled not only us, but it was this very reaction that suddenly made him recall the flame's origin. Yang Xiao's face twisted in alarm as he turned and shouted at us, "Damn it! We've been set up. Get out. Hurry!" Unfortunately, Yang Xiao's warning came too late. The flames had already burst the fire sprinkler above us, triggering a chain reaction throughout the building as all the sprinklers began to spray water. The water in the sprinklers had likely been sitting for years. It was pitch black like unrefined crude oil, neither oil, and it carried a foul, rancid stench. We tried to avoid it, but couldn't. The filthy water drenched us from head to toe. The moment the black liquid touched my scalp, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The sensation was familiar. I had experienced it a few times in my life. Whenever I washed my hair with black dog's blood, the black foul water from the sprinklers was likely a similar substance. True to my suspicion, after being drenched by the black water, the feeling of unease in the building faded, and the oppressive air pressure vanished entirely. My mind also grew somewhat hazy. After shouting for us to get out, Yang Xiao leaped down the stairs and was the first to rush out. Even so, the foul water still sprayed all over his head. The rest of us followed him out the door. "What is this water? It stinks." Xiong Wani and Shi Minlian were stripping off their clothes to wipe their hair. Aside from me, Rongheng was the first to react. After hastily wiping his head with his shirt, he stared blankly at the building's door. He too could no longer sense the anomaly within. Yang Xiao's face was bitter. I walked over to him and lowered my voice. "Old Yang, has your celestial I've been blind?" Yang Xiao glanced at me, remaining silent, as if to acknowledge my question. I then asked, "Can the heavenly eye still be opened?" He nodded, yet still did not speak. Mi Rongheng also approached, throwing his clothes soaked in black water in front of Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao looked up at him. They had been classmates for a few days, so they had exchanged some words. In the polling bureau, aside from Wu Rendi, Mi Rongheng was the only one who could talk to him a bit. "Corpse oil." Mi Rongheng blurted out 2 words. Yang Xiao nodded, saying, "This time we were schemed against, first using the wraith fire to lure us here, then covering your heavenly eye with corpse oil. Quite well done." As he spoke, Yang Xiao's face flushed as if he could bleed at any moment. I glanced at Mi Rongheng, then turned to Yang Xiao and said, "The one who set the trap brought us here just to drench us." "Wait a moment, Hang Xiao, did you just say this was oil or corpse oil?" "Corpse oil from the corpse, oil from the corpse," Yang Xiao replied. He turned to look at the building, then continued, "Covering your heavenly eye, the trap setters should still have a backup, but it should be." As soon as Yang Xiao finished speaking, Sun Pengzi and Xiong Wani had already started running towards the dormitory. The only male shower was below our dormitory. After more than half an hour, we had finished washing up. Our heads and faces were sticky with corpse oil, hard to remove. It felt like we needed steel wool, and it took an entire bar of soap to wash it off. I tried to sense the ability of the heavenly eye again, but it was gone, like when my grandfather and third uncle used black dog blood to wash my hair when I was young. But this time it was worse, feeling like every pore was glued shut with a sticky coating. Even sweating was particularly exhausting. After washing up, our first task was to return to the dormitory to get our guns. It seemed that the situation at the girls' school was serious. Without the heavenly eye, we were almost blind compared to the trap setters, so it was safer to carry handguns. Upon returning to the dormitory, my first sight was the open locker door. Inside, the miscellaneous items were still there, but the specially made handgun from the polling bureau was nowhere to be found. "Damn it! Where's the gun?" From the adjacent dormitory, Xiong Wani and Shimin Lian had already started shouting. Then Xiong Wani yelled in the hallway, "Lotzi Feiyong, is your gun there?" "No, it's gone. Someone stole it." Yun Feiyong from the opposite dorm said dejectedly. "Our guns are gone too." Sun Pengzi shouted at the dorm entrance, then turned back to lock the door. "Dashing, why are you locking the door?" Sun Pengzi's action puzzled me. Sun Pengzi put his index finger to his lips, signaling silence, then pulled open his jacket. This guy was fat, with the fat on his belly sagging down. Sun Pengzi pulled out his handgun and 2 spare magazines from under his belly fat, handing them to me, while lowering his voice. "Looks like this is the only gun left. You take it. If something happens again, it's up to you." This fat guy hid his gun using his unique condition. Probably even a body search wouldn't find it. Just as I hid the gun, there was a knock at the door from Xiong Wani, saying, "Sun Pengzi, Lotzi, open the door." Xiong Wani was a bit irritable. After knocking a few times without anyone opening, he kicked the door open with a bang, with Shimin Lian and Yun Feiyong standing behind him. You crazy bear, didn't your mother teach you to knock? Sun Pongzi jumped up and shouted at Xiongwani. I knocked and you didn't open. Xiongwani said nonchalantly, things here are starting to get out of control. I came to discuss. Chill out. Sun Pongzi rolled his eyes with the director here. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not saying that Wu Rendi, the treasurer of the polling bureau, is still here. What's there to be afraid of? Shimin Lian, who had been silent, couldn't help but interject when Sun Pongzi mentioned Wu Rendi. Have you seen Wu Rendi? As soon as Shimin Lian finished speaking, the dormitory fell into dead silence. We exchanged glances. It had been several days since we last saw Director Wu. To be precise, since Gao Liang left with his team, we hadn't seen any trace of Wu Rendi. I said there's still Yang Xiao. Those directors might not be stronger than him. I wasn't talking nonsense. I had seen Yang Xiao's abilities with my own eyes, and regardless of whether they were real or not, he was the only one I had seen pin Wu Rendi against the wall. Yin Feiyong said, let's focus on ourselves first. I can't even feel the formation set up in the academy. Now we need to find a way to get through this. Sun Pongzi spread his hands, looking helpless. Do you have any good ideas? Xiongwani took out a small compass about the size of a cigarette box and fiddled with it in front of us, saying, although the heavenly eye is gone, there are still auxiliary tools. Where did you get that? I pointed at the compass in Xiongwani's hand. Having spent a long time in the polling bureau, I naturally knew about the compass's functions and usage. What's with the looks from you two? Have you never seen one? Xiongwani looked at us and said the equipment from the polling bureau is meant to prevent situations like this. Equipment? Why don't we have any? Sun Pongzi widened his eyes. Shimin Lian said, to be precise, it's the standard equipment from other departments excluding the first department. You seldom participate in event investigations, so you don't get to use this stuff. As he spoke, he and Yin Feiyong also took out their respective compasses. Looking at their showy behavior, I snorted, are you trying to show off your wealth? Sun Pongzi looked at the compass in their hands and asked, do you have a spare? Just then Mi Rongheng, who had finished washing up and changed clothes, walked in. It's good you're all here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. Mi Rongheng looked around at us and said, Wu Rendi has issued a notice for us to gather at the gymnasium within half an hour, and there are still 20 minutes left. Wu Rendi, he's still at the academy. Xiongwani seemed a bit skeptical. Where has he been hiding these days? You can go ask. Mi Rongheng said helplessly. Also earlier when we broke into that warehouse, we were drenched in corpse oil. Wu Rendi said he saw it from a rooftop, not far away. Sun Pongzi chuckled, this fits his character well. Oh, let's go. In this situation, it's safest to be close to Wu Rendi. 20 minutes later, when we arrived at the gymnasium, it was already bustling with female students. Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao stood inside. Two big men, standing among a group of young girls, made them quite conspicuous. When Wu Rendi saw us coming out of the warehouse, he went to find Dean Su. In a serious departure from his usual style, Wu Rendi surprisingly suggested to Dean Su that due to the sudden situation in the academy, it was no longer suitable to continue teaching in the short term. The students in the academy should first evacuate to Qinghe City, and once the incident in the academy was resolved, consideration for their return should be made. Since Gao Liang hinted to Dean Su about the kind of person Wu Rendi was, coupled with several recent inexplicable disappearances in the academy, Dean Su could no longer afford any unusual occurrences in the academy. Thus she reluctantly adopted Wu Rendi's suggestion. However, it was already too late to completely relocate the students to Qinghe City today. Dean Su arranged all the students into the gymnasium under the guise of a disaster drill, intending for everyone to spend the night there. With Wu Rendi personally overseeing, at least we shouldn't have any problems tonight. Upon seeing us enter, Wu Rendi assigned us tasks, with each pair of two guarding several entrances and exits of the gymnasium. Wu Rendi stood in the center of the gymnasium, while Yang Xiao kept watch outside. This arrangement seemed to ensure that nothing would happen tonight. Watching the sun gradually set, the gymnasium was still brightly lit. Sun Pongzi and I were at the main entrance, not far from our classmate Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi's girlfriend was not nearby, who she was chatting animatedly with her close friends Bai Anxi and Su Miao Miao. Pongzi, what exactly happened? It doesn't look like a disaster drill. Yi, the daughter of Ma Xiaolin, asked us. We're going to sell you off, send you to the mountainous areas of Guizhou to be child brides. Sun Pongzi rambled, as for you, Yi, I'll take special care of you and sell you to a 99-year-old bachelor to help him carry on the family line. Yi shot her finger at Sun Pongzi, saying, die fatso. In a verbal spar, how could Sun Pongzi lose to a little? With a wicked smile on his face, he said, that's a flawed sentence. I'm already a fatso, how can I die again? Are you trying to imply something? Did you want to die with me and be buried in our family grave? Ma Yi's face turned red, either from anger or embarrassment, as she said, I meant for you to go die first. Sun Pongzi chuckled, you're still implying something. I die first, and you follow. Yi's face turned pale from anger, and she ignored Sun Pongzi, turning her head to the side and huffing. Seeing Sun Pongzi grinning from ear to ear, I seemed to catch on to something, asking Dashing, do you have a crush on her? Sun Pongzi was startled, saying, what nonsense are you talking? How could I have a crush on this little girl? Dashing, I need to tell you something, I said slowly, watching Sun Pongzi's slightly panicked expression. What? Your face is red. After a while the sun had completely set. In the gymnasium, dozens of teachers began distributing mineral water, bread sandwiches, canned food, and biscuits. These alone had nearly emptied the school convenience store. Time passed quickly, and soon it was past 9 in the evening. Some little girls who were used to sleeping early could no longer keep their eyes open, and began to sleep one after another. Sleepiness was contagious. Although some were still chattering away, more and more people were beginning to sleep. After a while it was past 10. Almost half the people in the gymnasium were asleep, and the remaining half were on the verge of sleeping. Wu Rendi sat cross-legged, almost not changing his position, in the center of over 1,000 female students. However, he had lit an incense stick at some point, casually holding it in his hand. This incense was peculiar. Although it was lit, there was no smoke rising, and its scent was very faint, barely noticeable in the gymnasium. I was a bit bored standing at the door, yawning repeatedly. Sun Ponzi saw this, and went to the drink station, pouring a cup of coffee, and handing it to me, saying, "Lotzi, have another cup. We have to stay up all night, drink a couple more cups to keep you awake." I waved my hand, refusing his coffee. "No more, I just had 2 cups. If I drink more, my hands will start shaking." "Dashing, I'm going out for a smoke. Keep an eye out for a bit. I'll be back to switch with you." "Be careful." Sun Ponzi chuckled. "There are vixens outside. Be careful not to be charmed and drained dry." "No worries, Yang Xiao is outside. If anyone gets drained, it should be him first." I chuckled, and said, "Besides, what if you're here?" Not giving Sun Ponzi a chance to retort, I took a few quick steps, exited the passage, and headed straight for the main door. Once outside, I took a deep breath of fresh air. With over 1,000 people inside the gymnasium, there were bound to be a few with stinky feet or flatulence, making the air unbearable. "What are you doing out here?" Yang Zhao's voice from the corner startled me. Yang had somehow brought a chair and sat motionless in a dark corner. He only revealed himself when he saw me come out. If he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have known there was someone hiding there. If the heavenly I were still active, I would have sensed his presence. The heavenly I had already become a part of my body. Suddenly returning to the era of mere eyesight, I still found it hard to adapt. "Old Yang, you startled me." I exaggeratedly patted my chest and said, "What are you hiding there for?" As I spoke, I took out a cigarette box, pulled out 2 cigarettes, handed one to him, and kept one for myself. Rarely Yang Xiao accepted my cigarette. I had always thought he didn't smoke, and offering him a cigarette was just a gesture. Without needing me to light it for him, Yang Xiao took a deep drag, and a puff of smoke rose from the tip. Surprisingly, it lit up on its own. After spending so long in the polling bureau, I was no longer surprised by such things. I lit my cigarette, and after satisfying my craving, I said, "I've never seen you smoke before. I thought people like you and Director Wu wouldn't smoke." Yang Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Only boring people smoke." Coincidentally, both Wu Rendi and I are extremely boring people. What he said surprised me, leaving me momentarily speechless. Is this really the same person who turned Qilin City up? Yang Xiao finished his cigarette with a few casual puffs, flicking the butt into the night, and said, "Once you're done, let's head back." Rain. I looked up at the night sky. Though there were some clouds obscuring the stars, it didn't seem like it was going to rain anytime soon. "Is it really going to rain tonight?" "Old Yang, don't tell me you summoned the rain," I said. No sooner had I finished speaking than a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a loud crack of thunder, and raindrops the size of soybeans began to fall from above. It really started to rain. Luckily, I was standing under the eaves. As the heavy rain poured down, I turned to find Yang Xiao, but he had already vanished into the darkness. I called out to his hiding spot, "Old Yang, enjoy the rain scenery. I'm heading back." "Wait a moment." Yang Xiao's voice came from the dark corner, sounding somewhat hesitant. "Be careful of Director Wu when you—" His words were vague and confusing. I was taken aback and replied, "Old Yang, what do you mean? Be clear, what should I be cautious of regarding Director Wu?" "How should I be cautious?" After a moment of silence, Yang Xiao slowly said, "Just remember, my words, Wu Rendi is not the same as before." After saying this, Yang Xiao completely vanished into the darkness. I called out to him a few more times, but he acted as if he hadn't heard, remaining silent in the shadows, as if he had merged with the darkness. Seeing that he wasn't responding, and with the heavy rain outside, it wasn't practical to linger here. I could only return. As I entered, I happened to see that the incense in Wu Rendi's hand had burned out. Director Wu took out another stick and lit it. With Yang Xiao's warning in mind, I subtly observed Wu Rendi. From this angle, he did seem a bit different from before, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly how. "Spicy, you didn't get caught in the rain, did you?" Upon seeing me return, Sun Fatty greeted me with a smile. "No, I came back just as it started to rain." Time passed, and as midnight approached, I found myself yawning repeatedly along with Sun Fatty. At the other entrance, Xiong Wani and the others had pulled out a mini compass, flipping it over to adjust its direction. We were all essentially blind, but at least they had an auxiliary tool. Finally, the clock struck 12, and over 1,000 female students were fast asleep. Suddenly, a white figure jumped up from the ground and ran towards the entrance. Her movement was so swift that we didn't react in time. By the time we understood, the figure had reached the entrance. It was Xiaoyi. She was followed closely by Wu Rendi. I was astonished. Why was Director Wu lagging behind? By the time he arrived, Xiaoyi had already opened the door and dashed out into the heavy rain. She fled as if possessed while Wu Rendi chased after her, but could never catch up to her speed. Sun Fatty and I, not knowing what was happening, still followed her outside, leaving only Yun Feiyong watching inside the gymnasium. Xiaoyi burst out of the gym, drenched by the pouring rain. Wu Rendi was trailing behind her, but the distance between them only grew. Wu Rendi wiped the rain from his face and shouted into the dark, rainy night, "Yang Xiao, come out and stop her." As soon as Wu Rendi finished speaking, Xiaoyi suddenly came to a screeching halt, as if an invisible rope had bound her hands and feet. She halted so abruptly that she lost her balance, tumbling several meters away. Only then did Wu Rendi have a chance to catch. I followed closely behind Director Wu and saw Xiaoyi's eyes tightly shut. I couldn't tell if she was cold, or if something else was wrong. Oh, she was shivering uncontrollably. Wu Rendi lifted Xiao Yi's eyelid, and I could see clearly from behind him that her eyeball was coated in a layer of white waxy substance looking completely devoid of pupils. The symptoms of soul loss. I recognized Xiao Yi's condition. In the polling bureau this was child's play. However, I had never seen someone running around wildly after losing their soul, as if they were under the influence of some stimulant. But just moments ago Xiao Yi had been sleeping less than 20 meters from Wu Rendi. It was impossible for her to have lost her soul without him noticing. There was no need to mention that we were guarding the entrance, and there was also Yang Xiao outside. Wu Rendi carried Xiao Yi to a sheltered spot under the eaves, and checked her pulse. At that moment a figure moved in the darkness, and Yang Xiao stepped out. He glanced at Wu Rendi and hesitated before saying, "Let me handle this." Wu Rendi looked up at him as if about to say something, but ultimately bit his lip and held back. He handed Xiao Yi over to Yang Xiao. "You two block the wind, don't let her feel it," Yang Xiao said as he took a glass wine cup from his pocket, placed it over Xiao Yi's mouth, and then pressed down hard on her philtrum with his thumb. Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly shot open, her eyeballs wide and white staring at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's index finger pressed down on her forehead, and we heard Xiao Yi make a sound akin to a cow's moo as a cloud of dark energy spewed from her mouth and filled the wine cup. Yang Xiao turned the cup upside down and tossed it into a small red pouch he carried. Only then did Xiao Yi awaken, looking dazed as she gazed at us. Her eyes returned to normal, large and clear, and she looked at us with confusion, asking, "How did I end up outside?" Yang Xiao managed to bring Xiao Yi back to her senses in just a few moments. If it were me, I would have likely sprayed Xiao Yi with some child's blood. In my recollection, Wu Rendi used to handle such matters without raising a finger. He could simply inhale and eradicate the evil spirits within Xiao Yi. Thinking of Wu Rendi, I stealthily glanced at him. He was watching Xiao Yi's reaction after waking up, and while her consciousness was still somewhat unclear, quietly slipped a jade token into the pocket of her jacket. Wu Rendi definitely had some connection with Xiao Yi. I pondered this in my mind, and as I looked at Director Wu again, I found it increasingly awkward. His face and forehead were marked with white lines as if he had hidden a piece of cream in his hair that had melted and was now. That wasn't all. Upon closer inspection, why was Wu Rendi's hair getting darker? Not just me, even Sun Fatty and Xiong Wani noticed the change in Wu Rendi. Xiong Wani nudged Sun Fatty with his elbow, his gaze fixated on Wu Rendi's head. Sun Fatty understood and pretended to cough, whispering, "Yeah, don't provoke him and act like you didn't see anything." Just as we were about to head back, Yang Xiao suddenly turned red-faced, cursed in a language I didn't understand, sounding like a dialect from Yunnan, and dashed towards the entrance. Sun Fatty was the first to react, his expression turning grim. "This is bad. Oh, we've likely fallen into a trap. Damn it." He was already running back into the gymnasium as he spoke. Xiong Wani followed behind Sun Fatty, though he seemed skeptical that something had gone wrong inside. "No way Fei Yang is still inside. If something went wrong, there would be some commotion, right?" Sun Fatty shot him a glance without the heavenly eye. "Do you think Fei Yang and the girls inside are any different?" When we arrived at the gymnasium, we were instantly stunned by the scene inside. In the center of the gym, there was a large hole approximately 10 meters in diameter, clearly man-made, with stairs leading. Surrounding female students and staff were sprawled on the ground in disarray. Their positions indicated they were definitely not asleep. A quick glance revealed that many people were missing. Yang Xiao found Yin Fei Yang among the crowd, who was lying on the ground completely limp. After checking his symptoms, Yang Xiao sneered, "Trying to play this trick with me." Mi Ronghing, who was nearby, asked, "Is Fei Yang okay? He won't die?" "It's soul loss. Someone has extracted Yun Fei." Yang Xiao then looked at the unconscious female students nearby, concluding that they too had their souls extracted. Just soul loss and soul extraction were Yang Xiao's specialties. If he hadn't been right beside us earlier, I would have definitely suspected he was behind this. At the entrance, Wu Rendi was supporting Xiao Yi as she entered. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yi's expression turned dark and she nearly fainted. Thankfully, Wu Rendi steadied her, preventing her from collapsing. "What happened to them?" Lin Sahan, where are you?" Xiao Yi shouted at the fallen crowd. "Who is she calling out to?" I asked. Xiong Wani replied from behind me, "Spicy Lin Sahan is from class 3. She is Xiao Yi's. You know how it is." As soon as Xiong Wani said this, the image of that girl with a buzz cut kissing Xiao Yi came to mind. Lin Sahan, her parents really know how to name her. Xiao Yi searched all around, but couldn't find her. In the end, she actually headed toward the hole to go down. Luckily, Yang Xiao was beside the hole. Noticing something was off, he quickly pulled her back. Neither Wu Rendi nor Yang Xiao intended to go down. We had already made our next arrangements, reporting the incident to Gao Liang, asking him to either come personally or send someone else. Director Gao instructed us to guard the hole. Qiu Bulo and Lin Feng, the director of the 4th room, were already on their way and would likely arrive around noon tomorrow. Now Xiao Yi was crying and insisting on going down to find her partner. Wu Rendi looked at her with a grim expression, and when he saw her almost about to choke on her tears, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Yang Xiao, you watch above. I'll go down and check." Yang Xiao's expression changed strangely. "Director, are you sure you want to go down yourself in this situation?" Wu Rendi shook his head. "You don't need to say anything. I'll leave things above to you. I'm going down." He glanced back at Xiao Yi, and then said to Yang Xiao, "You must keep an eye on this girl, but don't let her suffer any grievances while I'm not around." His tone sounded like he was making a will. Sun Fatty and I were dumbfounded. Was this really the same petty Wu Ren? In the past, as long as it was something he didn't want to do, even if someone committed suicide in front of him, Wu Rendi wouldn't spare them a glance. Now just because a young girl cried twice, he was willing to risk it all. Seeing that Wu Rendi was truly about to descend, Yang Xiao could no longer hold back, standing in front of Director Wu and saying, "What about what you promised me?" Wu Rendi glanced at him. "Let's talk about it when I come back up." I realized that Wu Rendi was trying to negotiate with Yang Xiao. It was indeed a rare sight. Wu Rendi wasn't putting on airs and was starting to be more reasonable. Yang Xiao watched Wu Rendi's back, took a deep breath, thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed a few times. "All right then, Director." He turned to our group of investigators and said, "We'll all go down together." "We're going down too." Sun Fatty's face turned a bit pale. He had realized that something was amiss with Wu Rendi. Yang Xiao glanced at him. "You don't have to go down." Before Sun Fatty could feel relieved, Yang Xiao added, "If you don't go down, just stay up here and guard." Let me clarify, with such a big incident happening in the gym, and in such a short time, there couldn't be just one person responsible. Whoever stays above should be extra careful. Sun Fatty's face turned somewhat grim, and he turned to me saying, "Spicy, you shouldn't go down either." Before he could finish, Yang Xiao suddenly interrupted. "Shen La also has to go down." Before I could voice my opinion, Sun Fatty objected. "What is he going down for?" Yang Xiao shot him a cold smile. "Right now the only person with a gun is Shen La. What do you think he can do down there?" Both Sun Fatty and I were taken aback by his words. I had hidden my handgun very securely, only the two of us knew about it. How did Yang Xiao find out? "Spicy, didn't you say your gun was lost too?" Xiongwani asked me, his tone not very pleasant. "Forget it," Yang Xiao interrupted. "Regardless of what happens, Shen La has to go down. Does anyone want to stay above?" Looking at Sun Fatty, he lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything. Suddenly Sun Fatty thought of something. "Wait, if we all go down, what about Xiao Yi? Will she be left up here alone? She'll have to guard on her own." Yang Xiao glanced at Wu Rendi, saw he had no reaction, then looked at Xiao Yi, who seemed eager to rush underground. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiao Yi can go down too. She should be fine staying by us." He seemed a little unsure of his own words. We all understood what was down in that hole, even though we didn't know for sure. After today's few encounters, we hadn't gained any advantage and had suffered considerable losses. If the fire department had sprayed gasoline this afternoon instead of corpse oil, just one match could wipe us all out. "Alright, let's go down, or it might not be as bad as we think down there." Although Yang Xiao was just an investigator, he was now the only one able to give orders. Fortunately, the people at the academy tonight were conducting a disaster drill, and they were well equipped for emergencies. Sun Fatty and I found a few flashlights, each taking one, and then with several flashlights in hand, we rolled down the stairs into the hole. Using the light from the flashlights, we didn't notice anything unusual. We slowly made our way down the stairs. After descending dozens of levels of stairs, we slowly began to see clearly in the light of our flashlight. The stairs were surprisingly covered in vermilion, resembling a blood-red path. Without the heavenly eye, relying solely on my naked eyes and the flashlight, I could only see the scene about 20 to 30 meters ahead, and my ability to sense danger was greatly diminished. Yang Xiao walked ahead to clear the path, while Mi Rongheng brought up the rear. Strangely enough, despite being drenched in corpse oil like the others, Yang Xiao seemed completely unaffected. It appeared he had a different method of sensing the dangers around him. The stairs must have had over 100 steps leading down to a narrow corridor. After we came down, Yang Xiao glanced around and exchanged a few words with Wu Rendi before deciding to proceed forward. Just a few steps and Sun Pongzi suddenly shouted, "Look! What's on the wall?" Before he finished speaking, several beams of flashlight illuminated the wall. I saw that every few meters along the walls stood a strange statue. These statues depicted the same figure dressed like a Taoist priest. Although he appeared elderly, his face was devoid of a beard, and his expression conveyed a fierce demeanor. Xiongwani recognized it, and said it's the Ghost Dao sect. However, he himself couldn't confirm it, turning to Mi Rongheng and asking Heng Xiao, "Is it the Ghost Dao sect?" Yes, Mi Rongheng stepped forward to take a closer look. It's the guide of the Ghost Dao sect. This is impossible. The Ghost Dao sect vanished before the Republic era. How could this be related to them? Sun Pongzi, intrigued, asked, "What's the Ghost Dao sect? Can ghosts and Dao really form a sect?" Xiongwani and the others glanced at Yang Xiao intentionally, then lowered their heads in silence. I had indeed seen the term Ghost Dao sect in the archives. The Ghost Dao sect was a religion that suddenly emerged during the late Qing dynasty. The Ghost Dao sect was a religion that suddenly emerged during the late Qing dynasty, existing for a very brief period with records lasting only about 30 years. Unlike orthodox religions, the Ghost Dao sect does not revere the three pure ones. It venerates ghosts and deities, thus it is also called the Ghost Worship sect. In modern terms, it is a genuine cult. At this point, I paused, suddenly recalling that the Ghost Dao sect was infamous for controlling spirits to manipulate the lives and deaths of people during the Guangxu era. Isn't that exactly what the person leading our group was doing? I had only said half of it when Sun Pongzi grew anxious and urged La Zi continue. "Don't leave me hanging." I shot him a look. "That's all I know. You can check the archives yourself later." In the darkness, I was at a loss for words and could only nudge Sun Pongzi with my elbow. He caught on and continued, "You ask Shiminlian if he knows, right?" Shiminlian, quick to grasp the situation, chimed in, "I've never heard of it. When we return to the bureau, check the archives yourself." Yang Xiao said nothing and turned to continue forward. Once he had walked far enough ahead, Sun Pongzi quietly murmured to me, "We can't mention the Ghost Dao sect to Yang Xiao." I replied he probably is one why stir up trouble. Sun Pengzi pouted. How was I supposed to know? This corridor must have been over 300 meters long. I never expected such a place existed beneath the academy. At the end stood a large arched door, but it was locked. Mi Rongheng initially intended to kick the door down, but before he could act, Sun Pengzi stopped him, saying, "You're an outsider, let me handle this." Sun Pengzi somehow found a piece of iron wire. He illuminated the lock with his flashlight, examined it, then twisted the wire back and forth a few times, finding the right angle before inserting it. He twisted the wire up, down, and sideways, and within a minute we heard a click. The lock was opened by Sun Pengzi. Yang Xiao then followed him in. We dared not slacken our vigilance, unsure of what lay behind the door. Xiong Wani and Sun Pengzi had already drawn their batons while I pulled out my handgun, disengaged the safety, and saw that Wu Rendi was holding a short sword identical to the one Uncle San had given me. Yang Xiao pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. He then took out a small wine cup, the very one that had contained the black mist expelled by Xiao Yi earlier. Yang Xiao muttered incantations as he shook the cup rhythmically, and the black mist slowly floated out of the cup, initially circling around Yang Xiao, before drifting through the gap in the door and into the room beyond. About 3 to 5 minutes later, the black mist gradually returned, re-entering the small cup held by Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao remained silent, gesturing for us to follow him with the flashlight's glow, then pushed the door wide open and Wu Rendi hesitated for a moment, but also remained silent as she entered the room. Seeing that they had gone in without any commotion, we followed suit. The sight inside startled me. It was a grand hall filled with over 100 statues. Each statue grinned menacingly, and I had never seen anything like it before. What was this academy previously for? How could there be such a place beneath it? Sun Pengzi remarked, gazing at the statues. These statues are neither Buddhist nor Taoist. I can't tell which bodhisattva they worship. These are the deities of the Ghost Dao sect, Yang Xiao replied, staring at the largest statue in a daze. Are these truly the immortals of the Ghost Dao sect? Using the flashlight, I took a general look at the statues. The craftsmen who carved these statues were quite skilled, bringing each deity to life. Though termed deities, apart from a few with terrifying appearances, most bore the faces of ordinary commoners. Strangely, some were depicted pushing carts or carrying shoulder poles. In short, there were representations of all professions: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. The threshold for becoming a deity in the Ghost Dao sect seemed too low. What roles did these deities fulfill? Were they the gods of the vegetable market? As I looked at the last statue, the one Yang Xiao was staring at, its features startled me. This deity appeared to be in their 20s with a doll-like face and a smile that was both sweet and ambiguous. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Yang Xiao, as if it were a reflection of him. Not only I, but several beams of flashlights illuminated the Yang Xiao statue, and Sun Pengzi and the others also noticed the connection. Only Wu Rendi seemed oblivious. Her thoughts were entirely on Xiao Yi, worried that she might catch a cold after being drenched in the rain. Wu Rendi had already taken off her outer garment and draped it over Xiao Yi. Finally, Yang Xiao's attention returned. This moment of distraction had its advantages, as it seemed to trigger a memory in Yang. Director Yang Xiao called out to Wu Rendi, according to the rules of the Ghost Dao sect, if we proceed further, we will reach the path behind us. Shall we continue? No need to ask me. You take the lead, Wu Rendi replied calmly to Yang Xiao. Whatever you decide, we will follow. Yang Xiao nodded, disregarding the rest of us. He turned and entered the group of statues, taking a few twists and turns until he reached the wall. We followed him, watching as he began to feel around the wall. Before long, it seemed he found a mechanism. He silently inserted a few fingers into the wall. I found this action familiar. When I saw Sun Pengzi frowning and staring at Yang Xiao, it suddenly struck me. I recalled the scene from months ago when I first met Sun Pengzi. In the water curtain cave, I had performed a similar action to Yang Xiao's, except I had the heavenly eye then, and could see the pale face on the wall. The moment Yang Xiao's fingers penetrated the wall, it began to change. The entire wall slowly started to sink. Sun Pengzi glanced at me and whispered, "La Zi, isn't this trick learned from the water curtain cave in Yunnan?" Yes, I nodded, whispering back, "Be careful, Desheng. If Yang Xiao is connected to the Ghost Dao sect, then the Ghost Dao sect must have ties to the living corpses in the water curtain cave." As I spoke, the wall had already sunk to the bottom, revealing the scenery behind it. Unlike the water curtain cave, what appeared before us was not a grand hall, but a chilling passage. This must be what Yang Xiao referred to as the path behind. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the passage, Yang Xiao's expression turned grim, and Wu Rendi furrowed her brow. Neither of them spoke, merely glancing at the passage for a while before exchanging knowing looks. Among us, Mi Rongheng had the most knowledge about the Ghost Dao sect. Upon seeing this passage behind the wall, Heng Xiao blurted out, "This isn't the path behind." As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to him. "Sun Pengzi," said Heng Xiao, "explain what you mean by paths of front and behind." Mi Rongheng glanced at Yang Xiao, and seeing he had no objections, continued, "The path behind the Ghost Dao sect represents 2 roads of good and evil. According to the rules of the Ghost Dao sect, it is meant for the dead to walk. 2 or more people must separate to traverse, or none will reach the end. Those who have accumulated virtue walk the path of good, while those with bad karma walk the path of evil, but both lead to the same destination. Now that there is only one path, it cannot be the path behind. As he spoke, Xiongwani and Shi Minlian shone their flashlights haphazardly into the passage. The passage was not short, but Shi Minlian's keen eyes noticed something. There are forks inside it seems to have split off. Yang Xiao also seemed to have noticed the changes in the passage. He wasn't in a hurry to enter, but glanced at us and said, let's split into groups. 8 people split into 4 groups. Mi Rongheng was taken aback, but the path behind only has 2 roads. Why split into 4 groups? Yang Xiao looked toward the dark end of the passage, took a deep breath, and said, you'll know when you go in. Aye. He glanced around at the rest of us, pondering. Director Wu and Xiao Yi. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wu Rendi. You and Xiao Yi will be one group. It'll be with Shen La, and the rest. Huh. What does he mean by that? I can understand in trusting Xiao Yi to Yang Xiao, but what does it mean for him to take me? This was completely unlike Wu Rendi's style. Regardless of my confusion, once Wu Rendi made the decision, I had no choice but to comply. Thus the remaining 4 paired off Sun Ponzi with Xiongwani and Shi Minlian with Mi Rongheng. Before entering the passage, Wu Rendi whispered a few words to Xiao Yi. Since entering the cave, Xiao Yi's behavior had surprised me. Although she seemed a bit nervous and frightened when we first arrived compared to her peers, she was remarkably composed. Her attitude toward Wu Rendi had also changed significantly, as she had begun to rely on him. The one most dissatisfied with the group division was Xiao Yi. After Wu Rendi whispered a few words to her, she reluctantly agreed to team up with Yang Xiao. As we walked straight through the passage, we reached the end only to understand why Yang Xiao had divided us into 4 groups. There were 4 forks at the end of the passage. Old Yang, didn't you say the path behind only had good and evil roads? What do these 4 roads count as? Good, evil roads. Sun Ponzi was one of the few in the Bureau of Civil Affairs who didn't take Yang Xiao seriously. He was confident that with Wu Rendi present, Yang Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Yang Xiao completely ignored Sun Ponzi, while Mi Rongheng explained for him, someone has reconfigured the path behind. This isn't the way of the Ghost Dao sect. Yang Xiao circled around the 4 forks, then took out the small wine cup again, allowing the black mist inside to swirl around the 4 paths. This took over an hour. There's nothing major inside. As he spoke, Yang Xiao produced 3 incense sticks from his pocket, handing them to our 3 groups. He added, light the incense before entering. The incense will only burn for half an hour, but that's enough time for you to get through. Once you're out, don't wander off. They'll come to meet you. After giving his instructions, Yang Xiao led Xiao Yi into the left. Before entering, Xiao Yi cast a reluctant glance back at Wu Rendi. Mi Rongheng and Shi Minlian lit their incense and entered the fork next to Yang Xiao. Before entering, Xiao Yi cast a reluctant glance back at Wu Rendi. Mi Rongheng and Shi Minlian lit their incense and entered the fork. You might not even be able to come out. Sun Ponzi started blabbering again. Lotzi, you watch over Director Wu Rendi. There's nothing to worry about. What about me? Just with this bear-like creature. I'm the one who's unlucky getting stuck with a guy like you. If something happens, I won't even be able to run. Who the hell did I provoke? Xiongwani also had issues with Sun Ponzi. I glanced at the 2 of them and suggested, how about we swap? They'll give way, one of you can come over, we can switch. Whoever pairs up with Wu Rendi will join me. How does that sound? The 2 of them seemed to have a telepathic understanding and said almost simultaneously, forget it, this way is fine, we won't disturb Director Wu. I knew you 2 were loyal, I chuckled, pulling out a pistol and a magazine from behind my waist and handing it to Sun Ponzi. To my surprise, he refused it adamantly. Finally, seeing that I was getting anxious, he pulled out a pistol from his waist, which was the very custom-made Type 92 from the polling bureau that I had lost. Both Xiongwani and I were stunned. Sun Ponzi smiled sheepishly. I didn't trust your gun being stored in the locker, so I took it for you. See, I made the right. Before I could respond, Xiongwani asked, what about our guns? You think I have the time for that? Sun Ponzi retorted, whoever stole them, go ask them. Sun Ponzi and Xiongwani hesitantly entered the 3rd fork in the road. I pulled out my lighter, preparing to ignite incense, when Wu Rendi, who had been silent, finally spoke. Wait a moment. I looked up at him, waiting for his next words. Xiao Yi, Director Wu finally mentioned the name I was curious about. He continued, if she encounters any trouble, you must do your utmost to protect her. Me? Xiao Yi. I didn't understand what Wu Rendi meant. Director Wu with you around, and Yang Xiao at the very least, Mi Rongheng, is better than me. I shouldn't be the one, right? Wu Rendi looked at me in silence, raising his hands to smooth his hair back a few times. As he did, his originally exposed black roots turned dark again. I suddenly recalled how Director Wu looked in Qilin City. It was because he had black hair at that time that Yang Xiao didn't recognize him as Wu Rendi. I can't even guarantee my own safety. Originally, I had Yang Xiao with me, but unfortunately this place is incompatible with him. He can only manage self-preservation. Wu Rendi's tone was not much different from usual. It just lacked his typical disdainful tone, and noticeably, he spoke much more than before. Then why are we coming down? My scalp began to tingle. I initially thought guarding Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao would be safe, but now it seemed we were basically walking to our death. Some matters are not up to you to choose whether to do or not, Wu Rendi said decisively. His air of indifference seemed to return in an instant. It was hard to imagine such words coming from Wu Rendi. I always thought that given his temperament he would only say whether to do it or not is my business, what do you care? After a moment of silence, Wu Rendi took out a small porcelain bottle. He unscrewed the cap and unexpectedly held it under my nose, saying, take a whiff. I was unprepared, and in the act of breathing I caught a whiff of an unparalleled stench. The odor shot straight to my brain, making my scalp throb painfully. The foul smell I had encountered before paled in comparison to this one. Imagining it was as if hundreds of dead rats were confined in a container rotting and fermenting for a year to emit such a stench. Ugh, I leaned against the wall and retched violently. Strangely, after throwing up for a while, it felt like I had expelled the bad energy within me, and I gradually began to see the dark scene in front of me brighten up considerably. Had my heavenly eye returned? I took a glance into the depths of darkness, only to be disappointed seeing just a few nearby sights. I wiped my mouth and asked Wurendi, what is this foul thing? Foul thing? In a bit you'll be saying it's fragrant. I knew it was useless to ask Wurendi further. Seeing that he seemed to have nothing more to say, I didn't bother to linger, lit the incense, and entered the last fork in the road. The path inside was completely different from the previous corridor. The ground was covered with a thick layer of white ash resembling freshly fallen snow, and walking on it felt like stepping on cotton. I walked cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on my surroundings. Relax, this is a good path, Wurendi said beside me. Perhaps worried that I wouldn't believe him, Director Wu continued, what you're stepping on is called yang ash, a mixture of asbestos. This mixture of yang ash has a strong ability to absorb yin energy. There's a theory in Ghost Path teachings that if the yin energy on a person is adequately absorbed, then the evil energy cannot sustain itself on that person. Suddenly, I had a feeling the black-haired Wurendi was talking more. If it were before, he would definitely not explain such things. Taking advantage of Wurendi's talkative mood, I asked, what about the evil path? What is it like? Wurendi replied, the evil path in Ghost Path teachings is the water path. Water represents yin, and the evil path is essentially a large pool of yin. When we go out later, whoever's pant legs are wet will prove they have walked the evil path. After walking another 100 meters, the path started turning increasingly red, and by the end it was completely crimson. I recognized it cinnabar. This time Wurendi nodded yes, but it can't be considered high-quality cinnabar, just enough to make a show. We proceeded further to a corner, and when we turned, a completely different scene appeared. The previous yang ash and cinnabar path had vanished, replaced by a damp cement floor with moss covering the walls on both sides and dozens of unknown insects crawling on the ground, which was quite unsettling. At that moment Wurendi's expression became serious. The evil path. Half good, half evil, it certainly won't be boring. Director, well, what do you mean by that? I looked at the water-soaked cement path ahead, and asked, so we're about to enter the evil path. Wurendi said, I've never heard of Ghost Path teachings having this kind of road. He spoke in a very low voice. So what do we do now? I asked Director Wu. There's no turning back, we must. As Wurendi spoke, his foot was already stepping onto the waterlogged ground. Even without my heavenly eye, I could feel the path ahead becoming perilous. I had already disengaged the safety on my pistol, but after a moment of hesitation I decided against using it, and instead drew my collapsible baton, following Wurendi closely. After catching a whiff of the stench from Wurendi's bottle, my head was still throbbing. As I stepped into the evil path, I suddenly felt dizzy and my vision blackened as I was about to collapse. In that split second before falling, I jolted awake. Thankfully, my previous training in special forces kicked in, and I reflexively braced myself with my hands on the ground, using the momentum to avoid falling. Though I didn't fall, the incense that Yang Xiao had given me had already dropped to the ground. By the time I picked it up again, it was soaked with the water on the ground and had broken into several pieces. Holding onto a sliver of hope, I shouted, Director Wu. Yang Xiao is one of your 6-room people, you should have his stuff right. I showed him the broken pieces of the incense. That's Yang Xiao's private goods, I don't have them. As he spoke, Wurendi came over and looked me up and down. I felt scrutinized and asked Director Wu, is there something on me? Wurendi looked at me and said, there is something. Steeling myself, I raised the baton above my head, ready to strike my back. Just as I was about to hit myself, Director Wu added, but I can't see it either. You can't see it. What does that mean? I hurriedly put away the baton. Wurendi suddenly smiled, a hint of helpless bitterness mixed with his smile. I am just like you now, my heavenly eye is closed. Your heavenly eye can also close. I knew Wurendi's body had undergone changes, but I didn't expect his heavenly eye to close as well. That meant Wurendi and I were no different now. This was no longer a crisis for the girls' school, but had evolved into the greatest crisis for the polling bureau. I asked who did this. Wurendi sighed, and said I did it myself. I was at a loss for words, only able to stare wide-eyed as I listened to him continue. Indeed, Wurendi began to speak again, but this time his words were unusually slow, as if he feared I wouldn't understand. Now, let me tell you my biggest secret. Every 3 years I lose all my abilities for 13 days. After 10 days my abilities will slowly begin to recover. You don't mean to say you're from the same sect as Tianshan Tonglao, do you? Given Wurendi's past style, I could only half believe him, half believe 30%, half doubt 70%. Tianshan Tonglao. Never heard of her, what is she? Wurendi frowned, I've never heard of a Tonglao from Tianshan. Looking at Wurendi's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. I shifted my belief slightly towards half belief. Let's talk about the Tonglao later. Director Wu, why don't you find a place to hide unnoticed, and come out after the 13 days when things have calmed down? Wurendi didn't answer me directly, but spoke a name, Sha Yi. I had already guessed 6 or 7 points in my heart, but it was still a bit surprising to hear Wurendi say it himself. I didn't know what charm this 16 or 17-year-old girl possessed to make Director Wu risk his life to stay by her side. Wurendi continued, Sha Yi's destiny is special. Every 2 years a calamity will occur. I have helped her through her previous 7 calamities, but unexpectedly this year's coincidentally overlaps with my 13 days. Wait a minute. I caught on to a problem and interrupted Wu Rendi. Director Wu, you said you helped her through her 7 previous calamities, which means you knew her when she was a child. You're Sha-Yi's. Just as the last 2 words were about to escape my lips, I deliberately closed my mouth. Sha-Yi is my descendant, so what? Wu Rendi said this with a hint of irritation, looking at me, and continuing, when I had you and Sun dishing sin money to her, and her mother you didn't know. You didn't say anything, how would we know? Besides, you both look quite similar in age, and you don't look alike at all. One surname is Sha, and the other Wu. Who could know she's your descendant? I suddenly realized a problem. Descendant. Wu Rendi just said descendant, not daughter. I started to feel a bit uneasy. Wu Rendi didn't mention daughter, granddaughter, or great-granddaughter. He just said descendant. Was it a grammatical issue, or did I mishear? I cleared my throat and cautiously asked, we hadn't thought in that direction. I didn't expect Sha-Yi to be your daughter. Didn't you hear me earlier? Wu Rendi replied, Sha-Yi is my descendant, not my daughter. Seeing that Wu Rendi didn't seem to be joking, I recalled my first encounter with Director Wu in the Water Curtain Cave in Yunnan, where I remembered he had hinted at knowing those corpses when dealing with them. The Water Curtain Cave is a sacrificial altar of the Yin Kingdom, which was a state during the Han Dynasty, and the Han Dynasty was. I steadied myself, and then asked, may I ask how old you are, Director Wu? What does my age have to do with you? Wu Rendi returned to his usual slightly mocking tone, glancing at me before switching to a somewhat calmer tone. In any case, remember, if anything happens to Sha-Yi, you must risk your life to protect her. His descendant getting into trouble and expecting me to risk my life. It's rare for Director Wu to say this so nonchalantly, as if it were perfectly natural for others to die, saving his descendant. You give me too much credit, I sighed, and said, but why is it me who should risk my life, not Sun Dashing Xiongwani? Upon hearing this, Wu Rendi fell silent for a moment. He stared into my eyes, causing me to avoid eye contact, blinking and dodging. Finally, Wu Rendi spoke, but I was unprepared and was startled by his words. Because you and I might be the same kind of person. In what way are you and I the same? I shouted, inwardly careful not to let it show on my face. Wait a moment. The idea that I am the same kind of person as Wu Rendi. I feel like I've heard that before. It was Yang Xiao. I remembered now, down in the riverbed of the Daqing River. Yang Xiao had disguised himself as Sun Pongzi, and after I saw through it, he said something like that. I can't recall the exact words, but that was the gist of it. I don't understand what you mean. I finally met Wu Rendi's gaze. You and I. It seems we don't share many. Unexpectedly, Wu Rendi ended the topic. Enough said for today. Let's keep moving forward. Just as I was about to probe further, a voice suddenly rang out not far ahead. Where is this? How did I get here? Is anyone there? The voice wasn't far from us, but I couldn't tell if it was male or female. My first instinct was to grip the telescopic baton tighter, while my other hand reached for the pistol at my waist. Then a figure emerged from the darkness. The person's face was filled with terror, and they were startled at the sight of me and Wu Rendi. But they quickly recognized us. Is that Teacher Wu? You're Shenla. I'm Lin Si-Han. From Class 3, a friend of Xiao-Yi from your class. A crew cut. Impossible to tell if it was male or female. Who else could it be but Lin Si-Han? The father-in-law finally met the son-in-law. There was no way Wu Rendi didn't know about Lin Si-Han's existence. I stole a glance at Director Wu, and sure enough, his face had turned a faint shade of green. Perhaps because I had been suppressed by Wu Rendi for too long, a sense of mischievous anticipation suddenly rose within me. How would Wu Rendi treat his own son-in-law? I waited expectantly. Lin Si-Han staggered over, her foot seemed injured, and she moved slowly, one step at a time, supporting herself against the wall. I was about to go over and help her when Wu Rendi, standing beside me, grabbed my arm. He said nothing, just stared intently at his future son-in-law. I was stunned for a moment. I glanced at the expressionless Director Wu, then looked back at Lin Si-Han, and only then did I suddenly notice a change. There was another Lin Si-Han behind her. 2 Lin Si-Hans approached one after the other. But the one in the back wasn't targeting me and Wu Rendi, as she stared fixedly at the self in front, wanting to get closer, but seeming particularly afraid of that self, hesitating and lingering behind. I saw 2 Lin Si-Hans, and neither of them was human. This feeling was all too familiar. In an instant I understood. My heavenly eye had opened again. When had it opened? I hadn't noticed at all. I looked at Wu Rendi. He was still coldly watching the slowly approaching Lin Si-Han, without even a glance in my direction. But I did notice one thing. Wu Rendi was holding me with one hand, while the other had already withdrawn into his sleeve. Shenla, come over and help me. I think my foot is broken. The Lin Si-Han in front spoke again. Her acting was decent enough. If Wu Rendi hadn't pulled me back, and if my heavenly eye hadn't returned, I probably would have fallen for her trick. Is your leg alright? Unexpectedly, Wu Rendi walked towards her. If your leg is hurt, don't move. They'll carry you. Director Wu said, already approaching Lin Si-Han, reaching out to support her. The moment Wu Rendi extended his hand, a miniature crossbow slid out from his sleeve and fired a bolt directly at Lin Si-Han's head. The distance was too short, and Lin Si-Han was unprepared. The bolt pierced her forehead. A ghostly howl escaped her lips, and a plume of black smoke rose from the wound. The black smoke dissipated in the wind, vanishing into nothingness. The Lin Si-Han behind seemed shocked by the scene, frozen in place for a second before snapping out of it. By the time I drew my pistol, it was too late. That Lin Si-Han vanished from the spot in a flash. Moi. Wu Rendi frowned at where my gun was aimed. Something else. Wu Rendi couldn't see it. I was stunned. Then why had he killed Lin Si-han? What did you see? Wu Rendi, and you, Director Wu. Didn't you see anything? I countered. Nonsense, didn't I tell you? My heavenly eye is closed. Wu Rendi said, somewhat displeased. I began to think Wu Rendi had deliberately killed Lin Si-han. It fit his character. For the sake of his descendants, he would stop at nothing. But something else was more pressing. Director Wu, how did you know I could see? And what was that thing you made me smell? Wu Rendi gave me a faint glance and said only one sentence, doesn't it stink anymore? With that he ignored me and walked straight ahead. I quickened my pace to catch up. And Sun Pongzi and the others. Why didn't you let them smell that fragrant thing? Perhaps annoyed by my questions, Wu Rendi grunted and suddenly stopped, turning to look me over. Do you think all heavenly eyes are the same? Yours is an innate heavenly eye. In the entire Civil Investigation Bureau, there are only 3 people like you. Even if it's temporarily sealed with the right amount of stimulation, it can be reopened. Appropriate stimulation. I recalled the water ghost I encountered as a child and the mummy in the water curtain cave. Both times my heavenly eye had suddenly reopened, but both times it had nearly cost me my life. Was that considered appropriate stimulation? Seeing my confusion, Wu Rendi sighed. Alright, tell me what else you want to know. I'll tell you what I can. This opportunity was rare. Before I could think of what to ask, Director Wu added, I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No matter. My first question was already out. Director Wu, has your ability really temporarily disappeared, or is it some kind of illusion? To be honest, this question troubled me. Director Wu had a history of this more than once. Is that even a question? Do you think 5 minutes is too long? Wu Rendi tilted his chin at me. Second question. Was that even an answer? I took a deep breath. What was that thing I smelled just now? Can you tell me that? Wu Rendi acknowledged, then took out the small porcelain bottle again and tossed it to me. Take a look for yourself. I held my breath and opened the bottle. Inside was a sticky black liquid. Even though I held my breath, the stench still forced its way into my nostrils. After seeing what was inside, I quickly sealed the bottle, and only after ensuring the stench had dissipated did I dare to take a deep breath. What is this? Wu Rendi finally gave the answer, just 2 words, corpse oil. Corpse oil. Whose corpse oil? I thought I'd... Wu Rendi said, it's the same stuff that was poured all over you. Just not as pungent. The malevolent energy of corpse oil is enough to force your heavenly eye open. I felt nauseous again. Why is everything corpse oil? Corpse oil closes the heavenly eye, and now corpse oil opens it. Is it corpse oil, or a cure-all? Director Wu, don't you have any other methods besides corpse oil? We could skip the corpse oil, Wu Rendi said nonchalantly. If we walk a bit further, once the evil energy is strong enough, your heavenly eye will open on its own. If it weren't for the fact that this person was Wu Rendi and I was afraid I couldn't beat him, I would have punched him in the nose by now. Looking at Wu Rendi, who seemed as if nothing had happened, I was still grinding my teeth in anger. I forced myself to calm down. Director Wu, aren't you disgusted carrying that thing around? It's not mine, and it's not yours. Why do you care? Wu Rendi said. Not yours. I felt I had caught some. Wu Rendi glanced at his watch. It's Yang Xiao's. I borrowed it. Yang Xiao's. My heart stirred. He's from the Ghost Dao sect, isn't he? There are statues of him ahead. Don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with Yang Xiao, Wu Rendi said. The one who most wants to expose the mastermind behind this is Yang Xiao. Unfortunately, he and the Ghost Dao sect are mutually incompatible. Director Wu even sighed. Seeing him shake his head and sigh, I couldn't help asking, what exactly is the relationship between Yang Xiao and the Ghost Dao sect? His statue is in their shrine, yet he's incompatible with them. Director Wu, that doesn't add up, does it? Do you really? Wu Rendi looked at me with a half smile. I can tell you, but explaining it clearly would take at least 10 or 20 minutes. Don't say I didn't warn you. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. No, 1 minute. 28 seconds. Time flew by that fast. I started to regret it. I should have asked Wu Rendi from the start what was really going on at the girls' school. But knowing him, Director Wu would probably have answered, I don't know. Ask the next question. 2 seconds later, I asked my next question, making me reopen my heavenly eye now. It's not just to satisfy your twisted sense of humor, is it, Director Wu? Wu Rendi gave a rare smile. You should have asked this earlier. He paused, then continued. Right now only you and I know that your heavenly eye is open. The Ghost Dao sect is famous for controlling spirits and ghosts. The person behind this would never dream that your heavenly eye could be reopened so soon. As long as you can hold on until that person shows themselves, whether it's spirit control or illusions, it will all be a flaw to you. All that's left is a single bullet from you. I never expected Wu Rendi to have such a devious mind. Seizing the remaining seconds, I quickly asked, what about Lin Si-han? Did you see something wrong with her, or did you kill her just because she was Lin Si-han? Director Wu looked at me and cracked a slight smile, which could be considered a smile. Time's up. 5 minutes are over. There are still 20 or 30 seconds left. I said to Wu Rendi. In the end, I had underestimated his ability to deny everything. Wu Rendi extended his hand to show me his watch. See for yourself. Where did you start counting from? I thought, bitterly, careful not to let it show on my face. Fine. This was typical of him. If he didn't act like this, he wouldn't be Wu Rendi. You've asked what you needed to, Wu Rendi said to me. From now on, no more chatter. He suddenly asked, Shen La, is your heaven? No, it's still closed, I muttered, lowering my head. A trick to fool children. I wasn't about to fall for it. As we walked further, it became increasingly damp. Not only the floor, but even the walls were seeping water. Carcasses of animals rotted beyond recognition were scattered in every corner. The stench of decay grew stronger. Fortunately, I had already been fumigated by the corpse oil, so this smell was nothing to me. Wu Rendi walked ahead, moving quickly, almost at a trot. Although Director Wu's incredible abilities had temporarily vanished, his physical strength was still superior to an ordinary person's. His movements were also strange. Moving swiftly through the water, he barely splashed at all. He was fast, but with my former Special Forces training, keeping up with him wasn't difficult. Aside from the earlier encounter with Lin Si-han, we hadn't encountered anything else unusual on this treacherous path. After another 500 or 600 meters, a point of light appeared ahead. The exit was finally in sight. For some reason, seeing the exit didn't bring me joy. It felt like a heavy stone was pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably. I looked at the light at the exit again, and for a moment it seemed to warp. Something was wrong. That wasn't the exit. I coughed to warn Wu Rendi. But Director Wu lowered his voice and said, "Don't speak. I know. Follow me and run." With that, he sped up and ran towards the light. Though I didn't know what Director Wu was planning, I steeled myself and followed, keeping a certain distance from him. As the light grew larger and the exit became clearer to my eyes, it was grotesquely distorted. Plumes of black smoke were seeping in from outside. When we were still about 50 or 60 meters from the exit, Wu Rendi suddenly stopped, grabbed my arm, and pulled me towards the wall on the right. Wu Rendi had a firm grip on me, and it was too late to break free. The moment we hit the wall, I realized it wasn't a wall at all. It was a door curtain painted black. Beyond the curtain was the real exit. My heavenly eye could see the distorted exit, but not this hidden little mechanism. Wu Rendi, however, seemed to have known about this secret door all along, pulling me through it. Behind the secret door was a narrow path. Only then did Wu Rendi slow down. I took the opportunity to say, "Director Wu, don't tell me you didn't see the changes in there." Afraid he would deny it, I added, "You admitted it yourself." Wu Rendi said, "I said I knew. I didn't say I saw." "How could you know without seeing?" I asked. Wu Rendi met my gaze. I still couldn't withstand his pressure, and I averted my eyes. He said, "I gave you a chance to ask earlier. If you have more questions, wait until next time." He then ignored me and walked deeper into the path. With no other choice, I followed behind him. This time, after only a few dozen meters, another point of light appeared ahead. My nerves tensed again, but this time there was no unusual feeling. Wu Rendi also showed no abnormal behavior, though his pace was slightly faster than before. The closer we got, the clearer it became that it was an exit. From that direction came Sun Pangzi's voice, not to sound like a broken record, but it's been ages. Did old Wu and La Zi run into trouble? Old Yang, shouldn't you go in and check? I heard Yang Xiao's voice saying, "How could there be any trouble? Director Wu is inside. Moreover, what do you think this? You think you can just enter or exit at will? Once someone goes in, even the one who set the trap cannot control what happens. If I were to go back, it wouldn't necessarily be the same path I took before." At that moment, Wu Rendi and I had already walked out one after the other from the exit. The people outside had gathered. When they saw us come out, they all rushed over, including Xiao Yi, who walked over and glanced at Wu Rendi a few times. Fatty Sun said, "Lotzi, what were you doing in there? I almost went in to look for you after such a long time." Next to him, Xiong Wani chimed in, "Yeah, I was also worried. If you didn't come out, I would have dragged Fatty Sun in." I glanced at Xiong Wani and Fatty Sun and said, "Thank you for your concern. If you ever find yourselves trapped somewhere, I'll have Lao Yang come find you." Xiong Wani's face immediately turned red, and he chuckled awkwardly. Fatty Sun, however, also laughed and said, "We're all brothers, why be so formal? Lotzi, tell us, why did it take so long for you and Director Wu to come out?" I forced a smile and glanced at Wu Rendi, who was whispering to Yang Xiao, completely uninterested in us. At that moment, Shiman Lian and Mi Rongheng also came over. The four of them bombarded me with questions. In the end, I explained that we were delayed inside because the incense Yang Xiao provided had run out. I shared all the unimportant details, but naturally omitted the question and answer game between Wu Rendi and me, as well as anything regarding Lin Si-han. I secretly glanced at Xiao Yi. This little girl seemed frightened, her face pale, yet she kept looking at Wu Rendi. Her attitude towards Director Wu had changed, as she was no longer cold and indifferent, and there was a feeling in her eyes that I couldn't quite describe. My heart skipped a beat. No way could it be that love was born from hate. Please don't have that kind of thought. As I was lost in thought, there was a conclusion from Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao. It was Yang Xiao who took the lead. He didn't waste any words, saying, "Everyone is here, let's move on." Moving on. Only then did I realize that I had been surrounded by Fatty Sun and the others when I came out without knowing the situation around me. This was a bit unreasonable. After all, I had a background in special forces. Fortunately, my heavenly eye had opened again. Although it was pitch dark around me, it didn't affect me. I glanced around and saw that this was the junction of the four paths we had encountered earlier. Ahead was a place resembling a warehouse, though it seemed that the items inside had been moved away, leaving only a few scattered empty wooden boxes in each corner. While I was looking, unexpectedly Fatty Sun leaned over. He lowered his voice and said, "Lotzi, I'm not saying anything, but it's pitch black here, what are you looking at?" Did Fatty Sun notice? I was startled. Wu Rendi had advised me not to reveal that my heavenly eye had opened again. I could only brush it off, saying, "The heavenly eye is gone, what can I see? Who knows what might jump out from the front, back, left, or right? Keep a close watch, and if anything happens, it won't be chaotic." "Oh, Fatty Sun replied, but didn't say anything more. From his tone it was clear that he still had his doubts. In the same formation as when we descended, Yang Xiao led the way, me Rongheng at the back and Wu Rendi in the middle. Yang Xiao wasted no time and headed straight for the bottom of the warehouse, stopping only when he reached the wall. As before, Yang Xiao began to probe the wall, just like he did at the water curtain cave. However, this time, I finally saw clearly a greenish human face appeared in the center of the wall. Seeing Yang Xiao open the wall, I couldn't believe he had no relation to this place. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. When the wall opened, we each took a few steps back, trying to find a few places to hide for cover. As the wall slowly descended, the scene inside revealed itself. Unlike the pitch darkness outside, the other side of the wall was brightly lit. I could see clearly that inside was an altar similar to the altar of the Dian Kingdom in the water curtain cave of Yunnan, with a human head tower standing in the center. I stole a glance at Yang Xiao. He did not look surprised, as if it was completely natural for him to observe the scene inside the altar. He could no longer be described as bold, he was simply going to brave it. When Yang Xiao stepped into the altar, he had already started shouting. Is the person inside surnamed Zhao or surnamed Tao? Come out. Old Yang has gone mad. Fatty Sun pulled out his handgun. I thought he was going to charge in, but unexpectedly he turned to me and said, Lotzi. I rolled my eyes and said, great sage, if you can't handle it, then don't put on a show. Before I could act, me Rongheng had already drawn his baton and followed Yang Xiao. Having been classmates for a few days, his relationship with Yang Xiao was closer than that of Xiong Wani and the others. Then unexpectedly Wu Rendi also helped Xiao Yi into the altar. Seeing Director Wu enter as well, Fatty Sun, Xiong Wani and Shimin Lian no longer hesitated and followed into the altar. Once inside, it felt as if we had returned to the altar of the water curtain cave. The layout and details of these two altars were completely identical. The only thing missing were the corpses from the Dian Kingdom altar. Lotzi, is this really the Ghost Path religion or that altar from Yunnan? Fatty Sun asked me. I could no longer be certain. How could there be such a place beneath a girls' school? Judging by the scale and setup, it definitely couldn't have been built in recent years. How was the girls' school built back then? When laying the foundation, it wouldn't have been possible not to notice such a large project underground. I felt as if I could smell a scent of conspiracy. Fatty Sun was still relentless, saying, Lotzi, give me an explanation. After all, you know a bit about the Ghost Path religion. I turned to look at him and replied, Yang Xiao knows more than I do, you should ask him. Fatty Sun pouted, isn't that just nonsense? Look for yourself, what is Yang Xiao doing? He is practically shouting in the street. At this moment, Yang Xiao was still shouting, constantly demanding the person's surname Zhao and Tao to come out. From the implication of his words, it seemed that everything here was greatly related to these two individuals. However, I couldn't quite understand Wu Rendi's reaction. He had no intention of stopping Yang Xiao, he merely stood with his hands behind his back looking ahead. The direction he was looking at was precisely where the dark chamber in the water curtain cave was, if it existed here. Just as Yang Xiao finished his round of shouting, the door to the front secret chamber suddenly opened, and a man walked out. He appeared to be in his 20s with a weary expression. I recognized him. Isn't he the boyfriend of our math teacher? I knew that the Ghost Path religion's little tricks wouldn't stump you. After the man came out, he performed an unbelievable action by kneeling on the ground and bowing his head to Yang Xiao, saying, I am Tao Xiangkong, the unworthy disciple of the Ghost Path religion for 14 generations, and I pay my respects to the founding ancestor. Founding ancestor? Does that mean the Ghost Path religion was established by Yang Xiao? However, recalling what he said in the 15-story building in Qilin City, considering his age, and given Yang Xiao's character, it wasn't impossible for him to have been a cult leader. But when retreating, Wu Rendi had once mentioned that Yang Xiao was at odds with this place, and now it seemed a bit unclear. Thinking of Wu Rendi, I turned to glance at him. Director Wu did not seem surprised. He only took a few steps back to avoid the area where Tao Xiangkong was bowing, his face revealing a hint of disgust. I recognized this expression. It was the same as when I first saw Wu Rendi in the water curtain cave, when he displayed a similar expression upon seeing the corpses on the ground. Looking at the kneeling Tao Xiangkong, he seemed to be incessantly bowing, and it was a long bow. Each bow brought him closer to the ground, making him nearly prostrate. After 5 or 6 bows, he appeared dirted and disheveled. Now blood had already oozed from his forehead, trickling down his cheek. Yang Xiao stood there nonchalantly, calmly accepting Tao Xiangkong's worship. It wasn't until he had bowed 20 or 30 times that Yang Xiao finally said, Enough, you can know the rest for now, we'll talk about it later. At this point, Yang Xiao paused and glared at Tao Xiangkong, asking, Where are the others? They are gone, Tao Xiangkong said as he wiped the blood from his forehead, keeping his head lowered. Gone. Yang Xiao fixed his gaze on Tao Xiangkong, his eyes filled with aggression. In the first year of the Shintong era, when I left, there were still nearly 1,000 people from the Tao and Zhao families, but in just 200 years you are the only one left. When I was a child, I heard my father and several clan uncles mention that during the late Qing and early Republic our Ghost Path religion still had some strength, but later we were suppressed several times by the Religious Affairs Committee of the Republic. The last time severely injured us, and the 2 founding ancestors Zhao and Tao who established the religion with you eventually died for the faith. Since then our Ghost Path religion suffered a great loss in strength, and we could only survive in a diminished state. After liberation, we experienced several movements that nearly wiped out the remaining members. After my father and several clan uncles passed away, I was the last one left in the ghost path religion. Yang Xiao upon hearing this wore a sorrowful expression, staring blankly at the ground. Wu Rendi suddenly coughed behind him, and this cough pulled Yang Xiao back to reality. Yang Xiao glanced at Wu Rendi and turned to Tao Xiangkong asking, "What's going on with the girls' school above? Also, who built this place?" Finally, he asked the right questions. Tao Xiangkong first answered the second question saying, "This underground palace was built during the Republic, originally intended to evade the Religious Affairs Committee of the time. During the initial construction, it was based on the setup you had when you were in the main altar, but some personal ideas were added by Master Zhao Dejuan." Ideas? Why are all his ideas aimed at me? Yang Xiao scoffed, interrupting Tao Xiangkong. He just didn't expect that I was also guarding against him. Looking at the slightly awkward Tao Xiangkong, Yang Xiao snorted, "Continue." As for the girls' school above, Tao Xiangkong sighed, hesitating for a moment before saying, "We didn't want it this way back then, it was just that the arrow was on the bow, and it had to be shot. What I said about my father and clan uncles passing away wasn't entirely accurate. As for the specifics, you can see for yourself." As he spoke, Tao Xiangkong walked to the front wall, pressed some mechanism, and the entire dark room's walls slowly sank. The interior of the dark room was revealed. Inside the dark room were layers of grids, each containing about 100 corpses identical to the corpses we encountered in the Water Curtain Cave in Yunnan. Fatty Sun and I exchanged glances. After the Water Curtain Cave incident, we had almost been having nightmares every day. Just when we thought it had calmed down a bit, these past few days, here we were again. Yang Xiao was not much less shocked by the corpses than Fatty Sun and I. The moment the corpses appeared, Yang Xiao's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated a few steps, nearly bumping into me, Rongheng, standing behind him. Yang Xiao steadied himself and almost shouted at Tao Xiangkong, "What's going on with these corpses?" Tao Xiangkong replied, "In the early 1950s, when the movement began, there were still more than 100 of us scattered across the country. My father and several clan uncles wanted to reorganize the ghost path religion, so they contacted believers from various places, but by then very few still had ambitions for the ghost path religion. In desperation, my father believed that the key to reorganizing the ghost path religion was to invite the founding ancestor to come out again. According to the records in our teachings, my father and uncles went to Yunnan, your hometown, to seek your whereabouts. Although they didn't find you, they brought back an elixir of immortality. They used that elixir and ended up like this." Yang Zhao's eyes twitched continuously. His dislike for these corpses was no less than that of Wu Rendi. "Yes," Tao Xiangkong confirmed. "My father gathered the believers from across the country here originally, hoping for everyone to achieve immortality together, but unexpectedly, they all ended up like this." "Then what about you?" Yang Xiao asked Tao Xiangkong. "Everyone else used that elixir, why didn't you?" Tao Xiangkong explained, "I was seriously ill at the time, and had just recovered. Fearing that my weak body wouldn't be able to withstand the elixir's effects, my father advised me to rest for a while before using it. Unexpectedly, I avoided a calamity just by being ill." Then Tao Xiangkong said again, "During the 3 days after they used that immortal recipe, people gradually started dying, and by the 4th day, less than half of them were still alive. I initially thought there was something wrong with the immortal recipe, and just as I was preparing to collect the bodies for burial, those who had died slowly began to come back to life. First dead, then alive. I thought the immortal recipe had taken effect, and when I wanted to ask my father for the recipe, he flatly refused. At that moment, my father had also gone through the experience of dying and being reborn. After his rebirth, he told me his feelings. He sensed that this immortal recipe had a fatal flaw, but he couldn't articulate what that flaw was. Those who came back to life no longer had the habit of eating and drinking. At first I thought it was similar to the Taoist concept of abstaining from grains, but from their appearance it seemed otherwise. By the end of the year, the after effects of not eating or drinking began to show. Their skin, fat, and muscles slowly started to wither, resembling dried, cured meat, which made me feel nauseous. However, even in such a state, they still exhibited signs of life. At least they had a heartbeat and pulse, albeit weak, but still perceivable. The fatal flaw my father had mentioned became evident. These transformed corpses began to exhibit an abnormal thirst for blood. Yang Xiao seemed quite resistant to the matter of the corpses. Hearing Tao Xiangkong become increasingly excited, he finally couldn't help but say, "Enough about the corpses, I know more about them than you do. Just talk about the women's school." Tao Xiangkong nodded and continued, "This underground palace existed before the school was established. When the women's school was founded, my father and the others had not yet gone to Yunnan to find you. One of my clan uncles had infiltrated the planning office, and he drew the architectural blueprints for the school. He avoided the main location of the underground palace in the foundation. Later, when building the gymnasium, I used a bit of trickery and funds to bribe the construction engineers and contractors, placing the gymnasium above the entrance to the underground palace. However, those who later learned of this matter were all brought here by me and sacrificed as live food to the various members." When he spoke of this matter, his tone was exceedingly calm, as if the lives lost at his hands were not akin to those of people like him, but rather akin to the existence of ants or pigs. Tao Xiangkong continued, "Originally, these members had a very limited demand for human blood. The fresh blood of 1 or 2 living people could sustain them for 2 years. However, I never expected that their appetite would gradually increase. Now the blood of around 10 people is only enough for half a year's consumption. I had never dared to target the academy. I only searched for blood relatives around the school, but as more and more people became difficult to find, the members' intake increased, and there have been records of them attacking me when blood relatives were insufficient. Tao Xiankong tilted his head, revealing 2 rows of bite marks on his neck. In desperation, I could only urgently catch 2 female students, and unexpectedly this led to you, the ancestral master, showing up here. One could say it was a blessing in disguise. Tao Xiankong kept his head down. He didn't dare to look Yang Xiao in the eye, only saying humbly, "When you entered the academy, I found that you looked exactly like the statue of the ancestral master from back then. Later I learned that you and the ancestral master share the same name, and in front of the old building's warehouse door, I witnessed your mystical techniques, which are recorded as the master skills of the Ghost Dao sect. Additionally, since you could find the mechanism to enter here, I dared to confirm it was you." Yang Xiao snorted and said, "You are quite a character yourself. No matter how exquisite my techniques are, I still fell for your scheme in the old building." Tao Xiankong hurriedly explained, "It was sheer luck. At that time, I didn't dare to confirm that you were the ancestral master, and moreover the Ghost Dao sect only has me left. If I die, the Ghost Dao will perish. I couldn't afford to be careless. I hope the ancestral master can forgive me." Seeing that Yang Xiao and Tao Xiankong were chattering endlessly, Xiong Wani could no longer contain himself, and asked, "What about the missing female student from above just now?" Tao Xiankong glanced at Xiong Wani indifferently, not answering his question. From Tao Xiankong's gaze, it was clear that he looked down on anyone other than Yang Xiao. "What about the people above?" This time it was Yang Xiao asking. In the past, losing 100 or so people wouldn't have mattered to him, but now that he was in the civil polling bureau, especially under the watchful eye of Wu Rendi, Yang Xiao seemed to have completely changed his temper. I suspected that apart from his wife's soul gathering and reincarnation matter, there might be some leverage held by Wu Rendi. They are indeed here. At this point, Tao Xiankong changed his tone and began to chant a series of unfamiliar syllables. As he spoke these syllables, the back door of the dark room opened, and one by one female students dressed only in pajamas and sleep pants walked in. 2 minutes later, over 100 female students had gathered in the center of the altar. Besides Su Miao Miao Bianchi and others being among the crowd, the beautiful math teacher was also swaying on the outskirts of the group. After these female students and a few female teachers entered, each one had a somewhat dazed expression with hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated solely on Yang Xiao. Xiao Yi scanned the crowd repeatedly, but couldn't find her friend. In a state of panic, she shouted, "Lin Sahan! Where is Lin Sahan? Why isn't she among them?" Yang Xiao, knowing Xiao Yi's background, spoke to Tao Xiankong saying, "What about a girl named Lin Sahan?" Tao Xiankong replied, "I captured her soul along with several others, and used the ghost control technique to guide them to the back road. Everyone else is fine, but just now I felt the little ghost inside Lin Sahan suddenly disperse her soul. From the force of it, her physical body must have been destroyed, and once her physical body is destroyed, her soul will also dissipate. Just now I thought it was your doing, ancestral master." Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yi's body swayed a few times, nearly fainting, but fortunately Wu Rendi quickly supported her. Xiao Yi had walked the entire way with us beneath the underground palace. If it weren't for her strong composure, she would have been terrified long ago. Now hearing that her girlfriend might have met a tragic end, she could no longer withstand the blow and burst into tears. "Yang Xiao, is it you?" After crying a few times, Xiao Yi gritted her teeth and said to Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao glanced at Wu Rendi, who was staring at the ceiling without saying a word. Yang Xiao turned back and smiled bitterly at Xiao Yi, saying, "When we took the back road, you were with me. How could you not?" Xiao Yi's eyes widened as she recalled that Yang Xiao had indeed been by her side the whole time, never leaving. She then turned back to shout at Sun Pengzi and the others, "Which one of you did it? It was a man. If you're going to take responsibility, you'd better own up." Sun Pengzi glanced at Xiao Yi and said, "Whether we're men or not, that's not for you to decide. I'm not saying this, but it seems you've got the wrong target, classmate. It wasn't us who captured your girlfriend's soul. That person is right in front of you. If you want revenge, you might want to find him." Xiao Yi, who had been a bit dazed from crying, had misdirected her anger towards Lin Sahan's situation. However, upon Sun Pengzi's reminder, she realized that her confidence against Tao Xiankong was not as strong as it was against Yang Xiao and Sun Pengzi. However, Xiao Yi also picked up on the fact that Tao Xiankong seemed to be a disciple of Yang Xiao. He had just been bowing down to him. If she wanted to take revenge for Lin Sahan, it would likely fall on Yang Xiao. On the way down to the underground palace, Xiao Yi sensed that Yang Xiao seemed a bit wary of her, and this person was, so she turned back and said, "Yang Xiao, can you help me?" Just as she finished half of her sentence, Wu Rendi suddenly interjected, "He can't help you." After saying this, he turned back to Yang Xiao and said, "Continue with your business." Tao Xiankong was taken aback, rolling his eyes to glance at Wu Rendi. He hadn't expected that someone here could give orders to Yang Xiao. Tao Xiankong's mind spun several times, but he still couldn't recall where this gray-haired person came from. Yang Xiao acknowledged Wu Rendi and then turned to Tao Xiankong, asking, "What do you plan to do with these people?" Tao Xiankong replied, "I have already captured their souls, and keeping their physical bodies is only to provide food for the members when they awaken. However, since you, the ancestral master, have arrived, I will leave their fate to you." Yang Xiao felt quite satisfied with Tao Xiankong's words. He said, "Then let these people have a way out. Are their souls still intact?" Tao Xiankong replied, Ancestral Master, it's not impossible to let them go, but in just 2 days those members will awaken. Without sacrificial food, I'm afraid I won't be able to contain their hostility. You don't need to worry about that, Yang Xiao said. The immortal recipe they initially used is fake. Your members have already entered the realm of evil spirits. Tao Xiangkong was taken aback, looking up at Yang Xiao, muttering to himself, evil spirits. Are you saying they have all become evil spirits? Yang Xiao did not look at him, but instead turned his gaze to the corpses lying in layers within the dark room, saying, the living ghosts among the evil spirits. Damn it, this nightmare seems to never end. Tao Xiangkong became a bit anxious, asking, then what should we do now? Can my father and the others return to their original state? Yang Xiao let out a cold laugh, returning to their original state. That's not too difficult, but it's a bit harder than resurrecting the dead. Tao Xiangkong's voice trembled, you can't do it either. This time Yang Xiao did not respond, but turned his head away, avoiding Tao Xiangkong's gaze, which was tantamount to admitting it. Some things given Yang Xiao's nature couldn't be stated too clearly. However, I knew a bit about it. When Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao first met in the 15-story building in Qilin City, Director Wu had already revealed Yang Xiao's identity. He had countless connections with Lin Hua from the Water Curtain Cave. Tao Xiangkong's father and the others had most likely fallen under Lin Hua's influence. Tao Xiangkong lost control of his emotions a bit, no longer caring to use honorifics with Yang Xiao, saying, you are Yang Xiao. You are the founding ancestor of the Ghost Dao sect. Pointing at the 100 or so corpses in the dark room, he said with a slight tremble, they are all your disciples and descendants. Are you not going to do something? Tao Xiangkong's last sentence seemed to remind Yang Xiao. He turned back to look at Tao Xiangkong and said, do something. Good. They'll do something. Saying this, Yang Xiao turned around and walked toward the dark room. His movement caused Wu Rindi's expression to change, and it was already too late to stop him. Yang Xiao moved quickly, and shortly after his words fell, he had already walked among the more than 100 female students whose souls had been captured. Just a few more steps, and he would reach the corpses. Yang Xiao's eyes widened, and he suddenly held a massive copper nail in his hand, which was one of the 7 copper nails that had been driven into Wu Rendi on the roof of the 15-story building. Tao Xiangkong watched Yang Xiao's back, and his expression suddenly changed, with a chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ancestral Master, do you still remember Lin Hua? He invites you back to the Grand Altar. As soon as he said this, not only Yang Xiao, but even I and Sun Pongzi shuddered. What did Tao Xiangkong mean by mentioning Lin Hua? Lin Hua had been dead for several months, and theoretically, I was the one who had killed him with my own hands. However, it seemed that Tao Xiangkong was unaware that Lin Hua was no longer in this world. However, it seemed that Tao Xiangkong's objective had already been achieved. Yang Xiao stopped in his tracks, yet he did not turn back, his eyes fixated on the corpses several meters ahead. From behind, I could see clearly that the layers of corpses had begun to change. Almost all of their necks had moved, and hundreds of eyes were staring at Yang Xiao simultaneously. Yang Xiao understood. He stared at the corpses that were beginning to move, saying to Tao Xiangkong, you set this trap, not just to lure me here, did you? Tao Xiangkong replied indifferently, it was merely coincidental. After they turned into corpses, I also went to the Grand Altar in Yunnan to help the members recover. In front of the water pool outside the altar, I met Lin Hua. He pointed me away. As long as I bring you back to the altar, Lin Hua said, he would have a way to return our members to normal. I searched for you for several years, but couldn't find your whereabouts. I never expected you to come out on your own. Truly a divine blessing. Ancestral Master, the Ghost Dao sect was created by your own hands. For the sake of us, the members, you should go to Yunnan to meet Lin Hua. Lin Hua, Yang Xiao scoffed, saying, he has been dead for more than half a year. Even if he weren't dead, do you really think he could return the corpses to normal? Just as he finished saying this, the corpses in front suddenly made a large movement, and all the corpses almost jumped to the ground at the same time, charging toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao remained calm. With a flick of his hand, the copper nail shot out straight, piercing through the skull of one of the corpses with a loud thud, causing it to fall instantly. Immediately after, Yang Xiao's right hand grasped into the air, and the steel nail that was about to hit the ground trembled a few times, as if drawn by a powerful force, returning to Yang Xiao's hand. Yang Xiao let out a cold laugh as he aimed at the second corpse, ready to replicate what he had just done. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Unbeknownst to him, the teacher Zhao Minmin, who had been swaying in the dazed crowd, had somehow stood behind Yang Xiao. Just as Yang Xiao was preparing to deal with the second corpse, Zhao Minmin suddenly faced Yang Xiao and spat out a mouthful of black blood resembling ink. Yang Xiao was caught off guard and was drenched all over his head and face. With a clang, Yang Xiao's vision went dark, and the copper nail in his hand clattered to the ground. Then he fell flat on his back. Scores of dried corpses surged forward, ready to tear him apart. Yang Xiao seemed frozen, as if his pressure points had been sealed. Not a muscle moved, not even his eyes flickered. In the blink of an eye, he was buried under a pile of over 100 dried corpses. Just seconds ago, I thought Yang Xiao had the situation under control. I had seen Wu Rendi deal with dried corpses in the Water Curtain Cave. Those corpses had no power to resist him. They could only beg for mercy or flee. Though Yang Xiao wasn't as formidable as Wu Rendi, handling 100 or so dried corpses with only a decade or two of age shouldn't have been a problem. Yet in an instant the tide had turned. Xiongwani, Shimen Lian, and Mi Rongheng drew their batons and charged. Sun Pongzi and I also drew our pistols and fired. Bang, bang, bang. We fired a volley first, knocking down the topmost dried corpses. The corpses reacted quickly. As soon as our gunshots rang out, they scattered with astonishing speed. By the time Xiongwani and the others rushed over, only Yang Xiao and a few dead dried corpses lay on the ground. Sun Pengzi swung his gun around and asked, puzzled, "Lotzi, where's that Tao fellow?" Only then did I notice that Tao Xiangkong, who had been standing nearby, had vanished. Where did he go? I spun around with my pistol raised, but saw no trace of him. Sun Pengzi stood behind me with his gun raised, and we stood back to back, a defensive stance. He said from behind, "That bastard was just there, and in a blink he's gone." Not only Tao Xiangkong, but Zhao Minmin, who had spat black blood on Yang Xiao, had also disappeared. But we had no time to worry about them now, as Xiongwani and Shimin Lian had already carried Yang Xiao back. Looking at Yang Xiao now, the black blood on his face was like ink, unlike corpse oil. It couldn't be wiped off, as if it were a birthmark that had seeped into his flesh. His face was as pale as paper, a ghastly white. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was unconscious. When I pried open his eyelids, a gush of blood flowed from his eye sockets. I was startled, and then blood streamed from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. It seemed like the legendary bleeding from all 7 orifices. The blood from Yang Xiao's 7 orifices was astonishingly abundant, gushing out, as if a dam had burst. In moments, a pool of blood formed on the ground. "Cover his mouth, Lotzi. Cover his mouth," Shimin Lian shouted. "Nonsense. If I cover his mouth now, he'll choke to death." "There's no choice. Let the blood flow," Sun Pengzi said, crouching down to turn Yang Xiao's body slightly, allowing the blood to drain from his mouth. "Don't move him. That's the blood of the witch ancestor." Wu Ren-di intervened, stopping Sun Pengzi. During the commotion, he had been completely unnoticed. Now that Tao Xiangkong and the dried corpses had vanished, he and Xiao Yi reappeared before us. Wu Ren-di said, "Keep watch. Shenla, come help. Xiao Yi, stay by my side." Though it was clear that Director Wu's power had waned recently, none of us dared to ignore his orders. Sun Pengzi and the others stepped back a few paces, making room for us. Wu Ren-di supported Yang Xiao's head, bit his own index finger, and smeared his blood on Yang Xiao's face. I watched as the black blood on Yang Xiao's face thinned upon contact with Wu Ren-di's blood like oil stains meeting detergent. Director Wu casually wiped a few times, and the bloodstains on Yang Xiao's head became a mess. His face looked like a painted little flower, but once the black blood was gone, the bleeding from his 7 orifices stopped. Seeing that Yang Xiao was out of danger, I asked Wu Ren-di, "You said the blood on his face was the witch ancestor's blood, the witch ancestor from the Water Curtain Cave in Yunnan." Wu Ren-di ignored me, pulling out the small porcelain bottle of corpse oil and unscrewing the cap. He did something that almost made me vomit on the spot. He poured the corpse oil from the bottle into Yang Xiao's mouth. Xiongwani covered his nose and yelled, "What's that smell?" "It's the stench of a corpse. Such a strong odor means a big one is coming. Be careful, there's trouble. This is a major boss." Xiongwani and the others had all caught the foul smell. He was better than me. He immediately identified it as the smell of decay, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Meanwhile, after being fed half a bottle of corpse oil, Yang Xiao opened his eyes. He looked at Wu Ren-di with a dazed expression, smacked his lips, then noticed the small porcelain bottle in Wu Ren-di's hand, and asked, "What did you just pour into my mouth?" Wu Ren-di's face was expressionless as he calmly screwed the cap back on the bottle, and said, "Do you really want to know?" Yang Xiao had a sinking feeling. He struggled to stand up, but immediately doubled over and vomited, bringing up everything in his stomach along with the half bottle of corpse oil. Sun Pengzi watched in confusion, thinking the vomiting was a normal detox reaction. He came close, holding his nose, and said, "Director Wu, not to pry, but what did you feed Yang Xiao?" "Such a serious injury, and it worked instantly. A miracle cure. Got any more? Can you spare a few bottles for emergencies? Does it work if you take it beforehand?" I couldn't hold it in any longer. I bent over and vomited next to Yang Xiao. After I emptied my stomach, Sun Pengzi looked at me in surprise. "Lotzi, you okay? Did you drink that stuff too? Tastes bad." "Shut up." Xiongwani kicked Sun Pengzi from behind. "Fatty, stop asking stupid questions." It seemed he had guessed what was in the small porcelain bottle. After Yang Xiao finished vomiting, he sat on the ground for a long while to recover. Finally gasping for breath, he turned to Wu Ren-di and asked, "How did you know that? That oil could neutralize the witch ancestor's blood poison." "Neutralize poison? I had no idea," Wu Ren-di said, tossing the small bottle to him. "It was the only thing I had on hand to pour into your mouth. I had to try, didn't I?" Yang Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, he gave Wu Ren-di a wry smile and pocketed the small bottle of corpse oil. Mi Rongheng said, "The dried corpses have retreated through the back door of the secret chamber. In the chaos, the 100 or so female students have also disappeared. What do we do now? Go forward or wait for backup from the bureau?" His question was ambiguous, seemingly directed at Wu Ren-di, but his eyes kept glancing at Yang Xiao. Both Yang Xiao and Wu Ren-di hesitated, neither willing to make a decision easily. Xiongwani muttered, "There are still 100 female students inside. Let's keep moving forward," Yang Xiao finally said. Tao Xiangkong has shown his hand. "I'm not worried about what he has left. There are only a few dozen dried corpses left. You all have guns and batons. You should be able to handle them. Are you up for it?" Mi Rongheng frowned at Yang Xiao. He was still swaying as he spoke, his face pale. The blood that had poured from his 7 orifices had taken a heavy toll. "No problem," Yang Xiao said through gritted teeth. He pulled out a small rectangular wooden box, took out a gray incense stick, and handed it to Mi Rongheng. Light this for me. After Mi Rongheng lit the incense, Yang Xiao didn't take it. Instead, he bit his own index finger and let a drop of blood, squeezed out with effort after losing so much, fall onto the burning tip. With a soft hiss, the blood extinguished the flame. But surprisingly, though the incense was out, a thin wisp of smoke rose. The wisp of smoke seemed to have a will of its own, drifting slowly toward the secret chamber. The scene looked familiar. It reminded me of a similar method Xiao Hashang had used in the underground cave at Daqing River. But Yang Xiao's method seemed more refined. After about the time it takes to smoke a pipe with no unusual signs from the secret chamber, Yang Xiao said, "Let's go in. It should be safe now." Shen Liu and Sun Dashing go in first. "Why us?" Sun Pengzi protested immediately. "Why should we go in first? We should all go together. There's strength in numbers if you ask me." Yang Xiao said, "It's just a narrow passage inside. If too many go in, we'll be packed together. If something happens, we won't be able to get out." Sun Pengzi was still reluctant. "Then why me and Lotzi? Why not? They're an officer." Or Yang Xiao's reason left Sun Pengzi conflicted. "Because you two have guns." Sun Pengzi frowned in thought, then handed his pistol to me. "Lotzi, you can handle 2 guns, right?" I glared at him. "What are you playing at?" Sun Pengzi said with a woeful expression. "Lotzi, not to mention it, but ever since I came out of the water curtain cave last time, I've had nightmares every night. It's left a shadow. If I have to go through that again, it'll break down completely. If I didn't know Sun Pengzi well, I might have fallen for his act. But after spending so much time with him, I could see through his tricks easily. Save it. We'll go through fire and water together." With that, I pushed Sun Pengzi toward the secret chamber. Though Sun Pengzi was utterly unwilling, he moved forward reluctantly. At the entrance of the secret chamber, it was pitch black inside. Sun Pengzi couldn't see anything and dared not enter recklessly. He couldn't see, but I could clearly see that it was empty with no ambush. Before Sun Pengzi could stop me, I stepped inside, sweeping my gun around and finding nothing amiss. I turned back and said to Sun Pengzi, "Come in, it's safe." Sun Pengzi poked half his head in first, shining his flashlight into every corner of the secret chamber. After confirming there was no danger, he cautiously stepped inside. Once inside, he shone the light around again, and then lowered his voice. "Lotzi did your heavenly eye open again?" I was stunned, unable to find an immediate response. Sun Pengzi chuckled and said, "Relax, I'm the only one who noticed. Not to brag, but those outside are more concerned about Yang Xiao." Oh, Yang Xiao might have noticed too. To be honest, if Wu Rendi hadn't repeatedly warned me, I wouldn't have thought to hide it even from Sun Pengzi. Now that he had found out, I felt a bit awkward. "Dashing, I won't hide it from you anymore. When I was walking the back path with Wu Rendi earlier, he reopened my heavenly eye. He strictly warned me not to reveal it." "It's fine, I guessed as much back then," Sun Pengzi said with a dismissive chuckle. He changed the subject. "But seriously, Lotzi, what's going on with Wu Rendi? Has he really been reduced to his original form, or is he just pretending? Not to mention he schemed against his enemies more than once." I gave a bitter smile. "I really don't know. You'll have to ask him yourself. If he's in a good mood, he might tell you." "Forget it." Sun Pengzi shook his head without hesitation. "Even if he's been reduced to his original form, I still wouldn't dare to provoke him." "One more question. What's his relationship with Xiao Yi? You can tell me that, right?" I hesitated. Given Sun Pengzi's cleverness, he'd figure out the connection between Wu Rendi and Xiao Yi sooner or later. Knowing a bit earlier shouldn't hurt. Just as I was about to speak, Wu Rendi shouted from outside, "Stop your babbling and move." Both Sun Pengzi and I jolted. Judging by the tone of his rebuke, even if he had been reduced to his original form, he was still far from weak. Sun Pengzi took a few steps forward, turned back, made a funny face and whispered, "He's probably faking it. I wonder who's going to be unlucky this time." Sun Pengzi and I continued forward until we reached the back of the secret chamber. I could sense danger lurking behind the door, but I couldn't be sure how many dried corpses were lying in ambush. Sun Pengzi seemed to read something on my face. He tugged at me and called back, "Come in, it's safe." Before the word safe was fully out, the back door burst open with a bang and 30 or 40 dried corpses rushed in, charging at us. Fortunately, the door was too narrow and the corpses got stuck for a moment. In that split second, Sun Pengzi and I stepped back half a pace and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. After a volley, we took down over a dozen dried corpses. The special bullets from the Civil Investigation Bureau were devastating against them, and a hit to a vital spot meant instant death. One dried corpse was hit by Sun Pengzi's bullet, but not in a vital spot. The wound on its belly rapidly expanded, turning a small bullet hole into a gaping wound the size of a bowl in moments. The dried corpse let out a few agonized wails, and then lay still. Like the corpses in the water curtain cave, these corpses also possessed their own intellect. Upon witnessing a large number of their companions fall before them, the remaining corpses ceased their charge toward us, and instead began to retreat in unison. By the time I finished changing the magazine, the passage at the back door was completely empty, with nothing left but the fallen corpse. At that moment, Xiong Wani and Shimin Lian rushed in. Seeing that I and Sun Pengzi were unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the perspective of brotherhood, the two of them were far stronger than Sun Pengzi. "Sun Pengzi, didn't you just say it was safe? Is this what you call safe?" Xiong Wani checked to ensure all the corpses were utterly dead before speaking to Sun Pengzi. Having calmed his racing heart, replied, "Xiong, it's not that I said it was safe, did I? What I meant was whether it was safe or not." Saying this, Sun Pengzi kicked the head of a corpse in front of him. See. They came out. At that moment, Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao also entered. After glancing at the situation before him, Yang Xiao said they will behave for a while now, and won't dare to show themselves easily. Let's move forward. He then looked at me, and Sun Pengzi, you two continue leading the way. Perhaps the power of the gun had exceeded Sun Pengzi's expectations. With a gun in hand, he grew bolder, and actually dared to venture first into the passage at the back door. Just as I was surprised by his sudden courage, Sun Pengzi turned around, and shouted at me, Lotzi, why are you dawdling? I'm not saying you should go first. Come on, you lead the way. Recalling my previous thought, Sun Pengzi was still the same Sun Pengzi. This path was almost a replica of the corridor behind the dark room in the water curtain cave. The difference was that while that path led to the underground river, this one surely wouldn't lead to the sewer, right? As we continued down the corridor, nothing unexpected occurred. Sun Pengzi trailed behind me, always restless and chattering, Lotzi, where do you think this path leads after we exit? It can't be the underground river again, right? If it is, then I'll have to consider whether I am dreaming. You are dreaming. I couldn't help but respond, turning to Sun Pengzi, once we get out of here it will be your big day. My Yi is waiting for you in bed, congratulations. Sun Pengzi's face turned a rare shade of red. Stop messing around, it's not that I like her. I chuckled, about to tease him further, when suddenly a thought struck me. I didn't see my Yi up there. She wouldn't. Sun Pengzi nodded, saying she's not up there. When you and Wu Rendi were still behind and hadn't come out yet, Xiong, and the official told me that your two classmates, Su Miao Miao and Bianchi, are also not up there. Including Xiao Yi and that teacher named Zhao Minmin, more than half of your class can reunite down here. Zhao Min. In the chaos, I had completely forgotten about teacher Zhao. Thanks to Sun Pengzi's reminder, I recalled that Tao Xiangkong was her boyfriend. Would she know nothing about what's happening here? Earlier when I spat out Wu Zu's toxic blood all over Yang Xiao, was that under Tao Xiangkong's control, or was she? While I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a tightening in my heart, sensing that someone was watching me from a distance. Following the source of the gaze at the end of the corridor, a woman in white was looking at me with disheveled hair. I was taken aback, and upon a closer look I realized it was teacher Zhao Minmin, who had taught me math for a few days. Teacher Zhao performed an astonishing act. She knelt on the ground and bowed several times towards my position. Just as I was puzzled, I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and I fell to the ground uncontrollably. Sun Pengzi reacted quickly, catching me as I fell, and urgently asked, Lotzi, what's wrong? At that moment I was unable to speak, but my mind was still clear. I just couldn't control my vocal cords and body. Sun Pengzi started to panic, repeatedly calling my name. I exerted all my strength to point towards the location of Zhao Minmin in white. Sun Pengzi understood immediately, and without a second thought, he raised his hand and fired a burst in that direction. Lotzi, what did you see? Did you hit her? After replacing the last magazine, Sun Pengzi asked me. My mind was very clear, but I felt like a puddle of mud. If it weren't for Sun Pengzi holding me up, I would have collapsed. I still couldn't speak, only shaking my head slightly to indicate that I didn't see anything where Sun Pengzi was shooting. Clutching the gun, Sun Pengzi was left with only one magazine and dared not fire recklessly again. Sweat began to bead on Sun Pengzi's face. Lotzi, say something. Did you hit or not? Seeing I still had no reaction, the hand he had raised dropped. Noticing the situation was dire, Sun Pengzi shouted, Director Wu Yang Xiao, hurry over. Lotzi seems to be in trouble. Following behind were several beams of flashlight light, as Wu Rendi and Yang Xiao entered. Upon seeing my state, Yang Xiao didn't show any surprise. He lifted my eyelid to check and took my pulse, then turned back to Sun Pengzi asking what happened. I could feel my whole body starting to stiffen, even moving my eyes was becoming difficult. Sun Pengzi glanced at me and said, I think I saw a shadow pass by earlier. I shot at it a few times, but it didn't seem to. Mi Rongheng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed. Soul binding technique. Is it the soul binding technique? One of the life separation techniques of the... Mi Rongheng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed. Soul binding technique. Is it the soul binding technique? One of the life separation techniques of the ghost Dao. Yang Xiao replied, but didn't continue on that topic, seeming to avoid discussing the techniques of the ghost Dao. Sun Pengzi, regardless of the soul binding technique or the ghost binding technique, addressed Yang Xiao. This is your ghost Dao affair. You are the founding ancestor. This shouldn't be a challenge for you, right? Great Sage Mi Rongheng tugged at Sun Pengzi's clothing from behind, whispering, the soul binding technique isn't as simple as you think. Those affected by the soul binding technique can't rely on external forces to awaken. If external force is used to forcibly break the soul binding technique on Lotzi, it would harm his soul. To awaken, he must rely on his own spiritual strength. Then what should we do? Just wait like this. We'll only know when Lotzi wakes up. Sun Pengzi was not satisfied with Mi Rongheng's explanation. Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to help me recover. At that moment, Wu Rendi leaned closer, saying, Yang Xiao, can I borrow what I returned to you earlier? What item? Oh, you mean this? Yang Xiao paused for a moment before quickly understanding what Wu Rendi wanted. Saying this, Yang Xiao took out the half bottle of corpse oil from his pocket. What did he plan to do? My eyes widened in shock. From what I knew about Wu Rendi, I started to have a bad premonition. Sure enough, Wu Rendi handed the small porcelain bottle containing the corpse oil to Sun Pengzi. Pengzi, you need to pour this half bottle of medicine down Shen Lotzi's throat. Sun Pengzi took it and noticed the viscous, foul-smelling liquid inside the small bottle seemed suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, he still dared not act, asking Wu Rendi, Director Wu, what exactly is this? Him not saying is this reliable? Wu Rendi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sun Pongzi. Do you not trust me? Sun Pongzi laughed awkwardly. He couldn't withstand the pressure that Director Wu seemed to be exerting. Who wouldn't trust? I'm not saying, Director Wu, if there are more of these good things, get me a few bottles too. Wu Rendi snorted, saying, quit the nonsense and quickly pour it down Shen Laozi's throat. Sun Pongzi agreed and opened the small porcelain bottle before my eyes. Before it could reach my mouth, he was already overwhelmed by the stench. This medicine really has a unique smell. Laozi, come on, bitter medicine is beneficial. Drink this and you'll be fine. He began to bring the small porcelain bottle. Is this bitter medicine beneficial? This was clearly stinky medicine. As the corpse oil got closer to my lips, it was about to touch them in the blink of an eye. If I had to swallow this corpse oil, I would rather die. Suddenly, I involuntarily shouted, get that stinky thing away. I could speak again. I finally reacted and tried moving my limbs a bit. To my surprise, I stood up from the ground. The earlier dizziness and weakness vanished without a trace. I had returned to the state I was in before I saw Zhao Minmin bow to me. Laozi, are you okay? This medicine is really Sun Pongzi brought the porcelain bottle closer to me again. Come on, Laozi, drink the medicine inside. Just smelling it would make you jump up. Drinking it will eliminate the root of the disease. Don't leave any side effects behind. Come on, drink the medicine. Don't come over, Sun Pongzi. Don't let that thing touch me. I shouted at Sun Pongzi, that's not medicine, that is. I realized something was off halfway through my sentence and stole a glance, seeing Wu Rendi staring at me coldly. Meanwhile, Sun Pongzi continued to press me. What is it, if it's not medicine? I covered my nose and said, you should close the bottle cap first. Once I saw him cap the bottle, I said what I meant was that medicine is for external use, not to be ingested. Yang Xiao saw I had regained consciousness and came over to take the small porcelain bottle from Sun Pongzi's hands, then asked me, what did you see earlier? I recalled and said earlier at the very back I saw someone bowing to me. When I got dizzy, I ended up like this. Yang Xiao asked who was bowing. I replied it was Zhao Minmin who splattered you with vomit earlier. Surname Zhao. Yang Xiao squinted as he lowered his head. After a moment he turned to me and asked, how did she? Laozi, you learn it once, don't miss any details. I knelt down in the empty direction, mimicking Zhao Minmin's earlier posture with my hands crossed flat before me. I repeated what I remembered, and Yang Xiao's eyes twitched slightly as he watched. Fatty Sun also approached and asked Yang Xiao, Old Yang, what trick is this from your ghost sect? Yang Xiao seemed to be pondering something unclear, avoiding eye contact with him, yet still replied, it's not from the ghosts. Fatty Sun was taken aback, not from the ghost sect. Didn't young Master Hung say that Laozi was struck by some soul-binding technique? Isn't this soul-binding technique your ghost sect's method? Yang Xiao glanced at Fatty Sun. The soul-binding technique is one of the separation techniques of the ghost sect, but the method Zhao Minmin used earlier isn't from our sect. He paused for a moment and continued, at least when I left the ghost sect there was no such technique. Xiongwani also spoke up. Old Yang, let's discuss the ghost sect later. Are we still moving forward? Yang Xiao took a deep breath and said, let's continue walking forward. Shen Laozi and Sun Dashing, you two don't need to lead anymore. I'll go first and see what else they can do. Looking at Yang Xiao's pale face and slightly weakened spirit, Fatty Sun asked, Old Yang, are you alright? Not to mention you bled so much just now, are you okay? Yang Xiao glanced at him, sighed, and said, why don't you take my place? Fatty Sun replied, forget it, you've already decided, so don't change it. Watching Yang Xiao walk ahead, I deliberately slowed my pace to get closer to Wu Rendi and quietly asked, didn't you say he conflicts with this place? It was rare for Wu Rendi to respond to my question. He said, when Yang Xiao left the ghost sect he made a heavy oath that he could not step into the ghost sect again. I said, didn't they say he founded the ghost sect? Can't he return to his own home? Wu Rendi glanced at me and said, you should ask him yourself. Suddenly I remembered something and, hardening my resolve, said, I forgot to tell you, Zhao Minmin seemed to notice that my heavenly eye has reopened. Wu Rendi stopped, and after creating some distance from the people in front whispered, she might not have seen that your heavenly eye has reopened, she just wants to bind your soul, to create some trouble for us. I still didn't believe him. Director Wu, can you be sure? Wu Rendi shot me a glance. Don't you trust my word? It's your words that I doubt. Of course I could only express this sentiment, internally muttering, how could that be? Director Wu, how could I not trust you? Wu Rendi looked at me, fell silent, and continued walking ahead. Seeing Wu Rendi leave, Fatty Sun leaned over and asked, Laozi, what did you and Wu Rendi talk about? I looked at him and said, he wants to transfer you to room 6, asking for my opinion. I told him you've wanted to work in room 6 for a long time. You're still his fan, dreaming of working with Director Wu. As I finished speaking, Fatty Sun's expression changed. You bastard Shen Laozi, you're the one who wants to go to room 6. You're his fan, your whole family are his fans. Are you joking? You can't be serious, Laozi, this must be a joke. Seeing Fatty Sun's panicked expression greatly satisfied my wicked sense of humor, and my previously suppressed mood brightened up instantly. Suddenly, I had a feeling that my way of speaking had started to resemble Wu Rendi's style. I had fallen into After teasing Fatty Sun for a while, I realized we had walked quite far ahead, leaving just Fatty Sun and me standing alone, feeling a chill running down my back. We had no choice but to jog ahead, catching up to the front of the line. Continuing forward, the journey was uneventful. Yang Xiao led the way. His complexion improved slightly, though his brows remained tightly knitted, as if he still had something unresolved in his mind. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, we finally reached the end of this passage. About 100 meters from the exit, the sound of flowing water gradually echoed. It wouldn't be exactly like the water curtain cave, would it? I began to feel uneasy. Looking back at Wu Rendi, he seemed unfazed, his attention primarily on Xiao Yi, as if he hadn't noticed the strangeness here. Xiong Wani listened to the sound of water and said, "Are we near the underground water? How was this house built originally? There's such a large underground palace, and not only that, it's built right above the underground water source. The foundation must be rotting by now. It's not underground water." Yang Xiao was also listening intently to the sound of water. After a moment he shook his head and said, "It's a sewer. The location above should be the sewer pipes of the girls' school." After Yang Xiao said this, the sound did indeed resemble that of flowing sewage. Fatty Sun disregarded the sewer and shouted at Yang Xiao, "Old Yang, what's outside after we go through the exit?" Yang Xiao glanced at him and replied, "How would I know? I didn't build this place. Want to know what's outside?" "It's easy," Xiong Wani said with a grin. "Fatty, you can just go out and take a look and you'll know everything." Fatty Sun glared. "Why is it me again?" He pointed at Xiong Wani, Shi Minlian, and Mi Rongheng, drawing a circle. "Isn't it your turn, you three?" Xiong Wani, who was grinning, tried to speak again, but was stopped by Yang Xiao. "You all don't need to go out, I'll handle the fall." Fatty Sun blinked at Yang Xiao and said, "Old Yang, don't push yourself too hard. Just standing is good enough. You shouldn't exert yourself and lose more blood. You go." Everyone stop bickering, Yang Xiao said as he pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket. He spread the parchment on the ground and took out 4 pieces of bones from some unknown animal, placing them on the corners of the parchment. At this moment, I finally saw that the parchment had a rune drawn on it different from the charms I was accustomed to seeing in the polling bureau. Yang Xiao's charm had a dead person drawn around the outer perimeter, 1 male, 1 female, 1 old, and 1 young. Yang Xiao finally took out a stack of small paper figures, arranging them in order on various positions of the parchment. After everything was set, he turned to us and said, "You all report your birth dates. I'm Director Wu, and Xiao Yi don't need to." Although we didn't know what he was doing, we still reported our birth dates. By the time it got to Fatty Sun, Yang Xiao looked surprised at him and said, "Didn't expect you to have such a fate." Fatty Sun replied, "Old Yang, what do you mean by that? Is my fate turning around, and I have 60 more years of good fortune?" Although we didn't know what he was doing, we still reported our birth dates. By the time it got to Fatty Sun, Yang Xiao looked surprised at him and said, "Didn't expect." Hearing this, Fatty Sun's gaze dimmed slightly as he pouted and said, "Someone did say I was a disaster to my parents and friends, a calamity to children and neighbors." Before Fatty Sun finished speaking, Xiong Wani and the others stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from him. After Fatty Sun finished speaking, Yang Xiao said, "Sun Dashing, extend your hand." Although Fatty Sun didn't know what he was going to do, he still stretched out his hand. "Old Yang, you're not going to read my palm, are you?" Yang Xiao said nothing, and as soon as Fatty Sun completely opened his palm, a sharp small knife suddenly appeared in his hand, swiftly cutting through Fatty Sun's palm. With that one cut, a 4 to 5 centimeter long gash appeared on Fatty Sun's palm, and blood immediately gushed out. By the time Fatty Sun realized what was happening, it was too late to pull back his hand. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted at Yang Xiao, "Old Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Xiao remained silent, tightly closing his mouth as if he were holding his breath. He grabbed Fatty Sun's bleeding hand and pressed it onto the parchment and some small paper figures. The parchment had been specially treated. As soon as it touched Fatty Sun's blood, it revealed a black mark. In an instant, a black-purple handprint appeared in the center of the parchment. "Yang Xiao, what the hell are you trying to do?" Fatty Sun covered his still bleeding palm and yelled at Yang Xiao, "If you need me to bleed, that's fine, but at least give me a heads up so I can mentally prepare." Mi Rongheng, who had bandages on him, began to wrap up Fatty Sun's wound. Fatty Sun continued to protest loudly. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Nearly everyone's gaze was fixated on Yang Xiao. We saw him expelling the breath he had been holding onto the small paper figures on the parchment. His breath was powerful enough that dozens of paper figures were blown into the air. Yang Xiao bit his tongue, and another mouthful of blood sprayed onto the airborne paper figures. The sight of that spray made me shiver. Combined with the blood he had just lost in just this short amount of time, nearly half of Yang Xiao's blood had flowed out of his body. Only someone like Yang Xiao could withstand this. If it were an ordinary person, they would be dead after 2 or 3 rounds. After being sprayed with Yang Xiao's blood, the small paper figures instantly caught fire, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. At the same time the paper figures ignited, a sudden scream echoed from outside the passage. "Ah!" I clearly heard that the scream belonged to Tao Xiangkong. Immediately after, a cacophony of sounds erupted from inside. Both Fatty Sun and I raised our pistols, and Xiong Wani and the others took their positions toward the exit. The sounds from inside grew louder, and it sounded like a group of people were chasing Tao Xiangkong. Mi Rongheng began to lose his composure, asking Yang Xiao, "What do we do now? Can we go in?" After Yang Xiao had just spat blood, he sat weakly on the ground. Hearing Mi Rongheng's question, he lifted his head. I was startled by Yang Xiao's pale complexion. It had shifted from being pale to a deathly gray. After catching his breath, Yang Xiao said, "Let's wait a bit longer. We'll move in once there's complete silence inside." As he spoke, he squinted toward the direction of the exit. Another 15 to 16 minutes passed, and the sounds from inside suddenly vanished without even a hint of noise. However, this silence felt uncomfortable, as if something else was about to happen. Just when Yang Xiao, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up. He took out that large copper nail and was the first to walk toward the exit, saying, "You all follow me, be cautious." Just as he was about to finish speaking, Wu Rendi suddenly interjected, "Yang Xiao, wait a moment." Yang Xiao paused for a moment, looking at Wu Rendi as if he wanted to ask him something, but after hesitating, he still held back and said nothing. After hearing Wu Rendi's words, a few more minutes passed, and suddenly a loud "Wu" echoed from inside, followed by a muffled thud, as if something had fallen from a height. Afterward, there was silence again. Wu Rendi then smiled and said, "It's about time, let's go in." Looking outside from the exit, it was still pitch dark. Xiong Wani and the others shone their flashlights intensely, and the sight outside startled me. Just a few meters ahead, densely standing, were the missing female students from the school. If we had rushed a bit, we might have These people stood obediently, appearing as if they were standing asleep. However, in such a scenario, the sight of so many sleeping beauties felt somewhat eerie. "Damn it, you scared me." Xiong Wani took a breath. Wu Rendi said, "Let's first carry these people inside." We were all stunned at Wu Rendi's words, and Fatty Sun spoke first now. Wu Rendi replied affirmatively, and Yang Xiao added, "It won't be a problem now. If we don't carry them inside, it'll be more troublesome if something happens." Mi Rongheng put away his baton. "Lotzi Dashing, you both stay alert," he said as he Shimen Lian and Xiong Wani together lifted the over 100 sleeping beauties into the passage. There was no time to treat them now. We could only move them to a safe location first. In the end, Fatty Sun and I also went over to help carry these sleeping beauties inside. Once Wu Rendi saw that things were mostly cleared up, he said to Xiao Yi, "You stay outside and guard them." Xiao Yi's face paled slightly, and she shook her head repeatedly. When Wu Rendi spoke to Xiao Yi, his tone was noticeably better than it was with us. At the entrance, we were all panting heavily after the cleanup. These young girls weighed at least 90 pounds each, and by the time we lifted the last one, my arms were already showing signs of muscle cramping. What was ahead? When Sun Fatty had lifted halfway, he gasped and sat down on the ground to rest. Now that he was the first to recover, he noticed a pile of white objects on the ground in the distance. He shone his flashlight on it, and after seeing clearly, he immediately pulled out his gun, aiming at that spot. "It's Tao Xiang Kong." Sun Fatty's shout took us by surprise, and suddenly, I along with Xiong Wani and the others jumped up from the ground, drawing our guns and readying our weapons, focusing all our attention on that pile of things. That pile of things was facing us, and I could see clearly that it was a pale, ghostly face. Who else could it be but Tao Xiang Kong? He had a faint breath, but it was only exhaling, not inhaling. Looking at him, it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Sun Fatty's heavenly, I was not reliable, and relying on the naked eye, Tao Xiang Kong looked as if he were dead, lying on the ground. Only then did Sun Fatty breathe a sigh of relief, and turned to Yang Xiao saying, "Old Yang, is that guy dead?" Yang Xiao was not surprised by Tao Xiang Kong's appearance. He snorted and replied, "Not dead, but close enough." I watched as Tao Xiang Kong gasped for air. There was a bloody hole in his chest, still oozing blood. This was likely his fatal wound. "Old Yang, didn't you do this? With my blood?" Sun Fatty was a bit excited, forgetting about the wound Yang Xiao had inflicted on his palm earlier. I watched as Tao Xiang Kong gasped for air. There was a bloody hole in his chest, still oozing blood. I followed Yang Xiao's gaze. In the distance, there was a dark, unfinished construction site. A row of scaffolding was erected against the wall, looking like a mock-up of the layout inside the water curtain cave, but for some unknown reason, it was halted here. Going further inside meant reaching the end. "Old Yang, what about those dried corpses?" I asked Yang Xiao. He remained fixated on the front, replying, "They should be hiding near Tao Xiang Kong." Hearing this made me a bit nervous, and I unconsciously raised my gun. Yang Xiao glanced at me, his lips curving slightly. "Those dried corpses won't show themselves yet. As long as they stay near Sun Dashing, they won't dare to come over." Huh. I didn't understand. Oh, when did Sun Fatty become a gatekeeper? Did he have that ability? Yang Xiao seemed to sense my thoughts. Back at the bottom of the Qinghe River, he didn't hold a bad impression of me, and explained Sure enough, he continued, "Just now I borrowed Sun Dashing's blood as a lure, and set up a lifeless, soul-evoking formation to make those dried corpses attack Tao Xiang Kong. Originally, as long as there were living people, those dried corpses would rush out. However, the lifeless formation was using Sun Dashing's blood, and the dried corpses were most averse to Sun Dashing now. When did Sun Fatty become so capable?" I suddenly remembered something. "There's another person, Zhao Minmin." Yang Xiao nodded, but said nothing. Not long ago, Zhao Minmin's black blood almost cost him his life, so he seemed to still be a bit apprehensive about Teacher Zhao. But in such a small space, where could she hide? "Old Yang, should we go over and bring Tao Xiang Kong?" Shimen Lian originally wanted to say to carry Tao Xiang Kong over, after all, seeing the living dead and the dead, but he had only said half of it, when suddenly there were screams from the entrance. Where is this? I want to go out." More than 100 sleeping beauties outside surprisingly woke up at the same time. "This is bad." Yang Xiao ground his teeth and stomped his foot, shouting, "Get out quickly. We can't stay here." Looking next to him, Wu Rendi's expression was also quite grim. Seeing Yang Xiao and Wu Rendi's expressions, I knew something big had happened. I dared not hesitate and ran towards the entrance. After just a few steps, I heard a sinister wind behind me. I didn't dare look back, Based on my previous experience, I extended my gun under my armpit and fired 3 shots at the side and back. With each gunshot, the person chasing after me fell heavily to the ground. I glanced back and saw that the one on the ground was a dried corpse. Didn't they say that as long as they stayed near Sun Fatty, the dried corpses wouldn't attack? Looking again at Sun Fatty, he was running at the front, and there was also a dried corpse chasing him on the right. Sun Fatty held his gun, but the dried corpse was too close behind him, and he had no time to turn back and shoot. Seeing the dried corpse's claws about to grab Sun Fatty's neck, I raised my hand and shot. Bang! I hit the dried corpse's forehead, and red and white splattered everywhere as the dried corpse fell. Sun Fatty, still in shock, looked at me and shouted, "Lotsie! Behind you!" Sun Fatty was too late. A pair of cold, withered hands' claws had already gripped my neck. Before I could resist, I was pressed to the ground by a tremendous force. Sun Fatty wanted to shoot at that dried corpse, but unfortunately several other dried corpses rushed at him. With his life on the line, Sun Fatty could only shoot and kill the few dried corpses that had come close to him. The hand claw gripping my neck tightened, and then a withered human face opened its mouth wide to bite my neck. I could already smell the foul odor emanating from its mouth. It's over. I still remember the scene when a dried corpse bit a person to death in the water curtain cave. I didn't expect that after so long I still couldn't escape this calamity. Just when I was about to have a new wound on my neck, the hand claw that was holding me suddenly loosened. The dried corpse fell backwards. A small crossbow bolt had pierced its forehead, and looking at the direction the bolt came from, Wurendi was replacing the bolt on his small crossbow. "Everyone back!" Yang Xiao shouted. "The dried corpses have gone mad. Oh, we can't hold out here." We exerted every ounce of strength to run into the corridor before the dried corpse's main force charged in, with Yang Xiao being the last to enter. At the moment he entered, Yang Xiao smashed a small porcelain bottle he was holding onto the ground, shattering it. Instantly the corridor was filled with a foul, decaying stench. The dozen or so dried corpses that had been chasing Yang Xiao, upon smelling this stench, abandoned him and began wandering aimlessly, as if searching for something. Seeing the dried corpses unable to enter our hearts, which were about to leap out of our throats, gradually calmed down. I gasped and asked Yang Xiao, "Old Yang, didn't you say that with Sun dashing here the dried corpses wouldn't dare to return? With me here they wouldn't dare to come. Don't be ridiculous." The first one that rushed at me. Sun Fatty was somewhat indignant after hearing what I said. Yang Xiao didn't answer me. He merely squinted his eyes and watched the more than 100 female students who had returned to. I asked again, and only then did he come back to his senses, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips as he said, "These young girls suddenly coming back to life with over 100 people's vitality. Those dried corpses sensed so much vitality and began to get agitated. However, it wasn't enough to make them attack us." At this point Yang Xiao paused, took a breath, and continued, "The dried corpses attack us because of that." After saying this, he pointed his chin towards a corner not far away. In the corner Yang Xiao pointed to a piece of parchment that had originally been laid out, was now torn apart by someone with a sharp weapon. At this moment no one spoke. It was already quite clear that someone had destroyed the formation that Yang Xiao had previously set up, the lifeless soul-evoking formation, and then used some means to make over 100 female students return to life. The vitality of these over 100 returning souls stimulated the dried corpses outside, and the instigator was among those women whose faces had turned pale from fear. To be honest, if it weren't for Xiao Yi's special relationship with Wurendi, I would have suspected Xiao Yi first. She had been guarding here, and if something went wrong she should have been the first to know. But now Xiao Yi was looking at Yang Xiao with a confused expression, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. "Xiao Yi, was there anything unusual just now?" Yang Xiao asked Xiao Yi. It seemed he didn't suspect her, he just wanted to clarify things. Unfortunately, Xiao Yi shook her head. "No. I came in not long after everyone woke up, and then you all returned." After hearing Xiao Yi's words we all frowned. The female students, although they had regained their sanity, when they saw the weapons in our hands they didn't dare to come closer. However, someone still couldn't help but recognize a familiar face. "Xiongwani, what do you mean by bringing us here while we were It was Su Miao Miao glaring at Xiongwani, and continuing, "Were the recent cases of missing persons in the academy where do you intend to sell us?" As she spoke it seemed she lost her balance and stumbled a bit, but thankfully managed to steady herself against the wall. Xiongwani walked towards Su Miao Miao, saying as he walked, "Miss, it's on fire, so don't add to the chaos. Who would dare sell you? Don't go over there." Two people shouted together, stopping Xiongwani. One was me, and the other was Yang Xiao. He looked at Su Miao Miao with a cold smile, and added to Xiongwani, "If you don't want to die, don't go over." When Su Miao Miao spoke, I felt something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It wasn't until Xiongwani was about to go help Su Miao Miao that I suddenly realized what felt wrong was Su Miao Miao's demeanor. It felt too familiar, just like when Yang Xiao disguised himself as Sun Fatty to deceive me back in the Qinghe River. Su Miao Miao is fake. Xiongwani reacted quickly and immediately withdrew his outstretched leg, turning around and stepping back towards Yang Xiao and Wurendi. Yang Xiao looked at me with some surprise, but soon directed his attention back to Su Miao Miao. "Are you surnamed Zhao or Tao?" Su Miao Miao's face stiffened, but she said nothing. Yang Xiao continued, "Did you change back on your own, or should I tear this face off you?" Su Miao Miao sighed and said softly, "The ancestor is indeed the ancestor. This little trick won't fool you." As she spoke, the skin on her face began to change, and her entire head swelled with lumps. These lumps wriggled, resembling the scene when Sun Fatty transformed back into Yang Shao underground in the Qinghe River. In a short while after the lumps on Su Miao Miao finished wriggling, her true face was revealed to be our math teacher. The female students surrounding Teacher Zhao were already stunned. They couldn't grasp the situation and hesitated whether to stay by Teacher Zhao's side or come over to us. What are you looking at? Come here. Do I look like a bad person? Sun Fatty shouted at the female students. Unfortunately, it was better if he didn't shout. As soon as Sun Fatty shouted, a few keen-eyed ones who were about to walk over to us hesitated due to his shout, and instead moved closer to Teacher Zhao. Sun Fatty, try not to speak so much in the future if there's nothing going on, Shiman Lian said, grinding his teeth in frustration while addressing Sun Fatty. He'll ask you one more time, are you surnamed Zhao or Tao? Looking at Zhao Minmin, the lump said coldly. My surname is Zhao. Zhao Minmin is my real name. Zhao Zita is my father, and my grandfather is Zhao Dejuan. It appeared that Zhao Minmin, upon being exposed, didn't plan to resist. Zhao Dejuan. Yang Shao repeated the name. Even if Zhao Dejuan were still alive, he wouldn't dare to have any designs on me. I didn't expect his granddaughter to be more capable than him. After saying this, he let out a cold laugh. Zhao Minmin remained silent until Yang Shao finished speaking, and then she said, if my grandfather were alive, he would do. The ghostly teaching sect has long been a mere shell. The sect leader has been gone for a century, and the followers have become living dead. If it were you, what would you do? How did Lin Hua tell you to do it? Kill me, and these followers will return to normal. Zhao Minmin shook her head. He didn't say that. Upon saying this, the corners of Yang Shao's eyes twitched. He asked, he wants me alive? Zhao Minmin replied, yes. Lin Hua said that you have something of his hidden within you. As long as you are brought back, he will retrieve his item and let you go without further trouble. He won't bother me. Haha. After a burst of cold laughter, Yang Shao replied, do you believe that? Zhao Minmin lowered her head, which was a non-answer to his question. Yang Shao looked at Zhao Minmin and sighed, forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Before sending you on your way, I'll tell you one last thing. Lin Hua is dead, Wu Zhu is also dead, and the altar of the Jian kingdom is finished. Zhao Minmin shook her head, saying, impossible. I have seen Lin Hua's abilities with my own eyes, and have also seen Wu Zhu. I have read about your life in the teachings. At most you would only be able to fight Lin Hua to a stalemate. As for Wu Zhu, Zhao Minmin paused here, and it was clear that she didn't believe that Lin Hua and Wu Zhu could die at Yang Shao's hands. They didn't die by my hand, Yang Shao said, sounding somewhat deflated, but they are indeed dead. Also, you have all been deceived by Lin Hua. The dried corpses are irreversible. There are hundreds of dried corpses in the main altar of Yunnan's Jian kingdom. If they could be turned back, Lin Hua would have already transformed them back into humans. Impossible. Zhao Minmin still didn't believe it. She was a bit agitated as she spoke. Don't lie to me, you Lin Hua and Wu Zhu won't die. Yang Shao glanced at Wu Rendi, seeing that he had no reaction, before turning to me saying, Shen Latzi, you talk to her. What does it have to do with me? Although unwilling, I still said, Lin Hua died at my hands. Then I described Lin Hua's honest and unassuming appearance as a forest protector. Zhao Minmin was somewhat touched, her voice trembling. Then what about Wu Zhu? I looked at Wu Rendi. He gave me a glance indicating he didn't want to expose himself. I sighed and pointed at Sun Fatty, saying, he was the one who beheaded Wu Zhu. Sun Fatty turned his head to look around, confirming that I was indeed talking about him. He glared at Zhao Minmin, saying, it was me who chopped him down. What about it? You chopped off the head of the ancestor Wu. Zhao Minmin snorted. It's not that I underestimate you, but you really don't seem capable of that. Whether I can do it or not isn't something that can be proven by words. Sun Fatty imitated Zhao Minmin and snorted. It's not me bragging, but the ancestor Wu is just that. What year do I not chop down 10 or 8 of them? Is it really that rare? Besides, he's neither human nor ghost, ambushing me in the water. Master Sun is no pushover. I directly poked his eyes out, and then chopped off his head with one stroke. Sun Fat's storytelling skills were top-notch, and since he was present at that time, he clearly saw how Wu Rendi brought the half-body of the ancestor Wu out of the water. He told it with flair, moving the scene of Wu Rendi killing the ancestor Wu into his own story. Zhao Minmin's face showed a hint of emotion, coldly staring at Sun Fatsi, without saying a word. She was beginning to have her doubts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mi Rongheng moved a few steps closer to Zhao Minmin, and said, Tao Xiankong is dead, and your followers can't return anymore. Let's end this matter here. You come with us, and I can guarantee your life. After Mi Rongheng finished speaking, Yang Shao and Wu Rendi fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Thinking about it, although we seem to have many people, if it comes to a fight we might not gain anything. Zhao Minmin had always been hidden. Apart from splattering Yang Shao with blood, we knew nothing about her. Just now in the pile of corpses, Tao Xiankong was bitten to pieces, yet Zhao Minmin seemed unfazed, even able to blend in easily, and we didn't notice her at all. Her abilities were on par with Yang Shao's. Even if she was a few levels lower, she was not something I could handle, and most likely Zhao Minmin still had some trump cards hidden. Looking at our side, we could not rely on Wu Rendi anymore. He had wasted his martial arts for 13 days, and his abilities were now on par with ours, the little investigators. Yang Shao was slightly stronger, but limited. After continuous blood loss of over 1,000 cc, his face was pale, and even standing was a struggle. If it came to a fight, we had to rely on me and Sun Fatsi. You can guarantee my life. That's really laughable. Zhao Minmin scoffed coldly at me Rongheng, then continued. Then who will guarantee your lives? You don't expect me, your ancestor, to return and save you all, do you? Zhao Minmin turned her head to look at Yang Xiao and said, Ancestor, ever since I was sensible, I knew that followers of the ghost path rely on blood as their foundation. The more blood shed, the stronger they become, the less blood, the weaker they are. Is your vitality slightly depleted now? Or significantly depleted? She finished with a chuckle. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with you? A few female students who were close to Zhao Minmin timidly asked. They could tell that Teacher Zhao was acting a bit off. It's nothing, come here, help your teacher with something. Zhao Minmin beckoned to the closest female student. Me and Sun Fatsi shouted simultaneously, don't go over there. She's not your teacher anymore. Don't listen to them, the missing persons cases in the academy were done by them. Come to your teacher, I can protect you, Zhao Minmin said. The female student hesitated for a moment, but still walked to Zhao Minmin's side. Once one went over, there were 2, 3, 4, 5. In the blink of an eye, almost all the female students had rushed to Zhao Minmin's side. Some even bravely stood in front of her, forming a human shield. No matter what we said in this situation, Zhao Minmin's words held more weight than ours, having only interacted for a few days. Watching more and more people gather around Zhao Minmin, I was a bit anxious. What use was it for her to protect so many? While I was lost in thought about Zhao Minmin's intentions, a voice suddenly echoed in my head. Shen La, at this distance, can you take her down with one shot? I was startled. It was Yang Xiao's voice. Looking at Yang Xiao, he was still staring at Zhao Minmin, completely oblivious that he had just spoken to me. Could it be that I heard wrong? Was it Wu Rendi who spoke? I looked towards Wu Rendi, and another voice echoed in my mind. Stop looking around, it's me. It was Yang Xiao. He pretended to wipe sweat, taking the chance to glare at me. He still had the skill? I slightly nodded. Yang Xiao spoke in my head. I will give you a signal later, just shoot. Remember, aim for the vital point. One shot is enough, she won't give you a second chance. Now I'm slightly drained, but it's enough to deal with you, this little brat. Today I'll teach you a lesson for your grandfather. Shoot. Yang Xiao had learned Sun Fat's technique. I raised my pistol, aiming at Zhao Minmin's head, and pulled the trigger. Click. The gun didn't fire, a bullet was jammed in the chamber. What a joke, a jam at this moment. My silence reminded Sun Fatsi, who also drew his pistol and fired at Zhao. With female students all around, Sun Fatsi was afraid of missing. He ultimately chose to pull the trigger at Zhao Minmin's chest. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhao Minmin fell to the ground. The surrounding female students were thrown into chaos. At that moment, I repeatedly pulled the slide, finally ejecting the jammed bullet. I hit her. Sun Fatsi shouted, wanting to go check Zhao Minmin's body. A shot to the heart meant she was 99% dead. Behind him, Yang Xiao and Wu Rendi shouted simultaneously, don't go over there. Stay back. Sun Fatsi had taken a few steps forward, but hearing their words, he abruptly halted. I sensed something was off. Although Zhao Minmin lay still, there wasn't a single drop of blood flowing from the wound. Teacher Zhao is dead. They killed Teacher Zhao. The first female student to reach Zhao Minmin's side cried as she approached, but upon reaching her, her cries abruptly stopped. She found that the fallen teacher Zhao didn't seem to be dead from a gunshot. Though Zhao Minmin lay on the ground, her body was slowly shaking, and the frequency of the shaking was increasing. Teacher Zhao isn't dead, hurry and save. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Minmin suddenly jumped up from the ground, pinning the shouting female student down and bit into her carotid artery. I knew she wouldn't die so easily. Sun Fatsi and I shot at Zhao Minmin over 10 times. Despite being hit, she only staggered from the bullet's impact before continuing to bite the female student's neck, swallowing the blood that flowed from the wound. Until we had fired all our bullets, Zhao Minmin suffered no substantial harm. Our handguns were specially made by the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Whether human or ghost, being shot would mean death. Lin Hua had died under my gun. It was impossible for me to not take care of Zhao Minmin. I replaced the last spare magazine, aiming my gun at Zhao Minmin, but hesitating whether to pull the trigger. Sun Fatsi had exhausted all his bullets. He put away his pistol and drew out a baton, but he had no intention of advancing, and instead took a few steps back, asking, Director Wu, old Yang, what now? She can't be killed. At that moment, Wu Rendi had come behind me. He drew a long dagger from behind his waist, identical to the one my uncle had given me. I wondered how many of such daggers he had. Holding the short knife, Director Wu aimed at Zhao Minmin's head and swung down. Though the strike whistled through the air, to be fair, it was no comparison to when he was in the water curtain cave. Seeing Zhao Minmin's head about to be severed, she seemed to sense it, letting go of the female student's body, and with a push of her feet, she retreated over 10 meters. The female student was dead, and the surrounding female students were in a state of chaos, some crying, some shouting, some calling out. The clever ones had already run behind Yang Xiao, and the others followed suit in the blink of an eye. Only I and Wu Rendi remained alive around Zhao Minmin. I raised my gun to shoot, but was stopped by Wu Rendi. She's a half-corpse, you can't kill her now. Half-corpse. I was a bit confused. Previously Hao Wenming had told me that the specially made bullets by the Bureau of Civil Affairs were not omnipotent. The talismans on the bullets wouldn't work on beings that straddle the boundary between the realms of life and death. When I asked him for an example, Director Hao had said, I'm not saying this, but when you see a half-corpse, just steer clear of it. Half-corpse, as the name suggests, is a being that is half human and half corpse. The Bureau of Civil Affairs documents record it as follows: a half-corpse is a person who before dying through special methods confines their soul within their body. After death, the soul does not leave the body. The flesh does not decay, no corpse energy forms inside, and their actions and posture are no different from ordinary people. There was a time when half-corpses were considered a form of immortality. Half-corpses cleverly maintain the balance of yin and yang within their bodies, making it difficult for the Bureau's standard equipment to inflict damage on them. However, the weakness of half-corpses is also quite evident. After 3 years, corpse energy will gradually form within them. Their skin and muscles will start to wither, breaking the balance of yin and yang, causing them to turn into something like a zombie. At that time, the Bureau's standard equipment will be capable of inflicting damage on second-stage half-corpses. I suddenly realized, isn't this just a dry corpse? This is why Wu Rendi said earlier that I couldn't kill her now. Zhao Minmin had retreated to a corner over 10 meters away with blood still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Looking at me and Wu Rendi, she smirked. Is this all you have? I'm a bit disappointed. I noticed that when Zhao Minmin spoke, her eyes subtly darted toward the short knife in Wu Rendi's hand. She seemed to have realized that this short knife was not an ordinary item, her expression inadvertently revealing a hint of wariness. Wu Rendi remained expressionless, staring at Zhao Minmin. I thought so. How could the dry corpses outside let you go? Turns out you're of the same kind. What about Tao Xiangkong? He can't really be dead, right? As Wu Rendi spoke, a scream erupted from the crowd of female students. I turned to look and saw one female student lying on the ground with 2 huge copper nails stabbed into her left chest and navel. Standing beside her was Yang Xiao, holding the 3rd copper nail, which he plunged into the female student's throat. The female student trembled all over and her face began to change from that of a lovely woman to that of a young man. It was Tao Xiangkong. Hadn't he already died? With 3 copper nails lodged in him, he had completely lost his ability. He lay stiff on the ground, his gaze seemingly frozen, staring blankly at the ceiling of the corridor. Seeing this scene, Zhao Minmin let out a wail, disregarding Wu Rendi's short knife, and charged at Tao Xiangkong. Unexpectedly, Wu Rendi raised his other hand, holding a small crossbow, and shot an arrow at Zhao Minmin's thigh. I don't know what material the crossbow bolts were made of, but upon release there was no sound of wind shooting into Zhao Minmin's thigh like lightning. The 3rd bolt shot out, hitting the back of Zhao Minmin's hand, piercing through and pinning her hand to the ground. Only then did Zhao Minmin give up, moving forward, her head drooping weakly to the ground. Mi-sun Fatsi and Xiongwani stood there dumbfounded, watching as the situation completely reversed in just over a minute without our intervention. You two thought well and had the guts, but unfortunately you picked the wrong opponent. Yang Xiao's tone was like that of a teacher reprimanding 2 mischievous students. What happened today is something your grandfathers did over 100 years ago. I didn't expect that after more than a century the same situation would repeat itself, but the outcome remains the same. Zhao Minmin and Tao Xiangkong lay on the ground as if they had not heard a thing, silent. Yang Xiao looked at the 2 of them and sighed softly. Aside from you 2, are there any living people in the ghost path? None. Tao Xiangkong's eyes showed a hint of anger as he added, from today onwards the ghost path is officially— We've held on for so many years, that's the least we could do for you. Yang Xiao wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Wu Rendi. Director Wu said to Zhao Minmin and Tao Xiangkong, tell me everything that happened exactly as it was. Tao Xiangkong and Zhao Minmin ignored Wu Rendi, their expressions one of awaiting death. Their attitude did not surprise Wu Rendi. Director Wu said again, if you tell me something I find satisfactory, I will consider sparing one of you. I will speak. Tao Xiangkong stepped forward, blocking Zhao Minmin. Most of what I said before is true. It was only when my father and the others returned from Sichuan bringing back the so-called immortal formula that things changed. Since Minmin and I had just married, my father allowed us to start practicing the immortal formula only after we had offspring, so we narrowly escaped disaster back then. Tao Xiangkong's face was ashen, his eyes hollow, as if recalling the scene back then. He continued, after practicing the immortal formula, they became what they are now and started to crave blood frantically, sometimes attacking each other, killing the weakest among them, and feasting on their flesh and blood. In desperation, I could only capture a few living people to feed my followers. But as long as there was blood food to sustain them, they would regain their sanity for a while. At that time I even suspected they had mispracticed the immortal formula and had gone mad. For this, Minmin and I specifically followed the address my father had obtained back then, and went to Yunnan. After much effort we found the originator of all this, Lin Hua. It seemed Lin Hua had anticipated we would come to find him. He took Minmin and me to the cave behind the dead man's pool, where I saw countless walking corpses just like my father and the others, as well as a being that resembled a god, the ancestor Wu. Lin Hua was relatively polite to us. He said that my father and the others didn't count as true immortals, dry corpses, and they could still revert to normal. However, when I begged him, Lin Hua just smiled and remained silent. Later, after I begged repeatedly, kneeling and not getting up, he finally gave me 3 options. First, do nothing, and my father and the followers would become true immortals. Second, I had to find someone named Wu Mian. As long as I knew this person's whereabouts, Lin Hua would restore my father and the others to normal. Third. At this point Tao Xiangkong paused, glancing at Yang Xiao, hesitating for a few seconds before continuing. Third, bring the ancestor back, and he will also restore those outside to normal. We expressed that we didn't know the whereabouts of the ancestor, and even if we did, we were far from being his match. Unexpectedly, Lin Hua, as if he was prepared, gave us a small vial of the ancestor's blood, saying that as long as the ancestor touched the blood, he would lose his sanity and be at our mercy. Afterwards, ignoring our pleas, he drove Minmin and me out of the altar of the dead man's pool. When we left the altar, we were utterly dejected. Not to mention whether we could find that person surnamed Wu. Even the ancestor had been away from the sect for 100 years, so with our abilities, it was impossible to find him. Minmin and I had given up, but we couldn't ignore these followers and blood relatives. We could only return first and take it one step at a time. To conveniently take care of these beings that are neither human nor ghost, Minmin and I have been guarding this area. Since we practice the ghost path, we age slower than normal people. To avoid any unexpected incidents, every so often Minmin and I have to change our identities and appearances to continue guarding this place. We had always refrained from moving against the women's school, only performing our rituals outside to capture living beings to nourish the followers within the underground palace. However, a few days ago the followers below suddenly went mad, which forced me to capture 2 students in an emergency. I never expected that this unintentional act would attract the attention of our ancestral master. Tao Xiangkong glanced towards Zhao Minmin, then said, "When you entered the academy, Zhao Minmin recognized the master, but at that time, she couldn't ascertain your true intentions. To test you, I had Zhao Minmin do a little trick. Since the master was present, we dared not use any spells, but simply used some drugs to make a young girl faint due to low blood sugar. As I suspected, after your people emerged, you set up a formation to probe the energy of yin and yang. Moreover, it was not done using the methods of the ghost sect. The techniques were quite sophisticated. I guess you were likely here for the 2 young girls I had previously captured. To avoid your disappointment while the master was absent, I used my magic to startle one of your younger companions. It seemed to be referring to me, so that you would know there are ghostly entities present in this academy. After that, I did not take further action until most of you had left the academy, at which point I truly began to scheme. First, I tampered with the abandoned storage room in the academy. Unexpectedly, it worked out better than I anticipated. Almost all of you fell into my trap, sealed by corpse oil. When you entered the storage room, I went to the dormitory and confiscated your peculiar pistols. As I imagined, without the pistols you began to panic and completely followed my layout. You gathered everyone in the gymnasium, attempting to provide concentrated protection. I knew that Teacher Wu was very interested in Xiao Yi. Right under your noses, Zhao Minmin attacked Xiao Yi's soul, causing you to be exhausted in your pursuit of her. At that moment, I opened the great door to the underground palace. As bait, I captured about 100 students. Initially, my plan was perfectly set, but I did not expect our greatest reliance, Lin Hua's blood of the witch ancestor, would fail to work, allowing the master to awaken. Once the master awoke, I knew we were finished. But regardless, I had to fight one last time. Fight! Yang Xiao snorted and said, "You think becoming half-corpse is fighting? Now you're half alive, and in a few years you'll be just like the dry corpses outside." Tao Xiangkong smiled bitterly, saying, "Ever since I learned that the master entered the academy, Zhao Minmin and I began to cultivate the eternal youth elixir. After all, we won't lose anything by doing this. This matter has only 2 sides. If we succeed, we'll take the master to Yunnan to meet Lin Hua, and he will restore us to normal. If not, we will die at the master's hands. We won't have to worry about being like the outside followers." Wu Rendi nodded after he finished speaking, saying, "All right, as agreed, you've spoken. You live, she dies." As he spoke, he raised a small crossbow aimed at Zhao Minmin's head. Unexpectedly, Tao Xiangkong suddenly shouted, "Don't move her." Wu Rendi turned to look at Tao Xiangkong and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Tao Xiangkong said mournfully, "We agreed earlier I would tell you the whole story and you would spare one person. I die, she lives. What nonsense are you talking about? If you die, what reason do I have to live?" Zhao Minmin, who had been silent, suddenly cried out towards Tao Xiangkong. Tao Xiangkong ignored Zhao Minmin and stared at Wu Rendi, saying word by word, "We agreed. I die, she lives." Zhao Minmin cried out to Tao Xiangkong, "Why should I stay? If you die, what reason do I have to stay?" Tao Xiangkong dared not look at the already broken Zhao Minmin, still fixated on Wu Rendi, repeatedly saying, "I die, she lives, I die, she lives, I." Wu Rendi was also looking at him, suddenly retracting the crossbow aimed at Zhao Minmin, and said to Yang Xiao, "Send him on his way." Yang Xiao's face was ashen, and the 3rd copper nail in his hand was about to stab into Tao Xiangkong's heart. Tao Xiangkong had already closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Then came a sharp scream, as Zhao Minmin suddenly jumped up from the ground. The crossbow bolt that had originally been pinned to her hand tore off half of her palm, yet remained embedded in the ground. Wu Rendi did not expect this scene either. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and raised his small crossbow, shooting at Zhao Minmin's chest. The bolt pierced Zhao Minmin's right chest. Zhao Minmin seemed oblivious. When the bolt struck her chest, she grabbed Wu Rendi by the neck. A terrifying scene unfolded before us. Zhao Minmin choked Wu Rendi by the neck, lifting him up. Wu Rendi's face turned beet red. Zhao Minmin had no intention of entangling further. She hurled Wu Rendi towards the wall. With a thud, Wu Rendi crashed against the wall and then fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, he lay face down, unconscious and unaware. In an instant, I was stunned. Wu Rendi had met his match, even though he had previously told me that his outrageous abilities would vanish for 13 days. Yet when he shot at Zhao Minmin, Tao Xiangkong appeared eager to die in front of him, which gave me an illusion that the current Wu Rendi was still the old Wu Rendi. As he fainted, I finally realized that although Wu Rendi's powers were gone, his aura remained. It was just that his aura and abilities were no longer proportional. While I was lost in thought, Zhao Minmin had already charged in front of Yang Xiao. Unfortunately, Yang Xiao was not the current Wu Rendi. The copper nail he had intended to drive into Tao Xiankong's chest was already withdrawn. As Zhao Minmin reached for him, Yang Xiao had already thrust the copper nail into her arm, creating a shocking wound. Her arm's flesh was torn outwards, revealing the stark white of her bone. Zhao Minmin let out a miserable scream. She had endured Wu Rendi's bolt, but could no longer withstand Yang Xiao's copper nail. Zhao Minmin stepped back a few paces, still unwilling to leave Tao Xiankong lying on the ground. At this moment, Xiongwani and his companions wielding batons charged forward. Like bullets, the batons struck Zhao Minmin with almost no effect, yet one by one they fell unconscious to the ground at Zhao Minmin's hands. Tao Xiankong shouted at Zhao Minmin, "Hurry and leave. They can't stop you, go quickly." Zhao Minmin seemed not to hear, as she was determined to save Tao Xiankong. In the end, Tao Xiankong, in a fit of desperation, repeatedly slammed his head against the ground, shouting, "Leave quickly. Hurry." Zhao Minmin did not dare to approach Yang Xiao, and Yang Xiao could not actively attack Zhao Minmin. The aftermath of his massive blood loss had begun to show. Yang Xiao's face was deathly pale, and beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, streamed down. His shirt was soaked through, and everything appeared double to him. Taking advantage of their standoff, I picked up the crossbow that Wu Rendi had dropped. The arrow slot was empty. When I sought a few bolts from Wu Rendi, I saw that Sun Pongzi had already found something on him. He then tossed me a bolt, saying, "Just this one, aim for the head." As I readied, the bolt changes occurred again on Zhao Minmin's side. The female students behind Yang Xiao had already turned in. Zhao Minmin, unwilling to approach Yang Xiao, changed her mind and rushed into the crowd of students, pinpointing one person and grabbing her out. One for one. Zhao Minmin held the person by the neck, addressing Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao wore a grim expression, remaining silent. The person Zhao Minmin had grabbed was a headache for him. It was Xiao Yi. Zhao Minmin used her better hand to wrap around Xiao Yi's neck, gritting her teeth, and said to Yang Xiao, "If I don't get a living one, I'll give you a dead one." As she spoke, her palm moved towards Xiao Yi's chest. Xiao Yi had a jade pendant hanging on her chest, which Zhao Minmin instinctively clutched. Suddenly, thick smoke began to rise from Zhao Minmin's hand, and she screamed, pushing Xiao Yi away. Her good hand was already bloodied and mangled, filling the corridor with a burnt odor. The jade pendant was the same one that Xiao Yi had asked me to pass on to Wu Rendi a few days ago, which I had requested Yang Xiao to help deliver. I never expected that this pendant, which looked like something off a street stall, would possess such lethal power. The powered-up Zhao Minmin couldn't even afford to touch it. Without Xiao Yi as leverage, Zhao Minmin inadvertently strengthened Yang Xiao's resolve to end her quickly. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Minmin's hands were both injured, Yang Xiao took 2 steps forward, thrusting both copper nails towards Zhao Minmin's chest. Just as the copper nails were about to touch her chest, Zhao Minmin suddenly opened her mouth, spraying a black-purple blood arrow directly at Yang Xiao's face. Yang Xiao realized too late to dodge. He could only raise his arms to block, yet still quite a bit of black blood splattered onto his face. Yang Xiao fell to the ground without a word. At the same time, the blood arrow had drained Zhao Minmin's last bit of energy. As the blood arrow shot out, Zhao Minmin also slumped to the ground, watching Yang Xiao fall. She chuckled, saying, "Master, you wouldn't think that the blood of the witch ancestor is so precious that I would only use it once, right?" After speaking, she slowly rose and walked to Tao Xiankong's side, staring at the 3 copper nails embedded in him, gritting her teeth. Tao Xiankong did not let her pull out the nails for him. Instead, he gazed at Zhao Minmin's 2 hands, which were nearly crippled, and trembled as he said, "I let you go. Why did you save me? What about your hands?" Zhao Minmin did not speak. All her attention was now focused on Tao Xiankong. Tao Xiankong stood there like a wooden man, his entire body stiff except for his eyes and mouth, which could move slightly. Zhao Minmin used both her hands. 1.5, the good one, was nearly burnt, to simultaneously grip the copper nail embedded in Tao Xiankong's navel. The exposed portion of the copper nail was also carved with incantations to suppress evil spirits, and as Zhao Minmin gripped it, her whole body trembled, as if electrified. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and pulled the copper nail out. At that moment, I had aimed the crossbow at Zhao Minmin's back of the head. I had never used a crossbow before, and there was only 1 bolt. For a moment I hesitated, not daring to shoot rashly. Once the copper nail from the navel was pulled out, Tao Xiankong's body began to loosen. When he lifted his head to look at Zhao Minmin, he also saw me holding the crossbow aiming at him. Tao Xiankong's eyes fixed. Noticing that I had been discovered, I no longer hesitated. I hooked my finger on the trigger, and the bolt shot toward the back of Zhao Minmin's head. At the moment I released the bolt, Tao Xiankong suddenly shoved Zhao Minmin aside. The bolt grazed Zhao Minmin's hair as it flew by. Tao Xiankong pushed Zhao Minmin away, but exposed himself, and the bolt accidentally shot into his left eye. Tao Xiankong let out no sound, fell backward, and with a pool of dark red blood flowing out this time, he truly. Zhao Minmin had originally calculated that as long as a few more minutes passed, and she pulled out the remaining 2 copper nails, there would be nothing left here to bind them. At that point, the dry corpses outside would no longer matter. She and Tao Xiankong would hide away in a deep mountain forest and enjoy a good life for a few years. Regardless of the witch ancestor Lin Hua or Yang Xiao and Wu Mian, it wouldn't matter even if they turned into dry corpses in a few years. Zhao Minmin was stunned by the scene before her. She had fought desperately to rescue Tao Xiankong, yet it turned into nothing in an instant. With her back to me, she stared at Tao Xiangkong dumbfounded. The only bolt had missed her. I began to feel a bit anxious. I dropped the crossbow and drew my pistol. Though I knew the gun wouldn't be much use, it was better than nothing to bolster my courage. After about 10 seconds, Zhao Minmin finally came to realize what had happened and slowly turned her head towards me. I could finally see that 2 streams of fresh red blood were flowing from her eyes. She murmured to me, "Let's not live, let's die together. We'll accompany Tao Xiangkong, let's die together. You can die yourself." Sun Pongzi shouted from behind me towards Zhao Minmin. At that moment he hurled a gleaming short knife at her face. It was Wu Rendi's short knife. I wondered what he had been rummaging around Wu Rendi for earlier. Just as the flying knife struck Zhao Minmin's face, she used her relatively better hand to swipe at it, and I saw her face momentarily blossom. Zhao Minmin had already gripped the handle of the knife. She seemed to realize that this short knife was not ordinary. She dared only to lightly grip the handle with her reverse hand, not daring to touch the blade, maintaining the pose as the knife came flying. Lotzi posed for the shot. Fire! When the short knife was thrown, Sun Pongzi seemed to have anticipated a miss and immediately yelled at me. I no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger at once. A shot rang out. The bullet struck the handle of the knife, and Zhao, since she was already not holding the knife firmly propelled by the bullets, forced the knife flew from her hand and into her mouth. After a burst of blood missed the knife, shot out from the back of her head. Zhao Minmin swayed twice before collapsing onto Tao Xiangkong. The wound in Zhao Minmin's mouth sparked briefly, and then flames began to spread across her body. Zhao Minmin exerted her last ounce of strength to embrace Tao Xiangkong's corpse, and the flames engulfed him as well. The fire burned fiercely. In just a few minutes the eerie flames turned Zhao Minmin and Tao Xiangkong into 2 human-shaped ashes. A strange wind blew outside, sweeping away the ashes of the 2 cleanly. I watched this scene feeling a twinge of sadness. At that moment it felt like something moved suddenly in my mind, followed by a sharp pain. My vision blacked out, and then I knew nothing more. I don't know how long it took before I reopened my eyes. Everything in front of me had changed. I was no longer in the underground palace of the girls' school. I was lying in the back seat of an old Beijing Jeep. This car was ancient, and as it ran it shook violently with the distinct smell of gasoline wafting through the cabin. Where am I? I looked at the scenery outside the car, and it was pitch black. I had no idea where the car had taken me. The driver was a young man around 17 or 18 years old. He looked very familiar, but I couldn't recall where I had seen him before. He seemed a bit eccentric. Seeing that I was awake, the driver turned to glance at me and said, "I thought you could sleep a little longer. I was going to wake you when we arrived." Awkward as one could. Seeing that I was awake, the driver turned to glance at me and said, "I thought you could sleep a little longer. I was going to wake you. Didn't I say you could sleep a bit more? It would take nearly an hour to get there. Didn't I say?" I was stunned by his words. "You are How Wenmei." The driver smiled at me through the rearview mirror. "Who else would I be?" "What's wrong, Senior Officer Xiao? You seem out of sorts. Did you not sleep well and feel a bit dazed?" I glanced at myself in the rearview mirror. The reflection showed a man in his 30s dressed exactly like the younger version of Hao Wenming. He looked weary with slightly puffy eyes, and there was something familiar about him, vaguely resembling Xiao Sandai. Officer Xiao. Xiao Sandai. Did I have that nightmare again? It seems like it's another sequel to the last Qi Xiao. If last time it was Wu Rendis doing, then Wu Rendi must have already fainted this time. His external support has been sealed for 13 days, and it doesn't make sense to blame him. I touched my cheek, still in shock. Fortunately I had experienced something similar before, so I quickly calmed down. Hao Wenming noticed my pale complexion and thought I was unwell. He said to the Xiao Sandai in the rearview mirror, "Officer Xiao, are you alright? You look quite pale." I couldn't figure out the current situation and could only take it one step at a time. "I'm fine. Maybe I just didn't sleep well earlier and still feel very tired." "Hao Wenming, my mind is a bit chaotic. Where are we going?" Hao Wenming grinned in the rearview mirror. "Did you really forget something this important?" Hao Wenming felt he had spoken too much. Seeing no change in my expression, he continued, "We're going to the Nanshan Cemetery. Director Gao and Officer Xiao are already waiting for you there." Nanshan Cemetery. I repeated those 4 characters in my mind, and finally remembered seeing them in the information. However, that segment of information was classified with a secondary password, accessible only to those at the director level. Although I didn't know what had happened, I remembered that the data on Nanshan Cemetery was categorized in the year 1975. I stole a glance at Hao Wenming. He hadn't noticed anything wrong with me, and was focused on driving. I cleared my throat, supporting my head, and said to Hao Wenming, "Hao Wenming, my mind is in disarray this year. Is it 1975? Of course it's 1975. What's wrong?" Hao Wenming frowned in the rearview mirror. "Should I pull over so you can get some fresh air?" "No need." I waved my hand. "He'll just rest a bit more." As I said this, I closed my eyes and pretended to meditate. Hao Wenming saw that I had gone quiet and stopped talking. The cabin was eerily silent save for the sound of the engine. I closed my eyes. The more I thought, the more confused I became, unable to find a single clue. Eventually, listening to the roar of the engine, I unknowingly fell asleep. I don't know where I'll be when I open my eyes again. A sudden jolt woke me up. When I opened my eyes, I was still in Hao Wenming's car. He had parked the Jeep and turned to look at me, saying, "I didn't mean to wake you up, but it's good you're awake, Officer Xiao. We've arrived. Let's get some fresh air." I looked out the window, and it was already dawn. This place seemed to be a small village. The village was gray and dreary, and a few early rising farmers were carrying buckets and shoulder poles to the well to fetch water. Upon seeing the old jeep I was in, they gathered together like they had discovered a new continent, staring and discussing among themselves. How Wenming and I got out of the car, and he led me towards a few decent-looking tile-roofed houses in the village. As soon as we entered the courtyard, I noticed that the yard and rooms were packed with people. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 to 180 people. I entered the main room. Upon entering, I saw Gao Liang and Xiao Hashang had already arrived. They looked much the same as during the last Qishao incident. The tall man who had beheaded Qishao was also present, along with several others I hadn't seen before, all gathered around, each with a cigarette in hand. By the light of an oil lamp, they were all looking at a yellowed photograph on the table. When they saw me come in, nearly everyone greeted. Of course, the most enthusiastic was still Xiao Hashang. He tossed me a cigarette, which I took. It was a cigarette without. After hesitating for a moment, I lit it and took a puff. Just that one puff made me cough from the poor quality tobacco. Sandai, are you alright? Isn't it better for you to quit smoking altogether? Xiao Hashang chuckled at me. Someone next to me handed me a bowl of water, and after a sip, I felt a bit more comfortable. I nodded to the person in gratitude. He looked very familiar too, with a baby face compared to Hao Wenming. Based on that baby face, I remembered he would become Lin Feng, the future director of the 4th Division of the Polling Bureau. I had little contact with Director Lin, as he was elusive and appeared on screen even less than Wu Rendi. Moreover, his personality was somewhat similar to Director Wu. He had a high and mighty attitude, only listening to Director Gao Liang in the Polling Bureau, and he generally ignored what other. However, rumors had it that Director Lin had previously associated with Xiao Sandai. Now seeing him actively serving tea and pouring water, that rumor seemed to hold a lot of truth. Sandai, we've been waiting for you. Gao Liang smiled at me and moved half of the long bench he was sitting on aside. Come sit. We just discussed the plan and we're ready to move as soon as you arrive. I looked at the photo on the table. Oh, it depicted a man in his 50s. I couldn't tell when the photo was taken, but judging by the clothing, it must have been before the liberation. I picked up the photo and examined it for a while before setting it down and said to Gao Liang, please explain the situation again. I've had too many things going on lately, and I mixed them up. I don't want any mistakes when we act later. You could forget that. Xiao Hashang seemed a bit skeptical, but when he saw me glare at him, he added, it's fine to repeat it. Perhaps Sandai can come up with a better method. Gao Liang, however, didn't mind. He pointed at the person in the photograph and said, this person is Tao Haru. On the surface, he appears to be an old caretaker at the Nanshan Cemetery, but in reality, he is one of the founding masters of the evil cult, the Ghost Dao. Half a month ago, someone reported him as a clandestine agent of the Kuomintang. During the investigation, we uncovered his astonishing secret. While collecting his information, we discovered that he was captured and executed by the Kuomintang's Religious Affairs Committee in the 15th year of the Republic, 1926. We never expected him to survive and remain hidden in a graveyard for so many years. Tao Haru is the greatest opponent we've encountered since the establishment of our Special Office Special Cases Handling Office, the predecessor of the Polling Bureau. Our Special Office has come in full force this time. Aside from the director holding down the office, all 6 of us section chiefs are present. Tao Haru has blood on his hands, with no less than several hundred lives lost. He must die today. I want to hear what you think, Sandai. The Ghost Dao, it's the Ghost Dao again. It seems the evil energy has not dissipated. I wonder if this Tao has any relation to Tao Xiangkong. I fell into a daze and Gao Liang asked me again. It was only then that I returned to my senses, remembering Gao Liang was asking how to deal with Tao Haru. I blurted out, what about Wu Rendi? What does he mean? The tall man who beheaded Qishao chuckled and said, no one can rival. Whose name is so ostentatious. The people around hadn't heard that name either. However, I noticed that Gao Liang and Xiao Hashang's expressions changed slightly. Xiao Hashang gave me a sidelong glance as if I had said something wrong. Cough, cough. Gao Liang cleared his throat a couple of times, forcing a smile as he said, Sandai, you're giving nicknames to the leaders. Director Zhang, the head of the Special Office, formerly the police chief, now and hiding in the Special Office, isn't here, so you can say whatever you want. He won't hear you. After saying that, he chuckled again. Gao Liang had a knack for shifting topics. After a few words, he pointed at the photo and said, let's proceed as we discussed. Xiao Hashang, Xiao Sandai, and I will pose as mourners. Once we contact Tao Haru, you all will set up the Zhiyang formation outside. If we sense something is off inside, Pooh, the tall guy, you lead the charge in with your men. Our Special Office has mobilized entirely, collaborating from within and without. There's no way this Tao Haru can turn the situation around. In the blink of an eye only, Xiao Hashang and Gao Liang were left in the room. Gao Liang exchanged a glance with Xiao Hashang, who understood, and walked to the door. He said to the few people guarding the courtyard, the lamp oil has run out, go borrow some from the village chief. You all go, the village chief is a bit stingy. If too many of you go, he won't be able to refuse borrowing it. After watching the people in the courtyard leave, Xiao Hashang returned to the room, closed the door, and turned to me. Sandai, didn't. That person's matter is known only to the 3 of us, and isn't to be reported to the Special Office for now, right? I understand that you do not agree with bringing him to our Special Office, but now it's still in its infancy. Moreover, we don't even know if that person is willing to come, and even if he is, he may not get past Director Zhang's scrutiny. Xiao Hashang's words I only half understood. I looked at him and said, the person you're talking about is Wu Mian. Wu Rendi, lower your voice. Xiao Heshang's expression had already changed. He nervously turned and pushed open the door to check that no one was eavesdropping before turning back to me and saying, Sandai, didn't we agree that until things are settled we wouldn't mention that person's name? You just mentioned both of his names in one go. Gao Liang, who had been silent, was simply watching me, making me feel a bit. Once Xiao Heshang finished speaking, he said, Sandai, what exactly do you mean? It's now 1975. I remember Wu Rendi joined the polling bureau in the early 1980s. Seeing the current situation, it seemed Wu Rendi was a taboo. We couldn't even mention him. What on earth is going on? Gao Liang was still looking at me, and at the door Xiao Heshang was waiting for my response. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond to Gao Liang's question as Xiao Sandai. Just then I suddenly felt dizzy and a cold voice escaped from my lips. I just wanted to test their reactions. After all, if the surname Wu enters, they will have to face it. What is happening? That wasn't my voice. Before I could understand what was happening, that cold voice came from me again. But to put it bluntly, regardless of whether that person with the surname Wu can enter the special office, my stance will not change. The surname Wu should be eradicated, not allowed to enter. Xiao Heshang and Gao Liang exchanged glances. Hearing my opinion, which was different from theirs, the two of them seemed. Xiao Heshang came over, sat across from Gao Liang, and said to me, Sandai, that's more like it. Just now I thought someone was impersonating you. If you had taken any longer to speak, I might have acted against you. Gao Liang chuckled at me, saying, I thought you were disguised as Tao Haru. You know that the ghost Dao's transformation technique isn't even comparable to disguise, it's more like shape-shifting. Alright, we can talk about that person's matter later. Let's first take care of today's business. Do I need to repeat the action process? I shook my head. No need, this isn't the first time we've done such a thing, just a remnant of the ghost Dao. As I've said, we must eradicate evil when it appears. After saying that, I ignored Gao Liang and Xiao Heshang, and took the lead in leaving the room, heading towards the village entrance, while Gao Liang and Xiao Heshang slowly followed behind me. It was Xiao Sandai who spoke. I suddenly realized that regardless of whether I was dreaming or not, I was experiencing the Nanshan Cemetery incident involving Xiao Sandai in 1975. But how did I suddenly find myself in Xiao Sandai's body? That was something I simply couldn't comprehend. Upon reaching the village entrance, Hao Wenming and Lin Feng stood beside a Beijing jeep. Spotting our arrival, they stepped forward to greet us. Hao Wenming addressed Senior Director Gao first. Director Gao, everything is prepared. Shall we conduct a final inspection? Gao nodded and replied, a quick check won't hurt. Better to avoid any mishaps later. Hao Wenming retrieved several ritual offerings from the vehicle's cargo bay. It was 1,975, and supplies remained scarce. Apart from stacks of spirit money, only a few apples and a bottle of baijiu served as ceremonial tributes. Yet beside the offerings rested an urn, a sight that startled not only me, Xiao Sanda, but even Monk. Fatso, why's there an urn too? Monk Xiao asked Gao directly. I've adjusted the plan, Gao explained. 3 grown men paying respects at a gravesite would look rather odd. So I revised it. You and Sanda will perform the grave visitation, while Monk Xiao handles the burial of this urn. Monk Xiao shot Gao a sharp glance. Why should you two pay respects while I play filial mourner? If mourning is required, let's all share the role. Ignoring him, Gao approached Monk Xiao and opened the urn, placing it squarely before his eyes. At the sight within, Monk Xiao broke into a cold sweat. Do we really need to go this far? Hardly had he spoken when realization struck. He flushed crimson and glared at Gao. Gao Fatso, what exactly do you mean by this? No wonder you handed me the urn. I suppose you intended for me and that Tao fellow to perish together. Their positioning blocked my view, Xiao Sanda's, so I couldn't see what lay inside the urn, yet its effect on Monk Xiao was unmistakably profound. Gao closed the urn and flicked his eyelids upward at Monk Xiao. Even if mutual annihilation were necessary, could we truly rely on you? Your sole duty is to hold it, and if things turn dire, pass it straight to Sanda's hands. He turned briefly toward me, Sanda, and said, Sanda, this rests with you. Trapped within Xiao Sanda's body, I still couldn't discern whether this was dream or reality. Perhaps because this body wasn't mine, and perhaps due to prior experience, I felt no overwhelming fear. Yet I had utterly lost control over it, reduced to observing events unfold solely through Xiao Sanda's eyes and ears. Xiao Sanda seemed already aware of the urn's contents. His gaze never once drifted toward it. Disregarding Gao entirely, he spoke only to Monk Xiao. Monk, watch yourself closely. Should anything feel amiss inside, abandon all else. Toss the urn straight to me and flee. Surely it won't come to that. Do we truly need whatever's sealed within that urn? Monk Xiao gave a forced chuckle. That Tao fellow, if he survived this long, must be well over 120 years old. Frankly, I've never understood why our special bureau mobilized in full force for a single decrepit relic. A decrepit relic? Gao scoffed. Do you recall the scale of operations back in the 15th year of the Republic? The Religious Affairs Handling Committee deployed Zhang Xian, the 64th Celestial Master of Longhushan Jiangxi, to apprehend him. Even so, half their operatives fell beneath that very decrepit relic's hand. They meant to execute him on the spot, but somehow he slipped away. Monk Xiao remained unconvinced. I've captured several Ghost Dao sect members before. They're hardly formidable. Nothing like the legend you paint. Even if he's their patriarch, tenfold mastery wouldn't make him quite so extraordinary. Besides, what sort of figures staff the Nationalist Religious Affairs Handling Committee? When have they ever suffered defeat? What makes this Tao worth such exhaustive, costly pursuit? Through Xiao Sanda's eyes I observed Monk Xiao, evidently unfamiliar with the target. His ignorance stood in stark contrast to decades of meticulous investigation protocols employed by the modern Civil Investigation Bureau. Tao Haru is no ordinary man, Gao remarked, clearly well-informed. When Yang Tao and Zhao founded the Ghost Dao sect, Yang was the most fearsome, but it was Tao Haru who transmitted the sect's esoteric arts. Even Yang, the most formidable among them, dared not claim mastery over every technique of the Ghost Dao. Legend further holds that Tao Haru possesses the Qinghe diagram, long thought lost to history. The Qinghe diagram. The moment Gao uttered those 3 words, Xiao Sanda's body shuddered violently, and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Qinghe diagram. I'd never encountered that term before. It appeared in no archival records, nor had anyone ever. Qinghe diagram. Monk Xiao repeated the phrase softly, his expression darkening. Is it real, or merely, whether real or myth? We'll know once we arrive, Xiao Sanda replied. Trapped within him, I sensed Xiao Sanda's inner stirrings intensify the instant those 3 words were spoken. A powerful intuition seized me. Xiao Sanda's focus had shifted entirely, from Tao Haru to the Qinghe diagram itself. Legends belong to the marketplace. Don't take them too seriously. Gao narrowed his eyes at Xiao Sanda, and added, time's up. Let's depart. Fatso. Watch your tongue. Depart. Must you speak so crudely? Monk Xiao rolled his eyes skyward. Xiao Sanda glanced upward at the sun, now high overhead. It's nearly time. Delay any longer, and we'll no longer resemble mourners paying respects. Without waiting for Gao or Monk Xiao, he pulled open the jeep's door and climbed inside. Monk Xiao and Gao exchanged a silent glance, then followed Xiao Sanda into the vehicle, taking seats on either side, while the 3 leaders conversed. Hao Wenming and Lin Feng tactfully withdrew. Only once the trio had boarded did they hurry. Lin Feng took the front passenger seat. Hao Wenming started the engine. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted. Hao pointed toward a distant hillock. We've arrived, directors. The Nanshan Cemetery lies just beyond that rise. With respect, the vehicle can proceed no farther. We'll have to walk the rest. Xiao Sanda gazed through the window toward Hao's outstretched finger, and through his eyes I saw wisps of white smoke curling upward behind the hillock. Inside the jeep, Xiao Sanda, Gao, and Monk Xiao reviewed operational details once more, ensuring no flaw. Monk Xiao, cradling the urn, departed first, 10 minutes ahead, while Xiao Sanda and Gao began their slow ascent toward the hillock. Mountains deceive the eye. Though the hillock loomed near, it took nearly half an hour to circle around to its rear, where sprawled a vast graveyard, thousands of earthen mounds stretching across the land. At the cemetery's edge stood 2 small tiled huts facing west. An elderly man sat beside them, puffing steadily on a water pipe, the pungent, numbing aroma of his tobacco drifting faintly on the air. Monk Xiao had already arrived. Clutching the urn, he pleaded with the old man. Elder sir, I've shown you the Civil Affairs Bureau's letter of introduction. It's official instruction that my uncle be interred here. Please grant us this courtesy. The elder eyed Monk Xiao, finally withdrawing his lips from the pipe. Young man, do you know the rites? Has anyone ever brought a corpse straight to the graveyard, dug a hole, and buried it, without ceremony? Even poverty affords at least a stack of spirit money. Yet here you stand, with nothing but an urn and no gravestone. How will you find this place again? I see plainly. You seek a one-time transaction. Elder sir, how am I to dig with bare hands? Monk Xiao's face twisted in bitter frustration, yet he By then Xiao Sanda and Gao had arrived. They paused, briefly feigning casual interest in the commotion. The elder frowned at them. And who might you 2 be? Gao smiled politely. We've come to pay respects. Elder sir, where is the eldest son of old Jia's family of Nanshan village buried? The elder regarded Xiao Sanda and Gao warily. What relation are you to him? Xiao Sanda and Gao hesitated. Every contingency plan save this. As the elder's frown deepened, they blurted simultaneously, my 3rd aunt's husband. My elder uncle. A beat of silence passed. Then Gao, quicker to recover, pointed at Xiao Sanda and declared, we're kin. My 3rd aunt's husband is his elder uncle. Before the elder could respond, Monk Xiao rushed over, jabbing a finger at Xiao Sanda and Gao. Is there no order? My matter isn't settled. Can't you wait? Gao seized Monk Xiao's pointing finger. Hands off. What are you gesturing at? Words failed. They grappled instantly. Xiao Sanda feigned attempts to separate them, just as Monk Xiao, losing balance, was shoved toward the elder. The elder shouted, take your brawl outside. No fighting here. Monk Xiao staggered, arms flailing to regain. As his arms swept downward, a cloud of crimson powder burst forth, coating the elder's head and face complete. In that same instant, Xiao Sanda moved, drawing a heaven-measuring ruler from behind his back and striking downward at the elder's skull. A sharp crack echoed. The elder collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Xiao Sanda raised the ruler for a second blow, only to be restrained by Gao. Stop. Something's wrong. Xiao Sanda ignored him, lifting the ruler again to strike. Before it descended, a foul stench filled the air. Instantly, crimson blisters erupted across the elder's face, neck, and hands, every exposed patch of skin swelling with alarming speed. Xiao Sanda froze, ruler suspended midair, then instinctively recoiled 2 steps back. Within mere breaths, the blisters fused into a single grotesque undulating mass. Sanda, fall back further. Gao cried, sudden understanding flashing across his face. This time Xiao Sanda obeyed, retreating a second step, just as the blister ruptured with a sickening pop spewing yellow. A few droplets struck the earth near Xiao Sanda's feet, releasing thin tendrils of acrid smoke. Black smoke billowed from the elder's wounds, thickening rapidly, until a spark ignited and fire erupted from the wound outward. Gao lunged to extinguish it, but too late. Flames roared, engulfing the elder in moments. Skin blackened and peeled away, revealing charred bone. Then even that dissolved into ash. After 15 minutes the fire died, leaving only a dark, greasy residue upon the earth. Gao Fatso, what in hell was that? Xiao Sanda demanded. Gao squinted pensively. That wasn't Tao Haru. Before Gao finished speaking, 2 heavy-duty liberation trucks screeched to a halt. Pu Dage leapt down first, sword in hand, the rest of the Special Bureau investigators following close behind. Pu Dage sprinted over, sword drawn, then halted, stunned by the blackened remains. Is this Tao Haru? How did he burn like this? No, it's not Tao Haru, Gao repeated firmly. It's a decoy, placed by Tao Haru himself. Impossible. Pu Dage shook his head vehemently. He couldn't have known we were coming. Why deploy a decoy without cause? Are you certain he didn't know we'd arrive today? Gao murmured, eyes half-lidded. I doubt it. Fatso, what do you mean? Pu Dage's impatience flared. He'd worked alongside Gao for years, yet still bristled at his cryptic manner. Gao showed no irritation, only a faint knowing curve of his lips. Wait, I'll show you something remarkable. He strode to the pile of black ash and barehanded began sifting through it. Through Xiao Sanda's eyes I watched clearly. Embers still glowed faintly in the ash. Yet Gao paid them no mind, digging deeper with his fingers. Within 2 or 3 minutes Gao uttered a soft exclamation, found it. There in his palm rested a slender needle-like object, though from Xiao Sanda's distance I couldn't discern its true nature. What is it? Pug de Gu, Xiao Sanda, and Monk Xiao all walked over, gathering around Gao Liang. Pug de Gu was not polite, directly taking the needle-like object from Gao Liang's hand, which reflected a ghastly white light under the sunlight. Xiao Sanda stood beside him. As we got closer I could finally see what it was. In Pug de Gu's hand was a jade cylindrical object about the thickness of ceremonial matches adorned with intricate patterns. Pug de Gu took a glance and recognized it, soul-guarding hairpin. After he said this he shook his head again. No, that's not right. Tao Hiru is alive. How could this thing be inside his body? Gao Liang sighed, and said, who said Tao Hiru is dead? Who said that pile of ashes belongs to Tao Hiru? Pug de Gu was momentarily stunned, his reaction was a bit slow. But Xiao Sanda quickly understood, Fatty, that pile on the ground isn't Tao Hiru. It's a corpse capable of speaking and moving. When we came over the smoke it was smoking, smelled intoxicating, like corpse spirit grass. The bones are still black, damn it. It's a puppet technique from the Ghost Dao sect. Gao Liang nodded, took the soul-guarding hairpin from Pug de Gu's hand, examined it under the sunlight, then brought it close to his nose to smell it, saying, there's a corpse aura, but no corpse poison. This puppet isn't a completed product, just a temporary one to deal with us. This soul-guarding hairpin won't last more than 5 hours in the puppet's body. Gao Liang paused, surveying the faces of those around him, before slowly saying, how would Tao Hiru know? We would come after 5 hours. After Gao Liang finished speaking no one said a word. After a moment of silence Monk Xiao hesitated for a moment, and was the first to speak. Could it be that Tao Hiru has spies in the village where we stayed? Spies? Gao Liang repeated softly, as if he thought of something, suddenly smiling at Monk Xiao. Monk, your reasoning isn't without merit. It's possible that Tao Hiru indeed has spies in the village. Let's discuss the spies later. First, where did Tao Hiru actually go? Pug de Gu stared at Gao Liang. Before Gao Liang could speak, Xiao Sanda voiced up first. If it's a finished puppet under special circumstances, as long as a soul is embedded in its body, it doesn't need to be controlled. But this one is a semi-finished product and can't be integrated with a soul, yet it needs someone nearby to control the puppet. Moreover, the controller can't be too far away. As he spoke, Xiao Sanda's eyes were drawn to a small hill not far away. Almost everyone around followed Xiao Sanda's gaze, except for Gao Liang, who looked at him thoughtfully. Pug de Gu also glanced over, unsure of what he saw, and said to Gao Liang, Fatty, you stay here with 2 others, the rest follow me to take a look. With that he led a group of people back to the car, heading towards where Xiao Sanda was looking. Only Xiao Sanda, Gao Liang, and Monk Xiao remained at the graveyard. None of the 3 spoke. Monk Xiao took out a cigarette without a filter, lighting it for himself. While smoking he glanced at Xiao Sanda and Gao Liang. After his craving was satisfied he turned to Xiao Sanda and said, Sanda, Fatty, you both seem to have forgotten to mention that controlling such a puppet requires being within the line of sight, right? Gao Liang chuckled and said to Xiao Sanda, Sanda, didn't you mention it? Xiao Sanda snorted, I thought you said it. Monk Xiao looked at the 2, suddenly sighed, and said, if you have something to say can you let me know in advance? That Tao whatever is nearby. You made it sound so sinister earlier, it turns out this urn isn't in your hands. Gao Liang chuckled, Monk, it seems Tao Hiru isn't as formidable as we thought, at least for now he is very wary of us. Monk Xiao blinked, still not understanding. Xiao Sanda continued, he must have known we were coming, so he immediately prepared a semi-finished puppet identical to him, to fool us, while hiding himself. Tao Hiru must have hoped to fool us away. If that didn't work, he'd stage a self-igniting drama to make us believe he was. As he said this, Xiao Sanda shouted into the empty graveyard, am I right? Tao Hiru, stop hiding underground, come up for some air. Xiao Sanda's words startled Monk Xiao. He turned to look at the vast graveyard and noticed nothing unusual. Senda, you're talking nonsense. Just as Monk Xiao said a few words, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground of a new grave, followed by a person crawling out. Seeing this person appear, Xiao Sanda and the others formed a triangle with Xiao Sanda at the front and Gao Liang and Monk Xiao on either side. The three stared wide-eyed at the person crawling out of the grave. This person looked exactly like the previous puppet. When he stood up, he didn't rush. After brushing off the dirt from his body, he smiled at the three in front of him. You. Are you here to pay respects? Yes, we're here to pay respects, Xiao Sanda replied coldly. But we haven't been here for a while. We forgot where that grave. I don't know if you've seen it. The name on the tombstone is Tao Hiru. The old man Tao Hiru wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed a few times. The name sounds familiar. Let me think. Tao Hiru. Oh, I remember. He pointed to a grave not far ahead. It's over there. Tao Hiru, come out. Someone is here to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, the area he pointed to began to loosen, accompanied by cracking sounds. In less than a minute, another identical Tao Hiru crawled out from below. Wrong. The first Tao Hiru to emerge slapped his forehead and said, what a bad memory. I got it wrong. My apology. Over here. His hand kept pointing at the surrounding graves. After his directions, people began to crawl out from around 20 or 30 graves, each looking exactly like Xiao Sanda's face turned a bit pale. Monk Xiao had already opened the urn, slightly ready to reach inside, when Gao Liang stopped him. Fatty pressed down on the lid of the urn, shook his head at Monk Xiao, and whispered, let's wait a bit, it's not time yet. The first Tao Hiru to come out smiled at Xiao Sanda, saying, take a look here, is there anyone you're looking for? If not, I can help you find more. There won't be too many at most. I can help you find 1,000 or so people. Xiao Sanda didn't say anything, just tightened his grip on the measuring ruler in his hand. The first Tao Hiru continued to smile, grinning at Xiao Sanda. I recognize that ruler in your hand. It belongs to the chairman of the Religious Affairs Committee, Min Tianzong, right? Did you see the crack on it? It was left by me. It seems Min Tianzong isn't dead yet. I heard he went to Taiwan. Alas, there are hardly any of my old buddies left. Tao Hiru spoke with a hint of sadness. After a sigh, he added, for the sake of that ruler, I won't make it hard for you today. Just go back and say you didn't find me, and we'll drop the matter. Drop it. Xiao Sanda snorted, don't joke around. I said we're here to pay respects to Tao Hiru. No matter what, we must bury this Tao Hiru in the grave today. With so many Tao Hirus here, which one do you want to bury? One of the closest Tao Hirus smiled cheerfully. Bury me. I'm small, don't take up space, you'll have an easier time filling the soil, shouted another Tao Hiru. Another Tao Hiru beside him said, bury me. We're all the same height and build, it doesn't matter who you bury, you'll be troubled to bury me. Bury me first. I'll fill the soil myself. Before he finished speaking, dozens of Tao Hirus shouted, bury me. Bury me first. As they shouted, dozens of Tao Hirus surrounded Xiao Sanda, and the others pressing them back step by step. However, the three had seen some things. Seeing the Tao Hirus closing in, Monk Xiao waved his hand, and another burst of red powder was released. The first 4 or 5 Tao Hirus were covered head to toe with it. Immediately, these 4 or 5 people wailed and collapsed to the ground. The areas of their faces that touched the red powder instantly bubbled up with dense blisters, which soon merged into larger blisters. A few seconds later, the large blisters burst, and like the first old man, Tao Hiru, these 4 or 5 Tao Hirus rolled on the ground for a few seconds before turning into piles of ashes. What was the red powder? Monk Xiao sprinkled. I had never seen it in the polling bureau, nor had Monk Xiao mentioned it. If I could go back, I would definitely ask him for a bit for self-defense. Unfortunately, this red powder was too scarce. Monk Xiao had hidden some in both sleeves, and now it was all used up. If he waved his sleeves again, nothing would come out. The Tao Hirus only paused momentarily. Seeing that Monk Xiao's sleeves were empty, they moved closer. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! One Tao Hiru was shot in the forehead and fell backward. The shooter was Gao Liang, who held a special Type 54 pistol. I could see clearly that this pistol also had runes similar to the latest weapons in the polling bureau. It should be considered a prototype of a specially made pistol within the bureau. He fired 6 shots at the Tao Hirus. In the blink of an eye, 7 Tao Hirus fell to the ground, a pool of black blood oozing from their foreheads, and these 7 never got back up. Gao Liang changed the magazine and immediately fired another burst. In no time, over half of the Tao Hirus had fallen. Not bad, I underestimated you all. Suddenly, a Tao Hiru at the back left clapped his hands, continuing, it seems this number of Tao Hirus isn't enough for you to play with. These puppets are difficult to make. Let me handle it personally. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Gao Liang's gun went off, and the speaking Tao Hiru fell to the ground. Seeing his shot hit, Gao Liang frowned heavily. I thought he was the real one. Damn it, none of them are real. What does Tao Hiru want to play at? I told you these puppets are not easy to make. Now only 4 or 5 Tao Hirus remained standing on the ground, one of them said cheerfully. Gao Liang had no intention of wasting words. He raised his hand and fired a shot. The Tao Hiru was shot in the head and fell backward. Gao Liang emptied the last few bullets from the magazine, and with the gunfire, all the remaining Tao Hirus fell to the ground. You two stay here while I'll go take a look. Looking at the ground full of Tao Hirus, Xiao Sando walked over to inspect each one. After a round, he turned back and said, "They're all puppets. Tao Hiru isn't inside." Monk Xiao and Gao Liang did not go over. Monk Xiao carefully held the urn, not daring to move it recklessly, while Gao Liang had already run out of bullets. He put away the pistol, hesitated looking at the urn, but remained standing still, not going over with Xiao Sanda. Xiao Sanda walked further away, examining grave after grave closely. Through his eyes I could see that Xiao Sanda was particularly interested in graves with unusual yin energy. His way of observing was quite unique. He merely watched the changes in the flow of yin energy in the graves, showing no interest in the source of the abnormal yin energy. After walking about 100 meters I could sense that Xiao Sanda was searching for something, but the further he walked the less certain he became, and he started to feel the urge to turn back. Until he spotted a very dilapidated grave in the corner. This grave had been around for quite a while. The inscription on the tombstone had been severely eroded by wind and rain, and it was impossible to discern who the owner of the grave was. At first glance Xiao Sanda didn't notice anything unusual about this grave, but I residing in his body instantly realized something was off. The yin energy of this grave was being drawn inward, while other graves slowly emitted yin energy outward. This grave's yin energy, though not extraordinarily strong, was flowing in the opposite direction, slowly absorbing yin energy from the outside. Since it absorbed yin energy very slowly, and it was midday with yang being strong and yin weak, it wouldn't be surprising if Xiao Sanda passed by without noticing. Xiao Sanda had already walked past this grave. For some reason, he had a sudden impulse and turned back to look at the grave again. This time he observed carefully and immediately spotted the grave's problem. "Is it here?" Xiao Sanda muttered to himself, using the measuring ruler in his hand to dig around the grave. "Sanda, is something wrong?" Gao Liang shouted at Xiao Sanda, looking as if he wanted to come over and take a look. Xiao Sanda turned back to wave his hand at Gao Liang and Monk Xiao. "It's nothing, you don't need to come over." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly crawled out from the soil of this grave. Xiao Sanda was talking to Gao Liang, and by the time he reacted, the person from the grave was already standing in front of him. Xiao Sanda reacted quickly, turning back and raised the measuring ruler to smash it down on the person's head. Even if it hit a stone slab, it would shatter it instantly. But when it struck this person's head, there was a loud thud, and the measuring ruler was instead knocked away several meters, while the person who was hit appeared unfazed. Another Tao Hiru. This Tao Hiru sneered and said, "Didn't I say? The crack in that ruler was made by me, it's useless against me." Xiao Sanda didn't have time to draw his gun again. Tao Hiru grabbed his neck, pulling him towards his mouth. I heard him lower his voice and say, "You've got some guts, but it's not just to kill me, right?" At this moment Xiao Sandar had lost the ability to speak. His face was a deep shade of crimson, with veins bulging on his forehead. Tao Hiru's face was almost pressed against his, their eyes wide open in an intense confrontation. Tao Hiru gazed into Xiao Sandar's eyes and spoke slowly. "It's all for the Heavenly Principle Scroll. The religious committee was like this in the past, and you are still the same now. Do you think that after I die you can obtain the Heavenly Principle Scroll?" Xiao Sandar's face was flushed, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a single word. Tao Hiru tightened his grip on Xiao Sandar's neck. With just a little more force he could snap it. If it weren't for seeing Xiao Sandar still alive decades later at the riverbed, I would surely think he was about to meet his— Tao Hiru whispered in Xiao Sandar's ear, "The Heavenly Principle Scroll is right here in the Nanshan Cemetery. After you die, come back as a ghost and search for it properly." As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of sharpness flashed in Tao Hiru's eyes. Just as he was about to apply more force, a sudden gust of wind rushed past his ear. When he turned around, Monk Xiao was already raising a tombstone to smash it down. Tao Hiru had no time to evade. With a loud thud, the tombstone struck his head solidly. Monk Xiao used all his strength, and the tombstone shattered into several pieces, causing Tao Hiru to fall to the ground. He loosened his grip, throwing Xiao Sandar to the ground. Before Tao Hiru could comprehend the situation, Gao Liang arrived, holding the second tombstone, almost mirroring Monk Xiao's earlier action. Another loud thud sent Tao Hiru crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Sandar got up, seemingly having injured his trachea, bent over, and coughed violently. Gao Liang and Monk Xiao said nothing and pulled Xiao Sandar running toward the cemetery's exit. In just a moment, they had run over 100 meters. At this time Tao Hiru also staggered to his feet. Watching the backs of the three, he sneered and mumbled a series of complex syllables. As he spoke, a layer of cold air suddenly filled the atmosphere. The cold air thickened around Tao Hiru. Halfway through his incantation, he abruptly stopped, staring at a suddenly emerged urn beneath his feet. The urn had been left by the person who had just smashed him with the tombstone. A wisp of blue smoke mixed with a faint sulfur smell wafted from it. Tao Hiru's heart tightened suddenly, an ominous premonition rising within him. There was no time for him to think further. With a deafening explosion, a massive force erupted from the urn, forming a gigantic fireball that engulfed. The force of the explosion was immense, the fireball rising with thick smoke enveloping Tao Hiru and sending a shockwave that knocked Xiao Sandar and the others off their feet 200 to 300 meters away. Watching the spot where Tao Haru had been turned into a sea of flames, Monk Xiao, still shaken, turned to Gao Liang and said, "Gao Fatty, was that really necessary? How much explosive did you use? Do you think you're making an atomic bomb? Next time you carry it yourself." Gao Liang ignored him, seemingly still unsatisfied with the explosion's effect. Gao Fatty stared at the inferno and muttered, "What's missing? Why isn't there a mushroom cloud?" Xiao Sandar, staring at Tao Haru being consumed by the flames, suddenly became dazed, and then made a shocking move. He jumped up from the ground and charged toward the fire. Monk Xiao and Gao Liang were startled, quickly grabbing Xiao Sandar to hold him back. Initially they thought he had fallen for Tao Hira's trap, but seeing the determination in Xiao Sandar's eyes, it seemed he wasn't under any influence. "Are you looking for death? Xiao Sandar, even if you're tired of living, there's no need to die along with Tao Haru." Monk Xiao shouted at him. Xiao Sandar appeared not to hear, struggling to push forward. Monk Xiao lost his temper and slapped Xiao Sandar across. The slap seemed to wake him up. Xiao Sandar stared blankly at Monk Xiao, and after taking several deep breaths, I could sense a profound unwillingness swelling in Xiao Sandar's heart, as if something he had almost grasped was, "Xiao Sandar, you." Monk Xiao's anger was not yet soothed, that he wanted to say something else, but suddenly closed his mouth. The air, which had been scorched by the fireball, suddenly cooled down, the temperature dropping by several degrees, and a layer of white frost began to form on the ground. Monk Xiao gasped, shivering from the cold. "Well, what's going on?" Looking at Gao Liang, his face had turned ashen. Monk Xiao realized something had changed. Following Gao Liang's gaze, he saw that the roaring flames had silently extinguished, revealing a naked man standing there expressionless as he stared at the three of them. This man's clothes and pants had been reduced to ashes by the fire, not only his clothing, but even all the hair on his body, such as his hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and body hair, had been completely burned away. Yet even so, it was immediately recognizable that this was indeed the Tao Haru who should have perished in the flames. As soon as they recognized him, Monk Xiao and Gao Liang showed no hesitation and turned to flee. Xiao Sandar hesitated slightly, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed closely behind Monk Xiao and Gao Liang. Tao Haru made no move, simply watching as the three of them ran further away. Just as they were about to escape the cemetery's confines, countless pale hands suddenly emerged from the ground. Gao Liang and Monk Xiao were caught off guard as these hands grasped their ankles, tripping them both. Dozens of hands reached out beside them, pinning them to the ground. Xiao Sandar, following behind them, witnessed this scene, and with determination bit his tongue, mixing his saliva with a mouthful of blood to spray at the hands grasping Monk Xiao and Gao Liang. As the blood splattered onto those hands, it was as if they had been doused with sulfuric acid, emitting a cloud of white smoke, and the grip on the two loosened, allowing Gao Liang and Xiao Sandar to break free. The three of them did not dare to delay, continuing to run toward the cemetery exit with Monk Xiao leading the way. Just as they were about to leave the cemetery, Monk Xiao suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. The fall was hard. It took Monk Xiao a few seconds to get back on his feet. "There's a shadow wall ahead. We can't get out," Monk Xiao said, his face filled with despair. Xiao Sandar reached the spot where Monk Xiao had fallen. He reached out, and indeed, when his hand extended forward, it was blocked by an invisible wall, just like that invisible door they encountered in the basement of Qilin Medical Academy. "What do we do now?" Monk Xiao looked at Gao Liang and Xiao Sandar. Before they could respond, a voice rang out from the cemetery. "What to do?" "I'll tell you what to do. You three will stay here, and I will personally extract your souls and turn you into my puppet." The speaker was none other than Tao Haru. Although his mouth didn't move, his voice echoed throughout the cemetery. Slowly, Tao Haru began to walk toward the three. He walked slowly, and though his naked, hairless figure seemed slightly ridiculous, Xiao Sandar and the others had no mood. However, this wasn't their first encounter with such a situation. Although it appeared tense, they were not flustered. As they watched Tao Haru approach, the three of them quickly scattered in different directions. It was as if they had rehearsed this many times before, as simultaneously they bit their fingers, smearing their blood on the tombstones or graves as they passed. Seeing them disperse, Tao Haru was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the positions of the three as they shifted. The trio had no intention of breaking the shadow wall. Although it was clear that their seemingly chaotic actions were not simple, Tao Haru simply could not discern their intentions. Aside from the area within a few dozen meters of Tao Haru and the spot that had just caught fire, Xiao Sandar and the others had nearly run through the entire cemetery. Initially, Tao Haru only watched coldly, making no moves. The ghost sect relies on blood as its foundation. Although the previous fire did not inflict any external injuries, the intense heat still evaporated a considerable amount of blood within him. Tao Haru was already weakened. Not knowing if Xiao Sandar had any similar trump cards, he cautiously took a few steps. Unexpectedly, it turned into a situation reminiscent of a strong man confronting a wolf. Watching the three of them darting around, Tao Haru became increasingly anxious. Finally, he coldly snorted and said, "Are the monkeys done playing? Is it time to collect the money?" After saying this, Tao Haru scanned the three of them, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Sandar's face. "Do you want money? Or the heavenly principle scroll?" Monk Xiao and Gao Liang showed no reaction, but when Xiao Sandar heard the words heavenly principle scroll, his pupils constricted. Monk Xiao, however, was unconcerned. After snorting at Tao Haru, he said, "If you dare to give it, we dare to take it." While he spoke, no one noticed that Gao Liang was frowning at Xiao Sandar. "Good. I'll give it to you, but it depends on whether you dare to take it, Tao Haru said, glancing at Xiao Sandar intentional. After speaking, Tao Haru turned around, ignoring whether Xiao Sandar and the others would launch a sneak attack. He went straight back to the grave where he had hidden, digging out a leather pouch from the mound. Seeing the leather pouch in Tao Haru's hand, Xiao Sandar's heart raced, and he involuntarily began to walk toward Tao. Fortunately, Gao Liang was prepared and pulled Xiao Sandar back. Look, clearly he's playing you. Indeed, Tao Haru did not produce anything resembling a drawing. He turned the leather pouch upside down, spilling a heap of grass and thread-like debris onto the ground. Monk Xiao scoffed and said, "You call this pile of grass the Heavenly Principle Scroll? Do you think we're blind?" Tao Haru glanced up at him without responding, then lowered his head and arranged the pile of grass into a bizarre shape before blowing on it with great force. Uncertain if he had added phosphorus powder, when Tao Haru blew on it, the pile of grass suddenly ignited with a whoosh. Not only did it ignite, but a thick cloud of smoke also erupted from the pile. The smoke was terrifyingly thick, rising dark as it soared into the sky. Strangely, it did not disperse above, instead it gathered more and more, enveloping the cemetery with a large mass of black clouds. This cloud blocked the sunlight above the Nanshan cemetery. While the sun shone brightly outside, it was as if this place had suddenly turned into night. Tao Haru looked up at the block of black clouds in the sky and said, "If you want the Heavenly Principle Scroll, I already told you it's right here. After you die and become a ghost, come and search slowly." As he spoke, he recited another series of complex syllables. With the completion of this incantation, the cemetery resonated with a series of rumbling sounds, and each tomb began to shake violently. Following that, the soil atop the mounds began to loosen and earth erupted outward. The corpses inside the graves seemed to come to life, each one crawling out of their burial places. These corpses were clearly specially treated. Their flesh had waxed over. Despite having been dead for a long time, they showed no signs of decay, and almost retained the appearance they had at the time of death. Yet it was precisely this that made them even more terrifying. In an instant, the entire Nanshan cemetery was filled with these newly emerged living dead. Seeing these living dead, a flush appeared on Tao Haru's face, as if he had seen a stunning beauty. He smiled and said to the three in front of him, "Now you understand why I hid here. Graves are hell for others, but for us of the ghost sect it's paradise." However, upon seeing no expression on Xiao Sandar, Gao Liang, and Monk Xiao's faces, Tao Haru was momentarily shocked. Were they three just composed, or had they been so frightened that they could no longer react? Just as Tao Haru was puzzled, Monk Xiao spoke up. "All your relatives have come out, and what do you want? Are you so eager to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." After saying this, he pointed his left index finger at Monk Xiao. However, this gesture seemed ineffective. Those living dead remained standing there in a daze. Now it was Tao Haru's turn to be stunned. There was no reason for this, as he had never encountered such a situation. The ability to summon ghosts was a hallmark of the ghost sect, and as one of the three great leaders of the sect, he should be able to perform even this small spell. Tao Haru attempted the ghost summoning technique several times, trying it on Monk Xiao again, but still with no effect. Monk Xiao became impatient. "Are you done yet? Do you need to read some books for more experience?" Tao Haru gritted his teeth, biting his fingertip to use his blood as bait, intending to manipulate the corpses to deal with Xiao Sandai and the others. Unexpectedly, as soon as he bit his fingertip, the eyes of the corpses all fixed on Tao Haru, startling him. Before Tao Haru could think further, thousands of corpses rushed toward him in an instant, overwhelming him beneath their weight. At the same time, while Tao Haru was pinned down by the corpses, Xiao Sandai broke free from Gao Liang and immediately flew towards the grave where Tao Haru was hiding. Without hesitation, he jumped into the grave, searching frantically with both hands. Gao Liang initially wanted to pull Xiao Sandai back, but after a moment of hesitation, he dragged Xiao Hashang to a shady area outside the grave, and the two began to dig downward along the shadowy wall. While digging, Xiao Hashang shouted to Xiao Sandai, "Sandai, come back quickly, these corpses won't hold for long." But Xiao Sandai seemed not to hear, desperately rummaging through Tao Haru's grave. Sighing, Xiao Hashang decided to ignore Xiao Sandai, continuing to dig with Gao Liang. The shadowy wall was 3 feet deep. If they dug deep enough, they could create a tunnel leading outside the grave. However, without tools, Gao Liang and Xiao Sandai could only rely on their hands to dig, and before reaching 3 feet, their hands were already bloodied and mangled. At that moment, a strange cry emerged from the pile of corpses. "Ow!" The sound made the three men digging in 2 different places shiver. Xiao Sandai hesitated, but couldn't abandon what he was searching for in the grave, pretending he didn't hear, and continued to dig. Xiao Hashang and Gao Liang, ignoring their injuries, sped up their digging, knowing they were close to reaching 3 feet underground. "Ow!" Another strange cry rang out, and signs of movement began to appear among the corpses. Suddenly, a sword tip protruded from the shadowy wall not far from Xiao Hashang, causing ripples to form on the transparent surface. Crack! The loud noise sounded as if a massive piece of glass had shattered, and a giant over 2 meters tall suddenly appeared. Following him were about 20 or 30 people led by Pu Dage and his entourage. They seemed to have been outside the shadowy wall for some time, but it was strange that they were invisible. Xiao Sandai was startled by the earlier sound, and saw Pu Dage re-entering. Pu Dage nodded, signaling a few people to assist Captain Xiao. Knowing his scheme was doomed, Xiao Sandai gritted his teeth, and finally abandoned the grave. When those few people approached him, he ignored their greetings. Reluctantly, he walked over to Gao Liang and Xiao Hashang. At the moment the shadowy wall shattered, changes also occurred on Tao Haru's side. The corpses pinning Tao Haru suddenly went mad, ignoring him as they began to tear each other apart, as if they had encountered their enemies from their past lives. Tao Haru managed to stand up again amid the pile of corpses, kicking away several that blocked his path. Taking a glance at the surrounding terrifying scene, he looked utterly disheveled. Although the bites from the corpses hadn't caused him significant harm, they had left a series of tooth marks all over his body. Ignoring everyone else, Tao Haru focused his gaze on Gao Liang, seemingly convinced that this fat man was the one responsible for the corpses' sudden counterattack. After observing for a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands. Not bad. Our Ghost Dao sect is known for summoning spirits, but at over 100 years of age this is the first time I've been harmed by the very corpses I summoned. Today the reputation of the Ghost Dao sect is thoroughly ruined. He sighed, a look of confusion suddenly appearing on his face, and continued, how did you manage to make the corpses counterattack? Gao Liang just smiled at him without answering. Instead Xiao Hashang snorted, don't worry, once you're dead, we'll summon you again and you'll understand. Ignoring Xiao Hashang's mockery, Tao Haru said to Gao Liang, even if you tell me you won't lose anything, your reinforcements have arrived. There are now two scenarios: either you tell me, and then you all deal with me together, at worst just informing a corpse, or you tell me, and I eliminate you one by one, then, as a favor, it'll make your death a bit more merciful. There is a third option. Xiao Hashang chimed in, unwilling to lose. You're definitely going to die today. We simply won't say anything, leaving you clueless. Pu Dage, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back. What are you all babbling about? Who lives or dies will be clear once we start fighting. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, raising his sword to cleave a corpse in two. Upon seeing Pu Dage assert his authority, Tao Haru finally shifted his gaze away from Gao Liang. After seeing the treasured sword in Pu Dage's hand, he coldly sneered, I recognize your sword. It's a fine weapon. What a shame indeed, he added, glancing at Pu Dage with a look of disdain. Pu Dage snorted, oh, while he was not quick-witted in exchanges, when it came to fighting no one could surpass him. He raised the sword, addressing Tao Haru, do you like it? Here, take it. As he said take it, he flung the sword towards Tao Haru. Startled, Tao Haru hadn't expected Pu Dage to throw away the sword. Seeing the sword flying like lightning towards him, Tao Haru knew the sword's power and dared not confront it, hastily dodging to the right. He originally intended to seize the sword's handle, but in a shocking turn the sword changed direction beside him and headed for his head. In a panic, Tao Haru managed to turn his head slightly with all his strength. The sword grazed past his scalp, leaving a bloody line across his brow, and in an instant blood streamed down from his eye. That wasn't the end. After flying around behind Tao Haru, the sword returned towards his back. Flying sword. He had heard of it, but had never seen it. It turned out to be true. Tao Haru's heart filled with regret. Had he known this giant could wield a flying sword, he would have bitten his tongue and used blood escape. Tao Haru was unable to evade, and the sword left a cut on his lower back before returning to Pu Dage's hand without coming back. In just a few exchanges, Tao Haru was already sweating profusely from shock. Pu Dage lifted the sword, looking at Tao Haru's disheveled state, and snorted, what were you saying earlier? Tao Haru's eyes were fixated on the sword in Pu Dage's hand, disregarding his wounds. It was strange. After bleeding for a while, the two wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Tao Haru's face turned much paler once the wounds closed. I said that sword is wasted in your hands. Tao Haru suddenly sneered at Pu Dage, continuing, this sword is called Zhu Xia, right? It's a fine piece, but it's a pity you're not worthy to use it. Pu Dage was angered to laughter. Haha, you're just being stubborn. After saying that, he raised his hand again, throwing the sword. At the moment the sword was thrown, Gao Liang suddenly shouted, don't act yet. But his warning came too late, and the sword was already racing like lightning towards Tao Haru's face. Tao Haru had prepared himself and sidestepped to avoid the sword. As the sword passed by, Tao Haru suddenly reached out to grab the air, then pulled. The sword that had already flown past suddenly changed direction, its tip hanging in midair beneath Tao Haru's arm. Immediately Tao Haru pulled back with force, and he saw Pu Dage suddenly fall to the ground, as if he had grabbed something while the other end was in Tao Haru's hand. With a strong tug, Tao Haru actually dragged Pu Dage's entire body over. Poor Pu Dage's strange possession seemed to have wrapped around his wrist, making it impossible to break free, leaving him to watch helplessly as Tao Haru dragged him away. By the time Xiao Sandai, Gao Liang, and the others rushed over to rescue him, it was already too late. Tao Haru emitted a sound akin to a whistle. The corpses that were still tearing each other apart suddenly seemed to gain awareness, dropping their opponents and swaying towards Xiao Sandai and the others. With the corpses blocking their way, there was no hope of retrieving Pu Dage. Tao Haru quickly dragged Pu Dage. I really thought you could wield a flying sword, Tao Haru sneered at Pu Dage. You've got some skills to leave me with 2 wounds, how should I thank you? Pu Dage, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly flipped over upon hearing Tao Haru's words, pulling out a dagger and leaping to stab Tao Haru in the chest. As he moved, Tao Haru also acted. Extending his left hand with fingers together, he aimed for Pu Dage's heart. Pu Dage was still a beat too slow. Tao Haru's palm penetrated his body first. Pu Dage's eyes widened in disbelief, and after struggling for a moment, he fell to the ground lifeless. Confirming Pu Daya's death, Tao Haru raised the Zhu Xie sword, inspecting it closely. It turned out there was a transparent thread tied to the handle, so transparent that it was almost invisible. Tao Haru tried several times, but couldn't unfasten the sword from the thread. At that moment, several of Pu Daya's followers broke through the circle of corpses, looking at Pu Daya's now cold body. They were furious and charged at Tao Haru with their weapons drawn. Tao Haru showed no intention of attacking, simply watching them with a cold smile, while casually making a few hand gestures. Just as they were about to reach Tao Haru, Pu Daya's corpse suddenly stood upright, blocking their path. The others were shocked and momentarily stunned. Gao Liang shouted from behind, corpse controlling technique. You all scatter. Before he could finish, Pu Daya's hand had already grabbed the neck of the person at the front, lifting him up. Crack! The man's head twisted grotesquely to his back. Pu Daige expressionlessly let go, and the man fell to the ground, struggling and convulsing before finally expiring. The two others behind quickly reacted, biting their tongues to draw blood, splattering it all over Pu Daya's face. However, the effect of their blood was not as effective as they had hoped. Pu Daige paused for an instant, but quickly returned to normal, seizing both of his subordinates by the neck. With a forceful grip, he snapped their necks. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives were lost. Tao Haru sneered coldly, I thought you would have some new tricks, but it seems you're still stuck with the old tactics of the religious committee. After decades, you haven't progressed at all. Our ghost Dao Sec's corpse-controlling technique isn't something that can be solved by just spraying a couple of drops of blood. Bang! Just as Tao Haru finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Pu Daya's forehead, and he collapsed. The shooter was Xiao Sandai, who had snatched a pistol from someone nearby. Initially, he aimed to shoot Tao Haru, but in the last second, he switched targets to Pu Daige. With one shot landing, Xiao Sandai quickly aimed at Tao Haru, firing several shots in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon him. Tao Haru staggered back several steps, but fortunately a tombstone behind him stopped him from falling. When Xiao Sandai fired, I noticed the Wuxi pistol in his hand. Though the gun was engraved with some simple runes, it was far less potent than the standard pistols made by the Civil Affairs Bureau decades later. Not to mention, the standard pistols used by the Bureau relied on silver bullets infused with concentrated vermilion, thus it was unlikely to inflict much damage on Tao Haru. Moreover, such a pistol seemed unpopular in the special office, with only a few like Gao Liang carrying them, while most preferred their own favored weapons like Xiao Sandai and Pu Daige. Indeed, Tao Haru sustained minimal injury, the bullets only left a few scratches. Once he regained his footing, he clapped for Xiao Sandai, saying, now that's more like it, it's better than the previous rubbish. Xiao Sandai kicked over a charging corpse, and just as he was about to retort, Gao Liang beside him suddenly whispered, Tao Haru is problematic. No kidding. Xiao Hashang interjected. Anyone can tell he's a problem. Gao Liang ignored him, continuing, the places where the bullets hit Tao Haru are 2 layers of flesh. Seeing Tao Hira's second layer of skin, Xiao Sandar raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly comprehending something, but he had no time to think further. Surrounded by corpse spirits, just after taking down one another, quickly filled the gap. Sandar fatty, if it doesn't work out, let's retreat for now. Xiao the monk shouted, if we don't escape now, we'll almost certainly meet our end here today. Xiao Sandar did not respond, merely gritting his teeth while staring in the direction of Tao Haru, seeming unable to let go of the heavenly principle map. Gao Liang squinted without answering. Not far away, one of Pu Daya's men was tackled by a corpse spirit, but fortunately his companions rescued him just in time, preventing him from dying at the hands of the corpse spirits. At this moment, Tao Haru had been watching coldly without intervening. Once he decided to make a move, it would indeed be, as Xiao the monk said, they would all perish here. Fortunately, the shadow wall had already been breached by Pu Daige, and if worse came to worst, they could only withdraw. However, once that happened, although they might escape safely, it would become exceedingly difficult to track down Tao Haru. What do you two mean by this? Xiao the monk had asked several times without receiving a response from Xiao Sandar or Gao Liang. He was becoming anxious and said vehemently, just give me a straight answer. If we're retreating, let's retreat together. If you want to die, then we die together. Seeing Xiao the monk getting agitated, Gao Liang sighed and said, forget it, let's withdraw. We'll hold the rear while they go first. Before he could finish, a sudden series of thumping sounds erupted around them, and then an old Beijing jeep crashed into the graveyard, careening through the horde of corpse spirits. I'm not saying we arrived late, right? The driver was Hao Wenming. He and Lin Feng had been waiting in the car, and after hearing the explosions from the graveyard, Hao Wenming drove over where he met Pu Daige, who instructed him to stay put and provide support. As they grew increasingly uneasy waiting, they decided to take the plunge and drove into the graveyard. Hao Wenming's driving skills were impressive. He maneuvered the old jeep over the uneven graves, crushing corpse spirits beneath it without stalling. They surprisingly managed to clear a path through the horde of corpse spirits. Xiao Sandar saw an opportunity and retrieved his measuring stick not far away, then charged at Tao Haru, shouting, monk, Gao Liang, let's avenge Pu Daige. Gao Liang behind him snorted coldly. Xiao Sandar was eager to engage Tao Haru using the excuse of avenging Pu Daige, but in truth his main goal was still that heavenly principle map. However, now that he had invoked the phrase avenge Pu Daige, Gao Liang had no choice but to follow suit. Xiao the monk trailed behind Xiao Sandar, also charging toward Tao Haru. Xiao Sandar, Gao Liang, and Xiao the monk had different approaches. Xiao Sandar led the charge, and had already engaged Tao Haru, swinging the measuring stick toward the wound on Tao Haru's body left by a bullet. Tao Haru did not dodge or evade, allowing the measuring stick to strike him. After taking 5 or 6 hits, he grew impatient, and suddenly grabbed the measuring stick that was being swung at him, coldly sneering at Xiao Sandar. "Is it that I didn't explain clearly, or is your memory poor? This stick is useless against me." Saying this, he yanked the measuring stick back forcefully, causing Xiao Sandar to lose grip, and it fell into Tao Haru's hands. Tao Haru weighed the measuring stick in his hands, and said, 40 years ago, I left it with a flaw. Today. At this point, Tao Haru paused, gripping the ends of the measuring stick with both hands, and exerting force to break it. With a crack, he snapped the measuring stick in two, and continued, "I'll let this stick accompany you to the grave." Before he could finish, someone behind Xiao Sandar shouted, "You keep it for your own amusement down there. Sandar, duck." As the words fell, Xiao the monk lunged forward with Pu Deji's sword. Tao Haru was horrified, recognizing this sword had drawn blood from him several times, being one of the few weapons capable of inflicting external wounds on him. The ghost sect relies on blood as its foundation and is most averse to external injuries. Just before Pu Deji died, he had exerted great effort pulling and tugging, but failing to remove the transparent thread from the sword's handle, almost resorting to severing Pu Deji's arm to get rid of it. Unexpectedly, the sword had ultimately fallen into Xiao the monk's hands. Tao Haru, having lived over 100 years, was not entirely unprepared. In his shock, he did not panic. Instead, he kicked Xiao Sandar away in the direction of Xiao the monk. Xiao the monk hurriedly retracted the sword, narrowly missing impaling Xiao Sandar. Tao Haru had not yet caught his breath when he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, as if something were floating down from above. Immediately after, he felt a tightness around his neck as someone behind him tightened a noose-like object around it. It was that fat man. Tao Haru instantly understood. When did this fat man circle behind him? He had misjudged. This fat man was no simple opponent. Had he known, he would have used the corpse-controlling technique first to send Pu Deji and his 3 subordinates to block him. The noose around his neck was likely the same transparent thread that had originally bound the sword. This thread was strange, but had already pierced his flesh, tightening more and more. Blood began to ooze from Tao Haru's neck. As if that weren't enough, Xiao the monk raised the sword again towards Tao Haru. Gao Liang behind him shouted to Xiao the monk, "Monk, aim carefully, don't drag me down with you." With both of them immobilized, they could only watch as it seemed Tao Haru was about to meet his demise. Just as Tao Haru was about to lose his life on the spot, unexpectedly, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his toes, using all his strength to lean back, using the fat man as a cushion. With a loud crash, it was as if several tons of weight had slammed into the ground, crushing Gao Liang the fat man into a daze. As if all his internal organs had been pushed into his stomach, he gagged, and when he shouted, it was no longer a human sound. Gao Liang involuntarily released his grip. With the binding around his neck gone, Tao Haru flipped over and grabbed Gao Liang, lifting him over his head and hurling him towards Xiao the monk. With another crash, things happened too quickly for Xiao the monk to react. He saw Gao Liang flying towards him and hurriedly let go of his sword. Their heads collided. With a thud, both collapsed unconscious. Tao Haru too had been hurt badly by Gao Liang's grip. The wounds around his neck were already mangled and bloody. After kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, he discovered a fatal issue: the wounds that had been cut could not heal. Although the arteries were unharmed, the wounds still bled profusely, and in the blink of an eye, his bare upper body, including lower body, looked as if he were wearing a blood-red garment. It looked horrifying. Xiao Sandar picked up the sword that Xiao the monk had dropped on the ground and walked slowly toward Tao Haru, stopping his steps 7 or 8 meters away. He seemed to recall something suddenly and walked over to the bodies of Pu Deji and his 3 subordinates, pricking the center of each corpse's forehead with the sword tip, from which a cloud of black mist floated out. I could see clearly from within his body. Oh, I had seen this technique in the archives of the Public Opinion Bureau. This was to release the corpse's yin energy, preventing Tao Haru from using the corpse-controlling technique to create further complications. Tao Haru raised his head and coldly stared at him. Xiao Sandar returned the gaze with the same intensity and said, "I've heard that your ghost sect relies on blood. Given your blood volume, how much longer can you hold on?" Tao Haru staggered to his feet, not caring that his neck was still bleeding, coldly responding to Xiao Sandar, "Don't get too pleased with yourself, it's not your doing. If it weren't for that bald man and the fat guy, you would have been finished by now." Saying this, Tao Haru paused to catch his breath and continued, "Forget it, I won't waste words with you. Keep an eye on your heads, or I'll come collect in a few days, heh?" As he spoke, Tao Haru let out a strange laugh and suddenly lowered his head, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, which immediately transformed into a blood mist upon meeting the air. At the very moment Tao Haru fell toward the center of the blood mist, Xiao Sandar suddenly mustered all his strength to hurl the sword in his hand at Tao Haru. The blade struck precisely against Tao Haru's left calf. The speed was so fast that with a flash of bloodlight, Tao Haru's left calf was severed from his body. The force of the blow also pushed him out of the range of the blood mist. Oh! Tao Haru fell to the ground, clutching the wound on his calf and howling in agony. Xiao Sandar approached him, raising the sword, and aimed it at Tao Haru's good leg, striking down again. In an instant, both of Tao Haru's legs were severed under Xiao Sandar's sword. Seeing that Tao Haru had completely lost his ability to resist, Xiao Sandar squatted beside him and slowly said, "Where is the heavenly principle map? I told you to make it quick." Tao Hira's face turned pale. With the way his blood was flowing regardless of being part of the ghost sect, he could not last much longer. Realizing his time had come, Tao Haru instead threw caution to the wind, glaring at Xiao Sandar, and suddenly laughing, "You don't need to worry about the heavenly principle map. Even if I reincarnate in my next life, I will carry it with me." "Really?" Xiao Sandar stared expressionlessly at Tao Haru, suddenly grabbing the skin on Tao Hira's chest and tearing it down violently, producing a ripping sound as he peeled off Tao Hira's skin. At the moment the skin was torn away, Tao Hira's expression changed, turning into one of despair. He saw that beneath this layer of skin was another layer densely tattooed with a picture and hundreds of small characters, with a small seal character Tian at the center of the image. Hehe. Seeing this tattoo, Xiao Sandar laughed, no longer caring whether Tao Haru was alive or dead. He directly used the sword to slice the tattoo off and tucked it into his own clothing. Finally, he glanced at Tao Haru one last time. At this point, Tao Haru was already gasping for breath. Xiao Sandar stopped talking and swiftly beheaded him. As Tao Haru died, those corpse spirits summoned by his dark magic also collapsed one after another. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight shone down, causing the corpse spirits to instantly turn into dried corpses, returning to dust. Hao Wenming, Lin Feng, and the others rushed over. Suddenly Xiao Sandar remembered something, took out a small glass bottle, and dripped a few drops of red liquid onto Tao Hira's body. The red liquid ignited upon contact with the wind, and in an instant Tao Hira's body was engulfed in flames. The fire, accompanied by black smoke, emitted a uniquely foul odor into the air. This smell was familiar to me. It was the scent of corpse oil. The stench was so strong that it made me nauseous, yet it lingered and grew stronger. Bound within Xiao Sandar's body, my vision suddenly darkened, and I fainted. End of this volume.